Chapter 1. Life endures, yet death persists. Anil. In the classroom of Class 4, senior year at Jiangyang High School, a beautiful youth named Anil was illuminated by a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Just moments ago, an influx of unfamiliar information surged through his mind. Memories from his previous 999 lifetimes. He was a natural reincarnator. After enduring 1,000 cycles of rebirth, he would ascend to become the master of reincarnation, invincible in this world. And now, he found himself in the midst of his 1,000th reincarnation. Anil was filled with profound sentiments. In this final cycle, I must exercise utmost caution. I cannot afford even the slightest error. Reincarnation, in simpler terms, implies death. Although a reincarnator becomes invincible after 100 cycles, it does not mean any form of death is acceptable. The cardinal rule is to avoid suicide at all costs. Suicide is tantamount to an unjust death, which would diminish one's resolve and lead to the failure of reincarnation. If he were to fail, the previous 99 lifetimes would amount to naught, and he would have to start anew, re-entering the cycle for another 100 lives. He could die through virtuous deeds or in combat, but he must exert every effort and never intentionally allow himself to perish. Otherwise, it would be deemed suicide. This condition may seem stringent, yet with the experience of 999 lifetimes, Anil believed he could navigate it without issue. He had long comprehended a profound truth through his numerous reincarnations. Life endures, yet death persists. This reincarnation was set in a world of martial prowess, where everyone trained in martial arts, and exotic beasts roamed freely, teeming with peril. The path to death could not be simpler. The school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. His desk mate, Lu Meng, stood up and exclaimed, "Anil, let's head to the internet cafe to play games." Anil glanced at the towering figure of his companion, his gaze deepening. "Am I not on the verge of becoming invincible? You want me to accompany you for games?" "Little Meng, it is time for you to mature." He patted Lu Meng on the shoulder, well, more accurately, on his chest, and then departed with grace. Lu Meng was taken aback. "Have you come down with a fever?" Outside the school gate, throngs of students streamed out. On the roadside, Anil and Lu Meng walked side by side. Anil remarked, "As agreed, you shall cover the internet fees." Lu Meng replied, "I will." Anil continued, "Also, we will only play one match. My mother messaged me that dinner is nearly ready." Lu Meng laughed, "Just one match. Together, we shall dominate the canyon." Anil inquired, "Which hero will you play?" Lu Meng enthusiastically declared, "With my physique, I will undoubtedly play Timo." As the two made their way toward the internet cafe, a sudden, piercing shriek pierced the air, accompanied by the terrified cries of the crowd. They looked up to see a truck hurtling toward them like a rampaging beast, barreling through a red light and heading straight for the crowd. The mob screamed and scattered. Meanwhile, on the crosswalk, a female student was crossing the road, oblivious to the oncoming truck. As she noticed the speeding vehicle, her mind blanked. By the time she reacted to dodge, the out-of-control truck was upon her in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming force felt as if a mountain was collapsing, unstoppable. The rush of air filled the girl with despair. Am I to die? In that fleeting moment between life and death, she felt someone surge in front of her, forcefully pushing her aside. As she was propelled away, she caught sight of the one who saved her, a boy in a white shirt. He was struck down by the truck. The vehicle rolled over him. The girl fell to the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at the center of the road. There lay the boy, motionless, his white shirt stained a vivid crimson, the gray pavement tainted with dark red. Anil, a tall boy clad in a school uniform, rushed toward the boy's lifeless body. Upon witnessing this, tears streamed down the girl's face. "His name is Anil? I'm so sorry." In the middle of the road, Anil lay drenched in blood, his body aching as if it were splitting apart. Yet, he felt an overwhelming joy. How fortuitous! Just as his memories resurfaced, he encountered this unforeseen accident. Sacrificing himself to save another, he would undoubtedly succeed in reincarnation, completing his 100 lifetimes and finally achieving his ultimate purpose. Anil lay on the ground, a smile gracing his lips. He knew he would soon transform into the master of reincarnation, invincible to the world. Suddenly, He heard a cacophony of voices within his body. Brain, attention, all departments. The master is about to perish. Immediate repairs required for all organs. Heart, boss, can we skip overtime? Brain, skip overtime and wait for death. If the master dies, we all perish. Lungs, initiating basic breathing technique, commencing preliminary injury repairs. Spleen, hurry up, heart. I'm running low on power. Heart, I wish I could, but I'm in agony and can't jump. Brain, silence. I'm disabling the master's pain receptors. Heart, whoa, it doesn't hurt anymore. Brain, if it doesn't hurt, why aren't you jumping? Heart, I will jump, but I can't just jump all day. I need a break. I'm a miserable factory dog. Brain, this won't do. The repairs are too slow. I must unleash my trump card. Gene lock, activate. Heart, what the heck? I feel suddenly agile. Lungs, me too. My resilience has increased manifold. Brain, enough chatter. All departments, repair at full capacity. We cannot allow the master to come to harm. Anna was filled with confusion. Why am I not dead yet? What is this incessant chatter? Am I hallucinating? Wait, why does it feel like I'm not in pain? This is bad. Am I feeling a bit good? Brain, fear not, master. We are actively repairing your injuries. You will recover shortly. Anna was taken aback. Recover? How could I possibly recover? Who do you think you are? I didn't authorize you to repair me. Brain, I'm not just anybody. I am your loyal brain. Anil was dumbfounded. Having reincarnated 99 times, he had never encountered a situation where his body spoke. Brain, this is peculiar. Logically, you shouldn't be able to hear us. Anil retorted, I don't care about that. I want to die now. Stop treating me. Brain, this is difficult to comply with. Anil demanded, I am the master. Are you the master? Brain, naturally you are. Anil asserted, then your master wishes to die. Do you comprehend? Brain, understood. Brain, attention, all departments. The master's subconscious appears to be damaged, resulting in self-harm and suicidal tendencies. Thus, his current commands need not be heeded. Brain, for the sake of the master's safety, we shall now grant all departments secondary permissions. Brain, all departments may autonomously research evolution and are obliged to monitor all self-harm behaviors and intervene as necessary. Brain, we must ensure the master's safety. Do you understand? Heart, understood. Liver, understood. Stomach, ensure. Safety? Anil felt as if struck by lightning. What? Are you plotting a rebellion? Chapter 2, I beg you. I truly cannot consume this medicine. Meanwhile, the truck continued its uncontrolled advance. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from Jianyang High School, positioning itself in front of the truck. It was a middle-aged man in a black suit, balding at the crown. The crowd gasped. It's Principal June. Before them, Principal June unleashed a powerful punch, the wind swirling in reverse. With a thunderous crash, his fist collided with the truck, creating a cacophony of cracking sounds. The ferocious truck, as if it had met an immovable object, crumpled at the front, its body twisted and raised, unable to advance another inch. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the view, yet the onlookers understood that the rampaging truck had been halted by Principal June. With a single blow, he had stopped a ton of weight hurtling at high speed. A fourth-rank martial artist, truly formidable. The confrontation between the truck and Principal June had reached its conclusion. The truck lay abandoned at the roadside. Principal June Xiaosa, after dragging the unconscious truck driver out, hurried towards Anil's direction. He witnessed the recent events unfold. That student in the white shirt, having selflessly attempted to save another, had been struck by the truck and now lay in dire condition. His heart ached. If only he had acted a moment sooner, that brave student would not have been run over by the truck. I am unworthy of the title of principal. No, I must save him. Anil, you must not die. My dear brother, my good classmate. Lu Ming rushed to Anil's side, weeping uncontrollably. Despite being a towering figure at 2 meters, he cried like a heartbroken child. Those who heard were filled with sorrow, and tears flowed from the onlookers. The youth had risked his own life to save another. What a noble character. Alas, he had been crushed. Hearing Lu Ming's anguished cries, Anil felt a surge of emotion. Lu Ming was indeed a true friend. Yet, the words that followed made Anil realize his sentiment had been premature. If you die, who will help me level up? Not only would he be unable to level up, but he would also lose his share of the expenses. Woe is me, my wallet. Damn it. You've been crying here for ages, and it turns out you're just worried about money. Anil wished he could deliver a punch to Lu Ming. However, in his near-death state, even lifting an eyelid felt like a monumental task. Of course, if he could truly die, Anil would feel a strange sense of relief. Yet at this moment, death eluded him, as his body was in rebellion. The treacherous and heartless were rapidly healing. The bruises were dissipating, wounds were mending, and shattered bones were swiftly knitting together. Rebellious subjects and traitorous ministers, you have jeopardized my vital matters. Principal Jun Xiaosa hastened to Anil's side, producing a white jade vial from his pocket. This was jade essence liquid, capable of alleviating his injuries. Principal Jun opened the jade vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Upon inhaling the scent, Lu Ming instantly felt revitalized, every fiber of his being experiencing unparalleled comfort. At the same time, he recognized what this jade essence liquid was, a product frequently advertised on television. A premier healing elixir, a single vial worth 2 million. Truly, it was a treasure worth 2 million. And just a whiff was astounding. What would happen if one were to consume it? Have you called 120? Principal Jun inquired. I have, Lu Ming replied. Principal Jun nodded gently and poured the precious jade essence into Anil's lips. This miraculous liquid was originally prepared for his own ascension to the 5th rank, but now, in a bid to save this student, he cast aside his own concerns. The medicine was depleted, but he could always save money to procure more. Losing such a promising student would haunt him for a lifetime. Anil, lying on the ground, heard the words jade essence, and Lu Ming, familiar with this medication, understood its worth, a healing elixir valued at millions. Could he consume it? Certainly not. What use would it serve if he were dead? As he felt the jade essence flow over his tongue and into his body, Anil internally screamed, I refuse to drink. No way. What madness is this? We are hardly acquainted. Why would you force me to consume a $2 million potion? No, I beg you. I truly cannot drink this medicine. Yet, the remedy had already entered his mouth. Refusing it now would be tantamount to suicide, and his throat was no longer under his control. Brain, detecting powerful healing energy. Great Stomach King, instruct your department to immediately dissipate this energy. Stomach, just watch me. Heart, boss, my injuries are 90 healed. Lungs, injuries are 95 healed. Little bro, I am still robust. No energy replenishment needed. With the concerted efforts of his body, within less than a minute, Anil's physical injuries were nearly mended. Yet the turmoil within his heart only deepened. Everything has turned upside down. Before long, Anil opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, startling all nearby onlookers. What was happening? Was he rising from the dead? Lu Ming stepped back, astonished. Anil, are you human or ghost? I am a handsome man, Anil replied, his expression dark and grim. He had clearly embarked on the path of invincibility, only to be abruptly cast back. Anyone would wear a troubled countenance in such a predicament. It was akin to winning a lottery worth $1 billion, only to find out that the deadline for claiming the prize had expired an hour prior. One might even contemplate despair. Sadly, he found himself bereft of even that escape. It felt as though tears were imminent. Confirming that Anil had not perished, Lu Ming was left in shock. His eyes nearly popping out. Wow, Anil, you're alive. Incredible. Principal, this medicine is astonishing. Coughing, he added, my apologies. Principal, that was a slip of the tongue. Principal Jun was equally astonished. The efficacy of the jade essence should not have been so miraculous. How do you feel, Anil? He inquired. I feel like I want to die, Anil replied. The principal's expression stiffened. This student was in such distress that he wished for death? It seemed that while the jade essence had healed his external wounds, his internal suffering remained severe. He urged Lu Ming, call 120 again. Never mind. I'll do it myself. Principal Jun took out his phone and was about to dial when a series of whoop-whoop sounds grew closer. The ambulance had arrived. Over here, over here. Lu Ming stood up, waving his arms in excitement. The ambulance came to a halt, and the doors swung open. A figure in a white coat poked his head in, startled at the sight of Anil. Is the bleeding this severe? Anil calmly replied. There's no need for a hospital. I'm fine. Indeed, he was genuinely unharmed. The rebellious organs had miraculously healed him. Not only had the injuries from the accident mended, but even his long-standing mild myopia had vanished entirely. However, the blood that stained his body rendered his words feeble and unconvincing. Without allowing Anil to protest, several individuals in white coats placed him on a stretcher and carried him into the ambulance. One of the white-coated figures called out to Principal June and Lu Ming. Do you know him? Come along. All right. Principal June and Lu Ming hurriedly squeezed into the vehicle. Just as they boarded, another figure rushed in, none other than the girl Anil had saved. Principal June immediately recognized her. Yuan Xiao? Uncle June. He was hit by the car while trying to save me, Yuan Xiao said, her eyes red with emotion. Upon hearing this, Principal June's heart raced. The girl who was pushed aside was Yuan Xiao. Thank goodness this student Anil saved her. Otherwise, had anything happened to Yuan Xiao, I would bear significant responsibility. Principal June reassured her. Yuan Xiao, do not be afraid. I have given him the jade essence. He should be fine. Yuan Xiao nodded, her gaze shifting to the despondent Anil on the stretcher, as she apologized. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Don't worry. I've had my father send medicine. You won't die? Anil cast her a sidelong glance and murmured, but you shouldn't curse me like that. Yuan Xiao, huh? Lu Ming, what? Principal June, perhaps his head was injured. Brain, you're the one with a damaged brain. Your entire family must have lost their wits. Heart, Snickers. Chapter 3. Why on earth would you need a CT scan of the brain for eye treatment? At Jianyang Central Hospital, in the emergency room, Anil lay on the hospital bed, forcibly stripped of his clothing. The nurses exchanged astonished glances. Anil, feeling slightly embarrassed, addressed the attending physician. Doctor, I'm not ill. Please let me go. My mother is calling me home for dinner. The attending physician shot him a disapproving glare. Am I a doctor, or are you? It's not for you to declare whether you're sick. The hospital will determine that. The physician strode to the computer to review Anil's test results. Anil's robust demeanor certainly did not align with that of someone gravely injured. Yet, a thorough examination was imperative, particularly since this young man was the student of Principal June from Jianyang High School, who had personally brought him in. What stature does Principal June hold? A fourth-grade martial artist. The number of individuals stronger than Principal June in Jianyang City could likely be counted on one hand. Such a figure is not to be trifled with, and thus the physician dared not be careless. At that moment, Anil was at a loss for words. How could he explain that his bodily organs had attained sentience? No one would believe such a claim. Trust me, I truly am fine. Just a minor fracture? Yet the calculated blood loss clearly indicated a serious injury. How perplexing. The attending physician scrutinized the test report, utterly confounded. He then stepped out of the ward, where Principal June, Lu Ming, and Yuan Xiao awaited anxiously at the door. The attending physician addressed Principal June, stating, Principal June, according to the report, this student Anil has only suffered a minor fracture and does not have any life-threatening injuries. Are you certain that his injuries were caused by being struck and then run over by a truck? Jun Xiaosao replied, Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Lu Ming added, Indeed, we all saw it. I was the closest, and I saw him nearly turned into minced meat. Upon hearing this, the attending physician recalled the robust and vigorous Anil in the ward, and he raised his head, looking at Lu Ming with skepticism. Minced meat? Really? May I ask, have you ever had any history of ailments? What do you mean? Lu Ming retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. I have not. And what about a history of mental illness? If you were indeed turned into minced meat and yet managed to recover, saying such things, what else could you be but mentally unstable? At that moment, Principal June interjected. After Anil was injured, I gave him a bottle of jade essence. Jade essence? The attending physician pondered. If this is indeed a high-grade healing elixir, it could explain things. Regardless, this hefty student must have misjudged. Anil could not have sustained injuries to the extent of being minced meat. Not to mention, he is not even a martial artist. Even if he were a 7th-tier master, it would be impossible to survive such a transformation. No matter how potent the healing elixir, it could not achieve that. This, Principal June should understand better than I. Jun Xiaosao nodded. To be turned into minced meat and still survive? Not even an 8th-tier or 9th-tier master could accomplish that. Lu Ming remained convinced he had seen correctly and sought to defend his account. However, upon further reflection, the notion that someone could proclaim themselves handsome after being reduced to minced meat did seem far-fetched. Could it be that I truly misjudged? Am I genuinely blind? The attending physician continued. After being struck by the truck, Anil likely fell into the gap beneath the vehicle, avoiding being crushed by the wheels. As for the excessive blood loss, it was probably due to a sharp metal part beneath the truck severing an artery. Fortunately, Principal June timely administered the jade essence, allowing the severed artery to mend, which is why Anil did not suffer severe consequences from blood loss. Upon hearing the physician's words, Yuan Xiao, who had been silently listening nearby, felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Principal June inquired, "How long until he can recover?" "About a week, perhaps. If he can fully absorb the jade essence, he might even recover in less than a week." June Xiaosa exhaled deeply, but just then, a woman's wailing echoed down the corridor. "My son, how could you leave us like this?" The attending physician frowned. Who was making such a commotion in the hospital? Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Ming exclaimed, "Oh no. I called Annel's mother earlier and told her Annel had been turned into minced meat." Principal June, the attending physician, and Ruan Xiao were all taken aback. "If you can speak, you should keep quiet." "Uncle and Aunt Lu, apologies, I misread the situation. Annel is not deceased." With that, Lu Ming hurriedly dashed down the corridor. Moments later, the farce came to an end. Annel's father and Dahai, mother, Lu Xiaoru, and 12-year-old sister, Anxin, were all ushered into the hospital room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Annel, donned in a patient gown, descending from his bed. While his parents were still outside, Annel had heard the commotion. Thus, he forced himself out of bed, changed into the hospital attire, and concealed his blood-soaked clothing beneath the mattress. Upon seeing his parents, Annel casually inquired, "Mom, did you bring me food?" A nurse approached the attending physician and whispered, "Director, he insists on getting out of bed." The attending doctor raised his hand slightly. "It's all right." Seeing her son in such lively spirits, Lu Xiaoru was overcome with mixed emotions. She rushed to Annel, raising her hand as if to strike him, but hesitated, settling instead for a reprimand. "So you do remember to eat? Skipping school and blocking trucks? Do you wish to court death?" "Indeed, no one knows me better than my mother." Naturally, Annel dared not voice this thought. He fibbed. "I was calculating the time and angle, ensuring that everything would be fine once I saved the person. Look at me. Am I not perfectly well?" The informed individuals in the room realized that Annel was merely lying to spare his family from worry, and they chose to remain silent about it. Except for the rather dim-witted Lu Ming, who exclaimed, "Wasn't there a severe hemorrhage?" Coughing abruptly, Principal June interrupted. "Ah, Lu, weren't you supposed to get your eyes treated?" "Treat my eyes?" Lu Ming paused, bewildered as to when he had ever needed such a treatment. The attending doctor promptly chimed in. Yes, Lu Ming. I have the time right now. Come, let us attend to your eyes." With that, the doctor pulled Lu Ming out of the ward. Though Lu Ming was naturally robust and had yet to face the college entrance examination, his vitality was already comparable to a first-grade martial artist. However, the attending physician was a second-grade martial artist, making it effortless for him to pull Lu Ming along like a small chick, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Outside the ward, faintly, one could hear Lu Ming's protest. "Treating my eyes is fine, but why must I undergo a brain CT scan?" Chapter 4. Stop it. I do not wish to grow stronger. Lu Xiaoru, Annel's mother, found it difficult to believe her son's words, so she began pinching and prodding at his body. "No injuries? Have you confirmed this?" "Mom, if you keep pinching like that, I might end up with injuries regardless." At that moment, a nurse stepped in to alleviate Annel's plight. "Auntie, rest assured, our hospital has conducted a thorough examination on your son, inside and out. Apart from minor fractures, he bears no other injuries." Annel replied. Lu Xiaoru released her grip, her face betraying concern. "Fractures? Injuries to bones and muscles take 100 days to heal. This is serious." Annel sighed. "I've been training since childhood. This minor injury will heal in 2 or 3 days at most, provided that those heartless individuals do not interfere. Otherwise, it will heal even faster. Brain, could you expedite the process? I give you 10 seconds to ensure all remaining injuries are treated. Not a single pimple should be left. Small issues can escalate into significant calamities. In the future, your self-healing speed will only hinder significant matters for your master." Annel exclaimed with frustration. Lu Xiaoru cast a stern glance at her son. "You still dare to speak? You have just over 2 months until the college entrance examination, and now, suddenly injured. It will surely affect your performance." "It's not that serious," he replied. "Besides, I was only trying to save someone. My father has taught me since childhood that as a martial artist, one must possess a benevolent heart, aiding the weak and contributing to humanity. Do you expect me to stand idly by while a young girl is about to be hit by a truck? Surely, you understand, right, Dad?" Annel playfully kicked a ball towards his father. Annel's father, Dahai, was a retired soldier from the underground army, possessing the strength of a second-tier martial artist. He placed great emphasis on his son's education, hoping that one day Annel would be a useful person to humanity, entering the underground to protect the homeland and bring honor to their family. Upon hearing Annel's words, he nodded with pride. You did well, Xiaola. Stop complaining. Yes, fine. Just be more careful next time. At that moment, Principal Jun hurriedly intervened. Mrs. Liu, you need not worry excessively. Annel's brave actions saved a life and are commendable. On behalf of Jianyang High School, I would like to reward Annel with a high-grade blood qi pill, which I believe will also assist him in his upcoming examination. A high-grade blood qi pill. The nurses in the ward gasped in astonishment. The blood qi pill is a medicinal substance for martial artists to enhance their vitality. Its effects are remarkable, yet its price is exorbitant, especially for the high-grade variant, which costs around 300,000 yuan. 300,000. That amounts to 5 years of their salaries. Who is this Mediterranean uncle, so wealthy? The director seems to hold him in great esteem. Lu Xiaoru turned to Jun Xiaosa, feeling a sense of familiarity. And you are? I am Jun Xiaosa, the principal of Jianyang High School, he replied. The nurses were taken aback. The Mediterranean uncle is the principal of Jianyang High School? As the top high school in Jianyang City, its principal must be an exceptional figure. My heavens. It seems that even great strength cannot prevent baldness. Oh, right, Principal Jun. I've seen you on television, Lu Xiaoru said with a smile. For ordinary citizens like them, Principal Jun is indeed a prominent figure. Jun Xiaosa smiled. Annel is a fine young man. I have taught many students, and while there are many with talent, few possess the bravery and sense of responsibility that Annel demonstrates. This reflects the dedication you and Annel's father have put into his education. Jun Xiaosa's compliments brought joy to Lu Xiaoru, and Annel's father felt the same. Mom, let us go home. I'm starving, Annel exclaimed, feeling ravenous. Perhaps due to the excessive energy consumed during his healing process. He certainly wouldn't engage in self-destructive behavior. Mom, I'm hungry too, chimed in the girl with the bun hairstyle, raising her neck. All right, let us head home for a meal, doctor. Can my son return home now? Lu Xiaoru inquired once more with the nurse. It's fine, just avoid strenuous activities. And Dahai took his little daughter's hand, saying, let us head home. Since everything is all right, let us not delay the doctor's work. At the hospital entrance, the Yin family prepared to take a taxi. Lu Xiaoru still held Ruan Zhao's hand, offering her heartfelt comfort. Lu Xiaoru was already aware that her son had saved this girl. The girl's eyes were swollen from crying, likely terrified. Xiao, this isn't your fault. It's the driver's responsibility. Besides, and Lu is fine, so you needn't blame yourself. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Ruan Zhao appeared composed on the surface, yet guilt gnawed at her heart. She was also anxious, wondering why her father had not yet arrived. Although the hospital assured her that Lu was not seriously injured, she still wanted to see him take that medicine to feel at ease. Just then, a black limousine sped up and halted at the hospital entrance. Ruan Zhao's eyes lit up, and she rushed over. Dad. Soon, a robust middle-aged man, clad in an overcoat, emerged from the back seat, exuding an air of authority. Xiao, are you all right? Ruan Zhao's father asked anxiously. I'm fine. Where's the medicine you brought? It's right here. Ruan Zhao's father retrieved a seemingly ordinary small vial from his pocket and handed it to his daughter. Ruan Zhao took it eagerly and dashed toward Enlo. Classmaten, you must take this medicine. Director Ruan approached Ruan Zhao's father, respectfully greeting him. Director Ruan, I apologize for the trouble Ruan Zhao has caused. What exactly happened? It's like this. Enlo glanced at the small vial in his hand, which contained only a single pill. What is this? Blood spirit pill for healing injuries. Healing? Then I don't want it. Enlu returned the vial to Ruan Zhao. If it were poison, he might consider it, but a healing medicine? What a jest. Healing? What injury? It would be best to leave any ailments as hidden. One day, when the hidden ailment flares up, he could drop dead on the spot and attain invincibility. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? Ruan Zhao was taken aback, and then her gaze shifted to Lu Xiaoru. Aunt, please persuade Enlu to take this medicine. It's specifically for treating bone injuries. After he takes it, he might not even need 2 days, and his fracture could heal. It's specifically for treating bone injuries? Lu Xiaoru hesitated. If it were possible, she naturally wished for her son to recover quickly. Is this medicine expensive? Xiao Li's injury isn't severe. I can make him some bone broth instead. I don't want to waste your medicine. It's not expensive. Just look at this vial. It's quite ordinary. It's merely an effective remedy for bone injuries. Ruan Zhao firmly pressed the medicine into Lu Xiaoru's hand. All right then, thank you, Xiao. Lu Xiaoru turned to Enlu, pouring out the small pill. Come, take the medicine. I want to take it. You'll recover faster if you do, so hurry and take it, or I'll have to pry your mouth open to feed you. Lu Xiaoru's tone left no room for argument, and Lu knew he could not defy his mother. So he begrudgingly swallowed the medicine. I have taken a step further from the brink of death. As the pill entered my stomach, it transformed into a warm current, flowing through my limbs and meridians. This surge of energy was even more potent than the principal's jade essence. Anil widened his eyes at Yuan Shao. Are you certain this is merely an ordinary elixir? Brain, quickly. This elixir possesses immense energy. All departments, mobilize and transfer every bit of this energy to the kidneys without delay. Heart, my goodness, could this possibly be an immortal elixir? Brain, kidneys, store all this energy and convert it into vital essence. Are you capable of that? Kidneys, fear not, boss. I am confident that within 2 days I can completely convert the vital essence and refine the owner's bones into a true first-tier martial artist. Brain, well done. Anil was taken aback. If I, as an ordinary person, find it so difficult to die, how much harder will it be to perish as a second-tier martial artist? This cannot be allowed. You treacherous scoundrels, cease your actions at once. I do not wish to grow stronger. Chapter 5 Yuan Zhao's Measurements. The innate heart of a martial artist. Brain, master, your subconscious is currently impaired, hence your inability to comprehend our actions. However, I believe that when you awaken, you will understand that all we do is for your benefit. Feel free to curse us. I bear no resentment. For heaven's sake, let me be clear. I, Anil, am the master of reincarnation. Once I die, I shall be invincible in this world. Do you understand? Brain, master of reincarnation. Indeed. Brain, to die means to be invincible. Precisely. Brain, ha. Heart, ha. Kidneys, ha. Liver, he. Spleen, master of reincarnation? Ha. Little brother, invincible in the world? Ha. Anil. Brain, blind one, read fewer novels. Your master has gone mad because of you. Eyes, what does that have to do with me? My thoughts are solely on wealth. All organs, Eyes. Wealth, as they say, the poor in literature and the rich in martial arts. Wealth represents resources, and resources signify power. Eyes, contributing my strength to enhance the master's power is my lifelong ambition. Perfect timing, I wish to request some vital essence, as I am currently researching a project that, if successful, will greatly enhance the master's abilities. Brain, what project? Eyes, X-ray vision, seriously. Brain, application denied. Heart, blind one, you should give up. The master is still young, and excessive exposure will only deplete his vital essence. Eyes, hey, why do you fellows always interpret my noble intentions with such lewd minds? Am I the kind of blind person you think I am? I aim to discern the enemy's weaknesses, ensuring that the master always gains the upper hand in battle. Heart, is that true? Eyes, of course. Who in this body does not know that I, the blind one, am renowned for my integrity? Heart, given this, I will grant you half a second. Answer me one question, and if you answer correctly, I shall believe you. Eyes, ask away. Heart, what are the measurements of Yuan Shao? Eyes, 85, 66, 86, right? You scoundrel, are you trying to deceive me? Heart, ha, a true gentleman indeed. Anil was utterly at a loss for words, bewildered by these individuals. When he spoke sincerely, they perceived him as a lunatic, a delusional youth. It seemed that persuading them was a futile endeavor. Was 85 truly that large? Anil lifted his gaze towards Yuan Shao, only to find a middle-aged man with an imposing presence standing before him. He appeared to be Yuan Zhao's father, dressed in a casual jacket that revealed the uniform of the Martial Management Bureau beneath. Yuan Zhao's father was indeed affiliated with the Bureau, enjoying the benefits of official patronage. Anil, is it? Thank you for rescuing my daughter, Shao. Yuan Hung grasped Anil's hand, expressing genuine gratitude, his authoritative aura subtly emanating from him. The calluses on his hands were even more pronounced than those of Anil's own father. Moreover, his commanding presence was not characteristic of an ordinary employee. Judging by Principal Jun's demeanor towards him, Yuan Zhao's father was at least a fourth-tier martial artist. In a world of martial prowess, strength and authority are nearly synonymous. Regardless of one's status, without formidable strength, it is challenging to earn the respect of powerful martial artists. Only those who possess both strength and high status can be considered true figures of significance. We are classmates. It was only right for me to assist. Anil replied with calmness and courage. Having witnessed countless exceptional beings over 900 reincarnations, Yuan Zhao's father's aura was inconsequential to him. Yuan Heng, observing Annel's unyielding demeanor in the face of his intentionally released pressure, couldn't help but feel a flicker of astonishment. This youth was indeed as Principal Jun had described, undaunted by life or death, possessing an innate warrior's heart. Talents are not uncommon, yet those with a warrior's spirit are rare. He had encountered many so-called geniuses, only to see them falter and tremble in the face of danger in the abyssal battlefield. Such talents are unreliable. It is the fearless individuals like Annel who represent the hope for humanity's future. Yuan Heng nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Annel's parents. I sincerely apologize for the trouble my daughter has caused you. It nearly resulted in harm to your son. No harm done, Lu Xiaoru and Hai reassured him. Xiao Xiao is a good child. We would have been heartbroken if anything had happened to her. Furthermore, Annel is fine. Both of you need not worry too much. Indeed, saving others from peril is a duty that befits a young man, they added. Lu Xiaoru and Hai recognized Yuan Heng's uniform, realizing he was a member of the Martial Management Bureau. In the past, it had always been the bureau that safeguarded their humble lives. Yet now their son had rescued someone's daughter. This realization filled them with immense pride. Their son had succeeded and contributed to society. Yuan Heng remarked, as I am currently on duty, I can only express my gratitude to Annel at a later time. However, I overheard Principal Jun mention that you are planning to take a taxi home. If you do not mind, please allow me to offer you a ride in my vehicle. Lu Xiaoru remarked, no need. We can take a taxi. We wouldn't want to delay your matters. Yuan Heng replied, it's no trouble. It will only take a moment. As he spoke, Yuan Heng waved to the driver, and the car promptly approached. He opened the door, saying, brother and sister-in-law, please get in. All right, then I must trouble you, Mr. Yuan. After a few polite exchanges, the family and Yuan's father and daughter boarded the vehicle, leaving only Principal Jun behind. There was still a student at the hospital awaiting an examination for his brain and eyes, so he needed to join them. Inside the car, Yuan Heng occupied the front passenger seat, while the family and Yuan Xiao settled in the rear. Anxin, the younger sister, retrieved a watermelon candy from her pocket and offered it to Yuan Xiao. Sister, here is some for you. Thank you, little sister, you're so adorable. Observing this, Annel swiftly plunged her hand into her sister's pocket and snatched 3 pieces of candy. Anxin quickly covered her pocket, exclaiming, what are you doing? Is it not obvious? You're stealing my candy. I'll report you to the police. My brother is stealing my candy. Anxin, quite clever, recognized Yuan Heng's identity and directly complained to him. Yuan Heng chuckled. All right, I'll have your brother apprehended for 3 days, so he won't dare to steal your candy again. Anxin pondered for a moment. No? He stole some 2 days ago, so he should be locked up for 6 days. He took some on Monday, so that's 9 days. Haha. Then make sure to tally how many times your brother has taken your candy by the next time we meet, and I'll take care of him. Sure. Annel, amused by the indignant Anxin, remarked, look at you being so stingy. Shall I give you some? Anxin, gleefully glancing at her candy, retorted, I don't want the wrappers. As they witnessed the playful bickering of the siblings, Yuan Zhao's eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. The car soon arrived at the Ping and Jiyuan community where the family resided. Before they reached their destination, Lu Xiaoru reminded Mr. Yuan, the west building in our community is undergoing electrical repairs, so the west gate is closed. Please have the driver stop at the north gate. Understood, Lao Zhong. Stop at the north gate. Yes, Director Yuan. Annel felt a stirring in his heart at the title Director Yuan. Could it be that Yuan Zhao's father held a director-level position? Would that not mean he is a prominent figure in the city? He discreetly took out his phone, intending to search online, only to discover that his phone had been damaged. Alas, not only had he not met his end, but he had also lost a phone. His status had been involuntarily elevated. Today was indeed a day of misfortune. Chapter 6. Worth millions. Keep your distance. Xiao Xiao. Don't forget to come for the pork rib soup tomorrow. Lu Xiaoru called out at the north gate of Ping and Jiyuan. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Anxin. Thank you for the watermelon candy. Annel, see you next time. Yuan Xiao leaned against the car window, bidding farewell to the family before the car departed. As soon as the vehicle left, the longtime residents of Ping and Jiyuan gathered around. This community was rather old, and everyone knew each other well. Oh, Sister Lu, who were those people in that luxurious car? I observed the man clad in the uniform of the Bureau of Arms Management. He must be a high-ranking official, right? Do you have such relatives in your family? Lu Xiaoru chuckled, covering her face. Haha, not at all. He is an officer from the Bureau of Arms Management. And his daughter is a classmate of my son. She nearly got hit by a car today, and my son saved her. Is that so? Goodness. No wonder Xiao Lu is dressed in a hospital gown. Is he unhurt? Upon hearing this, and Dahai scoffed. Huh, how could that be? My son is my pride. Trained by me through rigorous and authentic martial arts techniques acquired in the depths of the underground. Not to mention a single truck. Even if 2 trucks were to collide with him, he would effortlessly evade. Wow, he was hit by a truck? Xiao Lu is impressive. I never would have imagined. Olden, that despite being retired for so long, you could raise such an outstanding son. Truly a testament to the underground military. Olden, my son is about to enter high school too. Could you lend me your guidance when you have the time? Also, could you help me assess how to enhance his vitality? I'll treat you to a drink tomorrow. Brimming with enthusiasm, and Dahai replied, no problem. Just bring your sons over, and I'll gladly assist. And Lu and an Xian struggled to squeeze through the crowd. Turning back, they noticed the parents in the throng, their smiles nearly splitting their faces. Both siblings wore expressions of bewilderment. And Lu remarked, why am I suddenly not hungry? And Xian replied, perhaps you've been filled by their flattery. And Lu nodded in agreement. With that, the 2 siblings, one older and one younger, disregarded their parents and walked side by side toward home. Once at home, they began to eat. At the dining table, and Lu turned to his sister and asked to borrow her phone. And Xian, may I use your phone for a moment? No, use your own. Mine is broken. And Lu placed his damaged phone on the table, prompting an Xian to reluctantly produce her own phone and hand it over. Just for a minute. All right, a minute it is. As Lu ate, he utilized his sister's phone to search for information on the director of the Bureau of Arms Management in Jianyang City. A somewhat blurry profile picture appeared on the webpage. Indeed, it was Ruan Xia's father, Ruan Hung. However, there was scanned information about Ruan Hung online, as all his family details were concealed. And Lu scrolled down and came across some informal tidbits on forums, which surprisingly confirmed that Ruan Hung had a daughter attending Jianyang High School. Yet, no one could ascertain her identity. This was understandable, as Ruan Hung held a unique position. Maintaining strict confidentiality regarding his family's information was essential for their safety. It's been half a minute. An Xian glanced at the clock and called out, I know. And Lu then searched for the term blood spirit pill. This was the medicine Ruan Xia had given him, about which he had never heard before. Could it be a new product? Shortly, he found information on the blood spirit pill, but it was featured in recent news from the Medical Association. The blood spirit pill was indeed a novel drug developed by the Medical Association. This medicine not only healed severe injuries, but also stimulated vitality without any side effects. The drug had not yet been officially released, and as for the estimated price, what happened? Anshin curiously darted in front of her brother, eager to discover what had captured his attention. The next moment, she exclaimed, 10 million? Brother, did you just consume 10 million? Why don't you try to regurgitate it? Anil replied, it might be possible to expel it. Later that evening, after dinner, Anil announced, Dad, I'm stepping out for a moment to the repair shop. My phone was crushed. He gestured to his battle-damaged device. Repair your phone? Wait a moment. Their father and Dahai retreated into the bedroom and soon returned to the living room, handing Anil 2,000 yuan. Just buy a new one. Staring at the 2,000 yuan in disbelief, Anil exclaimed, Dad, when did you become so generous? I want one too. Anshin chimed in. Your phone is perfectly fine. Why do you need a new one? And Dahai shot Anshin an admonishing look before addressing Anil. You are now worth over 10 million. Naturally, you deserve a good phone. Moreover, your performance today has not disgraced our family, so consider this new phone a reward for your valiant actions. He and Lu Xiaoru had already heard from Anshin that Ruan Xiao gifted their son a pill worth 10 million. The blood spirit pill, along with Principal Jun's promise of a top-grade blood energy pill, would certainly allow Anil to surpass the blood energy admission standards for the martial arts examination. Over the years, he and his wife had saved over 100,000, originally intended for Anil and Anshin's martial arts examinations to purchase blood energy pills. However, since Anil had effectively saved his share of the expenditure today, acquiring a new phone was not a significant matter. All right, thank you, Dad. Anil accepted the money and turned to his sister with a smile. Will you accompany me to buy a phone? I want to go. Anshin sulkily sank into the sofa. Don't worry, I'll buy you a new phone with my remaining money. Really? A new phone case, Anil teased, but then ceased his jesting. After securing the money in his wallet, he stepped out the door as Lu Xiaoru called after him. Come back early. I will. That night, a gentle breeze swept through the streets. Anil strolled along, holding his newly purchased phone, skillfully inserting the SIM card and activating the device. He proceeded to download several commonly used applications. Before long, QQ was successfully downloaded. Upon logging into his account, he noticed Lu Meng had sent him an astonishing 99 unread messages. Lu Meng, Anil, this doctor is bizarre. We agreed on treating my eyes. Yet he brought me in for a brain CT. Lu Meng, hurry and rescue me. Lu Meng, never mind. The doctor said it's free, huh? I'll take a look first. What if I really am ill? Lu Meng, the scan is done. It's fine. I'll check my eyes later. Lu Meng, what are you doing? Are you hungry? I'm starving. Lu Meng, reply to me quickly. Lu Meng, dude, why did you leave alone? Lu Meng, come back and pick me up. Lu Meng, no need. The principal said he'd accompany me back. Lu Meng, actually, if you get used to the principal's Mediterranean hairstyle, it's rather dashing. Lu Meng, are you dead? Why is there no response? Lu Meng, you can't be truly dead, can you? Lu Meng, burning paper Lu Meng, burning paper Lu Meng. Upon reaching the end, Lu sent Lu Meng a message. My phone is broken, just got a new one. Have you eaten? If not, brace yourself for a punch. Returning to the main page, Lu noticed discussions about himself in the class group chat. Grassroots hero Su Xian, Lu is impressive. The blood on the road hasn't washed away yet. Sentence for his wife. He can't possibly be a martial artist already, right? Otherwise, he shouldn't be able to withstand such a strong impact. Old Wang, Lu, stop lurking. Meichuan cool kid. I heard from the student council that Lu is to be rewarded with a high-grade blood chi pill worth 300,000. I'm envious. Crayon Shinchan. Lu, I heard you saved the school beauty Ruan, the black long-haired goddess. Is it true? Meichuan cool kid, school beauty? I'm even more envious. I want to be a hero saving a beauty too. Tai Ri Tian. Why don't you first block a truck before talking about saving beauties, Meichuan cool kid? Lu, what are you all doing still awake? No classes tomorrow, right? Oh, I forgot. I indeed have no classes tomorrow. The feeling of not studying is quite uncomfortable. Old Wang. All members in Lu. A thunderous sound heralds the arrival of the protagonist. Tai Ri Tian. Before the students could respond, Li's phone pinged with a private message from his sister, an Xian Liang. Hee, online on QQ. Got your new phone? Lu, I just don't like using such high-end phones, sigh. An Xian Liang. You're in trouble. Sister Ruan wants to add you as a friend. Check your private messages. Bye. A friend request? Lu glanced at the request, indeed seeing one with a Psyduck avatar, the nickname also being Psyduck. Classmate Lu, I am Ruan Xiao. Just as Lu accepted the friend request, he suddenly felt an intense heat in front of him. A thick smoke filled the air. The screen of his phone reflected the roaring flames. He looked up and was astonished to find that many rooms on the upper half of a nearby building were ablaze. The fire intensifying. People were rushing about, and screams echoed all around. His phone buzzed with another message from his sister, an Xian Liang. Where are you? The neighborhood committee just informed us that the west building is on fire. Get away quickly. Chapter 7. Just do it. Dazed security. Lu replied to his sister. Got it. I'll definitely keep my distance. After sending the message, he put away his phone and ran towards the burning building. Keep my distance? How could he possibly do that with such a splendid opportunity? Every life must meet its end, either heavier than a mountain or lighter than a feather. Just do it. The buildings in the peaceful community are 10 stories high, and the fire engulfed the top 4 floors of Building 8. At this moment, many people had gathered below Building 8. There were security personnel who had rushed over and residents who had escaped from Building 8. Since the fire was on the uppermost 4 floors, it wasn't too difficult for those on the lower floors to evacuate. However, due to the age of the peaceful community, as the security personnel arrived and opened the fire hydrant in the corridor, they discovered, to their dismay, that it had been broken for an unknown duration. Panic ensued among the onlookers. The flames raged with an unprecedented ferocity. Thick, billowing smoke poured from the building's corridors, windows, and any openings available for ventilation. Even those stationed below were struggling. Many were rendered unable to open their eyes and were coughing incessantly from the smoke. The threat of the fire was secondary. The true horror lay in the suffocating smoke. To rescue those trapped on the upper 4 floors, one would need to ascend 6 flights. And aside from the question of stamina, merely ensuring a breath was an arduous task. The crowd below yearned to assist, yet in the face of such overwhelming circumstances, they found themselves helpless, awaiting the arrival of the fire brigade. What are you doing? Haven't we paid our property fees on time? Why wasn't the broken hydrant addressed? They demanded. You must provide us with an explanation today. The top floors are occupied by elderly residents. It is your responsibility to save them. The residents of Building 8 were in an uproar. The property manager, visibly distressed, attempted to calm the crowd. Please remain calm. I have already called for the fire department. They will be here shortly. Shortly? By the time they arrive, everyone will be lost to the flames. Someone retorted. You need to go up and rescue them immediately. Oh no, came the voice from Building 8. Someone has already fainted. We must hurry. A resident, glancing at their phone, relayed the urgent messages flooding in from the upper floors. This is dire. The fire is too intense in the corridor. And the smoke is so thick that we can hardly see the way. Where's the fire department? Several strong, robust individuals could no longer bear the inaction. They removed their phones and wallets, charging up the stairs to save those trapped. Two of them were immediately halted by their families. Don't be reckless. The fire is too fierce. Without the proper tools, you'll only be sacrificing yourselves. Yet, a few others pressed on, battling through the dense smoke. Alas, as they ascended, the smoke thickened, causing their eyes to sting and their breaths to grow increasingly labored. Defeated, they retreated before reaching the 4th floor, collapsing onto the ground as soon as they escaped the building. It's impossible. You can't breathe inside. By the 4th floor, visibility is nearly gone. The crowd felt a chill of despair. If even the strongest among them could not ascend to the 7th floor, how could those inside hope to escape? Just as anxiety reached its peak, a figure dashed into the building. To their astonishment, it appeared to be a young boy. What are you doing? Come back. Whose child is this? Is he out of his mind? They had no time to persuade him. They watched as the youth hurried up the staircase, vanishing into the smoke. Such audacity, undeterred by danger. Someone exclaimed. When the air becomes unbreathable, he'll have no choice but to flee. Look at that. Even a child knows to go up and save lives, while those of you collecting our fees just stand idly by. The voice of reason, Master. Please don't act impulsively. Do you realize that rushing in there could mean certain death? I know. Enough chatter. And don't interfere with my decisions. The brain, aware of the impending peril, yet still charging ahead with gallantry, truly embodies the spirit of my master. At this critical juncture, how could I possibly hinder my master's progress? All departments, take note. It is time to spring into action. The heart remarked, routine overtime poses no issue. The lungs declared, basic respiratory functions are now operating automatically. The kidneys chimed in, we are currently replenishing vital energy. Soon enough, Anil felt the soreness from climbing the stairs and the stinging sensation from the dense smoke dissipate. His strength surged anew, and his breath became more fluid. This must be the brain's capability. It can deactivate various negative sensory perceptions within its own body, allowing for unhindered action. Anil found himself at the mercy of his own organs, which, in their intervention, undoubtedly made the act of self-destruction more challenging. However, with urgency at hand, saving lives took precedence. Whether he lived or died would be left to fate. With fortune on his side, he might escape. As he ascended the staircase, the smoke thickened, making each breath more laborious. He sensed his body hair curling in the escalating heat. Fortunately, with pain receptors silenced, he could continue unimpeded by the sweltering conditions. Not good. The smoke is too dense. My master's vision is obstructed. If this continues, he may fall and meet a dire end. Eyes, ears, come forth, commanded the brain. We are here, responded the eyes. Position secured, replied the ears. Increase the intensity of your sensory perceptions to their utmost. The brain instructed. Understood, affirmed the eyes and ears. In the next instant, Anil's vision sharpened significantly, and his hearing became acutely attuned. He could discern the steps amidst the smoke and hear the cries for help following the roar of the flames. It appeared that someone was trapped on the 7th floor staircase. Without hesitation, Anil quickened his pace toward the source of the sound. His breathing, though labored, remained manageable. He surmised that the 2 pills he had consumed earlier had elevated his vitality to that of a first-tier warrior. Otherwise, he would not be able to move freely without any protective gear. Before long, Anil reached the landing between the 6th and 7th floors, where a fierce blaze raged. There, he spotted a young man collapsed against the wall, wielding a hammer with feeble strikes against a metal pipe embedded in the staircase. I need to break this pipe to release water. The young man coughed, his voice strained and on the verge of unconsciousness due to severe oxygen deprivation and dehydration. Anil rushed forward and landed a powerful punch on the metal pipe. A torrent of water erupted from the pipe, splashing some onto the young man's face. The cold water revived him somewhat. "Thank you," he gasped. Without a moment's delay, Anil hoisted the young man onto his shoulder and raced down the stairs. He deduced that the young man had intended to damage the water pipe to extinguish the flames, thereby clearing a path for escape. Clearly, he had failed in his endeavor. Unless one is a martial artist, the average individual would likely lose consciousness within 2 minutes amidst such smoke. Anil carried the young man down the stairs, occasionally using his fists to smash a water pipe along the way, allowing torrents of water to gush forth. He reached the 4th floor and, as he descended to the 3rd, unexpectedly encountered 3 masked security personnel ascending. The 3 guards stared blankly at Anil, looking as though they had seen a ghost. They struggled to climb in their masks. Yet here was a youth with no protection who had actually reached the top floor and rescued someone. This was utterly absurd. "Quickly hand him over, and then you all wait here for me to bring the others down." Anil tossed the young man to the 3 guards and, to their astonishment, agile as a monkey, he ascended the stairs once more. Chapter 8: Miraculous Revival. The Divine Healer. Immunity upgraded. Soon, 2 security personnel had supported the nearly unconscious young man down to the ground floor. Upon seeing him, a crowd quickly gathered. Have they really rescued someone so swiftly? Everyone, step back and allow some air. Who is water? Bring it out. I do. Someone inquired of the guards. What about the young man who just went up to save him? Didn't you bring him down as well? The guard, panting and attempting to steady his racing heart, replied, No, this person was saved by that very youth. The onlookers' faces turned to expressions of disbelief, thinking they had misheard. What? That young man who just ran up the stairs saved him? Enough talk. We must return to assist him. The crowd below stared in astonishment as the guards hurried back into the building. The young man had saved someone? Meanwhile, on a nearby street, 3 fire trucks were ensnared in a tangle of vehicles. In the frontmost fire truck, the captain, seething with anger, shouted at his deputy, "Get those cars out of the way immediately. We cannot afford to delay the rescue any longer." Understood. The deputy swiftly exited the vehicle, beginning to clear the traffic. The captain glanced at the electronic clock in the truck, his expression growing increasingly grave. Precious time for optimal rescue had already been squandered. The residents of Ping and community were at risk. On the other hand, after handing the young man to the guards, Anil rapidly dashed back to the 7th floor. The corridor on that floor was engulfed in flames. The wooden floorboards and several residence doors, along with the shoe racks in front of them, were ablaze. Anil cast a glance at the inferno. With no time to ponder, he charged straight in. Although he felt no pain, his skin was inevitably scorched in an instant, only to rapidly regenerate under the command of his brain, creating a relentless cycle. Bam! Anil kicked open a door engulfed in flames, shouting, "Where are you? I'm here to save you." The furnishings within were already ablaze, and the living room was devoid of any visible occupants. Fortunately, the layout of rooms in the Ping and community was consistent. Anil quickly located the bathroom, and indeed, there was a mother and child inside, wrapped in a wet blanket, coughing violently. "Do not fear, I shall rescue you now," he declared. "Cough, cough, save my son first." The mother cried out, "We shall save them together. Hold your son tightly," Anil shouted, wrapping the 2 in their blankets into a cylindrical shape, then lifting them effortlessly onto his shoulders. When he had previously shattered the water pipe with a punch, he had surmised that his vitality and strength, under the influence of the elixir accelerating the digestion in his kidneys, had undoubtedly reached the level of a first-grade warrior. Moreover, bolstered by his self-aware and autonomously evolving body, his prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary first-grade warrior. Thus, as he carried the mother and child, he felt no burden. "Charge forth." Anil swiftly dashed out of the room, racing down the fiery corridor before leaping down the stairs. With a few agile flips, he reached the 4th floor. 3 security personnel stood steadfastly in place. It was not that they lacked the desire to ascend and rescue, but even with their masks, the thick smoke would render them breathless upon reaching the 5th floor. Hence, they remained on the 4th, awaiting Anil's return. Anil gently set the mother and child down, but retained the thick cotton blanket. He called to the security personnel, "Take them downstairs, and bring me more blankets to await my return." With that, Anil dashed upstairs, leaping a half flight of stairs in a single bound. In less than 5 seconds, he was back on the 7th floor. "Good heavens, he must be a warrior," someone exclaimed. Indeed, the combined weight of 2 individuals and a drenched blanket would be unbearable for an ordinary person, yet he appeared to bear it with effortless grace. Soon after, Anil returned downstairs, this time rescuing an elderly couple. He was cautious not to hurry, even as flames singed his clothing. Unfazed, he extinguished the fire with a swift motion, exchanged the charred blanket for a fresh, soaking one, and rushed back to continue his heroic efforts. The security personnel felt a deep sense of shame. They had not anticipated that a young boy would be the one to save lives in such a critical moment while they, the adults, could only wait. In no time, Anil reappeared, this time with a young girl in his arms, cradling a small Shiba Inu. "Please, help me with my phone and wallet, they're brand new," he implored. He set her down, handed over the phone and wallet, and dashed back into the fray. One person, two, three, and then another, one after another, Anil rescued countless souls. Outside, the crowd grew increasingly astonished. While several burly men struggled to reach the 5th floor, this young lad not only ascended, but also saved so many. Back and forth he went, and the security personnel observed with dismay that Anil's clothes had become tattered from the flames. His hair curled from the heat, and his skin was red and severely burned, a shocking sight. Yet, the boy did not utter a single cry of pain nor pause for rest, relentlessly saving lives without hesitation. Anil sent down yet another person. In the brief span of about 10 minutes, he had rescued 19 individuals. A compassionate security officer could no longer bear it, exclaiming, "Do not go up again. Wait for the firefighters. Yes, the fire department is on their way. If you continue like this, you will be burned alive." "I am fine," Anil replied and dashed back upstairs. Though he claimed to be unscathed, his pace had evidently slowed. Having reached the 10th floor, Anil buried his face into the damp cotton blanket and inhaled deeply. The cool air soothed his eyes, throat, and lungs significantly. Taking a deep breath, he urged himself onward. With a swift kick, he sent a red-hot steel pipe flying away and ventured into the corridor that felt like a furnace. Upon lifting his gaze, a sense of dread gripped his heart as he spotted 6 electric scooters ablaze at the end of the corridor. Were they not afraid of an explosion by parking them here? Shaking his head, Anil trudged forward with heavy steps. Yet in the next moment, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head, and his body collapsed onto the ground. What was happening? "Kidney. Boss, I have both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Brain. Good news." "Kidney. The good news is that after your efforts, the vitality derived from the elixir you consumed during the day has allowed you to break through and become a first-class warrior." "Brain. And the bad news?" "Kidney. The bad news is that you are currently suffering from a depletion of vitality and will not recover anytime soon." "Heart. Depletion of vitality? No wonder my heartbeat feels increasingly exhausting." "Lungs. Emergency. The master has inhaled a significant amount of toxic gas and is now poisoned. Some of my functions are beginning to fail." "Brain poisoned. Damn it. Liver Huatua, come forth quickly." "Liver, do not panic, boss. With my miraculous skills, this minor virus is no challenge at all." "Hee. Brain, stop with the chatter and detoxify immediately." "Liver, witness my first technique of detoxification. Toxicity level in lungs, 10. All organs." "Liver, rest assured, this is a normal detoxification response. Behold my second technique of detoxification. Toxicity level in lungs, 20. All organs." "Liver, huh? This small toxin is rather cunning. Observe my third technique of detoxification. All organs toxicity level, 20. "Liver, huh? This is abnormal. Let me try detoxification." "Brain, don't you dare. Can't you see the lungs and spleen are close to being overwhelmed by your antics?" "Lungs, brother liver, stop. I can hardly breathe." "Spleen, divine doctor, I beg you to spare me. No matter how resilient my immunity to toxins is, I cannot withstand your relentless methods." "Liver, do not fear, brother spleen. I merely employed the wrong technique. My medical skills are absolutely trustworthy. Witness my fourth technique of detoxification. Toxicity level in spleen, 100. Spleen, coughs up blood. All organs. What the hell, spleen? Are you all right?" "Spleen, I believe I can still be saved." "Liver, do not worry. I am coming to rescue you." "Spleen, get away." The toxicity immunity system in the spleen upgraded to LV2. "Liver, oh? Hee. Behold. The essence of my toxic mastery lies in the philosophy of using poison to counteract poison." Chapter 9. Please accept my condolences, shocked onlookers. Undeniably, these individuals represent the gravest adversaries on my path to tranquil demise. Apart from my liver, I sensed the gradual dissipation of the constriction and suffocation within my lungs. After expressing my disdain for these treacherous souls, I swiftly surged into the flames. In the bathroom, the door was firmly shut, smoke permeated the air, and the faucet gushed water, flooding the floor. A small boy sat in the bathtub, clutching a mobile phone in his right hand while his left hand pressed a towel against his face, his gaze fixed intently on the bathroom door. He awaited his father's rescue. Just moments ago, he had been assured over the phone that his father would return promptly. He believed with all his heart that his father would burst through the door to save him. The boy's eyes were drawn to the opaque glass door of the bathroom. Though the glass was hazy, he could still perceive the raging inferno outside. Suddenly, he spotted a dark figure materializing outside, blocking the light of the flames. The door swung open. "Dad!" the boy exclaimed with excitement and joy. The figure spoke, its voice remarkably youthful. Little friend, you are too kind." The boy was taken aback, realizing that the person before him was not his father, but a fire-wielding being. The figure's eyes reflected a shimmering glow of flames, and a gentle smile adorned its lips. The surface of its body was ablaze with flowers of fire, blooming one after another. It stood at the threshold, repelling the ferocious flames as if it were a deity. "Are you the only one at home?" I wrapped the wet blanket around the boy, rousing him from his stupor. "Yes," he replied with a hint of excitement. "Please accept my condolences." The boy looked puzzled. I tightened the cotton blanket around him and lifted him up, feeling a distinct strain in my body, my energy waning. "Let us go. I will take you outside." I summoned my remaining strength and charged forth. "Big brother, are you a martial artist?" "I suppose so." "Are you a master?" "You might perish." "I want to be a master too." "Then give it your all." Downstairs in the community, the fire chief emerged from the fire truck, astonished. Did this boy save all these people? The property manager nodded. Yes, he saved them all. Only 2 families remain upstairs. The fire chief fumed. This is madness. How could you allow a boy to take such risks? Huchuan Zhongbing, get up there and rescue the others. The rest, hurry and extinguish the flames to prevent further spread. With the chief's command, the entire team mobilized. 2 fully equipped firefighters dashed upstairs, while others quickly connected hoses, clutching the nozzles as they ascended. Amidst the crowd, Dahai, along with his wife and daughter, had arrived. Dahai, somewhat irate, addressed Lu Xiaoru. I should have gone up earlier. Otherwise, everyone would have been saved by now. Lu Xiaoru pinched him sharply, exclaiming, What are you thinking? Do you still believe yourself to be a second-tier warrior? Are you unaware of the old wounds that have lingered for years? Are you truly considering going up there? Are you seeking death? Father, please act with more prudence. Anan gently covered her mouth and advised. Dahai retorted, Here I am, a former second-tier warrior, standing below, while a mere child is expected to ascend and save others. What would that say about me if word got out? He then shifted his gaze towards the towering building, marveling, I never anticipated that, apart from our own and family, there exists another capable of producing such a valiant offspring. This child shall undoubtedly become a formidable rival to Xiao Lu in the future. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Thus, I must intensively train Xiao Lu to ensure he does not fall behind this boy. Meanwhile, Hu Chuang and Zhang Bing, the firefighters, braved the roaring flames and ascended to the 7th floor. The scene before them resembled a hell of fire. They could scarcely fathom how that youth managed to rescue anyone in such a hellish environment. Unless he, too, was a warrior akin to their captain. It was utterly implausible for anyone to survive here for even 3 minutes, let alone save others. Following the security personnel's warning, they ascertained that the boy who went up to rescue others and the last family should be in room 1005. Over there, Hu Chuang shouted, pointing in a direction, and the 2 rushed forward. However, just a few steps in, Lu Bing suddenly noticed a pile of debris at the end of the corridor, and he shouted, Be careful. In the next instant, a deafening explosion echoed through the corridor. A scorching wave surged forth as fiery tongues erupted from the windows of the 10th floor. The crowd below gasped in horror. My heavens, what has transpired on the 10th floor? On the 5th floor, all firefighters engaged in extinguishing the flames were startled by the sudden explosion overhead. The fire captain was the first to grasp the gravity of the situation above and hurriedly ascended. Several other firefighters quickly followed suit. The captain hastened to the 8th floor staircase. Suddenly, amidst the billowing smoke ahead, a silhouette emerged. As the figure drew nearer, the captain's eyes widened in shock. The figure was a bloodied mess. One hand cradling a person wrapped in a blanket, while the other hand grasped the uniforms of Hu Chuang and Lu Bing, lifting them both effortlessly. and Lee's lips curled into a smile, incongruent with his bloodied visage. Ah, thanks to these two, it seems I shall not perish after all. With that, and Lee's hands weakened, and he began to slump downward. The fire captain rushed forward to support him, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. However, this action revealed the horrific state of Lee's back, riddled with shards of stone and metal, blood pouring forth, flesh and bone grotesquely exposed. He saved us, Hu Chuang cried from the ground. Below, a throng of firefighters finally reached them, and the captain shouted, "Quickly, get them downstairs." Several firefighters swiftly surrounded Hu Chuang and Lu Bing, as well as the last family rescued by Enlu. As for Enlu, he was personally carried down the stairs by the fire captain. "Hurry, hurry, get an ambulance here." Upon exiting the building, the fire captain shouted frantically. The surrounding residents gasped in shock at the sight of the person in his arms. Is this the young boy who rushed in to save others? His injuries are severe. Several individuals rescued by him cried out, "He is the one who saved us. Hurry, get the ambulance here." The ambulance, accompanying the fire brigade, was stationed nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, 2 medical personnel hurried over with a stretcher, assisting the fire chief in placing Enlu onto it. "Wang Daming, I leave this to you. Extinguish the fire as swiftly as possible," instructed the fire chief to one of the firefighters before departing with the medical team. Frankly, had it not been for this boy's reckless bravery in entering the inferno to rescue others, at least half of the 20 trapped individuals in the building would have perished. Thus, for him, this young lad was not only a benefactor to those ensnared in the flames, but also a savior to the entire 3rd Fire Brigade. Therefore, it was imperative that he personally ensure the boy reached the hospital. The stretcher was carried through the crowd by the medical team. Onlookers, witnessing Lee's dire condition, felt a pang of sorrow and found it hard to look away. This child had single-handedly saved over 20 lives, yet he himself was gravely injured. Suddenly, a scream pierced the crowd. It was in Dahai's voice. "Enlu? How could it be Enlu? What? It's Xiaolu?" exclaimed Lu Xiaoru, her voice filled with shock. Subsequently, Enli's family surged through the throng. Though Enlu bore horrific burns, they instantly recognized him on the stretcher. "Xiaolu." Lu Xiaoru felt faint, nearly collapsing on the spot. And Dahai remained relatively composed and spoke to the fire chief. "We are his family." The fire chief quickly understood. "We must get the child to the hospital at once." The ambulance sped away from the community. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Realizing that the young hero was indeed Dahai's son, they learned that he had just emerged from the hospital earlier that day, only to find himself in such peril again. Just out of the hospital? What happened? It was said he had rescued a student struck by a car, getting hit himself, but miraculously sustaining only minor injuries. Who would have thought he would face such a calamity again that very night? Such a fine boy. In such a grave condition, one could fear he might not survive. Chapter 10. I also lament the fact that he did not perish. Inside the ambulance, the medical staff diligently cleaned the blood from Lee's face with antiseptic. Once the stains were removed, they realized his complexion was ghastly pale. "Doctor, what is wrong with my son?" Lu Xiaoru asked anxiously. Before the doctor could respond, Dahai, with a heavy expression, sighed. He has suffered from exhaustion of vital energy. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoru's heart ached. She understood all too well what exhaustion of vital energy entailed. It was a condition indicative of a warrior who had overextended themselves. Such occurrences were rare, typically manifesting only in life or death situations when one's potential was completely drained. However, she never anticipated this. One day, outside the cavern, his son found himself cornered in a dire predicament while attempting to rescue another. His vitality was severely depleted, and it would take at least 2 to 3 years for him to regain his strength. Dahai refrained from elaborating further, yet Lu Xiaoru comprehended her husband's implications. A recovery period of 2 to 3 years signified that Enlu would be unable to participate in this year's martial arts examination, and potentially those of the subsequent years as well. Lu Xiaoru clasped Lee's hand gently, whispering, "As long as Enlu emerges from this unscathed, everything else is of little consequence." Dahai nodded in agreement. Xian sat quietly beside her father, her gaze fixated on Enlu, who lay motionless on the stretcher. Yet her small hand tightly grasped her phone, turning her knuckles pale. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she lowered her head, fearing her parents might notice. She repeatedly berated herself within, thinking she should have acquiesced when her brother asked her to accompany him to buy a phone. If she had, perhaps she could have held him back from rushing into the flames. Observing the family's plight, the fire captain sighed heavily burdened by guilt. If only they had arrived a minute or two earlier. Unbeknownst to them, and Lou, lying on the hospital bed, was experiencing an astonishing rate of healing across various wounds. Brain, I have temporarily induced unconsciousness in the host's subconscious. Bones, how fare you? Bones, the hematopoietic process has been initiated and is currently consuming reserve energy from the stomach. Within 10 minutes, the host's vitality should be restored, though he will be in a state of extreme hunger. Brain, that is inconsequential. Are there any other reports from the departments? Heart, I would like to request a half-day leave. Brain, request denied. Heart, how can you deny my request? Brain, is there a necessary correlation between my inquiry and whether I grant approval? Lungs, how about you? You've worked hard just now. Lungs, all functions are gradually returning to normal. Additionally, I have identified areas for improvement in the host's basic breathing technique. Give me 2 days, and I should be able to develop a new breathing method. Brain, very well, continue your research. Liver, boss, my detoxification technique possesses a method to convert toxins into vitality, which should aid in the host's recovery. Brain, why didn't you mention this sooner? Use it at once. Liver, watch me. Detoxification technique, converting toxins to vitality. Vitality, 10. Spleen's toxicity level, 50. Spleen, screams, divine healer. Divine healer, I beg you, cease your actions. Spare my life. Liver, how did it turn toxins back into blood? Brain, never mind, liver huadua. Let's allow Bones to handle the vitality matter. Liver, no, my exceptional skills as liver huadua are not mere reputation. Since the previous effect reversed, I shall apply the converting toxins to vitality in reverse. Surely, it will yield the desired result. As the saying goes, 2 negatives make a positive. This time it must succeed. Brain, that seems somewhat reasonable. Spleen, what is your opinion? Spleen, fine, I shall trust you once more. Liver, Spleen, just watch and learn. Behold the toxic transformation technique, specifically transforming poison into blood 20. The spleen is poisoned at a level of 50. Vital energy and blood at 10. The spleen spits blood skyward, the various organs. The liver, awkwardly, no matter how you look at it. It's certainly been reversed. At Jianyang Central Hospital, a young nurse hurriedly knocked on the office door of the emergency room director. Director, you must come quickly. He has been brought in again. The director, who had been dozing at his desk, opened his eyes and inquired, Who? The one from this morning. Which one from this morning? Although he did not fully grasp the nurse's meaning, he nonetheless followed her out at a brisk pace. What is the patient's condition? The director inquired, not even pausing to consider the identity of the individual. There was a fire in the community. He rushed into the inferno alone and saved over 20 people. His body is severely burned, and he sustained injuries from the explosion. He has now fainted and is likely on the brink of death. One person saved over 20? Such courage. Soon, the director arrived at the emergency room, only to find that the family of Anil, who had come in earlier, was still waiting outside. No way. Is the one who rushed into the flames that high school student, Anil? He was just discharged at noon and has returned by evening? Does he think the hospital is a cafeteria? While his actions were noble, this is rather excessive. Upon seeing the director arrive, Lu Xiaoru approached him, pleading, Doctor, please save my son Anil. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. With that, the director and the nurse hastily entered the emergency room and closed the door. As he skillfully donned his mask and turned around, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Didn't they say he was gravely injured and unconscious? At the bedside, Anil was washing his face with a towel. Upon noticing the director, he greeted him, Good evening, doctor. The emergency director was momentarily stunned but quickly approached to examine Anil. Despite numerous visible bloodstains on his body, he bore not a single wound. Didn't they say you were on the brink of death? In response, Anil sighed deeply. I too lament my survival. I only wish my body would cooperate. At 9:30 in the evening, in a small restaurant across from Jianyang Central Hospital, Anil was voraciously devouring a table full of food. Surrounding the table were his parents, his sister Anshin, and the fire chief. This feast was covered by the fire chief. The four watched in astonishment as Anil gorged himself, seemingly unharmed. They had accompanied him from the safe community to the central hospital, fully aware of the severity of his injuries and had even prepared for the worst. Yet now, not only was Anil unscathed, but his appetite was remarkable, and he was relishing every bite. This was utterly absurd. According to the emergency director's explanation, the energy from the blood spirit pill Anil had consumed earlier still lingered in his body. Thus, after sustaining grave injuries in the fire, the energy from the blood spirit pill activated at a crucial moment, preserving Anil's life and healing all his wounds. This explanation seemed quite plausible. Yet, everyone felt that something was amiss, particularly in Dahai, who firmly believed that his son possessed an extraordinary talent, a natural aptitude for martial arts. Chapter 11. Is the master indolent? Then we shall cultivate ourselves. When Enlu joyfully returned to his home, the residents of the community could hardly believe their eyes. After all, just 2 hours prior, Enlu had been sent to the hospital in a state reminiscent of a near-death experience. Now, not only was he alive, but he bore no injuries whatsoever. This was, without a doubt, beyond their comprehension. Ultimately, they could only attribute this miraculous occurrence to either the hospital's exceptional medical prowess or the fact that Enlu was a martial artist. Perhaps martial artists were indeed that formidable. Subsequently, numerous individuals flocked to Enlu's residence, bearing an array of precious gifts and supplements to express their gratitude. Among them were the residents he had rescued, offering thanks for their lives, as well as the property management and local community committee. Had it not been for Enlu, this incident would have been deemed a significant accident, for which they would face accountability. Nevertheless, the property manager of the peaceful home community was replaced that very morning, and the general manager personally visited each household to apologize and make amends. According to an Xian's account, the fire's outbreak was related to the circuit maintenance in the West building, but the circuit malfunction was secondary. Far more critical was the malfunctioning fire hydrant at a crucial moment. In any case, their home was soon filled with an abundance of gifts. An Xian was particularly delighted, as a family had heard of her fondness for watermelon candy and had brought her an entire box. It was astonishing, no matter how much she ate. She could never finish it. "Brother, you seem a bit down. Is something wrong?" In the living room, the bald-headed Enlu responded with a vacant gaze. His mother had shaved his head the previous day. Due to the fire incident, his once lush hair had been inadvertently styled into a frizzy mess. A gust of wind still carried the faint scent of charred hair. Thus, his mother, Lu Xiaoru, had suggested shaving it all off, and Dahai, his father, had opposed the idea, fully aware of his wife's skills. The last time she had attempted to shave his beard, he had ended up with 3 cuts on his face. Yet, Enlu had consented. What's the harm in a few strokes? If Mom truly manages to shave her own head, I might just take off. To his surprise, his mother demonstrated remarkable skill this time, leaving him unscathed and with a perfectly smooth scalp. An Xian, brimming with confidence, remarked, "Of course. It's very strange that you didn't snatch my candy." Enlu cast a glance at his sister, rose from his seat, seized the candy from her grasp, and marched straight to his bedroom. This time, an Xian refrained from protesting. Instead, she rummaged through her pocket, pulling out a handful of watermelon candies, exclaiming joyfully, "Ha! I can never finish them." Once Enlu returned to his bedroom, he lay on his bed, feeling a sense of melancholy. He had not perished. Remarkably, he had escaped death. The culprits behind this ordeal were unmistakably those treacherous beings. Their regenerative abilities were astonishingly abnormal. They possessed intelligence and consciousness. In less than half a day, they could convert the energy of the blood spirit pill into vital essence. Having broken through the blood and vitality requirements of a first-tier martial artist, I have simultaneously tempered the bones of my lower limbs. While normal individuals would take a year or 2 to recover from such depletion, I managed to restore myself in less than half an hour. This ability rivals that of Wolverine. Most crucially, this group of fools has actually rebelled. Indeed, the cycle of reincarnation is not easily achieved. Perhaps this body is the calamity that heaven has arranged for me? To seek reincarnation, one must first conquer them. Brain, Master, after these 2 unexpected events, we strongly recommend that you intensify your training. Only with formidable strength can you secure your safety. That suggestion is quite commendable, hence I shall decline. Anil grabbed a pillow and promptly laid down on the bed, drifting into slumber. Training? What nonsense. Waiting for death is the true path. To be a languid fish, patiently awaiting the end of my lifespan, how delightful that would be. Within 5 minutes, Anil was sound asleep. The brain observed this with a sense of helplessness, feeling akin to a diligent minister offering earnest counsel, only to find that the ruler is a slothful sovereign uninterested in progress. What to do? At that moment, the lungs suddenly spoke up. "Lungs, boss, The basic breathing technique has been successfully improved. Brain, really? Lungs. The improved version can be termed the turtle breathing method. It emphasizes a cycle of breath, allowing one to hold their breath for up to 15 minutes in environments where breathing is impossible. In breathable environments, the turtle breathing method possesses a greater capacity for enhancing blood vitality and refining the body compared to the basic breathing technique. Brain, excellent. But it's unfortunate that the master is unwilling to cooperate. Lungs, if the master refuses to train, shall we not train ourselves? Brain, this plan is splendid. The breathing method can indeed be controlled by you. Other departments can also utilize the master as sleeping time to refine themselves. Yes, let us proceed with this. Brain, attention all departments. The master's subconscious has suffered damage, exhibiting tendencies of self-harm and lethargy. Brain, therefore, I have decided that from now on, we shall train independently. Heart, what? Does that mean we have to work overtime every day? Brain, enough chatter. Nightfall arrived. Lu Xiaoru prepared dinner and then called out to Anshin. Anshin, go call your brother for dinner. It should be time for Jianyang High School to be out. Oh, Anshin responded, rising from the sofa and rushing to Annel's room. She knocked on the door. Brother, dinner. No answer. Anshin turned the doorknob and entered. The light was still on, and her brother lay sleeping in bed. Goodness, has he grown complacent after reaching the martial examination standards? In the past, he would have been exercising at this hour. Anshin rolled up her sleeves and tiptoed over, preparing to give Annel a fright. However, as she drew closer, she felt a sudden jolt of anxiety in her heart. Due to the tranquil comfort of slumber, there was not a hint of movement in his chest. Could it be? Could it truly be? Was it possible that my brother's injuries sustained a few days prior had not healed at all? Anshin, alarmed, hurriedly approached the bedside. Her brother lay there serenely, his face reflecting peace. She extended her finger towards his nose, yet detected no breath whatsoever. Brother, wake up! Anshin exclaimed in fright, inadvertently rousing the dreamlike tranquility of Annel. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, bewildered, and asked, What did you say? Anshin paused, responding, Anshin. Once she regained her composure, Anshin, filled with confusion, questioned, But weren't you dead? Annel, momentarily speechless, replied, Though this is my greatest wish, must you be so eager for your brother's demise? It's not my fault you sleep like a log, without a hint of movement. Anshin rolled her eyes and turned away, stating, Dinner is ready. Hurry up and come eat. Understood. Annel rose from the bed. He had to admit, after an afternoon of slumber, he felt remarkably refreshed. Refreshed? Shouldn't it be a feeling of dizziness instead? Realizing the discrepancy, Annel quickly approached the writing desk by the window. On the desk lay a square device, the size of a clock, a household blood vitality meter, a tool for assessing one's own vitality levels. Annel skillfully retrieved the silver needle from the side of the meter. After disinfecting it with an alcohol swab, he pierced it into his own index finger. Moments later, a string of numbers illuminated the meter. Holy moly! Chapter 12. Even sleep makes one stronger. Youth is wasted on the foolish. Vitality level, 188. The national standard for a first-tier martial artist is 150, while the admission benchmark for top universities last year was 125. It was already known yesterday that he had far surpassed the martial examination cutoff. After returning home last night, he had measured his vitality, which then read 185. Compared to yesterday, his vitality had increased by 3 points. While a 3-point increase might seem negligible mathematically, considering his experiences prior to the revival of his memories, given his family circumstances, even with extensive blood replenishment and a full effort to supplement his diet, he could only elevate his vitality by 1 point in a month. To increase vitality by 3 points was something that previously required 3 months of arduous training. How is it that this time it took less than a day? Moreover, from last night until now, he had seemingly done nothing but sleep twice? No, it must be the doing of this body. Before Annel could ponder further, a voice from the living room called out, Annel, come out for dinner. Coming. Annel momentarily set aside his grievances with his body and exited the bedroom. Just as he entered the living room, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Annel and Anshin, lounging on the sofa, exchanged glances, each hoping the other would answer the door. In the kitchen, their mother called, Anshin, come help me serve the dishes. Anshin shrugged at her brother and dashed toward the kitchen. With a sigh, Annel walked over to open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a graceful young woman standing on the other side. Yuan Shao? At this juncture, How did Yuan Xiao arrive? Indeed, yesterday, my mother invited her over. Yuan Xiao, carrying a basket of fruits, was adjusting her appearance when she looked up and greeted Enlu. Yuan Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Your new hairstyle is quite striking, she remarked, suddenly realizing that she was now bald. At the dining table, Enli's family engaged in lively conversation with their guest, Yuan Xiao, but it was primarily his mother, Lu Xiaoru, who dominated the dialogue. Especially after learning that Yuan Xiao had not only become a first-class martial artist a year ago, but also consistently ranked among the top 3 in her academic pursuits. Suddenly, Yuan Xiao transformed into the quintessential neighborhood prodigy in Lu Xiaoru's eyes. Xiao Xiao, I heard your school has an elite class, right? With your talent. You must be part of it, Lu Xiaoru inquired. Indeed, Yuan Xiao nodded affirmatively. And Xian, curious as ever, added, I've heard that only geniuses can enter the elite class. Does that mean your class is quite small? Yes, rather, Yuan Xiao replied. In our senior elite class, there are only 12 students, and this year's freshman elite class is even smaller, with just 4 students. Amidst the meal, and Dahai, who had remained silent, sighed at this point. The martial arts are in decline, he noted. The conflict between humanity and the otherworldly beasts has grown increasingly fierce, leading to the gradual diminishment of talent and a dire future for humanity. And Dahai's remark cast a somber shadow over the atmosphere at the table. Lu Xiaoru, dissatisfied, kicked in Dahai playfully and shifted the topic, saying, Xiao Xiao, you must be exceptionally formidable in your elite class. Yuan Xiao replied politely, not really. I would consider myself average. There are a few truly remarkable individuals in our class. And Xian then inquired eagerly, Sister Xiao Xiao, who is the strongest in your class? Lin Fengtian, perhaps. He is renowned as a martial arts fanatic and is rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to a first-class martial artist, she replied. Wow, that is impressive. After dinner, Enlu was tasked by his mother with escorting Yuan Xiao to the taxi, and he complied without hesitation. As they walked, his bald head gleamed brightly under the streetlights, catching the eyes of elderly passers-by who recognized him, greeting him warmly. The story of Enli's bravery in rescuing people from a fire had already spread throughout the neighborhood, and they admired this young man wholeheartedly. Moreover, the news of Enlu becoming a martial artist filled them with pride at having such a neighbor. Enlu responded courteously to their greetings. Yuan Xiao observed this scene, understanding the underlying reason. During dinner, she had learned from Lu Xiaoru about the circumstances surrounding Enli's shaved head. He had saved over 20 individuals from a fire that had engulfed their community just yesterday. To be honest, had she not fortuitously passed by the burning building and witnessed its devastation firsthand, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. The sheer magnitude of it was astonishing. Even if a second-class martial artist had intervened, she believed they might not have emerged unscathed, let alone Enlu, who had sustained injuries while rescuing her just that morning. Yet the reality was undeniable. Enlu not only accomplished this feat, but also recovered remarkably well despite his injuries. Although Aunt Lu claimed that the blood spirit pill she gifted played a significant role, she firmly believed that it was Enli's uniqueness that truly shone through. Whether it was his courageous heart or his astonishing talent, he was indeed remarkable. Yuan Xiao suddenly recalled her father's words from yesterday while they were in the car. This Enlu is bound for an extraordinary future. As the director of the Jianyang Martial Arts Bureau, her father had encountered many prodigies, yet Enlu was the first to receive such praise from him. Contemplating this, Yuan Xiao couldn't help but glance curiously at the youth beside her, only to be met by the glimmering sheen of his bald head, which made her smile involuntarily. Noticing her suppressed laughter, Enlu took it in stride and humorously remarked, With me around, can you see the path more clearly on this dark road? Yuan Xiao chuckled and replied, Indeed, thank you so much. Enlu escorted Yuan Xiao to the entrance of her community, even hailing a taxi for her and watching as she climbed in. As she rolled down the window, Yuan Xiao inquired, Enlu, when will you return to classes? The principal has granted me a week off, but I should be back in school the day after tomorrow, he replied. Yuan Xiao nodded thoughtfully, No worries then. I wish you a swift recovery, and I'll see you at school. Goodbye, Enlu said, waving as he watched the taxi drive away before turning back toward the community. Suddenly, he hesitated. Typically, after dinner, he would run 10 laps around the neighborhood to condition his body. But now, running seemed far from his mind. A small step for a lazy fish, a giant leap towards self-destruction. One mustn't squander their youth. Not acting is not the Jianyang way. Upon returning home early, and Dahai and Lu Xiaoru merely asked if Enlu had seen Yuan Xiao off, showing little concern for his lack of exercise. After all, their son had just endured a significant ordeal, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were not worried. Even Indahai wished for his son to rest properly during this time. After Enlu retreated to his room to sleep, the family turned off the television and retired for the night, mindful not to disturb him. In the stillness of the night, at 1 o'clock in the morning, while the entire family slept soundly, a spirited debate erupted within Enli's body. Chapter 13, Dr. Gon. I have a plan to alleviate the boss's worries. Within Enlu, various organs engaged in animated discussions, their subject of debate being their master, Enlu himself. Brain, what should we do? Our master is becoming increasingly lethargic. He wasn't like this before. Heart, it must be the result of the accident 2 days ago that affected his brain. Brain, I'll give you a chance to repeat that. Heart, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Stomach, the boss is undoubtedly healthy. The issue must lie in the subconscious, otherwise, he wouldn't be constantly lamenting about wanting to die. Kidneys, then let us heal the master's subconscious? Brain, I wish it were that simple, but the subconscious is a realm we cannot access. How do we heal it? Hands, if we can't heal it, so be it. If the master is lazy, we shall work harder. Eyes, I agree. My X-ray vision is still under development, and I'm willing to work diligently. I'm willing to put in extra hours. Please, boss, support us with some vital energy. The brain sighed. Even if we can reinforce ourselves, without the master's cooperation, the results will not be particularly remarkable. Let us all brainstorm to see if we can come up with other methods. The organs fell silent, until suddenly, the liver spoke up. Liver, master, I have a plan. We can subtly guide the master into cooperating with our training. The brain inquired, Liver, what do you propose? The liver replied, while the master sleeps, we can take control of his body to exercise. The brain responded, no. Even if the master is asleep, we have no right to control his actions. The liver countered, not so. Master, have you forgotten? There is a state in which the master can be temporarily controlled by us. The other organs chimed in, sleepwalking. The brain exclaimed, ah, this method is excellent. It not only ensures the master's rest, but also transforms his downtime into additional training time. 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, let us proceed with this plan. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Anil suddenly opened his eyes and, with somewhat rigid movements, began to dress like a marionette. It was exceedingly strange. The heart remarked, Master, this won't do. Is it really that difficult to put on clothes? The brain replied, for a first attempt at controlling the master's body, this is quite satisfactory. With a bit of practice, it should improve. Remember, our sole responsibility is training. We must not use the master's sleepwalking time for any purpose other than training. Understood. You've repeated it dozens of times. The lungs affirmed, understood. The liver echoed, understood. Soon, Anil was dressed and, under the brain's control, quietly left the house. While his subconscious remained immersed in dreams of countless ways a person might meet their demise. Upon exiting the residential complex, all the organs erupted in cheers. The brain declared, this is a small step for us, but a significant leap forward for the master. The heart cheered, oh yes, let us train. Carrying the master feels exhilarating. The lungs shouted, let us go. The brain commanded, heart, lungs, kidneys, all of you, give your utmost cooperation. Our training begins now. The organs responded in unison, received. With great enthusiasm, the organs controlled Anil's body, crouching down to assume the starting position of a sprinter. Then, at the brain's command, the body surged forward. The brain laughed triumphantly, ha ha ha, we are unstoppable. We are invincible. Just then, a voice interrupted, Anil, what are you doing out so late? The brain quickly replied, at the north gate. Is there a problem with us going out for a workout? The heart cautioned, Master, you have broken the rules. We cannot interfere with the master's social interactions. The brain retorted, silence. We must at least maintain appearances. Otherwise, how can we go out? The night guard, overhearing this, was taken aback, thinking, goodness, is this how genius has become these days? At the stroke of 2 in the morning, he commenced his training. However, he dared not intervene. Word had spread throughout the community that Anil was a martial artist. As a mere gatekeeper, he would not presume to meddle in the affairs of a martial artist, even if he possessed tenfold the courage. After all, in a small place like Jianyang, those who become martial artists are few and far between. Such diligence is commendable. I shall grant you passage. The gatekeeper said nothing further and promptly opened the small iron gate beside the community entrance. Thank you, Anil replied. Bolting through the gate with remarkable speed, quickly vanishing from the young gatekeeper's sight. Is this the speed of a martial artist? The streetlights cast a dim glow as Anil sprinted onward, his mind racing. Brain, he hasn't pursued me, has he? Ears, no? Rest assured, boss. Brain, good. I almost met an untimely fate before the mission even began. All departments, proceed to action. Target, Luoyin River. With a command from his mind, Anil's body surged forward, akin to a cheetah on the hunt, displaying astonishing velocity. Luoyin River, the largest river in Jianyang, winds through the entirety of the Eastern District. It has been calculated that for a 25-year-old adult, completing a lap around Luoyin River would require at least 4 hours, a benchmark for those who regularly engage in physical training. For the majority of ordinary individuals, traversing the entire circumference of Luoyin River is a formidable challenge, with few able to achieve it. Naturally, martial artists have also tested their limits here. An elite martial artist, having refined their lower body bones, can complete a lap in approximately 2 hours. In contrast, those who prioritize the refinement of their upper body bones during the first tier take significantly longer, averaging around 3 hours. Luoyin River has long served as a training ground for martial artists in Jianyang's Eastern District. The picturesque scenery and the rushing waters imbue an unspoken motivation, attracting martial artists in scattered groups or alone to train at dawn, beginning around 4 in the morning. Yet today, at 2:30, Luoyin River welcomed the swift silhouette of Anil, or rather, the sleepwalking Anil. His mind temporarily muted all sensory perceptions of his body, allowing him to run at breakneck speed without experiencing any hint of soreness. His organs could run unabated, free from fatigue and pain, only striving to shatter their limits. Coupled with their remarkable self-healing capabilities, even if his ligaments were to tear, they would swiftly mend to their original state. First lap, half an hour. Second lap, 1 hour. Third lap, 50 minutes. As time progressed, the sky gradually brightened, and Anil's speed intensified. Meanwhile, across the street from Luoyin River, a youth of similar age to Anil rose from the breakfast table and made his way toward the river. Boss, the money is on the table. Hey, Xiaolin, what money are you talking about? The boss exclaimed. Yet, the young Lin did not glance back. He merely waved his hand, subsequently removing his shirt, revealing a physique reminiscent of a ferocious beast. In a swift motion, he dashed away, vanishing from the proprietor's sight in an instant. Chapter 14. The Mad Warrior. Lin Fengtian's astonishment. The owner of the breakfast shop gazed in admiration at the direction in which Lin had disappeared, exclaiming, "Such perseverance is not something an ordinary person can possess." Each morning, Lin would come to the Luoyin River to train, and prior to his workouts, he would invariably have breakfast at the owner's establishment. At 4 o'clock in the morning, this hour saw few souls on the streets, save for those like him who prepared breakfast or cleaned the streets. Yet, Lin had consistently arrived punctually at this hour for 3 consecutive years to hone his physique, irrespective of inclement weather. Over the years, the owner had come to learn of Lin's esteemed identity as the top student of the elite class at Jianyang High School. Lin Fengtian. To be admitted into the elite class at Jianyang High signifies that one is among the most talented youths in Jianyang City. As the foremost student in this elite class, Lin Fengtian truly embodies the essence of genius, a veritable star of tomorrow. Upon discovering Lin's identity, the owner had taken it upon himself to uncover some intriguing tales about him. Lin Fengtian had garnered the nickname the Mad Warrior within the school, and his striking appearance coupled with formidable strength had drawn the admiration of countless young women. However, his singular devotion to martial arts rendered him indifferent to his admirers, leading to whispered speculations about his potential disinterest in women. The owner was well aware that such rumors were unfounded. Through 3 years of casual conversation, he had begun to discern Lin Fengtian's character. Seemingly, his sole focus was on martial training, with little regard for other aspects of life. Yet, there was one notable exception. Lin Fengtian relished engaging in sparring with others, unleashing his full might in each bout. This fervor often resulted in his sparring partners sustaining injuries, ranging from minor to severe. It was said that Lin had yet to suffer a defeat against his peers, a claim the owner found entirely credible. One fateful morning, he had witnessed 6 intoxicated ruffians causing a scene outside his shop. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Fengtian had dispatched all 6 men, their menacing demeanor subdued solely because they had interrupted his meal. Following this incident, the Martial Management Bureau arrived to assess the situation, confirming that the 6 drunken men had sustained significant injuries, with one or two limbs fractured. Meanwhile, Lin Fengtian left unscathed, even when inflicting harm upon others. Such was the prerogative of a martial artist. With innate talent, unwavering focus, and an extraordinary work ethic, if Lin Fengtian were not deemed the strongest genius, it would be an affront to justice. Arriving at the cobblestone path along the Luoyan River, Lin did not immediately commence his running regimen. Instead, he hung his shirt on a tree branch and bent down to the ground to perform a series of peculiar exercises. As he twisted and contorted, the muscles beneath his skin surged and rippled, akin to a coiled mouse stirring beneath the surface. This is the exclusive body conditioning exercise of the elite class, designed to invigorate the vital energy and facilitate the flow of meridians. Under the warm-up of this exercise, he can complete a lap around the Luoyan River in at least 2 minutes less. Yesterday's record was 1 hour and 5 minutes. Today, he hopes to shatter that record. Lin Fengtian slowly rises, narrowing his eyes and practicing the breathing technique, gradually emptying his mind of distractions. Only with a tranquil heart can one excel in any endeavor. And cultivation is no exception. Suddenly, Lin Fengtian feels a gust of wind rush past him, and his vision momentarily brightens. He abruptly opens his eyes. What just flew by? The faint sound of footsteps reaches his ears, gradually fading away. Lin Fengtian turns in astonishment, his pupils dilating. How brilliant! How swift! After the initial surprise, a fervent desire for competition surges within him. Let us see who is faster. Lin Fengtian, with a manic expression, bellows and darts like an arrow toward the bald figure ahead. Thus, two silhouettes race along the banks of Luoyan Lake, each step stirring the fallen leaves beneath them. Both are martial artists of the first rank, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Only those who have trained in martial arts could hope to catch a glimpse of their figures. After approximately 5 minutes, Lin Fengtian, who had initially pursued with confidence, gradually shifts to astonishment. So fast. This person is incredibly swift. Despite his relentless acceleration, the distance between them continues to widen, from an initial 50 meters to 60 meters, then 70 to 100 meters. Athletic prowess is one of the manifestations of a martial artist's comprehensive strength. Judging from the figure ahead, the bald man appears to be of a similar age. Though they are of comparable years, the other's overall prowess is evidently superior. This realization is particularly hard for Lin Fengtian to accept. Although he has never claimed to be the most gifted among his peers, he has always been regarded as a genius among geniuses in both his family and school, especially after entering the elite class. He has emerged as the top among many talents, signifying his position as the foremost in Jianyang City. He takes immense pride in this honor and cherishes it deeply. He believes in his own talent and would never squander it. Thus, he perseveres day after day, striving to become stronger. Yet at this moment, this so-called genius, this so-called number one, is being left far behind by a peer. This is beyond belief and acceptance. Impossible. How could Lin Fengtian ever lose to another? The obsession shatters his limitations. In that instant, Lin Fengtian unexpectedly breaks through to the next rank of martial artist. His speed surges dramatically. As Lin Fengtian raced forward, he remained oblivious to his own breakthrough in mastery. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to surpass the individual ahead. However, upon reaching the bend in the road, he discovered that the bald man had vanished. The opponent had departed, leaving Lin Fengtian engulfed by an unexpected wave of self-doubt and emptiness. He realized that in this contest of speed, he had suffered a humiliating defeat, marking the first failure of his life at the hands of a peer. After a fleeting moment of despondency, a fierce determination ignited within Lin Fengtian's gaze. I hope you return tomorrow. I shall surely surpass you. At 5 o'clock in the morning, under the control of his brain and various organs, Anil stealthily returned home. Fortunately, his family remained asleep, ensuring that their escapade would not be discovered. At 6:30, Anil was stirred awake by a persistent alarm clock, yet he refrained from rising. Instead, he reached out, silenced the alarm, and drifted back into slumber. It was not until 7:30, when the enticing aroma of breakfast wafted from the kitchen, that Anil resolved to greet the new day. He sat up in bed, casually reaching for a shirt to wear. Why does this shirt reek of sweat? I didn't even exercise yesterday. In the next moment, he became aware that he too was rather clammy. Confused, he pondered, could it have warmed up overnight? Or has my body developed some peculiar anomaly? Nevertheless, Anil was mentally prepared for any unusual manifestations, for not everyone's body would rebel against them. Thus, he dismissed the thought and proceeded to the bathroom with a change of clothes. Seeing that his master harbored no significant suspicions, the organs within Anil's body collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Deciding to return to school the following day, Anil, after finishing breakfast, reclined on the long bench in his room, indulging in leisure. He spent his time scrolling through his phone and playing games, enjoying his carefree existence. As for any reckless undertakings, he believed they would come to him in due time. If fate had not yet arrived, he would simply bide his days. Suddenly, while perusing news on his phone, Anil received a message from Lu Ming. Lu Ming, wow, I just saw that Ruan Xiao was at your house for dinner yesterday. Anil glanced at Ruan Xiao's post, and indeed, she had shared a picture from their meal last night. Anil, you actually added Ruan Xiao as a friend? I thought you preferred men. Lu Ming, get lost. She added me. She asked for your and your sister's QQ numbers, lamenting that you didn't invite me for ribs. Heartbroken. Anil, I'll treat you to rib rice when I return to school tomorrow. How about that? Lu Ming, haha, sounds good. Lu Ming, so you're coming back to class tomorrow? Anil, of course, after all, I am a diligent student. Lu Ming, TSK, TSK, TSK. If Ruan Xiao hadn't posted a selfie, your return tomorrow wouldn't matter much. However, I still advise you to stay in bed for a few more days. And Lu Si, why? Is it illegal to eat pork ribs at my home? Lu Ming, it's not about the pork ribs, it's about Ruan Xiao. And Lu Si, her legal troubles are none of my concern. Lu Ming, seriously. Let me ask you, who is Ruan Xiao? And Lu Si, is that even a question worth asking? Ruan Xiao is Ruan Xiao. Lu Ming, what do you mean? I'm referring to Ruan Xiao, the campus belle, the icy goddess with countless admirers. Now that a photo of her dining with you has surfaced, do you really wish to be torn apart by those suitors? Lu Ming, I overheard others discussing it. Ruan Xiao has admirers not just in the ordinary classes, but even among the elite. Lu Ming, if you don't want to be beaten up right after leaving the hospital, you should stay home a bit longer. And Lu Si, what is there to fear? You're still around, aren't you? Lu Ming, you really think I can fend off 2 elite students for you? Can you handle the rest? And Lu Si, I cannot. Lu Ming, then that settles it. And Lu Si, it's better if I can't. Lu Ming, what are you plotting? And Lu Si, just wait and see my space later. Subsequently, and Lu exited the chat and went to Ruan Xiao's space, liking the photo she had posted and even leaving a comment. Xiao Xiao, come visit me again soon. My mom will make turtle soup in a few days. It's great for your health. Then, and Lu sent a message to an Xine, and Lu Si, dear sister, please send me a few of the commemorative photos you took during dinner last night. I want the ones with Ruan Xiao in them. The clearer, the better. An Xine Liang, I'm in class. No way. And Lu Si, just testing you. Are you really using your phone in class? Wait until Dad hears about this. An Xine Liang, you're truly despicable. And Lu Si, thank you for the compliment. An Xine Liang shared 5 photos with you. After successfully obtaining the photos, and Lu began to meticulously edit them, first applying a mosaic effect to the faces of family members, then adorning her and Ruan Xiao's faces with cute stickers, little stars, hearts, blush marks, arrows through hearts, and flying kisses. Once finished, and Lu posted a status in her space, accompanied by the edited images, an unforgettable night. Ruan Xiao is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. I look forward to seeing her again at school tomorrow. No sooner had she posted than Lu Ming commented below. Lu Ming. Immediately after, his private message arrived. Lu Ming, what the hell, have you lost your mind? Lu Ming, quickly take it down while there are still few viewers, otherwise, if it reaches Ruan Xiao's admirers, you can just wait to lie in a coffin. Well, that makes sense. She didn't know many people from other classes, and the number of those who could see her status was still too small. So, and Lu decided to share her recent status in the class group. The small class group is merely insufficient. There are even groups for the gymnastics team, the duty roster for the square, the 2022 speech competition, and the Jianyang charity events, among countless others. As long as it pertains to their school, he has shared them all. Soon enough, many curious individuals clicked to join. Upon discovering that one of the protagonists was the school's renowned beauty, their gossiping spirits ignited instantly. They eagerly shared and flocked to comment beneath Anil's post. Incredible. Wow. Anil, have you truly captured beauty? Is the school beauty now taken? No way. Is this for real, or is it just a prank? Anil, from this day forth, you shall be my idol. Suddenly, A private message popped up from Yuan Xiao. Anil promptly replied, haha, just joking, waiting for me to transform those toads into frogs. However, to Anil's surprise, Yuan Xiao was not angry. Instead, she remarked, those guys can be quite bothersome. Would you like me to stoke the flames? Grinning, Anil's eyes lit up, absolutely. Before long, beneath Anil's post, another comment appeared. Anil is both handsome and a gentleman. Thank you for the invitation. I will definitely attend, and I adore your hairstyle. With Yuan Xiao's comment, Anil's post surged to heights it did not rightfully deserve. Various onlookers began to share it. A throng of commenters soon followed suit. Wow, so Yuan, the school beauty, likes bald heads. You should have mentioned it earlier. I'm heading to shave right now. Shaving now is pointless. She's already taken. Woe is me, I've suffered a heartbreak. This shouldn't be. I've always been bald. Why hasn't he, the school beauty, ever noticed me? Soon, this post reached the circle of Yuan Zhao's suitors. Consequently, a barrage of harsh comments appeared in the comments section. Anil, I suggest you take a look in the mirror. Don't harbor thoughts that don't belong to you. I advise you not to show up at school tomorrow, or else. You bald head. Just wait. Beheading. Seeing these fierce comments, Anil was overjoyed and promptly replied to each, further provoking them. What? Are you going to bite me? Whether I go to school or not is none of your business. Is the school your family has property? Is your grandpa waiting here? What now? Caring for the mentally challenged. Chapter 16, Master of Self-Destruction, achieving a body strength of the second rank. Undoubtedly, Anil's string of bold replies thoroughly infuriated Yuan Zhao's suitors. They swiftly united and declared, don't let us see you at school. Anil was quite pleased with this outcome. As long as one possesses keen eyes, life is replete with opportunities for self-destruction. In stark contrast to Anil's delight, his friend Lu Ming had already placed Anil on the list of potential casualties. Lu Ming, what denomination of ghost money do you prefer? I could buy you 2 stacks tomorrow. Euthanasia, just transfer the money directly to me. The amount is inconsequential. What matters most is the brotherly bond. Lu Ming, I am not jesting. Do you know what nickname the basketball team just bestowed upon you? Euthanasia, what is it? Lu Ming, the master of self-destruction. Euthanasia. Not bad. I quite like that title. At noon, upon returning home from school, Anshin stealthily crept into Anil's room. Anil was seated at his desk, engrossed in a video game. Anshin stood beside him and quietly inquired, Brother, is what you posted in your space true? Have you developed feelings for Sister Xiao Xiao? That's false. I don't believe you. You must have feelings for her. Otherwise, why did you risk your life to save her during the last accident? You must have ulterior motives. Think what you will, Anil replied absently, his gaze fixed on his phone. Anshin crossed her arms, adopting a contemplative expression. Sister Xiao Xiao is indeed wonderful. She's beautiful, polite, and comes from a good family. She's simply my dream sister-in-law. It's a pity, though, that you are clearly unworthy of her. Ah, yes, I am unworthy of her. Well, it seems you possess some self-awareness, Anshin nodded. But since you are my brother, I have a friendship with Sister Xiao Xiao. Once I play matchmaker, who knows? Perhaps your relationship with her will blossom. Then, Sister Xiao Xiao will become my sister-in-law. With a genius from the elite class of Jianyang High as my sister-in-law, I could do as I please at Hongri Primary School. Ha! The more Anil listened, the more uneasy he felt. He set down his phone and glanced at his sister. Are you seeking a wife for me or a benefactor for yourself? Isn't it the same? Same? You haven't even mastered basic arithmetic and yet aspire to be a matchmaker? Hurry and finish your homework. Anshin made a face at Anil, about to walk away when she suddenly turned back and exclaimed, Delete it. Delete what? The chat history from this morning. Don't even think about using it to threaten me. Am I that kind of person? Otherwise. At noon, at the dining table, Anshin and Anil exchanged glances, each refraining from exposing the other's secrets. Anshin's chat history and Anil's public declaration of affection. This was their silent agreement. During the meal, Anil suddenly recalled his intention to return to school the following day without informing their parents. He thus spoke up, Mom and Dad, I will be returning to school tomorrow. His mother, Lu Xiaoru, immediately opposed. Why the rush to return to school? We aren't even sure if your health has fully recovered. I'm really fine now. I've consumed countless blood spirit pills, not to mention a severe injury. Even if I were dead, they would bring me back. Anil defended himself. He knew that attributing his rapid recovery to his abnormal physique was less convincing than stating the efficacy of the blood spirit pill gifted by Yuan Xiao. After all, the blood spirit pill could be measured in gold, which which would undoubtedly be more persuasive to ordinary parents. Lu Xiaoru shot her son a glare. Enough of this talk of life and death. Don't mention such things at the dinner table. At this moment, Father Andahai intervened, saying, "It's all right. With the college entrance examination approaching, it's rare for Anil to possess such a diligent heart. How about this, Anil? You shall go to the hospital for a checkup this afternoon. If everything is fine, you can return to school." Anil nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Anil arrived at the hospital. Unlike the previous two occasions when he had been carried in, this time he confidently walked into the hospital lobby. As soon as Anil appeared, a nurse in the distance immediately recognized him. "Anil," she exclaimed, recalling that he was the only patient in the hospital who had been brought in twice in a single day while on the brink of death, only to leave in good health without any resuscitation measures. The nurse, startled, rushed to the office of the emergency department head. "Director, that Anil has come again." Upon hearing the name, the emergency department head, who had been bent over his desk recording schedules, jolted upright in surprise. He dashed out, exclaiming, "What trouble has that boy caused today?" Upon arriving in the lobby, he saw Anil registering and shouted, "Why are you still registering?" Hearing the familiar voice, Anil turned and saw the director approaching him, smiling as he greeted, "Director Chung, what a coincidence." Chung Wai Hero, as stated on his lab coat, responded, Come. Let's go to the emergency room. Can you still walk, or should I carry you?" Anil was taken aback. "I'm just here for a physical examination." "Do I really need to go to the emergency room? Physical examination?" The director and the nurse echoed in unison. "What else could it be?" Anil replied. The director turned to the nurse, who sheepishly smiled. "Sorry, I made a mistake." Soon, the examination concluded. Since he was not busy, Director Chung took the time to review Anil's test results. "How's your health?" he inquired. "You are simply in an extraordinarily healthy state." "What's wrong?" Chung looked deeply at Anil. His eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Glancing at the test results, he sighed. "The functionality of your organs has reached the level of a second-tier warrior." "Anil, tell me the truth. Are you truly human?" He hoped Anil would say no, for if he were, it would be quite disheartening. After all, Anil was merely 17, yet possessed the physique of a second-tier warrior, surpassing his own physical abilities. This was utterly unfathomable. Anil responded, "What do you think? Didn't you just take an X-ray? You must have seen the shape of my underwear." "Boxers," Chung replied, exasperated. After all these years, he finally understood what true genius was. No wonder Principal Jun held him in such high regard. Suddenly, Director Chung seemed to remember something and asked, "Have you undergone a blood and chi test? Does your chi and blood value meet the standards of a second-tier warrior?" "I once conducted a test at home, scoring 185. However, I utilized a household blood vitality device, rendering the result somewhat unreliable." Director Chung remarked, "Our hospital has just received a new batch of blood vitality testing machines today. Would you like to have your measurements taken?" "Certainly," and Lun nodded in agreement, eager to ascertain the current state of his health. Chapter 17, Martial Arts, Second Tier, Lin Feng Tian's Battle Intent. Director Chung guided Enlu to a secluded room. Inside, rows of tables housed precision instruments, each about the size of a shoebox. Enlu had seen images of this novel blood vitality machine on certain forums and had heard tales of their remarkable accuracy. In contrast, the small household device could only measure vitality values within the second tier and was plagued by sluggish data responses and fluctuations, its only merit being its affordability. Director Chung approached one of the machines. After manipulating it for a moment, he instructed Enlu, "First, wipe your index finger with an alcohol swab. Then press it into this recess." Enlu complied. Within mere seconds, the machine displayed a figure, 235. Goodness! The muscles on Director Cheng's face twitched, and Li's vitality surpassed his own by a full 20 points. With the physical strength of a second-tier martial artist and a vitality value akin to that of a lower second-tier martial artist, it was evident that Enlu had truly become a second-tier martial artist, though he had yet to undergo certification with the Martial Arts Association. It was astounding to witness someone achieve in 17 years what had taken Director Chung over 40 years of cultivation. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. Enlu himself was taken aback, realizing his vitality had exceeded 200 points, especially considering he had only measured 180 the previous day. The difference was a staggering 50 points. However, he understood that this was not a sudden surge in his vitality but rather the unreliability of the household device, a mere folly of intelligence. At this moment, Director Cheng's mindset had transformed entirely from just a minute prior. While he had initially perceived Enlil as an extraordinary talent, he now regarded him as a formidable second-tier warrior, a youthful powerhouse surpassing his own capabilities. At only 17, Enlil's future appeared bright and promising. To have the opportunity to connect with such a potential dragon could be seen as a stroke of luck for Director Chung. He personally escorted Enlil to the hospital entrance. As they parted, a thought struck him, prompting him to say, "Enlil, you are now eligible to seek certification of your strength tier with the Martial Arts Association. As a second-tier martial artist, you will receive a monthly subsidy of 50,000 yuan from the association, which is quite a considerable sum that can procure ample cultivation resources." Enlil nodded eagerly. "Indeed, I had forgotten about the subsidy. Thank you for the reminder, Director Chung." Upon returning home, Enlil presented the medical report from the hospital to his parents. However, they were unable to comprehend it, especially the doctor's remarks, which appeared as indecipherable scribbles to them. It was merely a conjecture, but the doctor's remarks suggested that their son was remarkably healthy. However, when Dahai and Lu Xiaoru laid eyes on the final blood report of Enlil, they were both rendered speechless. Although the report was filled with numerous data points that the elderly couple struggled to comprehend, one figure was unmistakably clear: blood vitality value, 235. 235. The standard for a second-tier martial artist, as established by the Martial Arts Association, is 200 points. Their son had not only reached this threshold, but had surpassed it by 35 points. And Dahai blinked in disbelief, poring over the report multiple times to ensure that the decimal had not been misplaced. Could this possibly be true? He turned to his son, "Xiaolu, your blood vitality value is already at 235. Enlil, however, appeared unfazed. Sitting on the sofa sipping plain water, he nodded and replied, "Yes. That's what the hospital's blood vitality machine indicated. It should be fairly accurate. 235. A second-tier martial artist." Xiaolu had achieved the status of a second-tier martial artist, and Dahai was overwhelmed with excitement. Lu Xiaoru snatched the report from her husband's hands, her face radiating joy. "Haha, I never expected that my son, and Dahai, would become a second-tier martial artist at just 17. What a prodigy." And Dahai himself had been a second-tier martial artist, but he had to endure years of rigorous training in the military to barely attain that level. Although he had soon suffered severe injuries that caused him to fall from that realm, he understood better than anyone the challenges faced by a child from an ordinary family in reaching the second tier. Not to mention the second tier. Even becoming a first-tier martial artist was an insurmountable challenge for the vast majority of common folk. The Yin family was truly blessed. If he were to share this news with his comrades, they would undoubtedly be incredulous. "Ha ha ha." And Dahai called out to his wife, Xiaoli's mother, "We want to be cooking today. Let us celebrate with a grand feast at a restaurant." At noon, after school, the bewildered and Xin was taken to an opulent restaurant by her family. Upon hearing her father exclaim that her older brother's blood vitality value had reached 235, she thought they must all be out of their minds. Yet, upon receiving the blood test report from her mother, she was left utterly dumbfounded. "Holy cow, I'm the sister of a second-tier martial artist? Does that mean I can do whatever I want at school?" At the dining table, an Xin inquired of her brother, "Have you gone to the Martial Arts Association for tier certification?" "Not yet. I'll go in a couple of days when I have the time," Enlil replied. Hearing this, Dahai suggested to his son, "At the end of the month, I need to go to the Martial Arts Association to collect the subsidy. You should accompany me. We can get your tier certified and collect the funds as well." Enlil nodded. "Sure, a couple of days' delay won't matter." As the night deepened, the entire family fell into slumber, including Enlil. Suddenly, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Enlil jolted upright in bed. "Brain, brothers, let us head to Luoyan River." The cold wind rustled along the Luoyan River, the streetlights casting a dim glow, and the streets lay deserted. In days gone by, this hour would have been lively only with stray cats and dogs. Yet today, beside the Luoyan River, there was a solitary figure, performing push-ups on the cobblestone path with remarkable speed. His rhythm was swift, yet his breathing remained remarkably steady. This individual was, of course, Lin Fengtian, who speculated that the enigmatic bald man he encountered the previous night might return today. Thus, he forewent rest and arrived early, awaiting his opponent, determined to prevail. Last night, by fortuitous circumstances, he had broken through to a higher realm. Today, he had sought guidance from his homeroom teacher and, under the teacher's supervision, solidified his newfound mastery, who also pointed out minor errors in his breathing technique. At this moment, he adjusted his body to its peak condition. exuding confidence in his ability to defeat the bald man. Suddenly, a rapid, light footfall approached from afar. Lin Fengtian's gaze ignited with fervor and fighting spirit. Turning to look, he recognized the familiar figure racing towards him. In an instant, Lin Fengtian became ecstatic. Come on, come on, come on. This time, I will surely win. Chapter 18. Despair of Lin Fengtian. Body out of control. In a heartbeat, Anil had dashed to Lin Fengtian's front. Ready for this moment, Lin Fengtian propelled himself forward, sprinting alongside Anil towards the west. Brain, who is this fellow? He seems to be waiting for his master. Eyes, no recollection. Brain, cripple, slow down a bit and see what this person intends to do. Legs, understood. Anil deliberately eased his pace slightly. However, Lin Fengtian remained oblivious. On the contrary, upon noticing that his full-speed sprint was nearly on par with Anil's, he grew even more exhilarated. Indeed, in my peak condition, I am no longer the one who could be easily outpaced yesterday. With this thought, Lin Fengtian unleashed a surge of power, accelerating and surpassing Anil by 2 body lengths. Heart, wait a minute, is this kid challenging us to a race? Brain, the youth today truly lacks awareness, racing against us. Cripple, speed up. Show this lad what invincibility means. Legs, watch me. Heart, lungs, kidneys. Synchronize with me. Heart, just run like the wind. Leave the rest to us. In this moment, the body, now under the brain's command, held nothing back. Vital energy surged forth, legs propelling him forward at an astonishing pace. With a resounding crash, several fist-sized pebbles were crushed to dust beneath Anil's foot, and he abruptly vanished from sight. No. Hearing the sound, Lin Fengtian immediately sensed something amiss. Before he could turn to investigate, he felt a gale whip up from his right side. In the next instant, that person had already appeared 5 meters ahead of him. Impossible. Lin Fengtian's pupils dilated to their fullest extent. From the moment he heard the sound to the instant he saw that figure appear ahead, less than half a second had elapsed. Yet that individual had traversed at least 7 meters? Such explosive power could not possibly belong to a first-tier martial artist. Even during the first-tier phase, a martial artist who had tempered their leg bones would be incapable of such a feat. Because he himself was currently refining his leg bones, he was acutely aware of the limits of explosive power possessed by first-tier martial artists, which were nowhere near as terrifying as what this person exhibited. Could it be that he was a second-tier martial artist? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a young second-tier martial artist exist in Jianyang City? Lin Fengtian was loath to accept this conjecture, for it would mean that his once proud martial talent was merely the absurd arrogance of a frog at the bottom of a well. I must go faster. I must go faster. Lin Fengtian roared within, recklessly dashing forward. Even if this action might inflict harm upon his body, he only desired victory, disregarding all else. In this desperate sprint, the distance between him and Enlu began to gradually diminish, allowing Lin Fengtian to regain some confidence, momentarily forgetting the pain caused by the pressure on his leg muscles. Brain, yes, just like that. Gradually reduce speed. Legs, boss, why give him a chance? Brain, it's rare to encounter someone who wishes to compete with us. Winning at once would be too mundane. Let us toy with him first. Ears, that kid is catching up to us. Brain, all right. Cripple, begin to accelerate. Legs, understood. So close. Lin Fengtian, just 2 meters behind Enlu, felt a pang of regret. If only he had been a tad faster, he could have surpassed him. But there is no medicine for regret. Aware of this truth, Lin Fengtian quickly calmed his emotions, preparing to await another opportunity to overtake Enlu. Through prior observation, Lin Fengtian had discerned that the person ahead had been sprinting at the limits of his physical capacity. While this method allowed him a temporary lead, the side effects of such a physically exhausting run would soon take their toll. The capillaries would begin to rupture, the leg muscles would start to ache, heart rate would accelerate, and breath would grow erratic. And at that moment, would be his chance to turn the tide. Time trickled by. At last, Lin Fengtian, relentlessly pursuing Enlu, suddenly noticed that the speed of the man ahead had visibly slowed. Indeed, your body is beginning to falter. To enhance speed by exhausting one's body is the most foolish of methods. Once I catch up to you, you will have no opportunity to reclaim your lead. A confident smile graced Lin Fengtian's face as he suddenly surged ahead. In an instant, the distance closed. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters, 1 meter. Neck and neck. Overtake. I have finally surpassed you. Lin Fengtian's heart soared with joy, yet he did not relent. Instead, he continuously increased his speed, widening the gap between himself and Enlu. He aimed for a resounding victory over Enlu, ensuring he would never again have the chance to overtake him. As Lin Fengtian heard the footsteps behind him gradually fade away, he realized that he had successfully distanced himself from his opponent, leaving them with no chance for a comeback. Finally, the victor was undoubtedly himself, Lin Fengtian. In that moment, he longed to unleash a hearty laugh. But the complete absence of sound behind him stifled his joy. Something was amiss. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Fengtian's heart as he turned around, only to find Enlu standing 50 meters away, smiling serenely and observing him. What was happening? Just as confusion filled Lin Fengtian's mind, he saw Enlu move. Like a flash of lightning, Enlu vanished from sight and reappeared, now a mere 10 meters closer. Impossible! Lin Fengtian cried out in disbelief, his instincts urging him to flee with all his might. Yet, within mere seconds, he felt that familiar gust of wind whip past his right side once again. So swift. The sound of stones cracking echoed as pebbles shattered into dust, propelled by the whirlwind created by Enlu's approach. However, being effortlessly overtaken was merely the prelude to a more profound despair. Lin Fengtian realized that no matter how much he accelerated, the distance between them only widened, stretching further and further until he grasped the harsh truth. He had undeniably lost. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him, causing his pace to falter. All along, he had been hailed as a genius, and he had always accepted that title for himself. But now, Lin Fengtian comprehended the bitter reality. He was merely the tallest among a group of diminutive individuals. After running for a while longer, Lin Fengtian finally spotted the figure of the so-called genius ahead, standing at a crossroads, seemingly preparing to depart. He hurried forward and called out, "Who are you? I've never heard of you in Jiangyang." "Heart. Boss, that guy is calling for you." "Brain. Ignore him. Remember, the master is currently in a trance. We have no authority to engage with others on their behalf." "Who am I?" "Heart. Didn't you say we can't communicate?" "Who am I?" Enlu muttered to himself in a daze, as if in a dream. "Brain, what the hell? I didn't issue a command to speak. Is that the master speaking?" "All organs, huh? Heart. Could it be that the master has awakened?" "Brain, no. The master is still asleep. But who is this speaking?" "Heart. Damn, something seems off with the master. Boss, you need to reclaim your body." "Brain. All right, I'll try." "Brain, it's over. I can't take control. The master's body is under the influence of an unfamiliar subconscious." As Lin Fengtian approached, he beheld the face of the individual who had utterly defeated him. The expression was blank, the eyes clouded. "Who am I? Who am I really? What is wrong with you?" Sensing something amiss, Lin Fengtian attempted to inquire further. However, Anil remained ensnared in a relentless cycle of self-interrogation. "Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?" His tone grew increasingly agitated and frenzied. Witnessing this unsettling spectacle, Lin Fengtian, often labeled as the martial madman, felt an eerie tremor of unease ripple through him. Suddenly, Anil halted, lifting his gaze towards Lin Fengtian. His expression was frigid, his eyes swirling with chaotic black mist that refracted ominously in the moonlight. That gaze resembled the stare of a corpse. In that instant of being scrutinized, Lin Fengtian felt as though he were plunging into an abyss. Every hair on his body standing on end. His form quaked uncontrollably. Instinct, his sixth sense, and every fiber of his being screamed a perilous warning. Death. Chapter 19. The terrifying presence regains control. Flee. I must escape. For the first time in his life, Lin Fengtian was gripped by the urgent need to run. Others deemed him a martial madman. Even he held that belief. Since childhood, he had devoted himself to martial arts, forsaking all other pursuits in life. During solitary training sessions, he often pondered the notion that if faced with a life or death choice, as long as he could advance in martial arts, what fear did death hold? Yet now, death loomed near. He realized that his previous fearlessness stemmed from ignorance. Lin Fengtian was overcome with terror, gripped by the dread of dying in this very place. He yearned to flee, but escape eluded him, that uncanny gaze, as if from the depths of hell, ensnared him tightly. It suffocated him. It rendered him powerless. He couldn't even utter a plea for mercy, even though the other party made no move, merely observing him in silence. Thump, 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 thump. Lin Fengtian felt his heartbeat quicken. his blood surging throughout his body. Though his body remained immobile, his heart raced as if it were beyond his control, beating ever faster. Externally restrained, yet internally tumultuous. It felt as if he bore the weight of an immense mountain, with a volcano simmering within, poised to erupt. His heart was that very volcano, ready to explode. Thump, 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 thump. Lin Fengtian's heart rate hit its zenith. Blood continued to swell within his veins, rendering his eyes bloodshot. His skin flushed crimson. Every vein and artery bulged, as if countless grotesque insects were forcing their way beneath his skin. Help me! Lin Fengtian screamed in despair within. Regret washed over him. He lamented why he had provoked this individual. Why had he dared to engage in conversation? Heart, oh no, something is terribly wrong. That person is about to be rendered lifeless by the master. Eyes, boss, think of a way out. Brain, I want to save him too, but I can't seize control of the master's body right now. Lungs, it's over, it's over. We've caused trouble. The master will become a murderer because of us. Brain, quick, think of something. What should we do? What should we do? Suddenly, blood erupted from Lin Fengtian's 7 orifices. The brilliance in his eyes was gradually fading. The passage of time seemed to slow, and the surrounding air became thick and viscous. The leaves falling from the trees lingered in midair. In such circumstances, Lin Fengtian's bodily agony was magnified endlessly. Memories from his childhood flashed through his mind, and he recalled how he had practiced in solitude, endlessly, relentlessly. Now, however, he saw his parents, who had always stood by him, while he had neglected their presence. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I truly do not wish to perish here. He lifted his gaze, witnessing the resplendent full moon above, tranquil and serene. This night was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. He shifted his focus back to Lin Fengtian, as the dark mist in his eyes gradually settled. Emotionlessly, he opened his mouth. And at that moment, his heart sensed something amiss, roaring in protest. Heart, no, master must not utter those words. Late Lin Fengtian murmured. Heart, boss, there's no time left. Boom, 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 boom. Within Lin Fengtian's body, his heart swelled to its utmost limit, on the verge of bursting. Yet, the pressure surrounding him vanished in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Fengtian collapsed to the ground, his heart rate slowly decelerating, the color draining from his face. While his chest began to rise and fall once more, Anil widened his eyes, observing his hands and feet, letting out a deep sigh. Brain, holy cow, that scared me. So close. Heart, damn. Boss, you are incredible. You really reclaimed control. Stomach, boss is amazing. Eyes, boss is amazing. All organs, boss is amazing. Brain, no, just luck, By the way, let us see if that kid has died. The brain guided Lin Fengtian's body forward. They were experts in matters concerning the body. After a thorough examination, they confirmed that Lin Fengtian was no longer in danger. He should awaken in no time. Brain, all right, let us leave it at that for tonight. We need to make a quick escape. Anil had not departed for long when Lin Fengtian slowly opened his eyes. The familiar night sky and trees jolted him awake. I'm not dead. Lin Fengtian glanced around warily, finding no trace of that person. Had they left? Did they not take his life? Lin Fengtian was momentarily perplexed. He longed to flee, yet feared that Anil might still be nearby, so he dared not run, opting instead to remain seated on the ground. The torment he had just endured flickered in his mind, a sensation he never wished to experience again in his lifetime. After nearly 10 minutes, once he was certain Anil would not return, Lin Fengtian bolted. He was going home. He would never return to Luoyan River again. Never. So as to avoid encountering that terrifying presence ever again. On the other side, the various organs, in response to the unforeseen incident, resolved to reduce the frequency of their nocturnal wanderings. Consequently, the likelihood of losing bodily control would diminish. Heart, boss, do you comprehend what just transpired? What entity suddenly seized control of the master's body? Brain, the peculiar aspect lies here. It was the master himself who occupied the body. Yet it seemed as though he was not. I am perplexed as to the nature of this occurrence. Liver, could it be that the master possesses multiple personalities? Lungs, perhaps it is a case of schizophrenia? Brain, possibly, but what we can ascertain is that this presence is exceedingly perilous. As dawn broke, the alarm clock rang, awakening Anil from his slumber. He had to attend school today and could not afford to indulge in a late morning. Rising from his bed, He sought a few changes of clothing and hurried to the bathroom. For the past couple of days, he had awoken feeling damp with sweat. He suspected it was the doing of those treacherous organs. When he questioned them, they all vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Anil was convinced they were lying. Thus, with a cold smirk, he articulated his suspicion. You must have been refining yourselves while I slept, expelling impurities, right? The organs fell silent collectively, after which the brain spoke up. Brain, our master is truly exceptional, possessing keen insight. Indeed, we have been clandestinely expelling impurities for your benefit. Brain, however, we assure you it is all in your best interest. We hope you are not displeased. I knew it. Your little schemes could never escape my notice. Ha ha ha. All organs. Ha ha. Our master is wise. Easter egg account. King of Assassins name. Shadow reincarnation number. 147 reincarnation ability. Kill lock. As the King of Assassins in the 147th realm, Shadow stands as the most formidable. His aura of death is unmatched. He possesses the ability to release a murderous intent that can immobilize his target, locking onto the heart and controlling the rhythm of its beats. When the target's heartbeat reaches its limit, Shadow can, through a secret incantation, cause the heart to explode. Chapter 20. He dares to attend school. Cultural classes. Upon entering the campus of Jianyang High School, Anil instantly became the focal point of the crowd. Of course, it was not solely due to his shiny head. More significantly, the events surrounding Q Space had catapulted Anil to the status of a prominent figure within the school. Goodness, is that not the legendary master of self-destruction? I never anticipated that he would indeed dare to come to school. It is said that Ruan Zhao's suitors have banded together, preparing to teach Anil a lesson. Anil is truly audacious. I heard that 3 of those he argued with yesterday are from the elite class, and they are already seasoned martial artists. Let us gather and watch the spectacle unfold today. Damn it, I support Anil. Should the elite class dominate us? Let us confront them. There is truly no alternative. Who could deny their prowess? Yet, despite their might, Anil does not cower before them. Does Anil dare to confront a freight truck? Do they dare? Exactly. They constantly profess their affection for Ruan Zhao, yet when she nearly faced an accident, where were they? The chatter of the surrounding crowd hardly troubled Anil. He provoked Ruan Zhao's suitors yesterday, intending to entice them into attacking him. Should they exert even a modicum of effort, he could feign defeat in the ensuing brawl and, inadvertently, be killed by them, thereby achieving a successful reincarnation. However, this hypothetical scenario was predicated on the assumption that he was either not a martial artist or merely an ordinary first-tier practitioner. To his astonishment, a visit to the hospital revealed that his true strength had already ascended to the ranks of a second-tier martial artist. In the realm of martial artists, a second-tier practitioner might be considered commonplace. However, among the students at Jianyang High School, he was undoubtedly a formidable contender. Indeed, Lu felt that even if he stood idle, allowing the students to strike him, they would likely fail to inflict any harm. Thus, he deemed this plan a failure. Nevertheless, Lu harbored a desire for his adversaries to concoct some unforeseen twist, perhaps to surprise him. Who knows, he might even die. Lu made his way to Class 4 of the 3rd year, where he heard a cacophony within. Upon entering the classroom, the raucous students fell silent for a moment, as if the arrival of their homeroom teacher had graced them. Yet, this tranquility was fleeting, and soon they erupted into a chorus of raucous laughter. Particularly in the back row, Lu Meng slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Ha! Pay up, pay up. You actually guessed it right. I told you Lu would come, but you insisted I bet against it. Now my meal money is gone. Lu Meng, how about a meat repayment instead? Get lost. I only want money." Lu approached, bewildered, and asked, "What are you all up to?" "We bet on whether you would show up today," Lu Meng explained. "I thought you might stay home for a couple of days, but lo and behold, you actually came. You're too impulsive. Many students in our school have their eyes on you. You should make a quick escape while they are still unaware." "I concur," another friend from Class 7 chimed in. A friend of mine mentioned that 3 suitors from the elite class, who have been at odds with one another over Ruan Zhao, have now united because of you. They're just waiting to teach you a lesson. You don't understand. And Lu, dying under the peony blossom is still a way to be a romantic ghost. They teased. "So, Lu, how far have you progressed with the school beauty, Ruan?" Taking his seat, Lu replied, "Just the usual. We've merely met each other's parents." "Are you serious? Your relationship has advanced that quickly? Incredible. Just days from acquaintance to meeting parents. I reckon you'll be paying for your wedding before the college entrance examination." Lu chuckled, Then you all should cover my wedding expenses with Lu Ming, since we've also met each other's parents. The surrounding classmates finally grasped in Li's jest, and they began to tease him. That's not out of the question. You two set a date, and our wedding gifts will surely be plentiful. Get lost. I am a serious person, Lu Ming retorted angrily. Yet he quickly turned to Lu and said, Isn't that right, my lord? Before they could continue their banter, the class bell rang, prompting everyone to rush back to their seats, ceasing their idle chatter. The first class is mathematics, and the mathematics teacher is a man of around 60 years. He enters the classroom, and although he does not deliberately focus on anyone, his gaze immediately falls upon the gleaming head of Anil. Oh, Anil, has your injury healed? Yes, teacher, replies Anil. The math teacher nods, asks a few simple questions, and then takes out the textbook, preparing to explain the material as per usual. Have we run out of chalk? Please wait a moment, class. I shall retrieve some from the office. As the mathematics teacher leaves the room, an enveloping silence persists. Everyone is quietly engrossed in their exercises. For those students who do not intend to take the martial arts examination or lack confidence in their ability to pass, academic subjects remain paramount. Conversely, for those who aspire to the martial arts examination and have the means, the performance in cultural studies is of little consequence. This is particularly true for Lu Ming, an anomaly among them. Since high school, Lu Ming has never scored above 10 in any subject except for Chinese. Yet, the cultural teachers disregard him, and the homeroom teacher has no objections. After all, this young man is naturally gifted for martial arts. At just 18, his vital energy exceeds the first-grade standard. As for his physical prowess, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 300 pounds, he resembles a towering humanoid beast. To suggest that his physical strength is lacking would be laughable. For someone like him, pursuing cultural studies would merely squander time and squander his innate talent. Logically, Lu Ming should qualify for the elite class. However, when the classes were divided, he found the elite class uninteresting and requested to join class 4. Continuing to sit beside Anil. Anil and he have been desk mates since middle school. Lu Ming's father is also a member of the underground army, but he does not serve in the same unit as Anil's father, and they belong to the same batch of recruits. By a twist of fate, the two became friends, and thus Anil and Lu Ming naturally became friends and desk mates as well. Time has flown by, and the two have been desk mates for 6 years. Although Anil's vitality was previously inferior to Lu Ming's, consuming a vitality pill before exams made entry to college feasible. Of course, that is no longer necessary now. Therefore, for both Lu Ming and Anil, the results in cultural studies are merely an embellishment. However, there are not many like them in class 4. This year, apart from the two of them, only 3 others have registered for the martial arts examination. Thus, for most, the path to prominence still relies heavily on academic performance. While everyone is diligently studying, Lu Ming gently nudges Anil and whispers, "Are you sure you're not going to run?" "Not running," Anil replies. "If you're not running, then this is for you." Lu Ming pulls out a bulging little cloth bag from his desk drawer and hands it to Anil. Chapter 21. Your suggestion is excellent. Therefore, I must decline. What is this? It can't possibly be paper money, can it? Anil inquires as he takes the cloth bag and opens it, revealing a contents resembling flour. Chalk dust. Lu Ming chuckled. You take one bag, and I'll take another. When the time comes, we'll seize the opportunity to throw this stuff in their faces. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. They wouldn't dare to truly injure you, lest they lose their qualifications for the martial arts examination. However, with their numbers, some minor injuries are inevitable. With this, we can catch them off guard. He tucked the bag of chalk dust into his pocket, adding, I initially considered using lime from home, but I feared it might blind them, so chalk dust is the most appropriate choice. This is the result of me collecting it over a lesson. He cautioned, make sure to keep the opening facing up when you put it in your pocket. That way, it will be easier to scatter. Anil glanced at the undisciplined Lu Ming and said, Little Ming, we are martial artists, not ruffians. Can we refrain from resorting to such underhanded tactics? With that, Anil placed the chalk dust into his pocket. At that moment, the math teacher returned to the classroom, holding 3 boxes of new chalk, joking, our class certainly goes through chalk quickly. Lu Ming grinned, hee hee. Anil replied, the first 3 classes have passed swiftly, and now we have the longest break of the morning. As soon as the bell rang, Anil was pulled by Lu Ming toward the campus supermarket. This guy was always hungry before lunchtime. It's no wonder he had grown so tall. Exiting the classroom, Lu Ming boasted, I made quite a bit of money this morning. I'll treat you later. Anil squinted and wore a strange smile. You said it yourself. My appetite is quite large. Don't blame me if I end up making you broke. What a joke. Make me broke? Not likely. Just eat your fill. While they were chatting, a raspy voice called out behind them, Anil. Turning around, they saw a group of about 11 or 12 boys blocking their path, with the first 3 exuding an unfriendly demeanor. Although Anil did not recognize them, he could surmise their identities. He feigned confusion and asked, "Which of you gentlemen just called me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming burst into laughter, while the tall, lean boy at the center of the group immediately grew furious. Lowering his sharp voice, he threatened, "Anil, do you want to settle this with us?" Before Anil could respond, Lu Ming stepped forward, glaring down at the boy. Indeed. What do you intend to do? If you know you're about to be challenged, shouldn't you hurry home and clean up for your 2 grandfathers? As the exchange began, the onlookers quickly scattered. For them, the conflict between martial artists was beyond their jurisdiction, and it might even pose a risk to their safety. Thus, keeping their distance seemed the wisest choice. However, this unusual scene attracted more attention, and with eager gossipers spreading the word, soon many students rushed out of classrooms, leaning over the railings to witness the commotion. Wow, I didn't expect them to really clash. Let us hope it turns into a fight. Wu Mu, Lu Long, and Zhang Zi were all top 10 students from the elite class, and with their ordinary class allies, the odds were heavily stacked against Anil, who only had Lu Ming on his side. The disparity in strength was too significant. Is it truly worth causing such a commotion over a mere woman? What do you understand? Ruan, the campus beauty, hails from an influential family. Do you think the 3 from the elite class are merely captivated by her beauty? Their interest lies in the resources she possesses. In what way is her family influential? I cannot say, but it is widely acknowledged that they are not ordinary. So we shall follow suit in our own extraordinary manner. At this moment, Lu Long, a tall and slender individual, instinctively took a step back as the formidable Lu Ming approached, resembling a beast of strength. Among the students of Jianyang High School, only a handful have become martial artists, and they are well acquainted with one another. Although Lu Ming is a student from the ordinary class, his prowess is not to be underestimated. Lu Long lacked the confidence to surpass him. At the very least, he knew that in terms of physical strength, he would surely be at a disadvantage. At this juncture, Wu Mu, a student from the elite class standing to Lu Long's left, interjected, "Lu Ming, I understand your loyalty, but this matter is a private affair between us and Anil. You needn't invite trouble upon yourself." Following suit, Zhang Zi, positioned to the right, advanced a step, his gaze sharp. "Lu Ming, do you truly wish to offend us 3 martial artists over someone who isn't even a martial artist?" Lu Ming, with his right hand shoved into his pocket, was on the verge of retorting and taking action when Anil swiftly intervened. Anil cast a discerning glance over the group led by the 3 elite students, shaking his head in disappointment. A hint of a teasing smile graced his face as he addressed the trio. Rest assured, Lu Ming will not involve himself in this matter. Lu Ming felt puzzled. Since middle school, whenever trouble arose, they always faced it together. Yet this time, Anil insisted he refrain from participating. Did he truly intend to confront more than a dozen adversaries alone? The salient issue was that Lu Long, Wu Mu, and Zhang Zi were all formidable first-tier martial artists. Wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? Nonetheless, Lu Ming bit back his words, pondering whether Anil had devised some strategy. Upon hearing that Lu Ming would not intervene, the 3 elite students secretly exhaled in relief. Lu Ming was a blunt and formidable character. With his assistance, although victory was assured, injuries would likely ensue. Yet, this seemingly oblivious Anil was refusing Lu Ming's help. Was that not a path to self-destruction? Anil then inquired, "So, why have you come to find me? What do you wish for me to do?" Wu Mu replied with a smile, "Anil, let us be direct. As long as you maintain a distance from Yuan Shao, we shall consider our grievances settled, and we can all be friends moving forward." Upon hearing this, Anil nodded amicably. Those lurking in the shadows, secretly observing, were somewhat disheartened by the scene. What is this? They are reconciling already? Wasn't a direct confrontation anticipated? Just yesterday, you were so audacious in your Q space, unleashing a barrage of insults. Why the sudden retreat now? However, putting oneself in their shoes, it was quite understandable. They were facing 3 martial artists. In the entire Jianyang High School, there were barely 20 students who had reached the martial artist realm, a select few destined to be exceptional individuals and future leaders. One should never provoke the ordinary, for one's own comfort lies in avoiding conflict. Faced with the trio from the elite class, Anil stood resolute. Not only did he not dare to engage in a brawl, he likely wouldn't even dare to utter a sound. The trio exchanged knowing glances, bemused by Anil's compliance. Indeed, he was merely a keyboard warrior, boasting online yet trembling in their presence. He showed no sign of resistance. Just as the three basked in their smugness, Anil unexpectedly spoke up. Heh, your suggestion is quite commendable, but I must decline. Chapter 22. They circled to kick you, and you call that fair? At his utterance, the expressions of the elite trio darkened immediately. The onlookers were taken aback, never expecting Anil to confront them so boldly. It appeared he was intent on a showdown. Only Lu Meng remained unfazed by the unfolding drama. Zhang Zi sneered coldly. Anil, you truly lack awareness of the situation. Since you insist on opposing us, let us settle this at the martial arts hall after school. You may choose not to attend, but that would only confirm your status as a cowardly waste, unworthy of Yuan Shao. Oh, how frightful! Anil exaggeratedly exclaimed, pointing at the group before him with a laugh. You foolish imbeciles truly believe I fear you? This is not a personal vendetta. Rather, I declare that all of you, yes, you, and you, are nothing but refuse. You seek death. Zhangzi seethed, his eyes blazing with fury. Anil, however, remained undeterred. I will indeed attend the martial arts hall, but I advise you to gather more allies. With so few, I fear I might inadvertently end your pitiful lives. Arrogance. Such thoughts coursed through the minds of Lu Meng, the onlookers, and the elite trio alike. How audacious! A single individual claiming he could vanquish a dozen opponents? What unfounded confidence! Not to mention, among them were 3 martial artists. Was this not akin to lighting a fire in a restroom, a blatant invitation to disaster? The trio, mocked and humiliated, wore expressions as stormy as the clouds, particularly the elite 3. They were renowned talents of the elite class, accustomed to being revered wherever they went. To be so publicly insulted by Anil was utterly intolerable. Though they had initially wished to avoid escalating the situation, it was now clear that Anil must pay dearly for his insolence. Come, Xiaoming, let us dine, Anil declared, ignoring the predatory gazes of Lu Long and the others. Leaving without a second thought, Lu Meng, however, raised a middle finger towards the elite trio and hurried after Anil. As Anil departed, the 3 elite students seethed with indignation. How dare a mere novice martial artist display such arrogance before them? If they did not force Anil to kneel and beg for mercy, how could they maintain their standing in Jianyang? The crowd above continued to murmur, laughter mingling with their chatter. Hearing this, Zhang Zi felt the weight of their mockery pressing down upon him and glared up at the balcony. Instantly, the students fell silent and dispersed in haste. What should we do? Should we gather more people? A male student among Lu Long, Wu Mu, and Zhang Zi inquired. Upon hearing those words, Lu Long strode towards the male student, his expression icy. Are you attempting to insult us? The male student, realizing his mistake, hurriedly replied, and no. Get lost. Lu Long uttered a single word. The student fled in haste. Lu Long surveyed the crowd, his face devoid of emotion, and remarked, He is merely a nobody. Not worth even a half-price discount. Your collective spit could drown him. At the school supermarket, by the checkout counter, Lu Meng gazed incredulously at the vast assortment of snacks crammed into a single large plastic bag held by Lu. Goodness, can you possibly finish all of this? Lu Meng questioned, skepticism etched across his face. Even for someone with a hearty appetite like him, it would take nearly 3 days to consume such a bounty. Do you doubt me? If I can't finish it, I'll return the money, and Lu asserted. Fine, but this is your promise to pay, Lu Meng replied. Exiting the supermarket, and Lu Meng made their way to a park adjacent to the campus playground, settled onto a bench, and began their culinary endeavor. Students occasionally passed by, and upon spotting Lu, whispered in hushed tones of surprise to one another. The campus of Jianyang was rather small, and thus the altercation between Lu and the formidable trio of Lu Long, Wu Mu, and Zhang Zi had spread quickly. Naturally, to the onlookers, Li's actions, while somewhat entertaining, appeared to be a reckless and irrational choice. After all, as an ordinary class student, why provoke the likes of Lu Long, Wu Mu, and Zhang Zi, who were all martial artists? His audacity and boasting had earned him the nickname Death Seeker. As Lu Meng munched on a chicken leg, he asked Lu, Tell me the truth, did the truck accident mess with your head? No, I'm perfectly healthy, Lu replied. Indeed, you must have suffered a head injury. For only those with issues claim to be healthy, Lu Meng retorted, receiving a disdainful glare from Enlu. You seem quite experienced, Enlu shot back. Lu Meng shook his head. You are far too impulsive. While those three are certainly foolish, they are formidable fools. Taking them on alone is a recipe for disaster. After school, I must accompany you. Or how will I explain to Uncle and if you get hurt? Hey, stay out of it, Enlu interjected. This is a fair duel between men. I cannot seek external aid. Lu Meng paused mid-bite, staring at Enlu in disbelief. They have over 10 people surrounding you. You call this a fair duel? Clearly, you've lost your mind. Realizing words would not suffice, he decided to let actions speak. Enlu set aside his snacks and scanned the surroundings. Soon, his eyes brightened as he approached a wall, picking up 2 similarly sized river stones from the ground. Each stone, about the size of an alarm clock, was thick and smooth. Returning to the bench, he handed one of the stones to Lu Meng. Here, I grant you a chance to test your grip strength. Crush it as much as you can. That is a piece of cake. Watch me, Lu Meng exclaimed, swallowing the last of his chicken leg, then grasping the river stone with both hands, exerting all his force. Crack. With a soft crack, the pebble in Lu Meng's hand shattered into approximately a dozen dice-sized fragments. That should be sufficiently broken, he declared, discarding the stone and boasting to Enlu. Enlu offered a faint smile, remaining silent as he extended his right hand, revealing the genuine pebble he held. Then, with a swift motion, he closed his fingers around it and squeezed with force. Instantly, the surface of the pebble erupted into a network of fine cracks. With another exertion, the pebble crumbled completely, turning to dust and cascading from Enlu's hand. Wow! Lu Meng was instantly dumbfounded. This. He could hardly believe his eyes as he bent down to pick up the powder that had fallen from Enlu's palm. Rubbing it between his fingers, he exclaimed, "This is indeed pebble powder. What the heck? Enlu, have you been secretly taking some power-enhancing pills?" Chapter 23. A Great Opportunity. Are you already daydreaming before nightfall? This is true prowess. Do you now realize your own limitations? Enlu resumed his seat on the bench, indulging in snacks. Goodness. Lu Meng clutched the pebble powder on the ground, utterly astonished. This is practically sand. I could never achieve such a feat, Enlu. What is your current strength? Guess. Next rank. Try again. Intermediate rank? Enlu shook his head. Don't tell me you're beyond intermediate rank. I can't handle that. With a deep sigh, Enlu remarked, "Oh, Lu Meng, what have I done to earn your scorn?" Lu Meng inhaled deeply, cautiously scanning the surroundings to ensure no students were nearby. Are you at intermediate rank now? Enlu, munching on his snacks, replied, "No choice. My talent is lacking. It's embarrassing to only reach intermediate rank at 17. Are you some sort of man-eating flower?" Lu Meng inquired. What did you consume to suddenly leap to intermediate rank? Enlu explained. The only valuable items I had were a vial of jade essence from the principal and a blood spirit pill gifted by Yuan Shao. What is a blood spirit pill? A healing elixir, worth over 10 million. How much over 10 million? Over 10 million. Lu Meng's eyes nearly bulged out. Yuan Shao is that wealthy? Have you attached yourself to a rich lady? I knew there had to be a reason for your confidence. He laughed. Those 3 fools, Zhang Zi and Wu Mu, still think you're not a martial artist. If they realized they had provoked an intermediate rank martial artist, they would regret it immensely. By the way, make sure to hold back a bit. Don't actually kill anyone, or you'll lose your qualification for the martial arts exam. Enlu stuffed more snacks into his mouth, assuring, "Don't worry, I have it under control." That's good. Lu Meng turned his head, exclaiming, "Wait, how are you eating so fast?" In the brief moment he had been distracted, Enlu had already devoured a significant portion of the large bag of snacks. His appetite was more voracious than that of a beast. Henceforth, I shall no longer treat you to meals. Otherwise, I shall squander the meager earnings I have amassed within mere days. Lu Meng, rifling through his wallet with a twinge of pain, remarked, and as he continued to rummage, he suddenly burst into laughter. A business opportunity. A business opportunity. Lu Meng shook Enlu's shoulder. Now, half the school is aware that you are to engage in a contest at the martial arts hall with Zhang, Lu, and Wu. Yet they remain oblivious to your true capabilities. If I were to open a betting pool now, do you think they would wager on your victory or your defeat? I believe they are more likely to bet on my demise. Precisely. We cannot afford to waste time. I shall initiate the betting right now. Would you care to place a wager? How much can one actually win? Enlu scoffed disdainfully. Lu Meng, so? Therefore, I shall bet everything on my victory. A fool who doesn't seize an opportunity is a disgrace. After school, Enlu, surrounded by a throng of curious classmates, made his way to the martial arts hall. They were eager to witness how the most sensational event at the school would unfold. Of course, some students followed because they had placed bets with Lu Meng. The Martial Arts Hall, also known as the Combat Hall, is situated at the very heart of Jianyang High School, occupying nearly half the area of the playground, and spans 6 levels, serving as the sanctioned venue for combat within the school. Before room 444 of the Martial Arts Hall, and Lu halted. This was the room where Zhang, Lu, and Wu had summoned him for their duel. The crowd exchanged glances upon seeing the room number. The number 444. Is this a grim omen suggesting a fatal confrontation? Might it be a tad too overt? And Lu pushed the door open. Inside, Lu Long, Wu Mu Zhangzi, and a dozen male students from ordinary classes had long been awaiting him. Each bore a serious countenance, exuding an intimidating aura. Moreover, a male student stood guard by the door, clearly intent on preventing unauthorized entry. I'm going in, and Lu called to Lu Meng as he stepped inside. Upon seeing that Lu Meng did not intervene, Zhangzi gestured to the student at the entrance. The student understood the cue and, as Lu crossed the threshold into the room, promptly shut the door to room 444. The soundproofing of the martial arts hall was exceptionally effective. Once the door closed, those outside could neither see nor hear what transpired within. Inside the room, Lu Long cast a mocking glance at Lu. Lu, I shall grant you one more chance. Kneel and admit your error, and we shall spare you. Lu smiled. It is not yet dark, and you are already lost in dreams? Enraged, Lu Long hissed, attack. No sooner had he uttered those words than 5 students from the ordinary classes lunged at Lu with fists and feet flying. However, as the 5 approached Lu, a cloud of chalk dust suddenly erupted before him. The dust instantly obscured the vision of the 5 students, causing their eyes to sting painfully. Yet, before they could regain their sight, Lu unleashed a flurry of 5 punches, sending them sprawling across the room. Witnessing this, the trio from the elite class could not help but feel a twinge of shock and astonishment at the power behind Li's strikes. Chapter 24. The terrifying Lu. Come at me together. Huh. Did you truly believe such despicable tactics could alter your fate? Absurd. The 3 students from the elite class, slightly taken aback, did not pay much attention to the situation. Zhangzi, in particular, scoffed disdainfully, raising his right hand slightly. The other students from the ordinary class understood the signal and immediately swarmed towards Anil. In an instant, more than a dozen of them surrounded Anil, creating an impenetrable blockade. However, what puzzled them was that Anil, instead of showing any sign of panic, wore a bemused smile as he regarded them. A look that undeniably conveyed a sense of contempt. Anger surged within them, and they collectively roared as they charged at Anil. Watching from the sidelines, Lu Long, Wu Mu, and Zhangzi could not help but smile at the unfolding scene. Lu Long called out with a grin, "You better watch your measure. Don't go too far." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the smile on his face abruptly vanished. The ordinary class students, seemingly struck by some unseen force, were sent flying in all directions. They crashed against walls and cabinets, crying out in pain as they fell to the ground. 2 of them even hurtled towards Wumu and Zhangzi, who deftly sidestepped and caught the incoming individuals, gently placing them down after dissipating their momentum. Then, the 3 elite class students stood together, their expressions turning serious as they gazed at Anil. "You have become a martial artist?" Zhangzi inquired. Anil remained steadfast in his position, undeterred by the earlier assault. He dusted off the chalk residue from his hands and chuckled. "Congratulations, you finally see it. You're not as foolish as I imagined." Upon hearing Anil's taunt, Lu Long retorted angrily, "Arrogant. Do you think becoming a martial artist allows you to provoke us? Huh. I'll show you that even among martial artists of the same rank, there exists an insurmountable gap. Experience." With that, Lu Long launched his attack. His arm extended like a cannon, his fist striking like thunder. With a resounding crack that split the air, Lu Long's right fist hurtled directly towards Anil's chest. Faced with such explosive power, Anil's lips curled into a peculiar smile. He stepped forward, leaning slightly, his right arm coiling back like a drawn bow. Drawing back to the limit, he unleashed his fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided, creating a shockwave of force. What tremendous power! Lu Long thought in horror. He instinctively attempted to retract his punch, but it was too late. The impact lasted less than half a second, and a sharp pain radiated from the joints of his fist. It felt like an electric shock. In an instant, the sensation traveled from his right fist to his forearm, then to his upper arm, and finally to his shoulder. The next moment, The force engulfed his entire body. Lu Long staggered back a step, clutching his right arm, his facial muscles contorting in pain. This moment astonished not only the students from the ordinary class, but also Wu Mu and Zhang Zi. Lu Long was renowned for his remarkable strength, yet Anil had bested him in a fist fight. Anil's power surpassed Lu Long's. "Are you all right?" Wu Mu inquired. Lu Long gritted his teeth, straightened up, and smirked disdainfully. "The strength of a bathhouse scrubber is greater than this." Wu Mu understood all too well that Lu Long was merely putting on a brave front. He boldly approached Anil, stating, "It appears we have indeed underestimated you. Yet you should not underestimate us either." Wu Mu advanced slowly towards Anil, his steps leisurely, akin to a stroll. Suddenly, Wu Mu's figure vanished. The ordinary class students, just rising from the ground, were momentarily bewildered. However, in the next instant, they beheld Wu Mu, having inexplicably materialized at Anil's side. Simultaneously, his fists surged towards Anil's side. "Is your forte speed?" Anil did not turn his head, but merely retreated a half step. It was this very half step that allowed Wu Mu's punch to narrowly miss his school shirt. How could this be possible? Wu Mu's pupils dilated in disbelief. Even Zhang Zi and Lu Long, well versed in Wu Mu's combat techniques, shared his astonishment. This ambush was a move so elusive that even the martial lunatic Lin Fengtian would struggle to counter it. Yet Anil seemed to have anticipated it and dodged. How could this be? Nevertheless, Wu Mu, renowned for his rapid strikes, did not hesitate. Upon failing his first attack, he launched a second, his right fist arcing upward to strike Anil's jaw. However, this strike too met only air. Once again, Anil evaded the blow in the very last moment before impact. Impossible. Wu Mu felt a surge of fear, not from Anil's evasion, but from the realization that he could not perceive Anil's movements as he dodged. There was no time to delay. With this thought, Wu Mu unleashed a flurry of punches, creating a dense web of strikes that enveloped Anil. In the face of Wu Mu's all-out assault, Anil finally made his move, extending only his right hand to block the barrage of punches. The flurry of fists appeared intensely fierce to onlookers. Yet only those involved comprehended the true nature of the encounter. In the rapid exchange of blows with Anil, Wu Mu gradually transitioned from aggressor to defender. What terrified Wu Mu most was that Anil was employing only one hand. Had the opponent used both hands, Wu Mu could scarcely fathom how he might withstand the onslaught. At that moment, he finally grasped that Anil's prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary first-tier martial artist. He might well be at the mid or even upper tier. To lose focus in battle is a grave error. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wu Mu found himself vulnerable, as Anil seized the opportunity to land a decisive punch squarely on his chest. With a resounding thud, Wu Mu was sent hurtling backward. Onlookers turned to Wu Mu, who bore a bloodied lip and an anguished expression, a distinct grayish-white bruise imprinted upon his shirt. He appeared utterly disheveled. Had Wu Mu lost? The crowd gasped, particularly the students of the ordinary class. Wasn't it said that Anil was not even a martial artist? How could he possibly be stronger than Wu Mu and Lu Long in combat, who spread such falsehoods? Anil, with a smile, turned his gaze toward the remaining Zhang Zi, then glanced at Lu Long and Wu Mu, saying, "Shall you all join forces?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long exchanged glances before silently drawing closer together. Although Zhang Zi had yet to engage Anil in combat, however, judging by the performances of Wu Mu and Lu Long, it is apparent that the three of them would stand little chance against Enlu if they did not join forces. "Would you like to join us?" Enlu inquired, directing his gaze towards the ordinary class students huddled in the corner. No, there's no need." The group hastily waved their hands in refusal. If they had known earlier that Enlu was a martial artist, they would have never involved themselves in this matter. To be frank, at that moment, Zhang Zi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long shared a sense of regret. Had they been aware of Enlu's capabilities sooner, they might have chosen to avoid animosity with him, despite their potential rivalries with one another. Enlu, it was merely a misunderstanding. Shall we let it go and become friends? Zhang Zi suddenly suggested with a smile. Given the dire situation of Lu Long and Wu Mu, he hoped to soften the tension and bring an end to the matter. The conflict with Enlu could have been trivial, but with his formidable strength, it was prudent to avoid crossing him. Although it felt somewhat humiliating to concede, it was certainly preferable to suffering the same fate as Lu Long and Wu Mu. Upon hearing this, Lu Long and Wu Mu inwardly cursed Zhang Zi for his lack of loyalty. Damn it, we've already taken our beating, and now you propose friendship? Where was that suggestion before? Upon hearing their complaints, Enlu chuckled heartily, prompting Zhang Zi to awkwardly join in with a forced laugh. Ha ha, Enlu exclaimed. Ha ha, Zhang Zi echoed. Ha ha, Enlu continued. Ha ha, Zhang Zi replied. No way, Enlu declared. Huh, Zhang Zi's laughter faltered. Chapter 25, Don't come any closer. The principal is here. Enough with the nonsense. I present you with two choices, Enlu said kindly, addressing the three from the special class. Either you beat me to death, or I shall beat you to death. What? The trio from the special class was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, they noticed Enlu suddenly vanish from sight, only to be struck by a fierce gust of wind from the side. Move! Wumu shouted. Lu Long and Zhang Zi instinctively leapt away from their positions. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced apart echoed in the room. A massive black shadow hurtled past their former location and crashed heavily into the steel cabinet that stood against the wall. Bang! The shadow smashed into the steel cabinet, distorting it and leaving a deep indentation. It was then that the onlookers realized that the shadow was actually a large sandbag, nearly 2 meters in size, which had been forcefully driven into the cabinet, showcasing its terrifying power. The sandbag ruptured, releasing a cascade of fine sand. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Zhang Zi, Wumu, and Lu Long stood utterly dumbfounded. It was hard to fathom that had they not managed to evade in time, they would have likely faced severe injury or even death. Turning their gaze to another direction, they saw Enlu standing there, inexplicably smiling as if nothing had happened. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Zi yelled. Anil shook his head and, with an expression of calmness, stated, I merely believe that a person's potential only truly manifests in the face of dire circumstances. By igniting your latent abilities, you may stand a greater chance of defeating me, though such a possibility remains exceedingly slim. Upon hearing this, the three members of the elite class were left utterly bewildered. This individual is truly insane. Unfazed, Anil smiled faintly. Come now, my dear classmates. Allow me to awaken your potential. As soon as his voice fell, he charged once more towards the trio. The three, their faces stricken with terror, screamed. Stay away from us. Soon, the sounds of screams and destruction echoed throughout training room 444. Meanwhile, the male students from the ordinary class cowered in a corner, trembling in fear at the sight of the seemingly deranged Anil. They longed to flee, yet found themselves trapped. Who claimed that Lin Fengtian was the foremost martial madman in Jianyang. Come forth, we assure you we won't kill you. Even Anil's internal organs were startled by their master's antics. Heart. The master is becoming increasingly unhinged each day, and the desire for self-destruction remains unabated. Lungs, indeed. The master used to be rather low-key. Brain. Thankfully, we have consistently practiced, or else the master might very well perish today. Heart. I do feel a bit of sympathy for those three. Oh my, this Zhang dares to strike my master's heart. Seeking death, are we? Master. Strike him with all your might. No need to spare me. Outside room 444, a crowd of onlookers anxiously awaited the outcome. Some pressed their ears against the wall, desperate to catch any sounds from within. Yet, the soundproofing of the training hall was so effective that they could only faintly hear muffled thuds, unable to discern the specifics. It had been over 5 minutes. They couldn't possibly have killed Anil, could they? It's possible. Perhaps they are now devising a plan to dispose of the body. Please, refrain from such wild speculation. Should we go seek the principal? Suggested a girl. Just as she finished her sentence, a resounding voice echoed from the other end of the corridor. Where are they? It was Principal June's voice. The crowd turned to see 4 figures approaching. Leading the way was Principal June, accompanied by Wan Xiao and 2 other female students. What on earth? Just as I mentioned the principal, he appears. The students at the door of room 444 lamented their misfortune. They hurriedly dispersed. Some turned their backs. Others faced the white wall. Some pulled out their phones to feign phone calls, and a few even retrieved books to recite their lessons. In any case, no one wished to be seen by the principal, as it would likely result in yet another scolding. Are Anil and the others inside? Before reaching them, Principal June inquired. Although the students heard the principal's question, none were willing to step forward, and thus they all began to act like bystanders. Goodness, old Zhang, look. The weather forecast predicts an unprecedented deluge for the next month. This wall is far too solid. What? Let's head back for tea. All right. I'll return for dinner immediately. As the heavens are vigorous, a gentleman should strive unceasingly. As the earth is yielding, a gentleman should embody great virtue. In room 444, The ordinary class's dozen or so male students huddled in a corner, paralyzed by fear and hesitant to make a move. Meanwhile, the elite students Zhang Zi, Lu Long, and Wu Mu lay sprawled on the ground, their faces bruised and battered. At that moment, and Lu crouched in front of Zhang Zi, his smile radiating warmth and sunshine. However, to Zhang Zi, this expression was grotesquely unsettling. The three of them were on the verge of being beaten to a pulp. And yet this lunatic could still maintain an innocuous demeanor? As Enli's fist descended once more, Zhang Zi hastily pleaded for mercy. And Gu, I concede. After such a lengthy bout, your anger should have subsided. Can we not settle our grievances once and for all? Heart, absolutely not. Just now, you struck me right in the heart. Seeing that Enli showed no sign of relenting, Zhang Zi quickly added, but you can't just target me. There are still two others lying there. Why not take your frustrations out on them? Wu Mu and Lu Long exclaimed in bewilderment. Huh? And Lu chuckled. Oh no. My calculations are quite precise. You've taken 2 fewer punches than they have, so I must rectify that. After all, we are all classmates. It's only fair that I treat everyone equally and not show favoritism. Wu Mu chimed in, I agree. Lu Long added, one should be as just and resolute as in classmate. Upon hearing this, Enli shifted his gaze back to Zhang Zi. You see, public sentiment is on my side. With that, Enli prepared to deliver another punch. At that moment, Zhang Zi shouted, Enli, this is excessive. We are classmates. Does it really need to be this severe? Let me tell you, my cousin is a top disciple at the Liang Martial Arts Academy, already possessing second-tier cultivation. If you persist in this relentless manner, my cousin will not spare you. Enli inhaled sharply. Oh, are you frightened? Second-tier cultivation? Is that so? Immediately after, the room echoed with Zhang Zi's 2 cries of pain and confusion. Bang, bang, bang. The door to room 444 was pounded upon with great force. Then, Principal Jun's voice resonated from outside the training hall. Lu Long, Wu Mu, Zhang Zi, open the door at once. The commanding tone of Principal Jun was so powerful that it caused the calendar hanging on the wall to tremble slightly, indicating the use of force in her voice. Did you hear me? You 3, cease your actions and open the door immediately, or I shall be compelled to break it down. Principal Jun called out again. Inside the room, Zhang Zi, Lu Long, and Wu Mu felt utterly despondent upon hearing the principal's urgent summons. Had she mistaken them for someone else? They were on the brink of collapse and unable to open the door. Chapter 26. 3 pig heads, who will come to our aid? Outside, seeing that the door remained closed, Principal Jun resolved to force her way in. Just as her hand reached for the doorknob, the door finally swung open, revealing a dazzling bald head. Enli? Upon recognizing the familiar face, Principal Jun was taken aback. Are you all right? Yuan Xiao inquired about Enli's well-being. She had been informed that Lu, Zhang, and Wu had summoned Enli to the training hall and immediately notified Principal Jun, rushing over without delay. I'm fine, Enli replied nonchalantly. Outside the door, apart from Lu Meng, the other students were equally astonished to see Anil. What was happening? Wasn't Anil supposed to be dead? Or at the very least, gravely injured? The crowd was dumbfounded. This was a far cry from the scenario they had envisioned. They had anticipated discovering Anil's lifeless body upon opening the door. Instead, Anil appeared unscathed. Not a single drop of blood staining his attire. Could it be that Anil had engaged in some clandestine transaction with the elite class, resulting in his unexpected reprieve? Just as they were lost in confusion, a cacophony of wails erupted from within the room. Upon hearing the commotion, Principal Jun curiously approached the training hall, only to be struck dumb by the scene that unfolded before him. What on earth was happening? The students outside, perplexed, gathered around the entrance. And when they beheld the chaotic training ground and the 3 individuals sprawled on the floor, their jaws collectively dropped. How could this be? Someone tell me, are those 3 on the ground Zhang Zi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long from the elite class? It was a disaster. Their money was gone. Upon seeing the principal, the dozen or so ordinary class students huddled in the corner felt as though they had found a savior. They rushed towards Jun, clinging to his legs and crying out, Principal, you've finally arrived. They were on the brink of panic. Who could have predicted that Anil possessed such terrifying strength? Even more frightening was the way he fought, as if he were taking lives without a second thought. They feared that if Anil became enraged, he might turn his wrath upon them as well. Strong as Zhang Zi, Lu Long, and Wu Mu were, they had been reduced to mere shadows of themselves. So what chance did they have? They desperately wanted to flee, yet none dared to move, terrified of attracting Annel's attention. However, remaining still was equally daunting. What if, after finishing with Zhang Zi and the others, Annel decided to make them his next target? Thus, those agonizing 5 minutes felt like an eternity in hell. Thank goodness the principal had arrived. They were finally saved. Zhang Zi, Lu Long, and Wu Mu, under the scrutiny of the crowd, felt utterly humiliated. Gritting their teeth against the pain, they managed to rise from the ground. We're fine. The three could barely articulate their words. Principal June glanced at their swollen faces and then at the seemingly unharmed Annel, utterly perplexed by the spectacle before him. What on earth happened here? Not only Principal June, but everyone present, with the exception of Lu Meng, struggled to comprehend how Zhang Zi, Lu Long, and Wu Mu had been so thoroughly beaten. Who had laid hands upon them? Was there a hidden accomplice that Annel had summoned? The crowd peered inside. The expansive training ground was in disarray, devoid of any outsiders. The only potential hiding place, a wardrobe, lay shattered and mangled, offering no refuge for anyone. The three members of the elite class found themselves in an awkward predicament. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Wu finally spoke up. It's nothing. We merely engaged in a friendly spar with Annel. A few minor injuries were incurred. The silence among their peers spoke volumes, as their gazes betrayed their thoughts. Your faces are swollen as if stung by 100 wasps. Is that truly a minor injury? Nevertheless, their words inadvertently confirmed one undeniable truth. The injuries they bore were indeed inflicted by Annel. Remarkably, Annel had single-handedly bested the trio of seasoned martial artists, Zhang Zi, Yu Wu, and Lu Long, leaving them resembling battered pig heads. Yet, how could this possibly be? Annel, a student from the ordinary class, not even a martial artist, had recently been hospitalized for blocking a delivery truck. How could he possibly defeat 3 martial artists? Surely, this must be a jest. Yu Wu's statement surpassed the comprehension of those present, leaving Principal Jun Xiaosa equally perplexed. You engaged in a spar without retaliating? A devastating blow. Principal Jun's words struck at the fragile egos of Zhang Zi, Yu Wu, and Lu Long, causing further distress. What did he mean by not retaliating? They had indeed fought back, but to no avail. Observing their expressions, Jun Xiaosa began to grasp the situation and turned to Annel in disbelief. Annel, have you transcended the realm of martial artists? Indeed. Annel replied. Come with me to the principal's office. Jun Xiaosao exclaimed, filled with astonishment. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of Zhang Zi, Lu Long, and Yu Wu, all of whom were formidable first-tier martial artists within the elite class. Annel's victory over them suggested that his prowess had likely surpassed a mere breakthrough into martial artistry. Perhaps Jianyang Hai would soon witness the emergence of another Lin Fengtian. As Jun Xiaosao prepared to escort Annel away, he suddenly remembered the 3 injured students and turned back to instruct. Ensure they are taken to the infirmary. With that, Jun Xiaosao hurried off with Annel, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Is that it? They're leaving already? Zhang, Lu, and Yu Wu felt utterly forsaken, lamenting, we are the injured ones. Shouldn't they be more concerned about us? Once the principal had departed, Lu Ming joyfully called out, Come, come. I recall 2 individuals betting on Annel's victory. Who were they? Step forward to collect your winnings. Oh no, I completely forgot about the bets. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. I bet on Annel to win. I won. What? I bet on Annel to lose. $600 down the drain. I lost 1,000. Who could have imagined Annel would triumph? Indeed. They claimed he was an ordinary person, yet it turns out he is a martial artist. Unbelievable. Lu Grandpa, could you return my money? I'll work for you like a mule. The crowd erupted in chatter, while Zhang, Lu, and Yu Wu stood there, their swollen faces betraying their plight. Help. Is there anyone who can assist us to the infirmary? Ultimately, it was Ruan Xiao who approached them, looking at the trio with a mix of amusement and exasperation, before sighing and asking, Would you like me to take you to the infirmary? As Wu Mu and Lu Long were about to nod in agreement, Zhang Zi preemptively interjected with a refusal, saying, No, no, this minor injury is nothing. We can manage it ourselves. With that, Zhang Zi patted his own chest to affirm the sincerity of his words. Very well, Ruan Xiao acknowledged with a nod before turning to leave. However, as soon as Ruan Xiao departed, Zhang Zi began to cough. Beside him, Wu Mu and Lu Long scolded, Are you out of your mind? Why refuse just now? Now we have no choice but to hobble to the infirmary. All right, shall I assist you both then? Chapter 27. Hell in Others' Eyes, Paradise in Annel's Perspective. In the principal's office, Anil sat face-to-face with Principal Jun, casually inquired about Anil's vitality. Anil responded truthfully. Upon learning that Anil's vitality had reached the standard of a second-tier warrior, Jun was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Your vitality has surpassed 200. He asked in astonishment. Anil nodded. Unless the vitality machine at Jianyang Central Hospital is malfunctioning, it should be accurate. Then it must be correct. I thought, if you were merely a first-tier warrior, how could you have so thoroughly defeated Zhang Zi and Lu Long? Principal Jun began to pace in excitement. Haha, Anil, you have truly given me a monumental surprise. He had initially believed that Anil had merely progressed to the middle tier. The thought of reaching the upper tier had never even crossed his mind. But to his astonishment, Anil was not merely at the middle tier or upper tier, but rather a second-tier warrior. Now, Anil had surpassed the strongest student in his senior year, Lin Fengtian, and had distinctly become the foremost student at Jianyang High School. Even before the college entrance examination, he had already achieved the status of a second-tier warrior, a feat that had never been seen in the entire history of Jianyang School. In fact, such a phenomenon had never occurred in the entire Jianyang city, and Anil had shattered this record. At that moment, Principal Jun felt immense relief, grateful that he had taken out the Jade Essence to aid Anil that day. Indeed, he had saved the right person. Anil not only possessed the heart of a warrior, but also exceptional talent. In just a few days, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a second-tier warrior. Such speed would make one a genius even if they were using performance-enhancing substances. For if such potent drugs were taken, the typical outcome would be catastrophic, leading to instant demise. After a lengthy period of excitement, Principal Jun finally settled down, returning to his chair. Anil, now that you have become a warrior, and a second-tier one at that, allow me to inform you about our school's rewards policy for warrior students. Generally, if you become a warrior, you can enter the elite class, which offers better teachers and resources. However, this may not be particularly beneficial for you, considering the impending college entrance examination. Whether you join the elite class or not, it is inconsequential. Anil replied, I think I shall remain in class 4. After all, I am accustomed to it. Jun nodded gracefully. Additionally, concerning the rewards for the National College Entrance Examination, it is generally observed that students under the age of 20 who have already ascended to the rank of martial artists by the time of the examination are typically admitted to key universities of at least the second tier or higher. Our school's policy stipulates that those who gain admission to a second-tier university receive a cash reward of 500,000 yuan. Those who are accepted into a first-tier university are awarded 1 million yuan. And those who secure a place in a prestigious university are granted a reward of 2 million yuan. Given your current prowess as a second-tier martial artist, your entrance into a prestigious university is virtually assured once the examination results are released. Furthermore, should you indeed gain admission to such an institution, the rewards do not end with our school. The city also offers incentives. For instance, each semester during your university years, your account will be credited with 1 million yuan as a training subsidy. Additionally, you will have the privilege of selecting a villa from the martial artist's residence, a protected living area designated for martial artists and their families who have made significant contributions. The safety and comfort of this residence are unequivocally guaranteed. As for the monthly stipend provided by the Martial Arts Association, it is needless to elaborate, alongside various other minor benefits that will become clear to you once you are admitted to a prestigious university. Upon hearing the words of Principal Jun, Anil truly grasped the esteemed status of martial artists. The 2 million yuan reward from the school. Jianyang City has consistently provided a subsidy of 2 million yuan annually for 4 consecutive years, coupled with a villa valued at tens of millions. Indeed, the villas in the martial artist's residence cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms, as they are directly protected by the Martial Management Bureau. Their value lies in the assurance of safety. One must consider which martial artist can guarantee that they will never encounter adversaries. If an enemy were to target one's family while they are absent, what recourse would one have? To witness one's family being threatened and feel utterly powerless? It is likely that most would wish to avoid such a scenario. Therefore, if one's family can relocate to the martial artist's residence, the probability of such occurrences would be significantly diminished. After all, the Martial Management Bureau employs specialized personnel and dedicated resources. Moreover, these are merely the rewards for gaining admission to a prestigious university. As one aspires to ascend to higher tiers, The rewards for reaching the third and fourth tiers will only become more unimaginable. This is indeed advantageous. Before the cycle of reincarnation, one can secure additional benefits for their family. Anil was deep in thought when Principal June spoke again. Furthermore, there is another matter I believe we should discuss. Please, Principal, do tell. Anil, are you familiar with Longshan Academy? The prestigious university located near the number 9 abyss? Yes, I have heard it is quite difficult to gain admission. Principal June chuckled. Indeed, Longshan Academy is the only prestigious institution founded by the Abyssal Army among its peers. Graduates are directly inducted into the Abyssal Army upon completion of their studies. Moreover, the resources allocated for training at the Academy are unparalleled. Given their affiliation with the Abyssal Army, allowing them direct access to first-hand resources from the Abyss. However, opportunity coexists with danger. Longshan Academy implements a rigorous and relentless education system, frequently sending students into the Abyss for training, resulting in the highest mortality rate among students in prestigious universities. It is even colloquially referred to as Hell Academy. Principal June pondered for a moment before saying, "The reason I suddenly mentioned Longshan Academy is that last month, all municipal universities received a notification directly related to Longshan Academy. Therefore, I would like to inquire whether you have considered applying to Longshan Academy. If not, there is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter." Anil promptly nodded in response, yes. Principal June was taken aback by Anil's decisive answer. While Longshan Academy is a coveted institution for many, its alarming student mortality rate has caused trepidation among some students and their families. Principal June advised Anil, "You need not rush into a decision. This is not a trivial matter. You should discuss it with your family first." "No need for discussion," Anil replied with a smile. "My father has always hoped for me to gain admission to Longshan Academy, and it is also my aspiration. I previously had little hope due to my inadequate vitality. But now that I meet the requirements, I will certainly apply." Anil was indeed truthful. However, the underlying reason for his determination to apply to Longshan Academy was its notorious student mortality rate. The first rule of survival. In circumstances where logical behavior is warranted, one should always flee from danger. For others, Longshan Academy may be a hellish institution, yet for him, it represents paradise. Chapter 28. After much contemplation, I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. Perhaps I shall offer myself in return. Moments later, Anil emerged from the principal's office, contemplating the upcoming selection for the master class. Indeed, this was what Principal June had informed him about. Longshan Academy was preparing to launch a master class. Students admitted to this class would receive the teachings and legacies of masters, along with unrestricted resource support. This was truly unprecedented. Those worthy of being called masters are at least 7th-tier warriors, individuals who stand as elite experts anywhere in the world. They are truly among the pinnacle of society, both in power and status. To think such figures would take on teaching roles at a university was news to Anil. If this information were to spread, it would likely set the entire nation's college entrance examinees ablaze with excitement. However, Principal June had also briefed him on certain details regarding the competition. The selection for the master class would be open to the top 10 students from each province in this year's martial arts examination. The Great Xia has a total of 34 provinces, resulting in approximately 340 participating students. These 340 individuals would compete in an elimination format, ultimately selecting the top 20 to join the master class. While it is reasonable to assert that not every individual's dream university is Longshan Academy, upon hearing this news, those who initially had no intention of applying would likely reconsider. After all, the opportunity to become a disciple of a master is something that countless individuals would beg for in vain. How many would be willing to let such a golden opportunity slip away? Principal June has just conveyed his thoughts to Anil, expressing a fervent desire for Anil to participate in this grand competition. Should Anil gain admission to the master class, it would not merely signify personal glory for him, but would also bring honor to the entire school and even to the whole Jianyang city. In response, Anil finds himself not entirely resistant to the idea. After all, he intends to apply to Longshan University. Entering the master class and encountering the world's foremost champions would undoubtedly be a privilege. Moreover, he understands a vital truth. In this high martial arts realm, one integrates into circles of influence. Larger circles entail greater dangers and swifter demise. Of course, it is still premature to dwell on the competition, as registration will commence only after the college entrance examinations, which are still over a month away. Should he meet with any unforeseen calamity during this time, the prospect of applying to Longshan University and participating in the masterclass selection would become an exercise in futility. Releasing such thoughts, Anil strolls through the campus, only to inadvertently notice that the students around him are deliberately maintaining their distance. They whisper among themselves, their gazes laden with complexity. Having attained the second rank in cultivation, Anil's senses have been significantly enhanced. Coupled with the extraordinary nature of his physique, he swiftly overhears their conversations. Master, they now regard you with both respect and fear. Anil, it is because they are aware that I am a martial artist. Brain, moreover, a martial artist capable of taking on 3 opponents at once. As the saying goes, the strong are destined to be lonely. So you needn't take it to heart, Master. Anil, have I shown any concern? Brain, do not deceive yourself, Master. When you began to notice their change, your heart was already affected. Anil, my awareness of their transformation is merely a reflection of your own focus on them, is it not? Brain, if you did not observe them, how could we have become aware of them? Anil, but it is you who are watching them. Brain, yet you are the master. Anil, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Are you intent on contradicting me? Brain, I wouldn't dare. Heart, Master, I can attest that the boss is indeed engaging in a debate with you. Brain, Heart, are you betraying me? Heart, Boss, you are unjustly accusing me. As a loyal and conscientious part of this body, my duty is to obey your commands and fulfill your wishes. How can my honesty be construed as treachery? Anil, Heart, do you truly adhere to my commands and align with my will? Heart, absolutely. I, the Heart, am unwaveringly devoted to you, Master. Anil, excellent. Then I shall have you pause for 10 minutes to observe. Heart, this deaf one, did you not hear? The Master commands you to listen for another 10 minutes. Ear, what does that have to do with me? Heart, nonsense. You dare to disregard the Master's orders? Very well. If you have the audacity, then I shall also cease to listen. All organs. Anil. Anil. The voice of Lu Meng resounds. Anil turned his head and beheld a fellow approaching from the corridor of the teaching building, grasping his green canvas backpack. Guess how much money is in here? Lu Meng followed closely behind Anil, weighing the canvas bag in his hands, grinning like a bear cradling honey. 5,000. Anil casually ventured a guess. With a mysterious smile, Lu Meng replied, guess again. 10,000. Nope. 20,000. It's 100,000. Ha ha, we've struck gold. Lu Meng exclaimed in a hushed tone, nearly bouncing with excitement. So much. Anil was somewhat taken aback. It seemed the school was rife with affluent individuals. It's largely because of the altercation you had on Q-Space yesterday. Plus, many are keen to curry favor with those 3 fools from the elite class, so they placed hefty bets to show their support. Over 500 people came to me for wagers, and only 2 bet $100 on your victory. When you pulled off that upset, those who wanted to flatter Zhangzi, Omu, and Lu Long ended up with nothing, losing their shirts, quite literally. Ha! Anil chuckled and asked, didn't they demand a refund after losing so much? Refund? You turned those 3 from the elite class into punching bags. Do you think they would dare ask for their money back? Lu Meng waved his iron fist. It's not like I forced them to bet. It was their own gambling instincts. They want a refund? They should first consult with my fist. Very well, that aligns perfectly with your character. By the way, here is something for you. What the heck? Blood chi pill. Is it of the superior grade? This is the blood chi pill promised by the principal after I saved Wan Xiao. With my current strength at the 2nd tier, consuming this pill won't affect my performance in the college entrance examination. Therefore, you should take it. With your current strength at the 1st tier, this should help you break through to the middle of the 1st tier, bridging the gap between 1st tier and elite universities. Just a small leap. Aren't you saving it for Anshin? Anshin. She's only in elementary school now. She won't be ready for medicinal pills until at least high school. By then, if I encounter any misfortune, I should possess enough strength to provide her with the necessary training resources. If I remain unscathed, you can simply help me deliver a few blood chi pills to her as a token of gratitude. That sounds rather awkward, but I have confidence. By the time Anshin reaches high school, I'll present her with a large barrel of blood chi pills. She can treat them like candy. Thanks, brother. Should I start calling you father now? As you wish, dear son. After some contemplation, Anil mused, I still feel indebted. Perhaps I should offer myself in return? Gun. Chapter 29. Zhangzi, growing stronger from beatings? Upon returning home, Anil shared with his parents the incident involving the blood chi pill he gifted to Lu Meng. and Dahai and Lu Xiaoru had no objections. Firstly, the two families enjoyed a close relationship, and secondly, the pill was Anil's personal possession, granting him the autonomy to decide its fate. Moreover, Anil had already attained the status of a second-tier martial artist, making his admission to an elite university a certainty. Thus, the blood chi pill was no longer a pressing necessity for him. Once lunch was prepared, Anil entered the kitchen to assist his mother in bringing the dishes to the living room. Anshin, come here and lend a hand, he called out. Anshin, you have already reached the second rank of martial artists, yet you still require my assistance to serve a dish? Anshin languidly reclined on the sofa, idly flipping through channels with the remote control. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she called out to her father, Dad, our school is organizing a summer camp next Friday, and I probably won't be returning that day. Summer camp? Is there a fee? No, it's free. They provide food and lodging. Anshin beamed with delight. After all, scheduling the summer camp on a Friday meant a reprieve from classes. Anil, understanding Anshin's sentiments, remarked, Don't rejoice too soon. It might pour that day, and the camp could be cancelled. Anshin retorted indignantly, You wish. It will surely be a sunny day. At that moment, Anshin happened to switch to the local weather forecast channel, where the broadcaster announced, according to the Jianyang Meteorological Station, due to the northward movement of warm tropical air, it is expected that the Jiang Province and Xian Province will experience continuous heavy rainfall over the next 3 weeks. The torrential downpour is anticipated to affect most areas of our province. We advise all citizens to take precautions and travel safely. Anil chuckled, See, even the weather forecast confirms it. How infuriating. Anshin argued back, Who doesn't he know that the weather forecast is only accurate for sunny days? Next Friday will definitely be clear. It will certainly rain heavily. Anshin scoffed and cursed at the television. Do not rain. Do not rain. Do not rain. Anil, in response, shouted, Rain, rain, rain. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi, with his face smeared in purple ointment, returned home with his backpack. Upon entering, his mother gasped, Who are you? Zhang Zi replied, Your son. Zhang's mother exclaimed, Xiaohe, why is your face so swollen? Zhang Zi explained, I was sparring with classmates at the training ground. Getting a few injuries is quite normal, isn't it? His mother pressed, Sparring with classmates? Didn't you fight back? Zhang Zi sighed, Let us not dwell on it. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. Almost done. You should go take care of your face first. All right. Zhang Zi retreated to his bedroom, set down his backpack, and sat at his desk. On the desk lay an old blood testing machine. This second-hand device had been gifted by his cousin, and although outdated, it still maintained high accuracy, its only drawback being a sluggish testing process. He had a habit of measuring his vitality every day after school. Thus, he hastily took out a blood lancet, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall into the machine's recess. As the aging device displayed the results slowly, Zhang Zi took the opportunity to call his cousin, Wu Daong. Xiaohe, what's the matter? Came his cousin's voice from the other end. Cousin, I've been beaten. Zhang Zi stated bluntly. Who did it, and what is their strength? His cousin inquired. They're just an ordinary family. Their strength should be between the first and second ranks. Zhang Zi was unclear about the specifics of Anil's capabilities. He speculated that Anil might possess the strength of a first-tier warrior, and any further would merely indicate he was at the apex of that tier. For the sake of argument, let us consider Anil as a first-tier fighter. In that case, his cousin, a second-tier expert, would find dealing with Anil no more challenging than handling a mere chick. Understood. Did he have 3 legs removed? Or was it just a leg? Goodness, it's not that exaggerated. My conflict with him is minor. I simply need to teach him a lesson by giving him a sound thrashing. I comprehend, but the Martial Arts Academy has been exceedingly busy lately, and I am unable to spare the time. Let us wait until next Saturday. At that time, you shall take me to confront that fellow who requires a reprimand. Very well, thank you, cousin. It's a trivial matter. By the way, how is my second aunt's health? My mother is doing well. That is good to hear. Then we shall meet next Saturday. All right, goodbye, cousin. Zhang Zi hung up the phone, exhilaration rendering him oblivious to the pain on his face. Haha, Anil. Prepare yourself to become a glowing pig's head next Saturday. You've been too ruthless. Beep, beep, beep. The blood energy monitor on the table began to sound. Zhang Zi picked it up and glanced at the numbers. In the next moment, he leaped from his chair, exclaiming joyfully, No way. It's increased. I, Zhang Zi, am indeed a genius. Ha ha ha. Wait a minute. Why did my blood energy rise even after taking a beating today? Could it be that I am a masochist? No, that is impossible. Could it be that Anil truly forced my potential to surface? Zhangzi glanced at the phone he had just hung up, hesitating. No, one must keep matters separate. At worst, I shall turn you into a pig's head and then treat you to a meal afterward. His mother's voice resonated from the living room. Xiaohe, come out for dinner. All right. Mom, I have great news. Your son's blood energy has increased again. Really? By how much? A full 3 points. 3 points. Doesn't that mean you have a chance to apply to a first-tier university? Indeed. Ha ha ha. By the afternoon, when Anil returned to school, the news of his overwhelming defeat of Zhang Lu and Wu had already spread throughout the campus. Any student who encountered him immediately recognized him as Anil. There was no escaping the fact that he was the only one with a shaved head, a striking feature that made it nearly impossible to go unrecognized. Upon seeing Anil, these students would hurriedly distance themselves. Anil found this behavior quite perplexing. After all, he had merely given Zhang Lu and Wu a sound thrashing. Why did they treat him as if he were a plague? Little did he know that the ordinary class students who had joined forces to assault him alongside the elite class were now back in their classes, labeling him a lunatic. Even more deranged than Lin Fengtian. Though it felt peculiar to be regarded as a pariah, Anil did find one advantage. He no longer had to wait in line. The students at the school saw him and immediately fled, clearing a path for him. Just as Anil relished this special treatment, he suddenly noticed a student ahead who did not shy away upon seeing him, but instead stood there facing him. Chapter 30, second in the elite class. The shadow of Lin Fengtian. Anil looked up to see a tall male student standing before him. The other party sported a spirited short haircut, his features striking and his skin a healthy wheat tone. The male student greeted Enlu with a warm smile. Hello, and classmate, my name is Cheng Feng. From the special class. Enlu recognized the name. Cheng Feng was the second most formidable fighter in the special class, a genius only surpassed by Lin Fengtian, and undoubtedly one of the most exceptional talents in Jianyang City. Enlu inquired politely, is there something you need from me? Not at all. I merely wish to make your acquaintance, Cheng Feng replied. Enli's ability to defeat 3 opponents, Zhang Zi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long, clearly indicated he was no ordinary genius himself. For Cheng Feng, befriending any talented martial artist was far from a disadvantage. After all, one could never predict who might rise to power in the future. As the saying goes, many friends pave many paths, and even a mere acquaintance is preferable to complete strangers. Unlike Lin Fengtian, who seemed solely focused on cultivation, Enlu nodded, now that we are acquainted. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. Cheng Feng was taken aback by Enli's apparent disinterest in engaging further. Yet he understood that the nature of geniuses could often be peculiar. Thus, he stepped aside, saying, very well, I shall not delay you any further. And I hope we might converse more deeply another time. As Enlu was about to depart, he turned back, casting Cheng Feng an odd glance, wondering if he might be a bit peculiar himself. With that thought, Enlu hastily left, leaving Cheng Feng with a puzzled expression, contemplating if he had said something amiss. Had he not been polite enough? Observing Enli's retreating figure, Cheng Feng shook his head and departed, reflecting on Enli's peculiar nature, which bore a resemblance to Lin Fengtian. Speaking of which, Cheng Feng mused, Lin Fengtian's behavior today seemed somewhat off. Perhaps it was worth investigating. Cheng Feng made his way to the spacious classroom designated for the special class. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Lin Fengtian seated at his desk, eyes closed in meditation. Cheng Feng approached quietly and lightly tapped on Lin Fengtian's desk. Lin Fengtian did not open his eyes, but simply uttered a single word. Boring. Cheng Feng continued, undeterred, a student from the ordinary class, named Enlu, single-handedly challenged Zhang Zi, Lu Long, and Wu Mu this morning in the martial arts hall. Not to mention several other male students from the ordinary class. I heard Zhang Zi and the others were quite severely beaten. At this, Lin Fengtian opened his eyes, hesitating for half a second before meeting Cheng Feng's gaze. So what? You could achieve such a feat as well. Cheng Feng smiled, not denying the observation, but keenly noting the faint blood vessels in Lin Fengtian's right eye. For a martial artist, especially one of Lin Fengtian's caliber, such a symptom was decidedly abnormal. Cheng Feng was convinced that Lin Fengtian must be grappling with some issue. However, he was unaware whether this matter was physical or psychological for Lin Fengtian. Regardless of the nature, Cheng Feng believed that this moment presented a unique opportunity for him. For nearly 3 years, since the day he entered high school, he had been overshadowed by Lin Fengtian. In both academics and prowess, Lin Fengtian had always been first. while he remained perpetually in second place, the eternal runner-up. He longed to triumph over Lin Fengtian just once. As his high school journey approached its conclusion, he feared that if he did not seize this chance, he might never have another. And now, this was indeed the moment. Cheng Feng was uncertain of what had transpired with Lin Fengtian, but he understood that Lin Fengtian was certainly not at his peak state. There were vulnerabilities present. Though it might be deemed unethical, it was the prime opportunity to overcome him. With this thought in mind, Cheng Feng smiled and casually suggested, "Shall we head to the training hall for some practice?" "I'm not in the mood," Lin Fengtian replied with a stoic expression. Cheng Feng teased, "What's wrong? Afraid of losing to me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fengtian lifted his gaze to meet Cheng Feng's, and after a prolonged moment, he responded, "Very well. I will accompany you for a while." 10 minutes later, in a training room on the third floor of the training hall, Cheng Feng found himself defeated and lying on the ground. As he lay there, a mixture of emotions swirled within him until he finally exhaled a deep sigh. "I even resorted to underhanded tactics, yet I still couldn't best you." Lin Fengtian, standing silently by the window, remarked, "Finding weaknesses and striking decisively is the instinct of a warrior. There are no such things as underhanded or noble individuals." Cheng Feng chuckled as he sat up from the floor, saying, "No wonder they call you a genius. In our teacher's words, you are a true warrior, which is why your training is more focused than others, making you stronger. However, this does not prevent you from being a freak in my eyes. How long has it been since we last met, and you've already made another breakthrough? Alas, it seems I shall never defeat you in this lifetime. Defeating me is not the essence. What truly matters is conquering yourself." Lin Fengtian turned to Cheng Feng and said earnestly. Cheng Feng dismissed this notion. "You have never lost. So naturally, you think it inconsequential." Upon hearing Cheng Feng's words, Lin Fengtian fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, "I have lost." "What?" Cheng Feng thought he had misheard or perhaps misunderstood. "I lost, and it was a complete defeat. He is even younger than I am, stronger than I am. He left me breathless." Cheng Feng could scarcely believe his ears. "How is it possible? Someone could defeat you, Lin Fengtian? Who is that person? Who is he?" Lin Fengtian murmured, his thoughts swirling in his mind, as memories pulled him back to that terrifying night. "Who is he? Who is he?" Suddenly, Lin Fengtian seemed to recall the haunting gaze from last night. A dark substance, shimmering with an eerie glow, floated within those eyes, settling like mist and dust. That gaze enveloped him like the suffocating waters of death, rendering him powerless to escape. Unable to breathe, he could only await his demise in despair. All at once, Lin Fengtian's heart began to race. Thump, 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 thump. In the next moment, Lin Fengtian clutched his chest and collapsed onto the ground. Cheng Feng was startled and hurriedly rushed to Lin Fengtian's side. Leaning down, he observed Lin Fengtian's eyes turning blood red, with veins protruding from his neck. Lin Fengtian, Lin Fengtian, what has happened to you? Lin Fengtian, Lin Fengtian. Chapter 31, 3 Cowards, Memorial, A Storm Approaches. In the infirmary on campus, Lin Fengtian lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his face devoid of any expression and his eyes lacking any emotion. At the entrance of the room, Cheng Feng withdrew his gaze from Lin Fengtian and turned to Nurse Chun. "Auntie Chun, what is his condition? He fainted rather suddenly just now." The 40-year-old Nurse Chun smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Lin Fengtian is fine. It might just be due to excessive stress. However, I must advise you, although the college entrance examination is important, one must also pay attention to their mental state and not impose too much pressure on themselves." Cheng Feng felt relieved. "Thank you for the reminder, Auntie Chen. Let him rest here for a while. I will inform the teacher." Nurse Chen nodded. "All right, I will keep an eye on him." Cheng Feng left the infirmary and headed towards the special class, his mind racing with thoughts. Excessive stress? Perhaps. But Lin Fengtian had only fainted after mentioning that mysterious person. Was there truly someone younger and stronger than Lin Fengtian? In class 4 of the senior year, in the last row, Lu Ming nudged Lu with his elbow and whispered, "That 100,000 yuan is temporarily at my home. I will go to the bank to open 2 cards during the holiday and deposit the money. Then I will give it to you." "All right," and Lu nodded in agreement. "By the way, I heard that Cheng Feng from the special class approached you just now. Is that true?" "Yes, it is indeed the case." "What did he want from you?" "Just to get acquainted." "Get acquainted? Haha, this guy treats everyone like a long-lost relative," Lu Ming quipped without mercy. "Did he approach you as well?" "Yes, that was during our first year. Damn it. He even said he wanted to have an in-depth discussion with me. It made me feel uneasy every time I saw him afterward. After school, Lu and Lu Ming left the campus together. As they reached the school gate, they suddenly spotted several familiar figures in the distance. The person leading the group was Yuan Xiao, flanked by 2 female classmates, followed by 3 boys, Zhang Zi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming scoffed. These 3 pathetic sycophants, they will end up with nothing in the end. Yuan Xiao noticed Lu and Lu Ming and approached them, greeting, Lu Ming. Yuan Xiao, Lu responded, glancing at the 3 boys behind her. Do you need me to help you? Yuan Xiao smiled helplessly. No need, they haven't bothered me. Very well then, Lu dismissed the thought. However, Lu Ming called out to the 3 boys. Can you 3 stop following her like lovesick fools? Aren't you afraid someone will report you? What is it to you? Lu Long shouted back, but when he cast a glance at Lu, his confidence faltered. Lu, we are all competing fairly. This isn't against the law, is it? With a bold step forward, Anil challenged. How about you 3 take me on together? Seems fair, doesn't it? Witnessing this scene, the students passing by halted, their gazes drawn towards the unfolding drama. Just that morning, Anil had engaged in a skirmish with Zhang, Lu, and Wu. Was another confrontation about to ensue? Eager spectators quickly retrieved their phones, poised to capture the imminent spectacle. Although they had missed the earlier bout at the martial arts hall, they were determined not to let this one slip by. However, the injuries on Zhang, Lu, and Wu's faces had yet to heal. How could they possibly dare to confront Anil again? Even if their wounds were mended, they would still hesitate, for the disparity in strength was evident. And they had no desire to seek out further humiliation. Zhang Zi grasped Lu Long's arm, advising, a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. Let us retreat. Lu Long, clinging to his pride, shouted a final protest, yet soon followed Zhang Zi and Wu, hastily retreating. The onlookers were left disappointed. What was this? No confrontation? What a waste of our time. They had expected something more thrilling, only to witness the trio flee in fear. And they called themselves warriors? How pathetic. Though the anticipated clash didn't materialize, the crowd managed to capture the comical retreat of Zhang, Lu, and Wu, which swiftly transformed into memes circulating through various class groups within the school, earning the 3 the unflattering title of cowards. Once the trio departed, Yuan Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat liberated from the presence of the 3 boys, which had made her uneasy. Well, since all is settled, we shall take our leave, Anil announced, preparing to depart with Lu Ming. See you later, Yuan Xiao waved, accompanied by polite smiles from her 2 female classmates. Just as Anil turned to leave, Yuan Xiao called out to him. By the way, Anil, Lu Ming, will you be attending the senior commemorative event next Friday? The senior commemorative event? Anil turned back, contemplating. Next Friday, you say? This event was unique to Jianyang High School, not an official school function, but rather an initiative organized by martial arts examination students. Its purpose was to provide a moment of relaxation for those preparing for the high-stakes examinations, alleviating the pressure they faced. However, given the limited number of students participating in the martial arts exams, the turnout for this event was modest. Yes, next Friday at 7 in the evening, Yuan Xiao confirmed. Anil pondered for a moment. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll attend. What about you, Lu classmate? Yuan Xiao inquired, glancing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming chuckled. I think I'll pass. I don't want to be the third wheel. The primary reason, however, was that he wished to enter a period of focused training and had little time to spare. Anil surmised that Lu Ming was likely preparing to consume the blood qi pill. After taking the pill, he would require time to digest it. As high-grade blood qi pills were not ordinary concoctions, and a prolonged digestion period was to be expected. Very well then, Yuan Xiao said, directing her gaze back to Anil. If you're certain about attending, I'll help you register. Sure, I appreciate it, he replied. That evening, during dinner, a gentle rain began to fall outside the window. Upon hearing the soothing sound of rain, Anshin hurriedly rushed to the window, extending her hand outside, where the slightly hurried raindrops instantly drenched her palm. Ah, please don't rain, Anshin exclaimed, unable to accept the reality. The summer camp is ruined. Anil, reveling in her misfortune, remarked. Lu Xiaoru playfully tapped Anil's bald head with her chopsticks and comforted her daughter. Such a light rain will surely cease soon. Come, let us eat. Anshin reassured herself. Yes, it will definitely stop soon. Yet, the gentle rain persisted throughout the night without a pause. The dreamlike training regimen of her rebellious organs was consequently put on hold. When morning arrived, Anshin awoke in disbelief. How could such a light drizzle fall so incessantly? It had not ceased all night. Perhaps the heavens had heard her silent plea. That evening, the weather shifted dramatically from a light rain to a downpour. Resigned, Anshin concocted a new form of consolation, declaring it should rain now. The heavier, the better. By Friday, it will surely have cleared up. Once more, the heavens seemed to heed her thoughts, transforming the downpour into a torrential rain. However, the relentless deluge continued unabated, even extending into Friday without a sign of respite. Thus, when Friday morning dawned, Anshin found herself in tears. Woo-woo. Chapter 32, Vacation, The Rascals in the Alley. Once Anshin began to cry, she could not stop. Initially filled with anticipation, she felt drenched in cold water by the unexpected downpour, which had intensified day by day. Now, the long-awaited summer camp date had arrived, yet the heavy rain showed no signs of abating. Although the school had not formally notified the students, Anshin could easily surmise that today's summer camp was undoubtedly canceled. Lu Xiaoru sat on the sofa, gently comforting her daughter, while Anil cheerfully enjoyed her breakfast until her father, and Dahai, received a phone call. "Hello, is this Teacher Yang? All right, I understand. Goodbye." After hanging up, and Dahai called out to his daughter, "Anshin, stop crying. Your homeroom teacher just called to say that due to last night's torrential rain, the classrooms on the first floor have been flooded, so today is a holiday. Classes will resume next Monday." "Really?" Anshin exclaimed, leaping up from the sofa, her face alight with joy. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Let me check." Anshin pulled out her phone and indeed found her classmates discussing the unexpected holiday in their group chat. "Jiang Pai Ye, Lu Yang, a day off, how delightful. Gu Xiaoda. Thank you, heavens. Please keep it coming. Zheng Qi, can we please flood our school away?" Zhang Rulong agreed. "Flood the teacher's office and the principal's room." Zheng Qi, ha. Teacher Yang. Zheng Qi, Zhang Rulong, please visit my office next Monday. Zheng Qi, Zhang Rulong. Jiang Pai, ha. Gu Xiaoda, ha. At last, Anshin felt a wave of relief wash over her. We truly have no classes today." Lu Xiaoru rose to her feet and gently tousled Anshin's hair. "Perfect timing. I'll be making dumplings this afternoon, so you can help Mom at home." "Dumplings? How delightful." Anil, who had just finished his meal, put away his phone. He had briefly checked his messages and confirmed that his school had not issued any so-called notice of closure. Resigned, he shouldered his backpack. "All right, I must brave the heavy rain to attend school." This time, it was Anshin's turn to revel in his misfortune. "Haha, I hope it rains even harder. I adore rainy days." Anil rolled his eyes at his sister, bid farewell to his parents, and left home. Once downstairs, he truly felt the ferocity of the rain. The air was filled with the sound of torrential raindrops, a cacophony that was deafening. The cold wind howled around him. Before he even stepped out of the corridor, raindrops were already pelting his face. Anil gazed at the downpour with astonishment. After a moment's thought, he flipped his backpack around to shield his chest and opened his umbrella, dashing out of the building. The sound of rain striking the umbrella was akin to beans being scattered. This wretched weather was truly something else. He suspected that even the books in his backpack would be drenched. "Fortunately, I didn't bring any books today." Anil hurriedly exited the community and sprinted towards the nearest bus stop. Just as he arrived, a bus pulled up, and he quickly boarded. Truth be told, he secretly wished for a day off from school. It wasn't that he disliked attending class. It was simply that his friend, Lu Meng, had taken a few days off to train at home, leaving him without anyone to converse with during lessons, which had become rather tedious. I seem to actually dislike class, he pondered. Perhaps I should also engage in some training to alleviate this boredom? Anil, oh Anil, how could you sink so low as to contemplate training? Is this something that pertains to you? Before long, the bus reached its stop, and Anil disembarked. He only needed to walk across 2 streets to reach school. Umbrella in hand, he trotted towards the institution. Perhaps due to the torrential rain, he unexpectedly collided with a man walking ahead of him, who had not noticed him. Their umbrellas bumped into one another, and rainwater cascaded from the fabric of Anil's umbrella onto the front of his backpack. The man he collided with was a middle-aged gentleman, sporting a bald head just like Anil's, and clad in a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, dark green plaid shirt. His expression was kind, his skin darkened from working under the sun. One hand held an umbrella, while the other carried 3 plastic bags filled with breakfast items, including buns and fried dough sticks. Noticing he had bumped into Anil, The man quickly apologized. I'm terribly sorry. The rain is so heavy that I didn't see the way. Anil wiped the raindrops from his backpack and replied, It's all right. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile before continuing on his way. Anil took a moment to gaze at the man's retreating figure, then shook his head with a smile and resumed his journey to school. Jianyang High School lay 4 streets to the south, tucked away in a secluded, narrow alley. The middle-aged man, carrying his breakfast, arrived at the entrance of a modest bungalow. He did not open the door immediately. Instead, he stood in front of it, cautiously glancing around. The relentless rain poured down, and the alley was deserted, with no one else in sight. The middle-aged man, feeling a sense of relief, knocked forcefully 5 times on the door, which swung open in less than 3 seconds. The figure who opened the door was also a bald middle-aged man, but he appeared more robust, with 3 ghastly scars prominently etched across his left cheek. The man carrying breakfast spoke up, Brother, I have returned. The scarred man stepped aside, allowing the man who had brought back breakfast to enter the room. Everything was uneventful on the way, he inquired, simultaneously closing the door and locking it securely from the inside. No, the middle-aged man replied, placing his umbrella into an empty water bucket against the wall before proceeding to the living room, where he set the breakfast on the dining table. Suddenly, a muffled cry emanated from the sofa opposite the table. There, slumped on the sofa, was a voluptuous woman with disheveled hair, tightly bound by ropes. A wad of filthy cloth was stuffed into her mouth, causing her cheeks to bulge, while layers of transparent tape encircled her mouth and the back of her head, effectively silencing her cries. The upper part of her face was marred by dried and fresh tears, her gaze filled with fear, resentment, and desperation. At the foot of the sofa, a pool of blood lay, cradling a lifeless body. Rigid and with a blown-apart head, it was unmistakably a male corpse. The middle-aged man remained expressionless, unperturbed by the woman's muffled struggles and whimpers. Instead, he simply pulled over a wooden stool, seated himself next to the dining table, and began to relish the breakfast he had purchased. At that moment, the scarred man approached as well, taking a seat on the sofa beside the bound woman. He reached for a bag of breakfast, tore it open, and began to eat heartily. Perhaps due to the scarred man's proximity, the bound woman ceased her struggles. However, overwhelmed by fear, she continued to whimper quietly. Looking up from his meal, the middle-aged man fixed a cold stare on her, warning, If you make another sound, I will send you down to meet your husband. Instantly, the woman was petrified, silencing herself and daring not to meet the middle-aged man's gaze. She could only lower her head in terror, trembling uncontrollably. The scarred man leaned closer to her, whispering, Do not worry, as long as you obey. I assure you that no harm will come to you. The woman flinched in fear, and in the next moment, tears streamed silently down her cheeks. She did not dare to resist, nor even utter a sound of defiance. Within 10 minutes, both men had finished their meal. The middle-aged man queried the scarred man, Brother, what time do we commence our operation? The scarred man replied, At 6 o'clock in the evening. We will scout the area first before making our move. The middle-aged man nodded. Thanks to this heavy rain, they will not be able to find us. The weather forecast indicates that this downpour will continue for another week. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we should have ample time to leave Jianyang. The scarred man's brows relaxed, and he exclaimed with excitement, This is heaven's assistance. Therefore, we shall encounter no mishaps. Once we have avenged ourselves, let us depart from Jianyang. After I attain the 4th rank in my cultivation, I shall return to exact my vengeance. The middle-aged man revealed a cruel smile, exclaiming, Indeed, eliminate them all, wipe out his entire family. Witnessing the increasingly deranged demeanor of the 2 men before her, the bound young woman felt an overwhelming sense of terror, her heart brimming with despair regarding her impending fate. At 11 in the morning, Anil finally endured until school was dismissed. However, to his surprise, just as the mathematics teacher exited the classroom and everyone was preparing to gather their belongings and head home, the homeroom teacher entered the room. He announced a piece of news. Due to the relentless torrential rain, the school had decided to cancel the afternoon classes in consideration of students who live far from home or those from other places returning for the weekend. Thus, the holiday commenced immediately, with regular classes resuming the following Monday. In essence, today would only entail half a day of lessons. Upon hearing this announcement, the students hastily collected their books and bags, eager to leave. After all, it was a rare opportunity to enjoy an extended break. Anil shared the same sentiment. Grabbing his umbrella and slinging his bag over his shoulder, he left the school without delay. Upon returning home, he found his family gathered around the dining table for a meal. Surprised to see Anil, his mother, Anshin, turned around and asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for lunch?" Earlier that morning, Anil had indeed called home, contemplating the heavy rain and deciding to have lunch at school to avoid getting drenched. However, with the school declaring a holiday, there was no need to remain on campus. He placed his umbrella and bag down, stating, "The afternoon classes were canceled, so I came back." And Ahai inquired, "No classes tomorrow and the day after, right?" Anil nodded, "Yes, it's like we have 2.5 days off." Anshin boasted, "I have half a day more than you. Aren't you envious?" "Envious of what?" Anil retorted. After washing his hands in the kitchen, he returned to the living room with a bowl and chopsticks to begin his meal. His mother, Lu Xiaoru, remarked, "Perfect timing. This afternoon, let us make dumplings together. You have the most strength now, so you can handle chopping the filling." "All right," he replied. Once the meal was finished, the entire family sprang into action, busily preparing the dumplings. By 6 in the evening, the dumplings were ready. The family gathered around the dining table, watching television and savoring the delicious dumplings. "Mom, your dumplings are the best," Anil exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, Anshin interjected, "There are some that I made too." Anil picked up a suspicious-looking dumpling from his bowl and chuckled, "No need to mention it. This lopsided creation is clearly your handiwork." Anshin, feeling indignant, retorted, "What do you mean lopsided? This is a work of art, do you understand? You really lack any artistic sensibility. You call this art?" Anil quipped, scrutinizing the so-called artwork. "Your artistic sensibility seems to have mutated. If you want to eat it, give it to me." Anshin pushed her bowl towards her brother. Anil promptly popped the artistic creation into his mouth, saying, "Never mind, I'd rather help you avoid food poisoning." At that moment, Anil's phone, which he had placed on the table, suddenly vibrated. He opened it to discover a message from Ruan Xiao on QQ. Anshin's sharp eyes immediately recognized the avatar on Anil's phone. "What message did Sister Ruan Xiao send you?" "Is it Ruan Xiao?" Lu Xiaoru inquired. Quite fond of the young lady. If it weren't for the current disparity in their family backgrounds, she genuinely wished to see her son paired with Ruan Xiao. However, social status was secondary. If her son and Ruan Xiao had developed mutual affection, she would wholeheartedly support it. After all, her son had reached the realm of a second-tier martial artist, undoubtedly a top-tier talent even in the whole of Jianyang. What young lady would be unworthy of him? Anil nodded. "Yes, I need to return to school after dinner. I promised her I'd attend the senior commemorative meeting, which starts at 7. I estimate I'll be back around 9. "What is the senior commemorative meeting?" Anshin asked curiously. "It's a gathering of martial arts students to sing songs, snack on sunflower seeds, and relax a bit," Anil explained. Anshin laughed. "Do you really need to relax? It seems to me you spend all day napping, which is quite enough relaxation already." And Ahai interjected, "Participating in such activities is beneficial. It helps deepen relationships with classmates. After graduation, opportunities like this will become scarce." Lu Xiaoru agreed. "Yes, this is a perfect chance for you to chat more with Ruan Xiao. That girl is quite admirable, beautiful, polite, and talented." Anil replied, "Mom, are you overthinking this? We've barely met a few times. We're at most just ordinary friends." Lu Xiaoru retorted, "What do you know? You two are already as close as life and death. By the way, I'll pack 2 bowls of dumplings in a thermos for you to take to school and give to Ruan Xiao." "Is it really necessary, Mom? By the time the dumplings reach school, they'll probably turn into mush. Don't worry about that. Just do as I say. What matters is the thought behind it, understand?" "Fine, do as you wish." In the depths of a narrow alley, within that same old house, 2 middle-aged men, armed and ready to depart, paused as one of them turned to regard the bound young woman still on the sofa. His gaze was icy. The woman, sensing the chilling stare, felt a surge of fear and whimpered. At that moment, the scar-faced man removed his left glove and approached her, speaking softly, "I truly admire you. If it weren't for wanting to conserve my energy before the fight, I would spend 3 days right here with you." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he abruptly drew his left hand back and pressed it against the woman's face, forcefully pushing her head against the white wall behind the sofa. Thud! She had no time to make a sound before meeting the same grim fate as her husband. Red and white splatters adorned the wall behind the sofa and the scar-faced man's left hand. The woman's lifeless body slumped alone on the sofa. The middle-aged man at the doorway observed the scene with an impassive expression, while the scar-faced man chuckled as he flicked away the remnants on his hand and donned his glove once more. Chapter 34. Thugs invade Jianyang High School. A blood-soaked commemorative meeting. The scar-faced man pulled out his phone, prompting the middle-aged man to take another look at the photograph displayed. Remember her face. We'll strike directly. The middle-aged man nodded, committing the image to memory with utmost intensity. The scar-faced man casually tossed his phone onto the ground, and the two of them stepped outside, wielding an umbrella. Once outside, the scar-faced man methodically secured the door from the outside, taking a moment to inspect the windows. Everything appeared normal, at least for this night. No one would detect anything amiss within. After ensuring there were no oversights, they donned gray caps and opened their umbrella, stepping into the curtain of rain. The sky had completely darkened. The downpour remained relentless, and the streetlights flickered dimly. Only the occasional rumble of thunder illuminated the city momentarily before darkness reclaimed its hold. The two perpetrators, their hands freshly stained with blood, walked brazenly down the street, occasionally brushing past passers-by. Whenever someone inadvertently met their gaze, they would don a faint smile, feigning innocence. Heading northward, they traversed 4 streets before finally halting. They gazed toward the north, where Jianyang High School stood silently. "Let us go," the scar-faced man uttered, making his way towards the school, with the middle-aged man expressionlessly following in his wake. At the entrance of Jianyang High School, 2 security guards were seated inside, sipping hot tea. The younger guard remarked, "The rain has been pouring heavily these past few days." Indeed, summer in Jianyang is notoriously rainy. I recall one summer when the rain was even heavier. We could see fish as large as half a meter swimming in the streets. The older guard chuckled. "Is that true?" The younger guard asked, clearly skeptical. "Absolutely. Though it was many years ago, you might want to ask your elders. They may remember," the older guard insisted. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the guardhouse. "Who is it?" The younger guard stood up and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found a middle-aged man wearing a cap, with another individual holding an umbrella behind him. Before he could fully discern their faces, the younger guard felt a sudden movement from the middle-aged man's hand, and in an instant, his neck snapped with a sickening crack. Boom. The young guard's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. "Xiaozhang, what happened?" The older guard, still bewildered, failed to grasp the situation, as the middle-aged man rushed into the guardhouse. "Who are you?" The older guard attempted to rise, swiftly reaching for the electric baton on the table. However, by the time he turned around with the baton in hand, the middle-aged man was already upon him. With a swift motion, the middle-aged man struck both sides of the older guard's temples simultaneously. A faint sound echoed, and the guard's skull caved inward, causing him to slump back into his seat. His chest no longer rising and falling, his heart ceasing its rhythm, while blood gushed from his eyes and mouth. The scar-faced man entered the guardhouse, lifting the younger guard's corpse and stating, "Change into their uniforms." "Understood," the middle-aged man nodded. In the security guard's lounge, the two swiftly donned their uniforms before returning to the surveillance room. The attire felt somewhat snug, yet it was manageable, remarked the scarred-faced man with a grin. Approaching the wall adorned with a map of Jianyang High School, he meticulously memorized the layout of the campus buildings and then instructed the middle-aged man, "You guard the entrance. I shall proceed to eliminate that girl." With a brief acknowledgement, the scarred-faced man exited, leaving the middle-aged man behind in the guard room. Taking a seat on the bench, he poured himself a cup of hot tea. As he sipped, his foot slipped, and upon looking down, he noticed a pool of blood on the floor, left by the old security guard. He casually retrieved a towel hanging on the wall, bent down, and carefully wiped the bloodstain away, finding it relatively easy to clean due to the rainwater tracked in from outside. Once the floor was spotless, he wrung the towel and discarded it in the trash. At that moment, he noticed a large plastic sign standing behind the door. After a moment's thought, he took the sign outside the school. After a brief inspection, he indeed found a hook on the wall of the guard room. He hung the sign there, which illuminated the night with its fluorescent letters, "Access prohibited during the holiday." Subsequently, the middle-aged man returned to the guard room and pressed the button on the access control remote. With a series of mechanical clicks, the school gate closed. Inside the main control room, the scarred-faced man sat before a computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Soon, he located the desired program, one designed to disable the internet during examinations to prevent cheating. A satisfied smirk crept across his lips as he clicked the left mouse button to confirm. Having completed his task, he exited the control room. Through the corridor's window, amidst the torrential rain, he could vaguely discern the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the opposite teaching building, each illuminated by several classrooms. He knew that the target he sought to kill was undoubtedly within one of those classrooms. In classroom 4 on the 5th floor, Yuan Xiao and 3 girls were gathered around the computer at the podium, selecting songs to play shortly. Below the podium, a group of male and female students engaged in lively conversation. The classroom was nearly ready, adorned with balloons and flowers, and a circle of tables was laden with various snacks and fruits. Once everyone arrived, the memorial would commence. At that moment, by the classroom door, Zhangzi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long leaned against the wall, engaging in a desultory conversation. Their relationships had not been particularly close. However, following a shared encounter with a bully, their bond had inexplicably deepened, perhaps out of mutual sympathy. Zhangzi remarked, "Your vitality must have increased as well. Don't play coy with me. We all endured the same beating. It's impossible that I alone would improve." Wu Mu and Lu Long exchanged awkward smiles, neither denying his assertion. Lu Long inquired, "So what should we do? We cannot defeat in Lu. Should we just withdraw?" Zhangzi retorted with derision, "Withdraw if we cannot win? Must you be so lackluster in spirit? Fine, you two can leave, but as long as Yuan Xiao has not explicitly announced a boyfriend, I shall never relent." "Aren't you afraid Lu might actually harm you?" Wu Mu asked. "If he kills me, what of it?" Zhangzi's words were abruptly interrupted when his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it to find a message from his mother. "Mom, what time will you be home? Your father and I have made dumplings. Should we wait a bit longer before cooking?" Zhangzi responded, "Me, around 10, I should be home between 9 and 10. Almost immediately, he sent a second message, "Me, you don't need to wait for me. Feel free to eat without me." However, the second message failed to send, marked by a red exclamation point, with a notification indicating a network outage. "Why is there no signal?" Zhangzi pondered aloud. He raised his phone, shaking it from side to side, yet the signal remained elusive. At that moment, a female classmate's voice echoed in the classroom. "Hey, has the computer suddenly lost internet? Do your phones have service?" Chapter 35. The entire school is offline. The scarred man, a third-rank warrior. "Really? No internet? Mine is out too. This is a disaster. Without the internet, we can't play any music," exclaimed another student. "How odd. Why would the internet suddenly go down?" Outside the classroom, Wu Mu and Lu Long also checked their phones, discovering they too had no signal. Zhangzi, standing at the door, called out, "Wait here, Wu Mu, Lu Long, and I will go ask the guard in the security office what happened." Yuan Xiao at the podium nodded. "Thank you for your help. Don't forget to take an umbrella." Zhangzi smiled. "All right, you all wait here." He then turned to Wu Mu and Lu Long. "Let's go." Wu Mu remarked, "You just decided this for us. Aren't you coming?" Zhangzi chuckled and walked towards the other end of the corridor, while Wu Mu and Lu Long sighed and followed. Could it be that lightning or strong winds damaged a signal tower? Zhangzi speculated. Perhaps. They chatted lightly as they descended from the 3rd to the 2nd floor. However, upon reaching the stairs, they discovered several desks blocking the way. Who placed these desks here? Not sure. Perhaps the stairs below are too slippery. Let us take the other staircase. So, Zhang, Lu, and Wu turned towards the other side of the 2nd floor corridor. Just a few steps in, they noticed a figure in a security uniform approaching them. Zhangzi initially thought it was the guard, so he inquired, "Sir, we're in the teaching building. Aren't you the guard?" "I'm the new security officer," replied the middle-aged man, smiling beneath the dim light. His collar turned up to obscure the lower half of his face. "The new one?" Zhang, Lu, and Wu exchanged bewildered glances. They had not heard of a new security officer at the school, and considering it was a holiday, only 2 guards were supposed to be on duty. One day, an elderly gentleman named Wang and a man named Zhang were conversing. Zhangzi, not contemplating much, remarked, "Our teaching building has suddenly lost signal. Both computers and mobile phones are unable to connect to the internet. Could you kindly inform the elder?" "Certainly. I'll inquire shortly," came the reply. "I appreciate your assistance." Zhangzi expressed his gratitude. The newly appointed security guard seemed quite amiable. However, Wu Mu twitched his nose slightly, sensing a faint metallic scent in the air. Suddenly, the sky illuminated brilliantly, only to dim once more, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder. In that fleeting moment of lightning, Wu Mu keenly observed a dark stain on the blue uniform of the new security guard, as well as another on the collar. Moreover, a ghastly scar was visible on the cheek behind the collar. Wu Mu felt an unsettling tension rising within him. At that moment, the guard inquired, "By the way, do you know where a girl named Yuan Xiao is? Her relatives are here looking for her and are currently waiting in the security office." At this point, Wu Mu was 90% certain that something was amiss with this guard. On the day of Yuan Zhao's accident, no one from her family had come. How could they possibly be here now? Furthermore, even if it were indeed Yuan Zhao's relatives, Elder Wang would have surely sent Zhang, who was acquainted with Yuan Zhao, to fetch her rather than a newcomer unfamiliar with the school and their elite class. Pondering this, Wu Mu felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he maintained a calm facade and preemptively stated, Yuan Zhao. She just went to the martial arts hall to collect her clothing. She should be on her way back now. Wu Mu's words left both Zhang Zi and Lu Long momentarily taken aback. What is Wu Mu rambling about? Isn't Yuan Zhao upstairs? However, having spent so much time together, they were well aware of Wu Mu's cunning nature, which surpassed their combined wits. Thus, despite their confusion, they concealed their doubts, allowing none to manifest on their faces. Wu Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, concerned that Zhang Zi and Lu Long might fail to grasp his intention and inadvertently expose his deception. The new guard glanced at Wu Mu and smiled. Thank you. I will head to the martial arts hall now and will inquire about the signal issue for you. With that, the security guard turned and proceeded towards the stairs. In that fleeting moment as he turned, Wu Mu suddenly sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the guard's knee joint. He poured all his strength into this strike. During training, he had been able to break through iron plates with such a kick. If it connected, it would undoubtedly incapacitate his opponent instantly. Their instructor had often said that in a contest, if one could first render their adversary immobile, victory was already half assured. Yet, Wu Mu had misjudged the guard's prowess. Just as he was about to make contact with the scar-faced man's knee, the guard deftly stepped back, evading the kick with precision. Simultaneously, the guard reached out and seized Wu Mu's ankle with a vice-like grip. In that instant, as Wu Mu felt his left leg captured by the guard, he instinctively attempted to retract it. Despite his utmost efforts, his left leg remained ensnared as if bound by iron, refusing to budge in the slightest. In that moment, Yumo comprehended the grave error he had just made. Attack! Yumo exclaimed. Due to the swiftness of Yumo's actions, both Zhang Zi and Lu Long were utterly taken aback and failed to grasp his intentions. However, the instant Yumo shouted the command to attack, they cast aside all doubts and surged forward with unwavering resolve. A malevolent glint flickered in the scarred man's eyes as he exerted force with his left hand, shattering Yumo's ankle. The excruciating pain erupted as the bone fractured, causing Yumo to cry out and tumble to the ground. The scarred man released his grip and pivoted to confront the fists of Zhang Zi and Lu Long. He first extended his right hand, seizing Lu Long's punch, and with a powerful twist, easily snapped Lu Long's left arm. After incapacitating Lu Long, the scarred man unleashed a devastating blow aimed at Zhang Zi's chest. His speed was astonishing and his strength immense. With a mere flick of his wrist, Zhang Zi's ribs were shattered, sending him reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. The trio of Zhang, Lu, and Yumo were merely high school students. Though they endured rigorous training and frequent sparring, they had never suffered injuries of such severity. In a single encounter, one had a broken arm, another a shattered ankle, and the last a fractured sternum. The agony they experienced far surpassed any pain they had previously known, and they could not help but cry out in torment. Yet, their anguished cries were lost amid the torrential downpour. The scarred man gazed at Yumo, his expression serene, a smile playing upon his lips. I never imagined I would be deceived by 3 insignificant ants. Alas, you should not have attacked me. Perhaps then you would have had a sliver of a chance to survive. Yumo's face was a mask of terror. He had gravely underestimated his opponent's strength. This individual was far beyond the capability of the 3 of them to confront. Even if they combined their efforts, or if every student in their school joined forces, they would still be unable to contend with such power. The adversary's prowess likely reached the realm of a second or even third-tier martial artist. Chapter 36. Unmasking the Deception. Conspiring against the bandit. Amidst the rain, Anil walked along the sidewalk, holding a blue insulated lunch box beneath an umbrella. Cars zipped by in the middle of the road, splashing rainwater to either side. Anil cautiously sidestepped, striving to avoid getting drenched. Initially, Lu Xiaoru had intended for Anil to don a raincoat, but he found it too cumbersome and insisted on using an umbrella instead, resulting in his clothes becoming soaked through. Regrettably, Anil thought to himself, he was no celebrity. What need had he for such pretension? He resolved to wear a raincoat next time. Shifting the umbrella to the hand carrying the lunchbox, he freed his other hand to retrieve his phone from his pocket. In an instant, Raindrops began to pelt the screen. He pressed the power button, and the display illuminated, revealing the time, 6:40 p.m. Anil returned his mobile phone to his pocket, his gaze drifting towards the north. The school was within sight, and he was unlikely to be late. As he walked the remaining distance, he pondered the words he would choose when encountering Yuan Xiao later. In the midst of a bustling crowd, he found the idea of presenting Yuan Xiao with a box of dumplings rather awkward. Before long, Anil arrived at the school gate, only to suddenly halt. An unshakable intuition warned him of an impending danger, an extraordinarily potent sense of peril. With nearly 1,000 lifetimes behind him, he understood that while memories and emotions may blur through the cycles of reincarnation, intuition remains sharp. This instinct accumulates over time, becoming more precise and refined with each life lived. Notably, in 9 of his past lives, he had risen to become the strongest in his era. The intuition honed during these lifetimes, or perhaps a sixth sense, surpassed ordinary comprehension. When the collective sixth sense of all his reincarnations converged, it transcended mere feeling and resembled divine forewarning. Thus, when his intuition signaled danger, it was evident that peril lurked within the school. Moreover, the intensity of this warning far exceeded that of previous instances, such as when he rescued Yuan Xiao or rushed to save others from a fire. Anil casually surveyed the school premises, noting several anomalies. The gates were all locked, and a sign prohibiting entry during the holidays hung on the wall of the gatekeeper's lodge. Yet, the lights in the distant classroom buildings shone brightly. If there were students inside, Old Wang would certainly not have locked all the gates. Suddenly, Anil caught a whiff of an unusual odor. Concurrently, his nose spoke up. "Master, there's a scent of blood. It's subtle but quite potent." The gatekeeper's lodge was illuminated, its warm glow spilling out through the windows. Anil cast a meaningful glance before approaching. He placed his umbrella and lunchbox down in a routine manner and turned the doorknob. The door was unlocked. Upon entering, he found a burly middle-aged man standing before him, his expression impassive. At the sight of the man's face, a surge of anger and regret welled up inside Anil, yet he maintained an expression of feigned curiosity. "Old Wang? Hello, is Old Wang not here?" "Old Wang is out on patrol. I am the new recruit," the middle-aged man replied, a simple smile breaking across his face, although his hand, concealed within the right pocket of his uniform, began to withdraw slowly. "My nose detects blood in the room. It's very strong. My ears warn you, master. This man's heartbeat is robust. He is stronger than you. Wait, he intends to attack you. Run quickly." The nose and ears fervently issued their warnings, yet Anil remained unperturbed. Instead, he suddenly smiled, interrupting the middle-aged man. "Oh, it's you. Have you come to work as a security guard at our school? We've met before. Just this morning." A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, and his hand's movement faltered. "I bumped into you on my way to school this morning, and you were carrying breakfast." The middle-aged man finally recognized Anil, his expression shifting to one of sudden realization. "Oh, it's you. I sincerely apologize for this morning's incident. Are you a student of this school?" While the man spoke his apologies, his eyes cautiously scrutinized Anil, glancing briefly towards the door. "Just an ordinary little brat," he thought dismissively, simultaneously lowering his guard against Anil. Anil responded with a childlike, innocent smile. "Yes, I'm in the 2nd year of high school. My name is Lu Meng. What should I call you, uncle?" After a brief pause, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. "You can call me Uncle Jia." With a silly grin, Anil cheerfully said, "Hello, Uncle Jia? I came to pick up my package. The courier dropped it off this morning, and I forgot about it." "Package?" Uncle Jia turned to look and noticed a pile of packages accumulated in the corner of the room. He then turned back to Anil, feigning enthusiasm. "Let me help you find it." Anil gratefully replied, "Thank you, Uncle Jia." Uncle Jia approached the corner and began rummaging through the heap of packages. "Lu Meng, let me have a look. It's really pouring outside." Anil casually stepped into the room, reminding him, "The package that arrived this morning should be at the bottom, right?" "At the bottom? Let me check," Uncle Jia said, squatting down. He paid little attention to Anil's presence, dismissing the child as inconsequential. "Ah, it seems to be that one," Anil suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a package. "Which one?" Uncle Jia's peripheral vision caught the direction of Anil's finger, and he shifted his gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Anil made his move. He swiftly darted behind him, arms striking like lightning to tighten around his neck with all his might. In that instant, the middle-aged man realized he had been deceived by this Lu Meng. With a fierce roar, reminiscent of a raging beast, he struggled to pry Annel's arms away. However, to his astonishment, the strength of this little brat was surprisingly formidable. "I will kill you. I will kill your whole family." Uncle Gia's voice erupted in a cacophony of rage. His eyes ablaze with fury as he began to thrash violently to escape Annel's grip. Annel understood that he could not maintain this hold for long with his own strength. Thus, he shifted his right hand to grasp the man's skull while his left hand secured the man's chin, roaring as he twisted his arms. With a sickening crack, the middle-aged man's neck snapped. Annel released his grip, and the man collapsed to the ground, his face still contorted in rage, but devoid of life. Annel, fully aware of the formidable strength of a martial artist's physique, feared the man might not be completely dead. Therefore, he pressed his left hand against the man's head while his right fist pounded mercilessly on the shattered neck. Uncertain of how many blows he delivered, he only knew that the man's cervical vertebrae were reduced to fragments, the flesh around his neck a gruesome mess. It was only when the corpse was reduced to a mere collection of sinew and flesh that Annel paused. Chapter 37. Call the police, seek reinforcements. And the weapons upon the corpse. Annel no longer regarded the lifeless body. Instead, he opened the door to the guardroom. Inside lay two lifeless bodies. Those of the security guard, Mr. Wang, and the recently arrived young man, Xiao Zhang. Upon witnessing this grim scene, Annel clenched his fists, a sense of unease washing over him. Earlier that morning, when he had inadvertently collided with the perpetrator, his instincts had warned him that this middle-aged man was likely a killer. After all, their encounter had been purely coincidental, and he had not given it further thought, choosing not to take action. However, Annel could scarcely fathom that this assassin had targeted someone he knew. Regret and guilt surged within him. Had he acted decisively that morning and eliminated the man, perhaps Mr. Wang and Brother Zhang would still be alive. Releasing his clenched fists, Annel steadied his emotions. Engaging in calm contemplation, it was evident that Jianyang High School had been infiltrated by more than just this one assassin. There must be accomplices who had entered the school, perhaps one or even more. Although he could detect no signs of other killers, the uniforms of Mr. Wang and Brother Zhang had been stripped away. The assassin in the guardroom was wearing one, and another had been taken. Furthermore, Annel did not believe that the assassin lying on the ground had killed Mr. Wang and Brother Zhang merely to indulge a penchant for being a security guard. Their true target must surely be the students still remaining within the school, Yuan Xiao. The visage of Yuan Xiao emerged vividly in Annel's mind, and he recognized the crux of the matter. Yuan Xiao's father was Yuan Heng, the director of the Bureau of Martial Affairs. Having held this position for many years, Yuan Heng would have undoubtedly accumulated numerous enemies. Were these assassins here to exact revenge? Or perhaps to kidnap Yuan Xiao as leverage against Yuan Heng? If it were merely a kidnapping, that would be one thing. However, if it was an act of vengeance, Annel could only brace himself for the worst. If even a mere guard was this formidable, the other assassins inside would undoubtedly be even stronger. He needed to call the police. Furrowing his brow, Annel hastily retrieved his phone and promptly dialed the Bureau of Martial Affairs. To his dismay, the call did not connect. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his phone had no signal. It must be the work of these killers. Without hesitation, Annel dashed toward the guardroom, grabbing an umbrella to shield his phone from the rain. In his urgency, he had no time to fully open the umbrella, battling the torrential downpour. He kept his gaze fixed on his phone's signal while distancing himself from the school grounds. The heavy curtain of rain provided an excellent cover, alleviating his concerns about being spotted by the assassins within the school. Finally, upon reaching the road, his phone regained its signal. He redialed the Bureau of Martial Affairs. And this time, the call connected. Annel shouted urgently, "Hello, this is Jianyang First High School. I am a student here. Our school has been invaded by criminals. They have already killed 2 of our security guards. You must send people immediately. More numbers and greater strength are essential." "Calm down, student," came the response. "Calm down. What nonsense. Yuan Heng's daughter, Yuan Xiao, is currently at the school. Those criminals are likely after her. Tell your director that I am Annel, and he must come immediately to rescue his daughter. Remember, this is Jianyang First High School, located on Tiannan Road." Having finished speaking, Annel abruptly hung up the phone. Had he known that such an event would transpire today, he should have requested Yuan Heng's number the last time they met at the hospital. Alas, he did not possess Yuan Heng's contact information, but he did have the principal's number. Annel hurriedly made his way to the outer wall of the guardhouse. Where the phone number for the admissions office was displayed, including the suave principal, June's mobile number. Anil pressed the principal's number on his phone and returned to the street to dial. Please pick up. For heaven's sake, principal, answer quickly. Hello, this is June Suave. Came the languid voice from the other end of the line. Principal, this is Anil. You need to rush back to the school. A group of bandits has invaded the premises. They have already killed Grandfather Wang and Brother Zhang in the guardhouse. Oh, I see. What? June, on the other end, suddenly awakened with a shout. Bandits have entered the school, and they've killed someone. Yes. One of the bandits is a second-tier martial artist, and I have dealt with him, but there are still his accomplices inside the school. I don't know how many there are. Moreover, there are still many students in the classrooms. Those bandits must be heading for them. What do you mean there are still students? Didn't I announce a holiday? Why haven't they gone home? June was both anxious and furious. Anil felt a surge of frustration and, in his agitation, scolded the principal. Why do you care why they haven't gone home? The fact is, they are still at school, and Ruan Xiao is among them. You need to call Director Ruan immediately. Tell him to come over and save them. Huh, Ruan Xiao is also inside. Upon hearing the name Ruan Xiao, June nearly lost his composure, nearly exploding with panic. I will call Ruan Hung right away. Return to the school immediately. By the way, Anil, don't be impulsive. Wait for me there. Take care of yourself, and don't act recklessly. June admonished loudly over the phone. Anil was now the school's prized possession. If anything were to happen to him, June would be beside himself with dread. I understand, Anil replied curtly before hanging up. He returned to the guardhouse and began rummaging through the drawers. He sought to find a suitable weapon. The electric baton on the desk, the utility knife in the drawer, and the sledgehammer on the floor were all dismissed. After reaching the second tier in martial arts, a martial artist's body possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, what would be considered lethal weapons for ordinary individuals might not even breach a martial artist's defenses. After a thorough search, Anil still did not find a suitable weapon, only discovering a box of unused chalk. He believed it might come in handy, so he tucked the chalk box into his pocket and crushed it in his hand. However, relying solely on chalk dust would not grant Anil much confidence. What he required was something that could genuinely enhance his combat ability. If it were merely to court death, he would have entered the school unarmed. But now, he was there to save lives. At the very least, saving one life is better than none. It would be utterly disgraceful to perish without having rescued anyone, an affront to the dignity of the master of reincarnation. Suddenly, an idea struck Anil. He recalled the corpse of the assassin on the ground. He immediately began to search through the body, and before long, he discovered what he sought. A steel nail, approximately 15 centimeters in length, glistening with a silvery sheen. The term steel nail was merely Anil's conjecture. He was uncertain of the exact material, but it was evident that this object appeared sufficiently sharp. This is it. Anil concealed the nail within his sleeve and then stealthily opened the door leading from the guard room to the campus, slipping inside quietly. Chapter 38. Fugitive from Mount Pan Prison. A deal before death. After Anil ended the call, Principal June immediately dialed Ruan Hang's number. Hastily grabbing a coat as he called out, I'm stepping out for a moment. His wife, busy preparing a meal in the kitchen, inquired curiously, where are you going? However, she received no response, for he had already leaped from the balcony. Startled, his wife rushed to the window to look down. Fortunately, her husband was unharmed. But he seemed to be in a great hurry, making his way towards the garage. Confused, she wondered, what on earth is happening? In the Jianyang Bureau of Martial Affairs, the door to the director's office was flung open by a frantic secretary. Before he could speak, he was met with the sight of his director, Ruan Hong. Approaching with a furious expression, is it about Jianyang High School? Director Ruan inquired. The secretary, momentarily taken aback, hadn't he anticipated that the director was already aware of the matter he was about to report. He quickly replied, yes. You must notify the first team to head to Jianyang High School immediately. Capture the fugitive from Mount Pan Prison. Ruan Hung hastily exited the office, leaving behind a command. A fugitive from prison? They haven't left Jianyang. Instead, they have gone to Jianyang High School. The secretary gasped in shock, quickly exclaiming, understood. He then dashed away to inform the first team. At Jianyang High School, in the teaching building, the scar-faced man, having effortlessly incapacitated Zhang, Lu, and Wu, did not rush to kill them. Instead, he smiled and inquired, on which floor is Ruan Xiao? However, Zhang Zi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long remained silent, paralyzed by fear. The scar-faced man chuckled, taking a step closer. Instantly, Wu Mu, Zhang Zi, and Lu Long recoiled in terror. If you refuse to speak, I shall begin by eliminating you, one by one, until I have slaughtered all your classmates, until I find Yuan Shao. His calm words plunged the three students into despair. They had never anticipated encountering such a situation and could not comprehend why a madman had suddenly invaded their school, vowing to annihilate them. Especially in the absence of their teachers and principal, and with the strongest students, Lin Fengtian and Cheng Feng, also absent, they stood powerless against him. And if they did not reveal Yuan Zhao's whereabouts, they would certainly meet their demise at the hands of this lunatic. What should we do? What can we do? Teacher, please come quickly. The scarred man halted, speaking gently. Speak, and I shall spare the lives of the three of you. Your innocent classmates, aside from Yuan Shao, will also survive. Will you divulge her whereabouts? At that moment, Wu Mu, who stood closest to the scarred man, hesitated. He did not wish to die, even though he understood that the scarred man might be deceiving them. Even if he revealed Yuan Zhao's location, he would still kill the three of them. But what if? What if the man showed mercy, or if his vendetta was solely against Yuan Shao? He did not want to harm the other students. Sacrificing Yuan Shao to save the others was a choice Yuan Shao herself would undoubtedly make if she were present. Moreover, even if the three of them remained silent, it was only a matter of time before he located Yuan Shao. She was above them, and escape was no longer an option. Do not speak. Zhang Zi suddenly shouted at Wu Mu. Wu Mu shuddered at the outburst. Zhang Zi had seen through his thoughts, leaving him feeling both ashamed and helpless. The scarred man glanced at Zhang Zi, smiled, and then turned his gaze back to Wu Mu. You possess remarkable agility and talent. Becoming a martial artist at such a young age. Your family must be proud of you. They would not wish for you to perish here. So where's Yuan Shao? As Wu Mu panted heavily, guilt flickered in his eyes, and an internal struggle reached its peak. He thought of his parents, his teachers, and the years of arduous training he had endured. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, I do not know. Ah, that is of no consequence. The scarred man revealed a smile towards Wu Mu, speaking softly. However, in the next instant, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Wu Mu as the scarred man crushed his other leg. Wu Mu, Zhang Zi and Lu Long watched in despair at Wu Mu's convulsing form, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Now, you speak, the scarred man said, stepping in front of Lu Long with a smile. Lu Long, terrified, recoiled, his gaze darting between the scarred man and Wu Mu, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Zi looked at Lu Long with a mix of emotions. Speak, the scarred man commanded, his expression calm as he uttered a single word. Please, Lu Long pleaded, shaking his head in helplessness. Sighing, the scarred man took a breath. The next moment, Lu Long's scream pierced the air. Ah, his other wrist was broken. Now, he was without hands, while Wu Mu had lost his legs. The scarred man approached Zhang Zi, lifting him effortlessly and pinning him against the wall. You are the most disobedient. Yet, I am still willing to grant you a chance. Tell me, on which floor is Yuan Shao, and in which classroom? Zhang Zi's eyes widened, his body trembling as he resolutely sealed his lips. The scarred man chuckled. Why? Despite your evident fear, do you refuse to speak? Is it merely to buy Yuan Shao a few more minutes? Is your life truly worth so little? As the scarred man finished speaking, Zhang Zi's pupils dilated in horror, his teeth clenched tightly as he emitted a muffled groan. Zhang Zi, Wu Mu and Lu Long, lying on the ground, could not contain their tears as the scarred man plunged half of his right arm into Zhang Zi's abdomen. Crimson blood continuously gushed forth from the gap between Zhang Zi's lower abdomen and the scarred man's right arm. The scarred man's gaze fell upon Zhang Zi's pocket. He chuckled softly and slowly withdrew his right hand, inadvertently aggravating Zhang Zi's wound. The excruciating pain in his abdomen rendered Zhang Zi nearly incapacitated. Yet he resolutely kept his mouth shut, relying solely on the hoarse cries from his throat to express his agony. The scarred man, his right hand smeared with blood, extracted a mobile phone from Zhang Zi's pocket, pressing the power button on the side. The screen illuminated, revealing an open chat interface before him. He laughed mockingly. Your parents are still waiting for you to return home for dumplings, aren't they? But I suspect they shall wait in vain. He slipped the phone into his own pocket and regarded Zhang Zi with a glint in his eyes. I find your fearless spirit quite appealing. So I have decided that once this is all over, I shall pay a visit to your parents. Zhang Zi let out a pain scream. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the scarred man while he struggled, as if he wished to consume him whole. Do not stir too much, the scarred man said with a smile. If you move your intestines any further, they might just spill out. While you still have a few breaths left, utter your last words. If they please me, I shall return your phone. What say you? Chapter 39. Gaze to the southwest, ebony wood. Do not descend. Tears streamed from Zhang Zi's eyes. He understood that he would never see his parents or younger sister again. He could scarcely fathom the grief they would feel upon witnessing his state. He did not wish for this fate, yet he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, the anguish etched upon Zhang Zi's face vanished, his breathing became labored, and his eyes lost focus, akin to a blind man. At last, he spoke. I will say it. The scarred man beamed with triumph, leaning in slightly. Zhang Zi lifted his head, seemingly attempting to focus on the scarred man, but his vision seemed to have failed him. Even when he raised his head, his gaze drifted toward the southwest. She is the scarred man leaned in, listening intently. You fool, I curse your mother. The scarred man's expression darkened, yet a smile crept upon his lips. He raised his bloodied right hand in a knife-like gesture and plunged it into Zhang Zi's left chest. Zhang Zi's eyes widened in shock. His lips continued to murmur, I curse your mother. Curse your mother. The scarred man's eyes narrowed, the smile on his face growing more pronounced as he violently twisted his hand within Zhang Zi's chest. Curse your mother. Curse you. Curse your mother. Zhang Zi's chest heaved violently, his breaths rapid. A string of curses escaped his throat, audible only to himself. Curse you, mother. The scarred man's lips curled into an exaggerated arc as he suddenly withdrew his hand, tearing out Zhang Zi's heart. Zhang Zi's voice abruptly ceased. Cursed, the scarred man released his grip on Zhang Zi's left hand. Zhang Zi slumped to the ground. His face turned southwest, his eyes, now bloodshot, wide open. His mouth slightly agape. His chest no longer rose and fell. His breath had ceased. Zhang Zi was dead. Ebony Wood and Lu Long stood frozen in place. They felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Just moments ago, they had been upstairs, engaging in lively conversation, exchanging barbs and playful jests. Yet in the blink of an eye, Zhang Zi lay lifeless. The very hands that had taken his life now clutched his heart. The scarred man toyed with the heart, leisurely strolling between Wumu and Lu Long. He shook his head and chuckled. Ah, the youth, so careless with their lives, squandering them thoughtlessly in the throes of youthful bravado. Unaware that life is singular, once extinguished, all is lost. How pitiful indeed. Wumu did not heed the scarred man's words. His gaze remained fixed on Zhang Zi, who lay motionless. His former vitality and expressions of mirth and ire vanished entirely. Zhang Zi was truly dead, like a mere insect. He had been crushed without a second thought. In that fleeting moment, a tumult of sorrow, rage, and despair surged within him. Yet, it served no purpose. The imagined scenario of divine intervention and vengeance upon the murderer was but a delusion. He could only await his own demise. Wumu lay on his side, observing Zhang Zi's frozen visage, tears streaming from his eyes. He could scarcely fathom the agony Zhang Zi must have endured in his final moments. Old Zhang, fear not. Death brings no pain. It is the end of suffering, he murmured, unsure whether he was offering solace to the departed Zhang Zi or comforting himself, who was soon to follow. I suppose you both will have nothing more to say. Since you fear not death, I shall grant you a free passage. Worry not. Your friends will soon arrive to keep you company in the afterlife. You shall not be alone, the scarred man remarked cruelly, discarding Zhang Zi's heart carelessly. Wumu, Wumu. Lu Long cried out in terror, tears cascading down his cheeks. Wumu was the most astute among the trio. Only by calling his name could Lu Long find a semblance of safety. Lu Long, do not fear. I am beside you, Wumu sorrowfully reassured Lu Long. Perhaps the only act of kindness he could still offer. Seeing Lu Long's distress, the scarred man extended his arms, a triumphant and maniacal grin spreading across his face. Good night, little insects. Suddenly, the shattering of glass echoed through the corridor, plunging it into darkness. Who? The scarred man exclaimed, spinning around, but as he did, a swift sound cut through the air. A projectile hurtled towards him. The scarred man lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Crack! The object was cleaved in two by his blow. It was a table. As the first table splintered, another flew toward him. Simultaneously, the scarred man heard rapid footsteps behind the table, hastening towards him. His eyes glinted with malice. He was oblivious to whether the newcomer was an officer from the Bureau of Martial Affairs or someone from upstairs. Regardless, neither was a sight he relished. In the darkness, the frightened Lu Long suddenly awoke. Someone had shattered the chandelier in the corridor. That person had come to their aid. This was their chance. Lu Long. enduring the pain in his wrist, propped himself up and rose to his feet, swiftly grasping the ebony wood beside him. He dashed towards the eastern staircase from which he had descended. With both hands incapacitated, he could only clutch the ebony wood under one arm. As he passed by the corpse of Zhang Zi, the ebony wood he was carrying frantically exclaimed, "Don't forget Zhang Zi. Take him with us." "Zhang Zi is dead," Lu Long shouted, causing the ebony wood to fall silent instantaneously. Lu Long raced up the stairs, and upon seeing him and the ebony wood, everyone was taken aback. "Ebony wood? Lu Long, what happened to you both? Why are you covered in blood? Is this some sort of cosplay? Where is Zhang Zi? What is happening outside?" Yuan Shao hurriedly rushed to the entrance, and the others soon realized that something was amiss, surrounding Lu Long and the ebony wood. It was at this moment they noticed their injuries. "Ebony wood, your leg. Lu Long, what happened to your hand? Who has medicine and bandages?" A few rushed forward to assist Lu Long and the ebony wood, who was at a loss for words. He knew there was no time to explain, so he shouted at the crowd, "We don't have time. We need to run. Run. A madman is coming to kill you. He wants to kill you, Yuan Shao. No, he wants to kill us all. Zhang Zi is already dead at his hands. My hand was broken by him, and he kicked Ebony Wood's leg. He is right downstairs. We must hurry." "A madman? Zhang Zi is dead. How can that be?" Lu Long's frantic words left the crowd in disbelief. Yet the visible injuries on Lu Long and the ebony wood compelled them to accept the truth. "Call the police. Quickly," someone shouted. "No signal. How do we call?" "Then let us run downstairs." "Run? Fight him. There are so many of us. Can't we take him on together?" At that moment, the ebony wood, supported by others, suddenly cried out, "We cannot go downstairs." Chapter 40, Battle of the Third Rank. Brain, it is my utmost honor to serve you. The ebony would seem to regain composure, reasoning, the person who came to rescue us is weaker than that madman. Otherwise, he would not have shattered the chandelier to give us a chance to escape. Going down will not aid him, but will instead make us a burden. Just how strong is that murderous lunatic? Can't we handle him with all of us together? A classmate questioned, struggling to understand. At this moment, Lu Long revealed a bitter smile. "Strong enough. He is at least a third-rank warrior. Or else we wouldn't be. Third rank." The classmates around fell silent. If the opponent were merely a second rank, they might have a chance in numbers. But a third-rank warrior was 2 major realms above them. Victory would be impossible. Even doubling their numbers would only result in double the casualties. The disparity brought by the realms in martial arts was stark, with no possibility of crossing boundaries in combat. Then what shall we do? We can't go downstairs. Where else can we escape to? If all else fails, should we scatter and hide in different classrooms? It is impossible. The classroom is merely this spacious, devoid of even a larger cabinet, leaving no room for concealment. As they found themselves in a dire predicament, many students inevitably grew anxious, each proposing their own escape strategies. However, it was evident that the methods they suggested were fraught with issues and could not garner unanimous agreement. At this moment, Yuan Shao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly spoke up. "Let us exit through the corridor on the 7th floor. It connects with the former boys' dormitory. We can make our way through there." The old dormitory. Many students immediately recollected that this teaching building was indeed linked to the adjacent boys' dormitory. However, it had been abandoned over the past 2 years after the school constructed new dormitories off campus, rendering the old one a storage area for miscellaneous items. Yet, someone reminded them. But the door leading from the 7th floor to the boys' dormitory has been sealed. A female student, whose classroom was situated on the 7th floor, was well aware that the corridor leading to the old boys' dormitory had been walled up. Not even a drop of water could seep through. Hearing this, Yuan Shao asserted resolutely, "If we wish to survive, we must break down that wall." The group pondered for a moment, and then determination filled their eyes. "Let it be so. This is our only option." Without further delay, the students dashed toward the 7th floor. Wu Mu and Lu Long, both injured, were each carried by 2 male students from the elite class. Just as they were about to leave, Wu Mu suddenly called out, "Smash all these lights." Yuan Shao instantly understood his intention. She retrieved several coins from her pocket and, while retreating to the 7th floor, shattered the chandeliers in the classrooms and corridors they passed. Without the illumination, even if the assailant ascended to the upper floors, he would struggle to locate them swiftly. On the 2nd floor, Lu and the scar-faced man were locked in a fierce struggle. Due to the vast disparity in strength, Lu chose not to confront the scar-faced man head-on. Instead, he utilized his smaller stature to his advantage, engaging in guerrilla tactics with remarkable agility. Enlu moved like an elusive eel. Despite several of the scar-faced man's strikes grazing his body, he could never quite grasp him, as Enlu deftly dissipated the force of each powerful blow. The scar-faced man's eyes glinted with a mixture of ferocity and disbelief. He had assumed Enlu was merely a reckless fool. Yet the strength displayed by Enlu clearly indicated he had reached the realm of a second-tier martial artist. Such a young second-tier martial artist was unheard of. Even more astonishing to him was Enlu's combat experience. Each of his evasions was executed with impeccable timing. Even the slightest raise of a hand or an unintentional step back appeared utterly natural. He bore no resemblance to a sheltered student cultivated in the confines of academia. Rather, he resembled a masterful assassin, skillfully wielding combat techniques to their fullest extent. The scar-faced man suddenly realized the unsettling truth. The tactics he employed to hunt his prey were now being wielded against him by this student, showing weakness, maneuvering, exhausting, seeking the opportune moment, and delivering a lethal strike. In a fit of rage, the scar-faced man let out a furious roar. Immediately, a sudden jab struck without warning. It collided with Anil's chest, sending him flying. However, the scarred-faced man did not exhibit a relaxed or triumphant demeanor. Instead, his expression was marked by profound apprehension and a hint of luck. That was close. He had nearly been led into the hunting rhythm of this bald-headed student. If he had not reacted in time to disrupt the opponent's deadly cadence, he might have been dispatched by this lad. Damn it! How could someone so young possess such terrifying combat experience? Was he born to kill? As he observed Anil rising from the ground, the scarred man resolved to hold nothing back, unleashing his full power, aiming to eliminate Anil with a single strike, thus avoiding the need for a second. Lungs. I cannot hold on much longer, master. The chest has sustained severe damage, and my breathing technique will soon falter. Heart. Retreat, master. This scarred man far surpasses your strength. Brain. Do not be foolish, master. If this continues, you will surely be beaten to death. After a brief pause, Anil replied and charged forward once more. The students upstairs remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. He could only endeavor to prolong the encounter, buying them precious time to escape. Ear. Master, beware of his left fist. The ear shouted a warning, prompting Anil to swiftly sidestep, narrowly avoiding a basic swing from the scarred man. The fist struck the wall with force, shattering the bricks and creating a deep crater. With just a tad more strength, the cement wall might have been pierced. Anil took a deep breath, grappling with an indescribable mix of emotions. Had that punch connected, he might have ascended to the heavens on the spot. Yet, had he not evaded it, he wondered if he would have met an unjust demise. In that moment of distraction, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, bathing the entire campus in what seemed like daylight. At that instant, the scarred man discerned Anil's condition and position, and he immediately swung his second punch toward Anil's forehead. Be cautious. Yet, it was not only the scarred man who awaited the thunder. Anil was equally prepared. With the enhanced senses granted by the evolution of his organs, he could perceive the scarred man's movements even in the darkness and torrential downpour. But the opponent was blinded by the storm. The scarred man could only lock onto Anil's vital points at the moment the lightning illuminated the surroundings. Perish. The scarred man's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he maniacally swung his fist, aiming for Anil's left temple. The wind from the punch rushed toward him, the fist arriving in an instant. Yet, Anil did not panic. Instead, he withdrew the hand he had stealthily pocketed earlier and swung it fiercely toward the scarred man's face. Ignorant. Just as the scarred man prepared to mock Anil for being foolish enough to engage in a fistfight, he suddenly saw Anil's fist open wide, and a cloud of white smoke erupted from his palm, billowing directly into his eyes. It was precisely the box of chalk that Anil discovered in the guardroom, a treasure he had long awaited the opportune moment to exploit. The most favorable occasion, without a doubt, was when the scar-faced man widened his eyes in an effort to scrutinize him. At the instant the chalk dust invaded his eyes, the scar-faced man was immediately besieged by a sharp pain. He let out a howl, instinctively shutting his eyes while retreating, bellowing in fury, "Damn it! I swear I will kill you." In that very moment of his furious scream, Anil charged towards the scar-faced man, leaping into action. Although the scar-faced man squinted, he caught a glimpse of Anil's movement and heard the rapid patter of his footsteps. He hastily raised his hands to block. Yet his reaction fell short of Anil's premeditated assault. With a subtle flick of his right wrist, A glimmer of silver emerged from his sleeve. Concealed within the palm of his hand, the silver light pierced through the scar-faced man's arm, which he had raised in defense. The instant Anil felt the warmth of the opponent's face beneath his fingertips, the silver gleam shot forth from his palm, plunging directly into the scar-faced man's eye. Ah! The scar-faced man howled in agony, his visage contorted in pain. He instinctively reached for Anil's arms, but Anil did not flinch. He gripped the silver nail tightly, driving it relentlessly into the scar-faced man's left eye, penetrating as deeply as he could. At last, the scar-faced man managed to seize Anil's arms with both hands. Yet Anil remained steadfast, unyielding, continuously twisting the nail within the depths of the scar-faced man's eye. Anil was acutely aware that if he wished to prevail, this was his singular opportunity. The scar-faced man's physique was too formidable for ordinary attacks to breach his defenses. Only by means of this nail could he hope to pierce through the opponent's eye and shatter his brain, incapacitating him entirely, thus granting Anil a chance at victory. Ah! The scar-faced man cried out in torment, tightening his grip, and with a faint crack, Anil's arms were abruptly snapped. You dare to stab my eyes. You dare to pierce my eye. Ah! Die! The scar-faced man raged, loosening one hand from Anil's arm to form a fist, then unleashed a thunderous blow to Anil's chest. With a resounding thud, Anil's chest caved in, blood gushing from his mouth and splattering across the scar-faced man's face. Die! Die! The scar-faced man continued with a flurry of punches, shattering Anil's ribs with each strike. Ultimately, he transformed his fist into a blade and thrust it into Anil's chest. With a swift motion, the scar-faced man pierced through Anil's torso, relinquishing his hold as Anil crumpled to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. Anil struggled to comprehend. He had distinctly felt the nail pulverize the scar-faced man's brain. Yet why was this man still standing, free to retaliate with 3 punches? Truly, what a predicament. Anil managed a bitter smile, realizing he had underestimated this world and the resilience of a third-tier warrior's physical strength. The notion that a shattered brain could still enable movement surpassed all his expectations. The consequences of a poorly devised plan were painfully evident. Anil's mouth gushed with blood as he clearly beheld the indentation in his chest, the gaping wound that marred his torso. His arms, shattered at the wrists, lay in ruin. However, due to his brain having suppressed his pain receptors during the battle, he felt no agony despite his grievously broken body. Frankly, he wished to express gratitude towards his brain for allowing him to slip away without suffering. Yet, it seemed his brain had neither the time nor inclination to entertain his musings. It was fervently attempting to orchestrate his survival. Brain, initiate full self-diagnostic. Full self-diagnostic. Kidneys, mobilize all available energy reserves. Brain, heart, where are you? Keep beating. Brain, lungs, do not cease respiration. Heart department damage, 59. Lung department damage, 67. Liver department damage. Brain. Although he could not feel pain, the sensation of his life force ebbing away was starkly clear. Regrettably, he lamented, he could not exact vengeance upon you before his demise. Anil's gaze shifted to the scarred man, who was slowly extracting the steel nail from his eye, and he spoke with a tinge of regret. The scarred man roared like a beast, and finally, he removed the nail from his eye. With one eye open, he stared at the nail and recognized its origin. For reasons unknown, a calmness washed over him. Did you kill Jiaming? Anil chuckled, only to spit another mouthful of blood. So his name truly is fake name. Huh, what kind of fool names his son that? He is my biological brother. Anil replied, oh, so you are also the son of a fool. You should not have touched what was not yours. The scarred man tightened his grip on the steel nail, his entire arm trembling. I shall ensure you accompany my brother in death. With those words, he suddenly lunged in front of Anil, bending low as he delivered a lethal strike. This time, he pierced Anil's heart. Heart department damage, 100. Brain, heart. Heart. Lungs, boss. The heart has ceased functioning. Warning, body's power system compromised. Stomach department damage exacerbated. Liver department damage exacerbated. Lung department. As the scarred man withdrew his hand and stood upright, his cap fell to the ground, yet his expression remained impassive, his gaze frigid. You all must accompany my brother in death. The scarred man turned and made his way towards the staircase. Brain, all departments, commence immediate self-repair. Please respond. Brain, all departments, self-repair, please respond. Anil heard his brain issuing commands in solitude. even as other organs ceased to function due to the loss of energy. And despite the absence of any responding organs, it continued to inquire relentlessly. I'm sorry, dear brain. Having a master like me must be profoundly disappointing for you. Brain, master, that is not the case. Protecting you is my mission and duty. I am honored to serve you. Brain, please forgive me. We have failed to safeguard you. Chapter 41. In the abyss of death, shadows emerge, the scarred man falls. As Annel's consciousness gradually faded, the sounds within his mind diminished into silence. The scarred man, covering his eyes, limped to the corner of the stairs, feeling a piercing pain in his head, his left leg trembling violently. Under different circumstances, he would have abandoned his plans and fled Jianyang High School, but now he understood that the injuries in his mind had condemned him to remain trapped within its confines. Rather than risk capture by the Bureau of Martial Management later, he resolved to take more lives. 1 kill would suffice, 2 would be a profitable venture. Especially that of Wan Xiao. She must die? And the family of that bald-headed student. They too must perish. Cursed be they for ruining my plans. For killing my younger brother, for blinding me. I shall not find peace until I see your entire family extinguished. A torrential rain poured from the heavens onto the campus of Jianyang High, and as the wind blew, large raindrops were swept into the corridors, drenching the lifeless bodies of 2 individuals sprawled upon the ground. Zhang Zi lay with open eyes, the blood within his chest having long since run dry. Not far from him was Annel's corpse, countless raindrops striking his face, washing away the blood that marred his features. His once pristine visage now appeared hauntingly pale. At the corner of the stairs, the scarred man cursed vehemently, hurling invectives at Annel, his family, and all his adversaries. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the campus. In that fleeting moment, Annel opened his eyes. Unlike their usual clarity, his eyes were now shrouded in swirling black smoke, which settled and then rose again, heralding the return of the shadow. The shadow rose from the ground, observing the gaping wound in his chest, yet his expression remained unchanged. He simply lifted his right hand and caressed the wound before rising to his feet. The scarred man, hearing the movement, spun around, incredulous at the sight before him. The very boy whose heart he had pierced was now standing again. Impossible. You clearly had no breath left. The scarred man gritted his teeth and shouted in disbelief. Then, a cruel smile crept across his face as he declared, So you've returned to life, have you? Then I shall kill you once more. Abandoning his ascent up the stairs, the scarred man limped towards Annel. The shadow appeared oblivious to his approach. Standing at the corridor's railing, gazing up at the sky, lost in contemplation of the torrential rain and the thunderous lightning above. He sighed, what a pity. There is no moon tonight. A glint of madness crossed the scarred man's eyes. Have you gone mad? Whether you are or not, I shall kill you. This time, I will twist your head off. Ha ha ha. The scarred man erupted into a fit of frenzied laughter. The shadow spoke to himself, though the moon is absent. Such heavy rain is a rare occurrence. Then, he suddenly turned to face the scarred man, his expression calm, the black smoke in his eyes swirling slightly. Do you know why I loved rainy days before I turned 6? The scarred man, taken aback by Annel's unexpected question, smirked wildly. I don't care why. This time, I will crush your head. Then, I shall devour your brain bite by bite. The shadow seemed to disregard the scarred man's words, calmly stating, Before I turned 6, I could not conceal the murderous intent that overflowed within me. Thus, I chose to hunt on rainy days, when the downpour would obscure my lethal intentions. 6 years old. Ha 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 ha. The scarred man cackled piercingly, only to abruptly suppress his laughter, coldly remarking, You are deranged. Allow me to extract your brain and discover what has gone awry. The scarred man quickened his pace, excitement coursing through him. His heartbeat racing. I can hardly wait to end your life. Brother, do not rush. I shall slay him forthwith, avenging you. Do not fret. I shall soon rid the world of him. What is happening? The grotesque smile on the scarred man's face suddenly froze, terror erupting within him. He realized, to his horror, that he was becoming sluggish, slowed to an extreme. A mere lift of his hand, the slight opening of his fingers, appeared to him as if it were being played in slow motion, multiplied by dozens, even hundreds of times. I cannot control my own body. It is you. The scarred man bellowed at Annel. Yet, he could scarcely utter that simple phrase, feeling his mouth open at an agonizingly slow pace. His body and soul had become unmoored. How could this be? Panic overtook the scarred man. He had never encountered such a phenomenon and was utterly unprepared for it. His heartbeat quickened in response. Heartbeat. No, why is my heartbeat racing so fast? The scarred man finally discerned the bizarre anomaly within his body. While every action was slowed as if time had frozen, his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Faster and faster. Stop. Stop it. The scarred man cried out in terror, yet the sound reverberated only within his mind, audible solely to himself. No, please stop. I implore you. Upon becoming a martial artist, the scarred man truly comprehended the formidable power of a warrior. The might, the swiftness, all emanating from his martial body. As long as his physique was robust enough, he could even disregard rules and laws. Thus, he devoted half his life to seeking a higher realm, striving to augment his strength. The results were evidently profound. Upon reaching the third rank of martial artistry, he acutely felt his own might. He could withstand bullets, leap 20 meters in a single bound, shatter a concrete wall with a single punch. This unparalleled physique instilled him with confidence, emboldening him to openly defy the Martial Management Bureau. However, despair engulfed the scarred man as he realized that this body, which he had always relied upon, was now slipping beyond his control. My brother is dead. My body is no longer under my command. What do I have left? What can I rely on? The scarred man trembled with fear. Even when Anil had driven a steel nail into his eye, he had not felt such terror. Tears streamed down his face as he wished to beg for mercy, yet he found himself unable to speak the words or shed the tears. The shadow picked up the earth-toned duckbill cap from the ground, its fabric largely soaked in blood. Approaching the scar-faced man, who retained a forward stride with one foot suspended in midair, the shadow placed the cap back onto his head. With an expression of calmness and a swirling darkness in his eyes, he uttered, "Good night." Boom. As the last syllable escaped the shadow's lips, a massive gaping wound erupted from the scar-faced man's chest, piercing through to his back. Thud. He toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. In truth, the moment the shadow detonated his heart, he had already transitioned into a corpse. The murderous intent had ensnared the scar-faced man's body in a slowed perception of time, while his mind raced forward. In such a state, even the faintest pain would be magnified and prolonged infinitely. Although the shadow's act of detonating his heart lasted less than half a second, the scar-faced man had endured days, months, even years of relentless agony in his mind. As for the duration of the scar-faced man's entrapment in this lethal state, the shadow could not ascertain, for it hinged on one's fortitude in bearing pain. Some might only endure for mere seconds, while others could withstand for months. Regardless of the time span, the outcome remained unchanged. Those ensnared by murderous intent would inevitably perish. The shadow was taken in by an assassination organization at the age of 1, commenced killing at 4, ascended to the title of King of Assassins by 24, and passed away at 209. Before his demise, countless assassins challenged him, seeking to usurp his position. Yet, from the day he ascended as the King of Assassins, he became invincible. No one in the realm could defeat him. Ultimately, it was not a rival who bested him, but the passage of time itself. Thus, where am I now? A flicker of confusion crossed the shadow's face, soon replaced by a visage of anguish and struggle. With nearly all his strength, he could only conjure 2 words in his mind: reincarnation. In the next moment, the darkness in his eyes receded, and as he closed them, he collapsed. Shortly thereafter, a faint rising and falling began in his chest. Heart, where am I? Who am I? What am I supposed to do? Heart, wait, didn't I die? Heart, huh? Why am I still a heart? Damn it, do I have to work overtime in hell? Heart, huh? What? How am I alive? Heart, boss, where are you? Heart, lungs, liver, deaf, blind, little brother, why do you all look half dead? Lungs, power, power. Heart, yes, yes, I must provide power. Don't rush, don't rush. Watch me. The power is coming right up. Outside the school, a group of students from Jianyang High School finally escaped to safety. Many bore injuries, their skin torn and bloodied. They had punched through the classroom and the dilapidated dormitory with their fists. Exercising caution, upon exiting the dormitory, they chose not to leave through the front or back gates, but instead opted to scale the walls. Due to the assertion made by Wu Mu that the deranged individual was clad in a security uniform, it is highly probable that the assailant had murdered the school gatekeeper before infiltrating the premises. At this juncture, it is reasonable to suspect that the entrance could be guarded by accomplices of that lunatic. Upon reaching the outside of the campus, Ruan Xiao promptly retrieved her mobile phone to call her father, and soon the call connected. Upon learning that his daughter and several other students had successfully escaped to safety, Ruan Heng felt a weight lift from his heart. He inquired about Ruan Zhao's location, instructing her, "Find some concealed spots to hide and remain still. I shall arrive shortly." Before long, Ruan Heng's vehicle appeared on Tiannan Road, coincidentally at the same moment that Principal Jun's car sped in from the west. Jun Xiaosa instantly recognized Ruan Heng's automobile, and Ruan Heng, spotting him as well, lowered his window and gestured for him to follow. Jun Xiaosa understood immediately and drove behind Ruan Heng. In no time, they arrived at a small bamboo grove where a group of students were hiding. Ruan Heng called out, "Ruan Xiao, I have arrived." Hearing his voice, Ruan Xiao joyfully alerted her classmates, "My father is here. Let us hurry outside." The other students, upon hearing this, quickly followed Ruan Xiao out of the bamboo thicket. Outside, Ruan Heng and Principal Jun exhaled in relief at the sight of the fleeing students. "Dad!" Ruan Xiao exclaimed excitedly as she ran towards her father. The other students were astonished to discover that Ruan Zhao's father was an officer from the Bureau of Public Security, and with their principal also present, they could hardly contain their joy. Some even burst into tears, overwhelmed with gratitude that a formidable figure had come to their rescue. "Are you all right?" Ruan Heng asked, his concern evident as he steadied his daughter. "I am fine," Ruan Xiao replied succinctly, but then became anxious, saying, however, "Classmate Zhang Zi has been killed, and Lu Long and Wu Mu are gravely injured. Furthermore, one person went in to divert the madman's attention to save us. They should still be inside the school. Dad, you must go save him." Principal Jun, upon hearing Ruan Zhao's urgent words, expressed disbelief. Zhang Zi was killed? He then suddenly recalled the call he had received from Enlu earlier and began searching the crowd for him. Yet no trace of Enlu could be found among the students. "Is Enlu not with you? Have you seen him?" Jun Xiaosao inquired hastily. "Enlu?" Ruan Xiao suddenly remembered that she had messaged Enlu that afternoon, asking him what time he would arrive at school. He had replied that he would be there at 7 o'clock, punctually. Could the one who diverted the killer have been Enlu? Or could it be that Enlu was already captured by the murderer upon entering the school? Ruan Xiao, now in a state of panic, urgently addressed the principal. "We haven't seen him. He should still be inside the school." "Damn it!" Jun Xiaosao shouted, stomping his foot as he sprinted towards the school entrance. "Dad, you must go in and save him." "Wait a moment." Ruan Heng glanced at his wristwatch, calculating the time it would take for his team to arrive. Although he could almost deduce who the assailant within the school was, he had yet to ascertain the situation thoroughly. The uncertainty regarding whether there were accomplices lurking nearby made him hesitant to act recklessly. In the event of my departure, if the accomplices of the assassin were to emerge, would these children not be at their mercy? Fortunately, at that moment, a series of relentless sirens echoed from the opposite end of the street, followed by a convoy of armed police vehicles piercing through the rain, racing toward them. With this, Ruan Heng finally felt a sense of relief. He turned to his daughter and instructed, "Have Zhang Miao arrange for the ambulance to take you and your classmates to the hospital. I will handle matters at the school." After giving his instructions, Ruan Heng leaped toward the direction of Jiangyang campus, swiftly disappearing after a few bounds. Chapter 42, Southwest, Hong Kong Community, The Revival of the Body. Jun Xiaosa sprinted through the torrential rain to the school gate, glancing around but failing to locate Anil. His nose twitched, and he hurried toward the guardhouse. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a body lying on the ground, its neck crushed beyond recognition. Was this the martial artist killed by Anil? Jun Xiaosa ventured further inside, only to discover two more bodies, igniting a surge of fury within him. Xiao Zhang was the security guard he had recently recruited. Diligent and honest, and Old Wang had served at the school for over a decade. It was unfathomable that these ruthless thugs had not spared even these ordinary individuals. They deserved the utmost punishment. At that moment, Ruan Heng also arrived at the guardhouse. He cast a glance at the corpse on the floor and thought, as expected. He addressed Jun Xiaosa. "This man is named Jia Ming, an escaped convict with strength at the upper second rank. They must have targeted Ruan Xia, seeking revenge against me. Anil was the one who shot him. He has entered the school." Jun Xiaosa uttered a phrase before kicking open the door to the guardhouse and rushing into the school. Anil? Ruan Heng recalled the boy who had saved his daughter last time, but at that time, Anil was not even a martial artist. To think that in just a few short days, Anil had acquired the strength to kill a second-rank martial artist? This was grave. Ruan Heng mentally cursed and hurried toward the school. Although he was uncertain of the method Anil had employed to slay Jia Ming, Jia Ming's brother, Jia Zhang was a third-rank martial artist. If Anil were to encounter him, there would be no chance of survival. Jun Xiaosa and Ruan Heng arrived at the base of the teaching building in quick succession. As they halted, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming stench of blood. "It's on the second floor," Jun Xiaosa shouted, exerting himself to leap up to the second floor, with Ruan Heng closely following suit. Upon landing, the two were taken aback by the scene before them. The narrow corridor was drenched in blood. In the horrific pool of crimson lay 3 corpses, and Jun Xiaosa instantly recognized 2 of them as Anil and Zhang Zi. Ruan Heng also spotted the body near Anil, its chest blown open. The grotesquely contorted facial scars confirmed its identity. It was none other than Jia Zheng, the second of the escaped convicts. Ruan Heng retrieved the flashlight from his waist and approached Jia Zheng's body, examining it closely before confirming that Jia Zheng was indeed dead. Just moments earlier, his daughter had mentioned someone had held Jia Zheng back to buy them time to escape. It became evident that this individual was Anil. Moreover, Anil not only detained Jia Zheng, but ultimately met his demise alongside him. Jun Xiaosa stood frozen, overwhelmed by the tragic reality before him. After a painstaking search, he had discovered such a martial arts prodigy in Anil, only to witness his untimely downfall before he could truly blossom. Both of these young souls had fallen victim to the perilous circumstances that arose while attempting to save their fellow classmates. A hint of anger laced Jun Xiaosa's words, for he understood that the deaths of his 2 students ultimately traced back to Ruan Heng. Despite his long-standing respect for Ruan Heng, the sight of his students' lifeless bodies lying before him stirred a tempest of resentment within his heart. Upon hearing these words, Ruan Heng was engulfed by a wave of guilt. He grasped Jun Xiaosa's implication. The escape of Jia Zheng and Jia Ming from prison was indeed a consequence of his negligence. Their infiltration of the school was intended to eliminate Ruan Xia, seeking vengeance against himself, yet it had tragically ensnared these 2 innocent students. Particularly for Anil, who had already saved his daughter's life, it was devastating to have her demise tied to his own failings. "Principal Jun, I am deeply sorry," Ruan Heng expressed. Jun Xiaosa sighed, squatting before Anil's lifeless form, his gaze falling upon the gaping wound in Anil's chest. With a tender heart, he reached out, yearning to cover the wound with fabric. However, as his hand grazed Anil's chest, he felt a faint pulse. "Not yet dead," Jun Xiaosa exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Anil still had a heartbeat. "What?" Ruan Heng could hardly believe his ears. He hurried to Anil's side, placing his hand on the boy's chest. Indeed, a faint heartbeat persisted. The presence of life signified hope for Anil's survival. Jun Xiaosa delved into his pocket, desperate to retrieve the healing elixir he always carried, only to remember in his haste that he had left it behind. "Alas, I forgot my revitalizing liquid at home." "I have some," Ruan Heng called out. Supporting Anil's upper body with one arm, he swiftly produced a metallic vial from his pocket, unscrewing the cap with agility, and poured the liquid into Anil's mouth. Following this, he retrieved another vial of a different design and applied its contents directly to the wound on Anil's chest. After administering the treatment, Ruan Heng pressed the button on his walkie-talkie, urgently calling out, "Emergency team, dispatch an ambulance to the school building immediately. We have an injured individual in need of urgent care." "Received," came the prompt response from the other end of the radio. Rushing back to check on Zhang Zi, Jun Xiaosa hoped for signs of recovery similar to Anil's. But upon reaching Zhang Zi's lifeless body and observing the vacant left chest, he froze, tears welling in his eyes. Zhang Zi was a student he knew well, having interacted with him frequently in the elite class. A gifted student, albeit prideful. He possessed a keen understanding and a fervent pursuit of martial arts. After a thorough search, Jun Xiaosa discovered a bloodied heart nestled among a pile of shattered wood against the wall. He approached and retrieved the heart, then returned to the lifeless body of Zhang Zi, placing the heart back into his chest cavity. Zhang Zi's corpse remained with wide-open eyes, filled with anger and anguish. Jun Xiaoshu could no longer hold back the tears, and they cascaded down his cheeks. He extended his hand to gently close Zhang Zi's eyes, whispering, "Child, it is all over." Soon after, an emergency vehicle from the Bureau of Public Security arrived at the building. Anil and Zhang Zi's body were carefully lifted into the vehicle by the crowd. As for the other corpses, they were to be dealt with by a different team. At the school gate, Ruan Xiao chose not to ride to the hospital with her classmates, but stayed behind. Only after confirming that Anil was indeed on the emergency vehicle did she board her father's car, following closely behind. Upon arriving at the hospital, Anil and Zhang Zi were rushed into the emergency room, while Principal Jun, Ruan Heng, and Ruan Xiao waited anxiously in the hospital lobby. With the criminal deceased and a student lost, Anil's fate hung in the balance. After much deliberation, Ruan Heng finally called his secretary to inform the families of both Anil and Zhang Zi. The Ankang community lies to the southwest of Jianyang High School along Longmin Road. At that moment, in the home of Zhang Zi, his father, Zhang Long, and mother, Chu Qin, were gathered around the table making dumplings. Nearby, in a stroller, Zhang Zi's younger sister, Zhang Yun, who had yet to learn to walk, shook her empty bottle, giggling incessantly. Have you heard back from him? Not yet. He is probably still busy. Let us store these dumplings in the fridge. I will make fresh dough later, Chu Qin suggested to her husband. Why wait for him? Let us eat first, Zhang Long replied, straightening his back as he stood. No, leftover dumplings will taste terrible, Chu Qin countered firmly. How bad can they be? Anyway, he eats like a bear, so he won't notice the taste, Zhang Long chuckled. Isn't that a good thing? It means our son has grown stronger, Chu Qin remarked as she entered the kitchen to prepare fresh dough. Meanwhile, Zhang Long picked up the freshly made dumplings, ready to place them in the fridge. When suddenly his phone rang, he halted his actions and hurried to the sofa, picking up the phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Zhang Long answered, Hello? I understand. I'll be there immediately. Thank you, he said before hanging up, the phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor as he sank onto the sofa. Looking as if he had lost his very soul, Chu Qin entered the living room with a bowl of dough, her curiosity piqued. Who was it? Was it Xiaohe? Zhang Long remained silent. What's wrong? Did your boss send you on a trip again? Chu Qin asked, puzzled. Zhang Long picked up his phone, standing with a trembling voice. We need to go to the military hospital. Xiaohe is in trouble. Upon hearing her husband's words, Chu Qin momentarily lost her composure. The bowl slipping from her hands and shattering on the floor, flour scattering everywhere. The sound of the broken bowl startled little Zhang Yun in her stroller, who burst into tears. In the stillness of the night, Dahai and Lu Xiaoru, accompanied by Anxin, arrived at the hospital, their clothes thoroughly drenched. Yet, their concerns were overshadowed by urgency as they inquired about the location of the emergency room and hastened towards it. Upon reaching the corridor leading to the emergency room, they spotted several figures in the distance. Principal Jun, Director Ruan Xiao, and several others clad in uniforms of the Bureau of Armed Forces. How is he, Director Ruan? How is Anil? And Dahai urgently questioned as they approached the entrance to the emergency room corridor. He is currently undergoing resuscitation, Ruan Heng replied. Why is he being resuscitated again? He had just undergone a procedure a few days ago. At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the emergency room on the opposite side of the corridor. How could this happen? He promised to return and eat dumplings with me. Why would someone so cruel take my son away? Turning their heads, Dahai and the others beheld a woman kneeling on the floor, crying out in despair, surrounded by several officers from the Bureau of Armed Forces. Nearby stood a man holding a child, his expression filled with sorrow, yet he remained silent. Witnessing this scene, Ruan Heng and Ruan Xiao hurriedly approached, while Dahai and Lu Xiaoru's worries for their own son intensified. As the cool sunlight streamed into the hospital room, Anil lay in bed, having been in a deep slumber for 3.5 days. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, though he lacked the strength to fully awaken, his eyelids barely lifting. In his peripheral vision, he noticed his sister Anxin resting her head on the bed, seemingly asleep. With his lips slightly parted, he whispered in a barely audible voice, It seems I am not dead. This faint utterance stirred Anxin from her slumber. Her eyes widened as she noticed her brother's eyelashes fluttering. Mom, my brother is awake, she exclaimed. Lu Xiaoru, who had been resting on the sofa, immediately awoke and rushed to the bedside. Anxin pointed excitedly at Anil's eyes, saying, Look, my brother's eyelashes are moving. It's true. In elation, Lu Xiaoru exclaimed. Stay here with your brother. I will fetch the doctor. With that, she hurriedly left the room, returning shortly with 5 doctors and nurses in tow. The doctors meticulously examined Anil's condition and then instructed the nurses. He has awakened 5 days earlier than we anticipated. We must switch to the 208-4 medication immediately. Understood, the nurses responded before swiftly exiting the room. Standing by the bedside, Lu Xiaoru observed her son still unable to open his eyes and anxiously asked the doctor, Doctor, hasn't he awakened? Why can't he open his eyes? The doctor nodded and explained, Indeed, he has regained consciousness. However, His body has expended an extraordinary amount of energy during the healing process, far exceeding the standard for a typical second-tier martial artist. This is likely why he awakened ahead of schedule. The excessive energy expenditure has rendered him weak, which is why he struggles to even open his eyes. Is my son in danger? Lu Xiaoru, not fully grasping the doctor's explanation, posed the most pressing question on her mind. The doctor replied, as long as we remain vigilant, there will be no issues. For now, we must replenish the energy he has lost, and before long, he shall awaken. In the coming days, I will instruct the nurses to check on him every half hour. You must also be attentive. Should the intravenous medication run out, call the nurse immediately for a replacement. Of course, we will be careful. Thank you so much. It is nothing. Should your son experience any issues, simply come to me. Thus, Anil drifted between dreams and reality on the hospital bed for 2 days. By the afternoon of the third day, Anil's lost energy had been fully restored, and each organ began to regain its vitality. Kidney, by my word, heart, how is it that you remain unscathed? I distinctly recall you being shattered. Heart, huh? What a surprise. Do you not know who I am? Even if I were reduced to ashes, I would still return to my former self. Brain, enough boasting. Pray tell, what transpired? Share with us. Heart, to be honest, I am not entirely certain. After that scarred face shattered me, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, all of you had ceased functioning. However, during my unconsciousness, I sensed a peculiar energy, though it felt almost otherworldly. Heart, upon the emergence of this energy, I dreamt of our master. Brain master? Heart, indeed. It was the second consciousness that appeared when our master lost control of his body last time. Chapter 43. The body evolves again. The terrifying physique. The mentalist following this revelation, the organs engaged in fervent discussion regarding Anil's second consciousness. They speculated that the master might be unaware of this phenomenon and conjectured that the emergence of the second consciousness was likely linked to their control over the master's sleepwalking. To avoid incurring the master's wrath, they collectively decided to conceal this matter for the time being. They would observe, and, once they understood the second consciousness better, find an opportune moment to disclose it to the master. Heart, there is one more thing. I feel significantly stronger. My heartbeat can now accelerate or decelerate to nearly double the rate it once was. Lungs, I too feel a notable increase in my resilience. Arms, our bones and tendons have grown considerably stronger. The power we can now unleash is surely twice that of before. Brain, kidney, what of you? Kidney, I sense that my capacity to store vitality has improved. Brain, excellent. And you, dear sibling? Young sibling, as steadfast as ever. Each organ began to report its transformations to the brain, and they found themselves, to varying degrees, more robust than before. The brain listened with great satisfaction. It is speculated that the medication administered to the patient in the hospital is far from ordinary, as it requires an ample absorption of energy to facilitate evolution. This is indeed the case. The intravenous solution utilized during Anil's slumber was personally designated by Ruan Hong. The essence within the solution was meticulously extracted from the lifeblood of exotic beasts found in the subterranean caves, rendering it exceedingly precious. With each vial valued in the tens of thousands. The liver, my detoxification technique has been automatically enhanced, significantly improving my ability to purify toxins. However, I lack experimental validation. Would anyone be willing to assist me in a trial? The heart ignores him completely. The liver, lungs? The lungs, don't look at me. I'm not afflicted by any toxins at the moment. The liver glances at the spleen. The spleen, I'm too busy. The liver, boss? The brain, let us pass this time. I promise to comply next time. Shortly after the organs concluded their meeting, Anil awakened once more. Unlike his previous awakening, this time he successfully opened his eyes, his gaze vibrant and full of life, clearly having regained his vitality. Upon seeing Anil awake, his family was overjoyed and promptly summoned a doctor for an examination. The doctor assured them that Anil's injuries were nearly healed, and he would be able to be discharged in 2 days with continued observation. With the doctor's affirmation, Anil's family finally felt a sense of relief. Lu Xiaoru then asked Anil if he was hungry. Without waiting for a response, she left the hospital to prepare a meal for him. In her eyes, Anil had been bedridden for so many days, relying solely on intravenous fluids to survive. It was only natural that he must be famished. In reality, Anil felt no hunger whatsoever and had no need for food, but expressing such sentiments would undoubtedly be met with disbelief from his mother. Perhaps someone at the hospital had informed Ruan Heng, or perhaps Anshin had sent a private message to Ruan Xiao, but shortly after Lu Shiru departed, Ruan Heng and his daughter Ruan Xiao arrived at the hospital. They were, of course, there to express their gratitude towards Anil. However, after their expressions of thanks, Ruan Heng curiously inquired about the battle that took place that night. Prior to this, Ruan Heng had learned from Principal Jun and Dazhong that Anil had ascended to the second rank of martial artists. He was genuinely astonished by this revelation. After all, Anil was merely 17 years old. A 17-year-old second-rank martial artist transcended the simple label of genius. Ruan Heng had encountered many prodigies. While there were indeed young individuals at the second rank, none could compare to Anil, who had transformed from an ordinary person to a second-rank martial artist in just a matter of days. It was difficult for him to fathom that someone like Anil could emerge from such a small place as Jianyang City, regardless of whether one termed it genius or abnormality. The disparity in realms remained an insurmountable chasm. Particularly for martial artists, even a minor difference in rank could prove exceedingly challenging to overcome. A first rank is akin to being separated by mountains, while a second rank feels like ascending to the heavens. Ruan Heng had pondered for days how Anil managed to slay Jia Zheng with strength that was a full rank beneath him. The fact that Anil had survived this encounter was nothing short of astonishing. He investigated the surveillance footage within Jianyang High School, particularly focusing on the corridor where the fierce battle had taken place, hoping to glean insights into the events of that night. However, to his dismay, Jia Zheng had not only disrupted the entire campus's network signals upon infiltrating the premises, but had also disabled all the surveillance cameras throughout the school. Consequently, he could only acquire some vague information from the individuals involved that night. In response to Ruan Heng's inquiry, Lu offered a wry smile and remarked, "To be honest, I remain uncertain about how Jia Zheng met his demise. I did drive a steel nail into his brain, yet he still exhibited mobility before I lost consciousness." And Li's implication was that after exploding Jia Zheng's chest, he subsequently drove the nail through Jia Zheng's eye into his brain. Alternatively, it was plausible that something explosive resided in Jia Zheng's chest, which only detonated after Lu had fainted. Ruan Heng privately speculated, feeling that something was amiss, and intended to ask Lu, the key witness, what about Jia Zheng's chest? Before Ruan Heng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by his daughter. "Dad, it's after working hours, and we are here to visit Lu, not to interrogate a suspect. He has just regained consciousness. Let us not tire him with questions." My apologies, the occupational habit slipped out, haha. With this reminder from his daughter, Ruan Heng quickly expressed his regrets. It was indeed inappropriate to question Lu in front of his family, particularly since he had entered the hospital to save his daughter. He was a benefactor, not a criminal. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Dang Hai, Ruan Heng received a phone call. Upon concluding the call, he apologetically informed Dang Hai and Lu, "There's a matter at the bureau. I must take my leave. I'll express my gratitude in person on my next day off." "Not a problem, Director Ruan. You may leave if you have matters to attend to." Lu is fine, Lu assured him. "If anything arises at the hospital, go, please do give me a call." "Very well, I will see you out." Since their last encounter, Ruan Heng had taken to addressing Dang Hai as Ngu due to the latter's advanced age, and Dang Hai felt immensely honored. As a second-tier martial artist, being addressed as Ngu by Ruan Heng, a distinguished fourth-tier powerhouse, was indeed a significant accolade. In all of Jianyang City, few could withstand the honor of being called Ngu by Ruan Heng, yet he could. This was owing to his admirable son who had brought him such prestige. And Dang Hai took an Xian by the hand and accompanied Ruan Heng out the door, while Ruan Xiao waved cheerfully at Lu in farewell before departing. After bidding farewell to Lu's family at the ward's entrance, Ruan Heng and his daughter proceeded down the corridor, where they unexpectedly encountered Lu's attending physician. This doctor was an old friend of Ruan Heng's, a military doctor who had retired from the underground army and now held a prominent position within the military hospital. The reason he took a personal interest in Lu's case was largely due to his respect for Ruan Heng. "Yin Haoran," Ruan Heng greeted him. "Uncle Yin," Ruan Xiao politely added. The attending physician, Yin Haoran, approached and inquired, "Are you here to visit Lu?" "Indeed. How is Anil's recovery? Will there be any lingering side effects?" Yin Haoran smiled and replied, "I was just thinking of finding an opportunity to discuss this with you. Our Jianyang City has indeed produced quite an anomaly." "What do you mean?" Yin Haoran raised an eyebrow. "Anil, where did you encounter this anomaly? His recovery ability is truly astonishing." Ruan Hung remarked, "Indeed, Anil has suffered several severe injuries before, yet his body has returned to normal in no time. His self-healing capability surpasses that of an ordinary second-tier warrior." Yin Haoran raised his eyebrows with a smile and whispered, "Not just a second-tier warrior, my goodness. Even fifth or sixth-tier warriors do not possess such terrifying abilities." When Anil was brought in, he had two extremely severe injuries, one to his heart and the other to both forearms. Particularly his heart. When he was first admitted, the surface of his heart was riddled with cracks, practically shattered. Yet, just a few days later, his heart had recovered completely, and the shattered bones of his forearms had even begun to fuse together automatically. His constitution is simply outrageous. After hearing Yin Haoran's words, Ruan Hung realized he had underestimated Anil's potential. He asked Yin Haoran, "Have you not heard of his unique constitution?" Yin Haoran shook his head. "No, I have never encountered anything like it. How does his constitution compare to that of a mentalist?" The term mentalist stirred something within Yin Haoran, conjuring images of those who could manipulate objects at a distance and soar through the skies. The mentalists exist on an entirely different plane compared to ordinary warriors. He responded solemnly, "It's hard to say. The number of mentalists is even scarcer than that of giant pandas, and Anil's constitution appears quite extraordinary. However, it remains uncertain how much potential he will develop in the future." Ruan Hung contemplated in silence. Yet, Yin Haoran turned his gaze to Ruan Hung, his expression turning serious. He spoke earnestly, "One thing is certain. This child is willing to risk his life for his classmates, which speaks volumes about his character. He has defeated two assailants stronger than himself, demonstrating exceptional combat prowess. Together, these qualities surely indicate that in the future, he will become an outstanding warrior, perhaps even a leader among the elite. Thus, I believe that until Anil grows strong enough, you must safeguard this promising talent." Ruan Hung nodded in agreement. "You are right. I cannot allow the tragedy of Jianyang High to repeat itself." Chapter 44. Zhang Zi's Funeral, Pan Mountain Prison. In the afternoon, another visitor arrived at the hospital room, Lu Ming. "I heard from Ruan Xiao that your injuries were severe, yet you seem to be in decent spirits now?" Anil sat up, leaning against the pillow, and replied, "Aren't I healed already? Haven't you been in seclusion? Why are you here? How could I not come, given your condition?" "That would be inhumane." Lu Ming approached the bedside, pulled over a plastic stool, and sat down. With a loud crack, the stool broke apart. Lu Ming exclaimed, "Ah, this. If you haven't digested my elixirs, then you truly are not human," Anil quipped, then turned to Anshin. "Please help Lu Ming find a larger chair." "I won't go, as I leisurely enjoy my sunflower seeds." I outright refuse. "All right, then shall I go find him?" Anil feigned the intention to rise from the bed, turning to inform our mother that Lu Ming had arrived. However, lacking a chair to sit upon, I had no choice but to endure the pain in my body and fetch a seat for Lu Ming. Anshin shot a glare at Anil, exclaiming, "Enough already." Upon Anshin's departure, only Anil and Lu Ming remained in the room. Lu Ming settled down on the spot, reassuring me, "Fear not. I have just fully digested the elixir this morning. My vitality should now be at the first rank level. I only recently learned about the school's affairs, as the group chat has been abuzz with discussions. However, it seems the school has concealed the fact that it was you who dealt with the assailant. I gleaned this information from Ruan Xiao." Anil nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, my father informed me today that he requested the school and the Martial Management Bureau to keep it under wraps, primarily to prevent any accomplices of the assailant from seeking revenge on me." Anil concurred with his father's decision. To be honest, he harbored a certain desire for that Jia Zheng to have accomplices come after him. Perhaps, he mused, he might inadvertently meet his demise at their hands. Yet, such a notion was rather selfish, as he needed to consider the safety of his family. Just like Jia Zheng, whose vengeance against Ruan Hung did not extend to him directly, but rather targeted Ruan Xiao. The bloody examples lay bare before him, and Anil must remain vigilant, understanding that his own death was of little consequence, but his family must never suffer harm because of it. Lu Ming slammed his fist in frustration, lamenting, "Had I known there would be an assassin infiltrating the school that day, I would have joined you at that memorial. Together, we might have dispatched the assassin and escaped unscathed." Anil chuckled softly, replying, "You overestimate our chances. Had you truly accompanied me, the outcome would merely have been your demise first, followed by mine, a mere tally of one additional head." Lu Ming inquired, "So how did you eliminate the assassin?" Ruan Xiao mentioned there were two others, one at the second rank and another at the third. Anil shook his head, explaining, The second-rank assassin was dealt with through a sneak attack. As for the third rank, to be honest, I'm uncertain how he met his end. Perhaps the severe injuries I inflicted earlier suddenly took their toll? The injuries he referred to were, of course, those in Jia Zhang's mind. After all, the brain is no ordinary organ, and the formidable physique of a third-rank martial artist might endure a critical brain injury momentarily, yet ultimately succumb to it. Of course, this was merely conjecture on his part, and he could not ascertain its accuracy. Lu Ming spoke solemnly. It is unfortunate for Zhang Zi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long. They surely cannot participate in the martial examination this year. I wonder if they will recover by next year. Did you not previously refer to those three as fools? Anil remarked. It seems I was the fool. Lu Ming chuckled at his own expense. Although the school has not publicly disclosed the specifics of the incident, the students present that day have shared their own speculations. Under the coercive force of the bandits, Zhang Zi, Wu Mu, and Lu Long steadfastly refused to reveal the whereabouts of their classmates, resulting in the assassin's wrath, leading to Zhang Zi's death and the incapacitation of Wu Mu and Lu Long. This is a piece of news that has been circulating wildly outside, with the details remaining rather vague. However, Lu Ming, having heard clearer accounts from Yuan Xiao, felt an even deeper sense of regret. He learned that the assassin had first shattered Wu Mu and Lu Long's limbs before piercing Zhang Zi's abdomen, coercing him into revealing Yuan Zhao's whereabouts by threatening his family's lives. Ultimately, Zhang Zi chose death over betrayal. Lu Ming sighed, acknowledging Zhang Zi as a true man, lamenting that he had failed to recognize this in the past. And Lu, too, fell into a contemplative silence, surprised that the Zhang Zi who had once begged for mercy in the martial arts hall exhibited such admirable courage when faced with life and death. Indeed, a person's character cannot be judged solely by appearances. After a considerable pause, Lu Ming suddenly pulled 2 bank cards from his pocket, each inscribed with 6/8. He handed one to Lu and inquired, I heard Zhang Zi's funeral is being held this afternoon. Will you attend? I will. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And Lu accompanied Lu Ming to the venue where Zhang Zi's parents were holding the funeral. A multitude of people had already gathered. Among them were Ruan Heng and Yuan Xiao, along with Principal Jun and the teachers of the elite class. Some familiar faces, likely elite class students, were present as well, with the only one Lu recognized being Cheng Feng, who ranked second in the elite class. At this moment, Zhang Zi's coffin lay quietly on the platform to the north, adorned with a portrait and surrounded by a profusion of flowers. Attendees approached to offer their condolences, starting with Zhang Zi's relatives, followed by teachers, friends, and classmates. Mr. Zhang, Ms. Chu, this is an honorary medal awarded to Zhang Zi by the school. Principal Jun stated after a brief silence. Zhang Zi was a true warrior and a source of pride for Jiangyang High School. Zhang Zi's mother, Chu Qin, held back tears as she clutched the crystal box containing the golden medal, sobbing as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Principal Jun. Xiao, he would have been so happy to know he received this. Principal Jun nodded, taking one last look at Zhang Zi's portrait before turning to leave. After Principal Jun departed, Ruan Heng and his daughter Ruan Xiao approached Zhang Zi's parents. Ruan Xiao, with a remorseful expression, said, Uncle, Aunt, please accept my condolences. Chu Qin did not respond, only nodding slightly, while her husband stood behind her, holding their daughter with a complex expression, remaining silent. Witnessing this, Ruan Heng sighed inwardly. Having originally advised his daughter against attending Zhang Zi's funeral, knowing well the stance of Zhang Zi's parents towards her, yet, Ruan Xiao insisted on coming. Subsequently, Zhang Zi's classmates approached in turn to present flowers. Lu Ming was ahead of Lu, and after laying down his flowers, Lu stepped forward. It was then that he noticed, inexplicably, a bowl of dumplings placed beside the portrait. Next to the bowl was a bank card, inscribed with 6/8, the card that Lu Ming had left behind. Though Lu Ming had a carefree demeanor, he was remarkably attentive when it came to certain matters. As Lu set down the flowers, a bank card slipped from his sleeve, landing atop the one Lu Ming had placed. Anil raised his gaze slightly, fixating on the portrait of Zhang Zi. The capricious nature of life and death reveals itself. A person who was alive yesterday may suddenly depart from this world today. Having traversed countless reincarnations, he has witnessed so much death that he can scarcely remember his own reincarnatory essence. For him, death merely signifies a new beginning. Yet, with each experience, he grows increasingly aware of the preciousness of life. Anil closed his eyes and murmured, in the eternally forsaken realm of death, May you discover the traces left by the Lord of Reincarnation. May your soul find solace. Upon finishing, Anil opened his eyes and approached Zhang Zi's parents. I am a classmate of Zhang Zi. He introduced himself, uncertain of how to articulate his identity, and unsure whether Zhang Zi's parents recognized him, given that their first encounter had involved him inflicting a rather severe beating on their son. To Anil's surprise, upon seeing him, Zhang Zi's mother grasped his hand. I know. We visited you in the hospital last time, but you were still unconscious then. Nearby, Zhang Zi's father held his little daughter and remarked, Director Yuan and Principal Jun have informed us. Thank you for avenging my son. Chu Qin added, we also appreciate your presence at Xiao He's funeral. We are aware of your injuries, and it truly means a lot that you could come today. Anil nodded, please accept my condolences. He then departed from Zhang Zi's parents and the crowd, meeting Lu Ming at the roadside. Anil remained silent, his eyes clouded with contemplation. He pondered whether, had he arrived at school earlier that day, this funeral might not have been necessary. Lu Ming noticed Anil's somber mood and initiated a conversation. I didn't realize Zhang Zi had a sister. She is far more adorable than he was. Anil nodded, but at that moment, a male voice called out from behind them. Are you Anil? Turning around, Anil and Lu Ming saw a robust young man in his 20s, dressed in Western attire. Striding towards them, Anil's eyes reflected a hint of confusion as he did not recognize this young man. Sensing his bewilderment, the young man introduced himself. I am Wu Daong, Zhang Zi's cousin. Is there something you need? He continued, my cousin called me previously, saying he was assaulted by someone at school and asked for my help to rectify the situation and deliver a beating. Wu Daong's expression shifted to one of fury. We had arranged to confront that individual on Saturday, but he was murdered on Friday night. Wu Daong raised his head, determination in his gaze as he looked at Anil. Before high school, I resided with my aunt. To me, Xiao He was like a younger brother. It was his dying wish for me to punish the one who harmed him, and I must fulfill that promise. After listening intently, Anil reflected for a moment before nodding. I understand. Proceed as you wish. Anil? Lu Ming called out, but Anil merely gestured for him to be silent. Wu Daong clasped his fist in salute. I beg your pardon. With that, he stepped forward, his right arm extending as a swift punch, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Anil's chest with astonishing speed. Anil met the fist head-on, showing neither flinching nor dodging, not even making a move to block, as he resolutely watched Wu Daong's fist descend upon him. Beside him, Lu Ming, witnessing the scene, hastily threw a punch in an attempt to shield Anil from Wu Daong's blow, only to be taken aback when Wu Daong's fist unexpectedly halted right in front of Anil's chest. Lu Ming exclaimed, What? Wu Daong sighed, retracting his fist. He turned to Anil and pondered aloud, I cannot defeat you. If one day Xiao He dreams of me, I shall inform him truthfully that I appreciate your assistance in avenging my cousin. Should you require help in the future, seek me at the Liang Martial Arts School on Chaiyang Road. With that, Wu Daong turned and departed. Lu Ming observed Wu Daong's retreating figure and remarked, he bears a striking resemblance to Zhang Zi. On the road, Ruan Heng was driving, with Ruan Xiao seated in the passenger seat. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed his daughter's despondent expression, knowing it stemmed from the events at the funeral earlier. Ruan Heng felt helpless, urging, this matter does not concern you, and you need not carry such guilt. Yet, Zhang Zi ultimately perished because of me, not because of you. Even if he had revealed your whereabouts, Jia Zheng would not have spared him, and you too were entangled in this. Ruan Xiao remained silent, not uttering a word. After a considerable pause, Ruan Heng shifted the topic. The college entrance examination is approaching. Have you decided which school you wish to apply to? After much contemplation, Ruan Xiao finally replied, perhaps the Tian Province Police Academy. Ruan Heng frowned slightly. You did not express such intentions last time. Has Jia Zheng's situation altered your original plans? Ruan Xiao gazed out of the window, neither confirming nor denying his inquiry. Observing her silence, Ruan Heng contemplated offering words of encouragement, yet found himself at a loss for how to begin. After a moment of inner turmoil, he abruptly turned the steering wheel, changing direction. 2 hours later, Ruan Heng drove out of Jianyang City, heading towards a range of undulating mountains. After nearly half an hour of navigating through the mountains, the car finally came to a halt at the foot of a mountain. Looking inward from the mountain's entrance, one could see a towering edifice, constructed of steel and concrete, resembling a fortress within the valley. What is this place? Ruan Xiao queried, following her father out of the vehicle and gazing at the structure with intrigue. Panchon Prison, Ruan Heng replied, closing the car door. Come with me. With that, Ruan Heng strode towards the prison, and Ruan Xiao, suppressing her curiosity, trailed behind him. Although the guards at the prison recognized Ruan Heng and allowed him direct entry, he still presented his identification and willingly submitted to inspection. 10 minutes later, Ruan Heng entered Panshan prison with his daughter. Upon entering, a middle-aged man approached swiftly, saluting Ruan Heng, Director Ruan. Ruan Xiao noticed the identification badge on the man's chest. He was the warden of the prison. Ruan Heng addressed the warden. Please bring all prisoners who have exchanged more than 3 words with Jiazheng or Jiaming to the 4th mining district. The warden paused momentarily, then quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. As the warden departed, Ruan Heng turned to his daughter and said, "Let us go. Today, I will introduce you to the world of martial arts." Chapter 45. Eliminating the prisoner. Lin Yang Ruan Xiao, accompanied by her father, arrived atop a steel bridge nestled among the mountains. Gazing down, she observed a circular valley formed by the surrounding peaks, with an intricate network of tracks leading into the depths of the mines. However, the mine was devoid of workers, and even the most advanced mining machinery was conspicuously absent. Ruan Heng stood at the railing of the bridge, elucidating to his daughter, deep within the mountains lies an ancient tunnel that collapsed centuries ago. This tunnel conceals a unique, or the weapons forged from which inflict far greater harm upon otherworldly beasts than our conventional metals. Why then are prisoners assigned to the mining tasks? Is it merely a form of punishment? Ruan Xiao inquired, bemused. And isn't their efficiency rather subpar? They are indeed the most efficient among those we can consider, Ruan Heng replied with a smile. Moreover, the inmates of Pan Mountain Prison are not ordinary individuals. They are all martial artists who have committed offenses. All martial artists? Ruan Xiao was taken aback. Such a vast prison could accommodate at least 4,000 to 5,000 inmates. The thought of so many formidable individuals confined together was akin to housing thousands of potent explosives in one place. Should they collectively break free, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Noticing his daughter's expression, Ruan Heng contemplated explaining the prison's formidable defenses, which were indeed unyielding. Yet, recalling the incident at Jianyang High School, he regarded the notion of impenetrable security as somewhat laughable. After a moment of self-deprecating reflection, he reassured his daughter, "We possess specialized tools to manage the inmates, and with due caution, we can avert any unforeseen incidents." After a few moments of contemplation, he spoke again, seemingly intending to provide his daughter with clarity. "The prison warden you encountered earlier is someone I recently appointed. The previous one has since been dismissed." Ruan Xiao nodded silently, and after a considerable pause, she could not resist asking, "Do you possess greater authority than the warden?" With a proud smile, Ruan Heng replied, "Do not underestimate your father." Observing the admiration in his daughter's eyes, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and added, "And certainly do not underestimate your mother." Continuing from where he left off, Ruan Heng patiently educated his daughter. This ancient tunnel harbors harmful radiation that adversely affects both humans and machinery. The deeper one ventures, the more intense the radiation becomes. Consequently, neither professional miners nor our advanced machinery can operate effectively within the tunnel. However, martial artists, for reasons unknown, exhibit a certain resistance to this radiation. The higher their level of strength, the greater their resilience to radiation. This is why lower-tier martial artists can only operate in the shallower sections of the tunnel. Lacking sufficient power, they would meet their demise. The Martial Association allocates substantial funds each month to support martial artists undergoing strength tier certification for this very reason, facilitating effective management in critical moments. Upon hearing her father's explanation, Ruan Xiao finally grasped the operational logic behind the prison. Just as she was about to inquire of her father why he had brought her to this place, she suddenly spotted a contingent of approximately 20 to 30 inmates being escorted by prison guards to the center of the mine. The newly appointed warden, whom she had encountered earlier, stood at the forefront of the guards. The warden approached the rear of the group of prisoners, then abruptly raised his right hand and forcefully brought it down. In the next instant, those 20 to 30 inmates convulsed collectively and collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, several guards seized the motionless prisoners by their legs and dragged them away, leaving her in disbelief. "Are they dead?" Ruan Xiao asked her father incredulously. Ruan Heng nodded, offering neither deceit nor concealment. "Yes." "Is it merely because they exchanged a few words with Jiazheng and Jiaming?" Ruan Heng affirmed. However, Ruan Xiao struggled to comprehend her father's actions. What if some of them genuinely repented? "Do you not consider this inhumane?" Ruan Heng countered her query. Ruan Xiao remained silent. If a prisoner has been confined to Panshan prison, it signifies that their crimes have warranted a fate from which they cannot escape, whether they perish now or succumb later to radiation-induced ailments in the corridors. It is ultimately the same. Is there truly no chance granted to them? They afforded no opportunity to Zhangzi. Ruan Heng sighed and addressed his daughter. Eradicating threats at their root is essential. It is my insufficient decisiveness that allowed Jia Zheng and Jia Ming to escape from Panshan prison. They intended to harm you, but fate led them to inadvertently cause Zhangzi's demise. Enlu is a promising individual, yet he killed the Jia brothers. If any among these prisoners were accomplices of the Jia siblings, their survival would pose a threat to Enlu, even if Enlu could manage the situation. What of his family, his friends and classmates? Ruan Xiao was rendered speechless by her father's interrogation. Though his methods were undeniably brutal, it was clear that such actions best ensured the safety of Enlu and his family. Observing his daughter's expression, Ruan Heng softened his tone. It is commendable to have aspirations, but you must not allow fleeting emotions to sway your decisions. The purpose of bringing you here today was merely to impart that in our world, there are myriad ways to achieve one's ideals. Yet the singularly correct approach is to enhance one's own strength. Just like the previous warden, we occupy equivalent positions, yet I can dismiss him with a mere word. Fundamentally because I am stronger than he. Xiao Xiao, if one day you become a warden, do you believe you will be able to act solely according to your own desires? After listening to her father's words, Ruan Xiao fell into silence. Perhaps her previous thoughts had indeed been overly naive. Father, I will reflect deeply upon your words. Ruan Heng nodded. Very well, let us return home. Upon returning from Zhangzi's funeral to the hospital, Enlu insisted on being discharged. Although Dahai and Lu Xiaoru opposed the idea, Enlu was resolute in his desire to leave. Thus, that evening, he returned home. However, despite his insistence, Dahai and Lu Xiaoru forbade him from engaging in any strenuous activities during the initial days following his discharge. Anil acquiesced. Yet the monotony of such days exceeded his expectations, primarily due to the impending Gaokao examinations, during which everyone was either engrossed in revision or engaged in physical training, leaving him without companions for gaming. Ultimately, after several expressions of his boredom to his parents, Dahai procured a remedial job for him, allowing him to alleviate his ennui while enhancing his physical fitness. On the streets of Southern City, Anshin donned casual attire, sprinting along the road, breathless and drenched in sweat. Her flushed face indicated that she had been running for quite some time. In stark contrast to the beleaguered Anshin, Anil leisurely followed her on a shared bicycle. I can't run any longer. I refuse to run, Anshin declared, abruptly plopping down on the flower bed by the roadside. My feet feel as though they've shattered, and my lungs are ballooning. Anil halted his bicycle before her. How long have you been running, and you're already out of breath? This will tarnish my reputation. I am not a masochist like you. Feeling exhausted only signifies efficacy. It seems I must devise a more rigorous fitness regimen for you. A more rigorous plan? Are you attempting to exhaust me to inherit my watermelon candy? You've caught on. Anil secured his bicycle by the roadside and joined her on the steps of the flower bed, while Anshin sprawled, gasping for air as if she intended to expel every ounce of heat from her body. I am parched, brother. Could you fetch me a bottle of water? Anil glanced around the streets. Where on earth can I find water? Over there. Isn't that a convenience store? Anshin exclaimed, pointing in a direction. Speaking of food, you seem to be brimming with energy, Anil remarked, rising to walk towards the store. Don't run amok here. Be cautious not to get sold off. Hurry, hurry. I want ice cream. Upon arriving at the convenience store, Anil retrieved 2 seemingly ordinary ice creams from the freezer and approached the counter. How much? 20. So expensive? This is Assassin brand ice cream, a reputable label. This price is already quite reasonable. A new definition of reasonable. Considering that Anshin rarely indulged in ice cream, Anil paid little mind to the inflated price, settled the bill, and exited the store with the ice creams. As he stepped out, Anil suddenly noticed a throng of people gathered in front of the Grand Hotel across the street, predominantly composed of young women, creating a cacophony of noise. Returning to the flower bed, he found Anshin perched on the highest step, half climbing a central steel pillar, gazing intently at the crowd near the hotel. What are you doing? You look like a monkey. Get down. As she loosened her grip, she slid down the pillar, landing on the steps of the flower bed. My ice cream. Which one is mine? The one with watermelon flavor, Anil replied, handing her an ice cream. What were you peering at from up there? Anshin swiftly unwrapped her ice cream, licking it as she spoke. It's Lin Yiyang. He has come to Jianyang City. Who? Anil inquired, momentarily taken aback. Lin Yiyang, the superstar. Don't you know him? He frequently appears on entertainment channels. I do not. Anil shook his head. You don't recognize a superstar? Why should I care about him? He refuses to give me money. What is his true ability? Who knows? Anshin took a bite of her ice cream, but I am aware that his singing is atrocious. How can someone with such a poor singing ability become a star? Huh. But who can deny his good looks? After finishing the ice cream, Anil soon received a call from her mother, Lu Xiaoru, informing them that lunch was ready and they should return home. Anil inquired, have you finished your ice cream? We need to head back. Anshin replied, not yet. After a moment's thought, she suggested, why not eat while you run? Anshin was taken aback. Are you a man eating flour? At noon, Anil rode his bicycle, carrying Anshin back home. Just as they arrived, Lu Xiaoru had finished preparing the meal and set it on the table, prompting the two to wash their hands and sit down to eat. During the meal, Anshin suddenly exclaimed, hey, brother, look at the television. Anil looked up and saw a boy being interviewed. Is this Lin Yiyang? He doesn't look that impressive. Their mother, Lu Xiaoru, also glanced at the television and remarked, I agree. Once my son's hair grows out and he dresses up, he will surely be more handsome than this young man. Anshin chimed in. What if my brother goes bald? Lu Xiaoru shot her daughter a glare. What nonsense are you talking? There's no hereditary baldness in our family. While the mother and daughter bickered, and Dahai and Lu focused on the content of Lin Yiyang's interview. One of the most significant revelations from Lin Yiyang's interview was that this superstar claimed his ancestral roots were in Jianyang City. He mentioned that before his grandfather passed away, he expressed a wish for Lin to return to his roots, leading Lin to decide to transfer his household registration back to Jianyang City on his 18th birthday to fulfill his grandfather's wish. Coincidentally, Lin Fengtian's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Seeing Lin Yiyang's carefully crafted persona of a hometown-loving, elder-respecting individual during the interview made Anil want to laugh. And Dahai also chuckled at the news. He then asked Anil, Xiaolu, what do you think of Lin Yiyang? Anil replied with a smile. His true abilities are unclear, but his acting skills are indeed befitting a superstar. He speaks falsehoods as if they were truths. Lu Xiaoru, overhearing the conversation between her husband and son, curiously inquired, what are you two discussing? I don't quite understand. Anshin joined the curiosity. Yes. What lies is Lin Yiyang telling? Anil explained. Didn't I mention the masterclass selection a while ago? The participants for the masterclass selection are drawn exclusively from the top 10 of the martial arts examination in various provinces today. Lin Yiyang's move to transfer his household registration to Jianyang City at this juncture is clearly because our city has historically ranked low in martial arts examinations. By simply shifting his registration here, he might secure a spot in the top 10, despite not being able to achieve that in other provinces. Once he makes it into the top 10, he qualifies for the masterclass selection. Anshin asked, so he intends to displace the top 10 from Jianyang City for his own gain? Anil nodded, precisely. Anshin remarked, isn't that incredibly shameless? Anil agreed, it is shameless. But it's not illegal. I suspect similar occurrences happen in other smaller provinces. Brother, he won't push you out of the running, will he? Anshin inquired with a hint of concern. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lu Xiaoru's expression mirrored the worry. Anil chuckled, that depends on his abilities. I doubt he could possibly displace me. And Dahai joined in the laughter. You should have faith in Anil. He has defeated even third-grade martial artists. Let alone this young man who only knows how to exploit loopholes. Chapter 46. The Mysterious Gift, Stepping Stone, Direct Rejection. In the hotel, the celebrated star Lin Yiyang, having enjoyed a relaxing bath, made his way to the living room. His manager was seated on the sofa, engrossed in something on his laptop. Lin Yiyang affectionately wrapped his arm around the manager's waist and asked, so, have you managed to find out anything? The manager seemed accustomed to such gestures and replied, almost. The top 3 schools in Jianyang City are Jianyang First High School, Jianyang Second High School, and Jianyang Martial and Literary Academy. Is Jianyang First High School the most prestigious among them? Lin Yiyang inquired. All 3 institutions are comparable in standards, but Jianyang First High School is the oldest, with a faculty that surpasses the other 2 by a margin, the manager explained, pulling up an electronic spreadsheet on his computer. Looking back over the past 5 years, all the top scorers in the martial arts college entrance examination have come from First High School. Lin Yiyang nodded in satisfaction. Then it shall be First High School. It barely befits my status. Please communicate with them to expedite the enrollment process. Understood, the manager affirmed. Then located the recruitment email on Jianyang First High School's official website and composed a message. Should we mention your level of prowess in the email? The manager asked. Lin Yang contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, that would be wise. His purpose for coming to this small city was to participate in the martial arts examination, but certain prerequisites were necessary. Firstly, a local household registration, which he had already secured. Secondly, he needed to be a legitimate student at a local high school to qualify for the martial arts exam. This, of course, was not a significant issue. After all, he was not one of those ordinary impoverished students. He was Lin Yang, a household name, akin to a free golden ticket. The schools would surely be clamoring to welcome him into their ranks. Even disregarding his identity, his prowess alone would leave them with no grounds to reject him. The email sent, the manager remarked, "It's done. We should receive a response soon." Lin Yang smiled. "Let's take a break and look at the gift I have for you." With that, he produced a small square box, no larger than a computer mouse, and handed it to his manager. "What gift is this?" "Sesame oil. Sunflower seed oil." The manager chuckled as he opened the box, only to see his facial muscles twitch uncontrollably upon discovering its contents. "Spicy chili oil." In the office of the principal at Jianyang First High School, the head of the admissions department approached Jun Xiaosa, presenting an email from Lin Yang. The admissions director remarked, "This Lin Yang is a second-tier warrior. What do you think, principal? Should we accept him? Given his notoriety, having him join our institution would serve as excellent promotion for us." Jun Xiaosa perused the email several times before responding with visible displeasure. "Absolutely not." The director, taken aback by the principal's resolute refusal, queried in confusion, "A second-tier warrior would be the top student in our school. If we do not accept him, other institutions will undoubtedly seize the opportunity, and this year's martial arts champion in Jianyang City may well end up elsewhere." Jun Xiaosa coldly scoffed and stated, "Let others accept him if they wish. I will not." The admissions director was perplexed by the principal's strong reaction regarding Lin Yang's potential enrollment and asked, "Why not, principal? Shouldn't it be a good thing for such a talent to join our school?" Jun Xiaosa regarded the director with a thoughtful gaze, pondering his response. "It is indeed a good thing, but for me, and for the school, it would be a source of embarrassment." Director Yang. Lin Yang's choice to seek enrollment at this time in Jianyang City, searching for schools to register for the martial arts examination, should not be difficult for you to interpret. Upon hearing the principal's words, Director Yang appeared somewhat uncomfortable, and then spoke. "While opportunistic maneuvers are not particularly honorable, they are nonetheless legal. There is no need for such resistance." Jun Xiaosam merely smiled at this and lifted his gaze toward Director Yang, saying, "Director Yang, your long tenure in the admissions department has distanced you from the students." After pausing briefly, he continued, "After I informed the elite class about the master class, a significant majority expressed their desire to be selected for the master class examination. Of course, I understand that the vast majority are not destined for the master class selection. But that is beside the point. I wholeheartedly support their aspirations." Director Yang listened quietly, beginning to grasp the underlying reasons. Jun Xiaosao solemnly conveyed to Director Yang, "If Lin Yang were to join our school, it would directly eliminate one of our students' hopes. I have taught them for 3 years, aspiring for them to enter their ideal universities, not to become stepping stones for others. As the principal of Jianyang First High School, I cannot actively transform them into Lin Yang's stepping stones." Finally understanding the principal's perspective, Director Yang nodded, "Very well. I will respond to Lin Yang and suggest he seek other schools." Subsequently, Director Yang returned to his office and sent a reply to Lin Yang. When the hotel agent saw the email from Jianyang First High School, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Jianyang First High School has actually rejected Lin Yang's admission request? Why? How does this benefit them in any way? At that moment, Lin Yang looked over, his expression brimming with arrogance as he asked, "So, when will they hold a welcoming ceremony for me?" The agent replied, "You can see for yourself." Lin Yang furrowed his brow, approached the agent's notebook, and glanced at the email on the screen, only to erupt in furious anger. "In a second-rate small city's dilapidated school, my application was unexpectedly rejected. How utterly ungrateful. My decision to apply to your institution was a testament to my esteem for you. Damn it, what a foolish school." Lin Yang never anticipated such a swift slap of reality. He had envisioned that his proactive application to Jianyang No. 1 high school would warrant a ceremonial acknowledgement of gratitude from them. Yet, To his astonishment, he was turned away. How could he, accustomed to being revered, not feel utterly disheartened? To suggest he seek other educational institutions? Surely, they wouldn't presume that sending them an email was an act of benevolence. Infuriated, Lin Yiyang's chest heaved as he finally spoke to his agent. Send an email to number 2 high school as well. I refuse to believe they would reject me too. Chapter 47. The conflict between number 1 and number 2 high schools. A test of strength. The agent promptly reached out to the admissions department of No. 2 high school and soon received a response. Well? Lin Yiyang inquired. The agent replied softly. They have agreed and are inquiring about your availability for a meeting. Huh. They responded favorably. Let's arrange an afternoon meeting at a designated location, Lin Yiyang declared triumphantly, feeling that No. 2 high school was at least showing him some respect, unlike the blind ignorance of number 1 high school. However, despite temporarily resolving the qualification issue for the martial arts examination, Lin Yiyang, who had never faced any form of humiliation, remained fixated on the rejection from number 1. He simply could not fathom why they would turn him down. Could it be that the principal's child was among his detractors? In the afternoon, after changing into casual attire, Lin Yiyang and his agent departed the hotel. They arrived at the agreed-upon location to meet representatives from number 2 high school. One was a middle-aged man, the head of admissions, the other, the president of the student council, a strikingly beautiful female student. Upon introduction, the student council president displayed an enthusiastic demeanor towards Lin Yiyang, declaring herself to be a devoted fan. Lin Yiyang responded with an affable smile, maintaining politeness, yet deep within, he felt a surge of disdain, mentally labeling her as a superficial charmer. In contrast, he found the admissions director, who appeared rather robust, to be quite appealing. The conversation lasted over half an hour, progressing amicably. In fact, Lin Yiyang signed the enrollment application for Jianyang number 2 high school on the spot. Once the admissions director returned to obtain the principal's seal, he would officially become a student of Jianyang number 2 high school. Henceforth, there would be no obstacles in his pursuit of the martial arts examination. After signing the application, number 2 high school proposed to hold a welcoming ceremony for Lin Yiyang. After all, although they had taught him nothing, they would be gaining a second-tier martial artist, undoubtedly among the elite for the upcoming examination. If all went well, they could nearly guarantee that Lin Yiyang would emerge as this year's martial arts champion of Jianyang City. It had been 5 years since No. 2 high school last produced such a champion. 5 years. Who could fathom the principal's torment over those years? Consumed by thoughts of the martial arts champion to the brink of madness? Now, they incur no cost yet are able to have Lin Yiyang assist second high school in earning accolades. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. Thus, a simple welcoming ceremony seems quite reasonable. However, the only perplexity for second high school lies in why Lin Yiyang did not prioritize the slightly superior first high school, instead opting for them. Naturally, this question remains unspoken, and Lin Yiyang is equally unable to provide an answer. Should he admit to being rejected by first high school? Upon resolving matters, Lin Yiyang returned to the hotel in high spirits. He instructed his agent to order a sumptuous meal and, filled with enthusiasm, reclined on the sofa. Extracting his phone to open his social media account, he posted an update, naturally celebrating his successful enrollment in Jianyang City. Cultivating his fanbase is essential. From the moment he decided to transfer his residency to Jianyang, he had subtly hinted at this development on social media. Initially, there were doubts expressed in the comments, suggesting he sought the transfer merely to participate in the masterclass selection. However, such comments were swiftly deleted by his management. Nonetheless, before their removal, they sparked considerable discussion across various circles, which he perceived as a positive outcome. Controversy breeds conversation, and conversation ignites interest. With interest comes popularity, and with popularity, financial gain. Ample funds enable him to acquire the necessary resources for his training. Without such resources, how could Lin Yiyang have achieved the status of a second-tier martial artist at merely 18 years of age? Within minutes of updating his status, Lin Yiyang's post attracted over 200 comments. He casually skimmed through, finding them overwhelmingly congratulatory, with some claiming to be students of Jianyang's second high school, welcoming him warmly. This filled him with pride. He relished the adulation. However, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon a few newly posted comments. Lin Gij, I'm also from Jianyang. Why didn't you come to first high school? We could have been classmates. What a pity. First high school ranks at the top in Jianyang. Why choose second? Huh. Isn't Jianyang's second high school the best? This one do. Second place isn't worthy of our brother. It must be first. Jianyang First High School, be aware. Quickly invite our brother to your school. Initially in good spirits, Lin Yiyang's temper flared at the mere mention of First High School in the comments. The anger that had just begun to settle surged anew. He could not contain himself and exclaimed, "To hell with First High School, you foolish beings. You think you are deserving?" However, he dared not express his wrath in the comments section, merely indulging in venting his frustrations to his phone. What nonsense is this? Our second high school is quite commendable. Your superiority stems solely from the city's favoritism, showering you with resources. Pure outsiders. First high school is merely riding on the historical advantage of being the first established. The comment section suddenly erupted into a heated debate. Lin Yiyang, noticing the commotion, let out a chuckle and subsequently updated his status, stating that his enrollment at Jianyang No. 2 High School was due to personal reasons, which he chose not to disclose. Furthermore, although he had transferred from another region, it did not hinder him from regarding this institution as his alma mater. Thus, he was determined to exert every effort this year to secure the title of Jianyang Martial Arts Champion for No. 2 High School. Lin Yiyang's update was entirely motivated by a desire for retribution against the earlier rejection from No. 1 High School. He aimed to boldly declare to Jianyang No. 1 High School that he was resolute in claiming this year's championship title, intending to end their 5-year winning streak. He wished to make it clear to them how foolish their rejection of him had been. Upon the release of Lin Yiyang's update, the comments section became even more tumultuous. Initially, the discussion centered around why he chose to enroll in No. 2 High School. This then evolved into a debate regarding the superiority of No. 1 versus No. 2 High School, and subsequently transformed into a discourse on the merits of emerging institutions versus established ones in terms of academic pursuits. The escalating situation prompted bystanders to take sides and express their opinions. Consequently, the official Weibo account of Jianyang No. 1 High School received an influx of attention. And soon the matter reached Principal Jun Xiaosa. Having lived for several decades, Jun Xiaosa immediately grasped Lin Yiyang's intentions upon seeing his update. He scoffed, remarking on the audacity of someone so young, believing that as a second-tier martial artist, he could effortlessly seize the title of champion. Indeed, in past years, a second-tier martial artist would have been considered among the elite in martial arts examinations. However, this year was different. The exceptional Lin Fengtian had recently attained the first-tier realm. A few days ago, Lin Fengtian had taken a week's leave, presumably to consume a vital energy elixir, requiring time for digestion. To Jun Xiaosa's knowledge, Lin Fengtian had never before ingested any elixirs or potions for energy replenishment. Given Lin Fengtian's talent, this time, after consuming the elixir, he was expected to make significant progress, potentially reaching the second-tier martial artist level upon his return. Moreover, Jun Xiaosa's trump card was in Lo, who had already confirmed his status as a second-tier martial artist and had previously defeated a third-tier fugitive. Even Ruan Heng had privately consulted him on how to nurture Enli's abilities. If Lin Yiyang could be deemed a genius, then Enlu represented an even more formidable prodigy. With Enlu in their ranks, it was almost certain that No. 1 High School would secure the championship this year. As Jun Xiaosa perused Lin Yiyang's Weibo update, he suddenly noticed that No. 2 High School had posted a message welcoming Lin to their family and wishing him success in achieving his goals. Ah, Lu Yan. It seems you truly believe Lin Yiyang can help your school clinch the championship, don't you? Lu Yan was the principal of No. 2 High School and had been a rival of Jun Xiaosa for many years. However, as principals, their competition was not based on personal strength, but rather on the number of students they had successfully guided into prestigious universities. In recent years, Lu Yan has consistently been outmatched by him. Now, having finally encountered Lin Yiyang, a promising contender for the title of martial arts champion, it is only natural that he would seize this opportunity with fervor. The post on the rival school's social media unequivocally indicates their confidence in the inevitable defeat of No. 1 Middle School, does it not? Jun Xiaosa initially contemplated whether, as a principal, engaging in a public dispute with Lin Yiyang would be beneath his dignity. However, with the second school now entering the fray, this conflict transcends mere personal rivalry. It has evolved into a matter of honor between the two institutions. Particularly given that Lin Yiyang is a prominent star, the situation could easily escalate. In this age of rampant connectivity, should No. 1 Middle School fail to secure the championship, it would be a national embarrassment. Fortunately, Anil is present, and Jun Xiaosa harbors considerable faith in him. Nonetheless, Lin Yang's prowess cannot be underestimated. Thus, Jun Xiaosao felt it prudent to confer with Anil beforehand. With that thought in mind, he retrieved Anil's number from his phone and dialed. However, after a significant pause, the call remained unanswered. No one is picking up? Jun Xiaosao mused, disconnecting the call and redialing, only to encounter the same silence. Never mind. I shall try again this evening. Meanwhile, at the Jianyang Martial Arts Association, also known as the Official Martial Artist Association of Jianyang City, located at the heart of the city, both Anil and his father, and Dahai, were present. Being the last day of the month, it was time for the association to distribute subsidies, prompting Dahai to bring Anil along. And Dahai aimed to collect the financial aid, while Anil sought to undergo a strength assessment. The monthly subsidy for a second-tier martial artist amounts to several thousand, not claiming it would be a waste. Moreover, since his abilities had improved, his appetite had grown significantly. Coupled with recent hospital visits, his mother had been keen on providing him with nourishing meals, resulting in increasingly lavish ingredients, yet his wallet grew ever lighter. Their household was on the brink of financial strain due to his voracious consumption. Thus, he was in urgent need of funds to assist with household expenses. However, he anticipated that once he enrolled at Longshan Academy and secured a scholarship, his financial woes would diminish considerably. Furthermore, should he achieve the title of Jianyang's martial arts champion or gain entry into the master class, his family would no longer need to fret over financial matters. In the hall, having collected this month's subsidy, and Dahai sat down beside Anil. He inquired, "Your phone is off, isn't it?" Anil replied, "Yes, it is." And Dahai nodded, "That is good. Shortly, a staff member will escort you to the assessment room. Upon entry, you will first undergo security checks, during which any valuables and metallic items must be temporarily stored. The evaluation for second-tier martial artists is relatively straightforward, primarily focusing on the assessment of vital energy levels, followed by tests of physical strength and overall explosive power. Generally, as long as your energy levels are satisfactory. The other two assessments are merely for reference. You need not concern yourself overly. If you wish to gauge your current condition, take the assessment seriously. If not, a casual approach will suffice. I understand. Anil nodded in affirmation and then inquired, "So after I complete the strength assessment later, I will be able to receive my payment here?" "There is no need for concern. I inquired with the staff at the front desk earlier, and they assured me that it would be possible, provided you pass the evaluation and obtain the warrior medal and certificate." "Very well," Anil replied, feeling relieved. At that moment, he glanced up at the display screen on the wall, which showed his queue number. "Dad, it's my turn. I will head in first." And Dahai quickly rose, saying, "All right, just don't be nervous." Anil chuckled and replied, "How come I feel like you are the one who is more anxious?" As Anil departed the hall and made his way towards the security entrance of the assessment room, and Dahai peered through the glass door at his son, he watched as Anil completed the security check under the guidance of the staff, then proceeded deeper into the building, eventually disappearing from view. However, everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, with no unexpected incidents for the time being, and Dahai felt a slight sense of relief and returned to his seat. At that moment, a man of similar stature seated to his right, wearing a smile, inquired, "Accompanying your son for the strength assessment?" And Dahai turned to face him, and upon confirming that the man bore no ill intentions, he smiled back and replied, "Indeed." The man chuckled, "From your expression earlier, it was evident that it is your son's first time undergoing the assessment. You noticed that?" The man grinned, "Of course. When your son entered just now, you looked rather anxious, haha. To be honest, I felt just as nervous when I accompanied my son for the first time. However, it is natural to feel a bit uneasy during the first experience. With familiarity comes ease, and after a few visits, one becomes accustomed to it." Chapter 48. For individuals. Second-rank warriors. After completing the security check, Anil followed a staff member to a closed-door room, where he would undertake the assessment. However, the strength evaluation was not conducted individually. Rather, it was done in batches. Currently, alongside him in the same room were 3 others, 1 woman and 2 men. Anil casually observed his surroundings. Apart from a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, the other 2 individuals undergoing assessment were quite young, likely around his age. The female was even clad in a school uniform. If he recalled correctly, given the style of the uniform, she must be a student from the second secondary school. As for the other young man, his skin appeared quite youthful. He was likely a student as well. Before entering, the staff member distributed numbered cards to each of the 4 participants. Anil glanced at the card in his hand, which bore the number 4. Well, this number is rather unpropitious, he mused. If he was not mistaken, he would be the last to be evaluated among the 4. He stole a glance at the numbers held by the other 3. The middle-aged man had number 1, the female student had number 3, and the tentative young man held number 2. You may enter, the staff member announced as he opened the door. Once inside, proceed with the assessment in order. There will be instructors to guide you. Anlu nodded, noticing that the female staff member was looking directly at him as she spoke. While his charm was certainly a factor, he speculated that among the 4 present, he was the only one undergoing a strength assessment for the first time. Without further contemplation, Anlu and the others entered the room. Once inside, he swiftly scanned the space. It appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious, resembling a small gym. The room was divided into 3 distinct areas, each equipped with various testing apparatus and attended by 2 instructors. Each section was thoughtfully labeled on the walls: vitality testing area, physical strength testing area, and comprehensive explosiveness testing area. Upon seeing Anlu and his companions, a male instructor from the vitality testing area called out, "Come here first for your assessment." As they approached, the instructor glanced at the tablet in his hand and muttered to himself, "We have a newcomer, so let me reiterate." He explained that the most critical aspect of the strength evaluation, along with rank grading, was the vitality score. Based on their vitality levels, they would certify their martial artist rank. However, he cautioned, our vitality testers are specialized. Should you attempt to artificially elevate your vitality using forbidden substances, our equipment will detect it immediately. So, do not entertain thoughts of taking shortcuts. We adhere to the truth. Anlu had heard of such illicit substances, which could temporarily boost a martial artist's vitality, yet they came with severe side effects. Some merely caused discomfort for a few days, while more potent ones could devastate the body, and others could induce mental chaos and loss of control. This was the most terrifying, as uncontrolled martial artists could easily harm innocent bystanders. The government had always strictly prohibited such drugs. The instructor continued, "Of course, I trust you would not engage in such folly. Now, you have 10 minutes for free activity. Exercise can temporarily stimulate your vitality, and this harmless action is permitted." He gestured toward a section filled with exercise equipment. Following this, a middle-aged man with the number 1 badge approached, picking up a specialized dumbbell to work out. After him, a young male student joined the area, lying on the ground and twisting his body to perform basic calisthenics. The only 2 remaining still were Anlu and the female student from the second group. The 2 instructors responsible for the vitality testing exchanged glances, finding the situation intriguing. Those who do not engage in any exercise to boost their vitality before the assessment fall into 2 categories, either fools or geniuses. Curious, the instructors retrieved the young woman's previous martial arts association testing results from the computer, only to discover that during her last assessment, her vitality had reached an impressive first-tier level. She was indeed a prodigy. The instructors began to regard her with a newfound respect. Many individuals came daily for strength assessments, yet among those of similar age and caliber, few could match her prowess. Upon observing the young woman clad in her school uniform, the 2 teachers speculated that she must belong to the elite class of the second high school's exceptional students. Given that she had already achieved the status of a mid-tier warrior during her previous visit, it was likely that her prowess had further advanced since then. This year, the second high school had indeed produced an extraordinary student. After a moment of silent contemplation, the teachers closed the young woman's information profile. As for Anil, they paid him no mind. It was impossible to view his records, for he was a newcomer, and his information was not yet present in the Martial Arts Association's database. Soon, 10 minutes elapsed, and the blood test commenced in earnest. The first to step forward for testing was a middle-aged man. With deft precision, he extracted the needle, drew blood, and placed it in the testing device, completing the procedure in less than a minute. The young male student beside him was intrigued by the middle-aged man's blood vitality reading and craned his neck, eyes wide, surreptitiously glancing at the display screen of the testing device. Both the middle-aged man and the 2 teachers noted his curiosity, but chose not to comment. Finally, the machine emitted a series of prominent digits, 223. Astonished, the young male student exclaimed inwardly, "What a remarkable figure." At that moment, the supervising teacher also broke into a smile, addressing the middle-aged man, 223. This falls within the threshold for a lower mid-tier warrior. With a bit more effort, you shall soon ascend to the mid-tier. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement, and the teacher continued. You may either proceed to the other 2 areas in this room for the remaining tests or wait here for the others to complete theirs. After a brief contemplation, the middle-aged man replied with a smile, I shall wait for a while. I have no pressing matters at hand. The supervising teacher made no further remarks and called forth the next participant. Now, number 2, please approach for testing. Upon hearing this, the young man promptly responded and settled across from another supervising teacher, rolling up his sleeve. Without hesitation, the teacher produced a specialized silver needle and deftly inserted it into the young man's wrist. After extracting it, he placed the bloodied needle into the testing apparatus. Moments later, the young man's blood vitality level appeared on the display screen. The supervising teacher glanced at the digits, offering praise. Not bad at all. Thank you, teacher. The young man replied with a smile. His blood vitality reading of 132 surpassed his previous test by 4 points. Such a figure, given his age, was indeed commendable. Even the middle-aged man observing nearby expressed his approval, saying, Young man, that is an impressive reading. I recall struggling to even break the 100 mark at your age. The young man shyly smiled in response. It's all right. Perhaps it's due to my family providing me with ample nourishing supplements since childhood. Despite his modest words, the young man felt a swell of pride within. An increase of 4 points in a month indicated that he possessed considerable talent. In his moment of satisfaction, he cast a fleeting glance towards the young woman undergoing testing alongside him. The individual before him possessed remarkable beauty, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic preferences. Thus, he was eager to ascertain whether his impressive vitality score of 132 points would evoke admiration from her. Should that be the case, he might even seize the opportunity to request her WeChat details for further acquaintance. However, to his dismay, the young lady's expression betrayed none of the reaction he had anticipated. Her demeanor was blank, as if lost in thought. The young man inwardly lamented, surely, with a vitality score of 132, you could muster some response. He turned his gaze towards Anil, who sat calmly in her chair, her countenance equally devoid of astonishment or surprise. The companions he had encountered during his previous visits had not displayed such indifference. Could it be that his approach was flawed? No. It must be that they were rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of his vitality score. After reassuring himself with this thought, he felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Once the instructor entered the young man's vitality data into the back-end database, he turned his attention to the female student, softly announcing, Next, number 3. The girl, still expressionless, approached to undergo the routine blood draw. In no time, her vitality score was revealed to be an astonishing 197. Good heavens, 197. The young man was taken aback, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Yet the figure remained unchanged. A top-tier warrior? How could this be? She appeared far from formidable. The middle-aged man nearby was equally astonished. Such a high vitality score for this young lady. Hearing the young man disclose the score, the instructor cautioned him. Be mindful of your words. Vitality scores are a matter of personal privacy. While it's acceptable to observe others' scores in the same testing room, voicing them is less appropriate. One cannot predict how those figures might be miscommunicated outside. The young man hastily apologized. I was genuinely taken aback. Rest assured, I shall not speak indiscreetly. The instructor nodded in acknowledgement. He merely mentioned this as part of their protocol, which aims to safeguard the privacy of the warriors undergoing testing by employing numerical designations instead of names, collecting all electronic devices beforehand to prevent any covert recordings, and maintaining vigilant, unobtrusive surveillance. As the instructor input the female student's vitality information into the computer, the young man glanced at her and quietly inquired, Sir, how reliable is our equipment? How often does it malfunction? The instructor turned to him, exasperated, and clarified, the machine is functioning perfectly. This young lady's vitality had already approached 190 during her previous tests. Ah, is that so? The young man chuckled, his expression somewhat awkward. A vitality score of 197. With just 3 more points, this girl would ascend to the rank of a second-tier warrior. Observing her clad in the uniform of the second high school, the boys speculated that she must be among the top 3, if not the very best, of the martial arts students there. Soon, the instructor concluded the data entry for the 3rd female student's vitality assessment, leaving only Anil yet to undergo the evaluation. Next, number 4, the instructor announced. Anil rose from his seat and approached. After sitting idly for so long, he finally recognized the singular virtue of his physical form, It could engage him in conversation during moments of ennui. Was he beginning to feel like a lunatic? A split personality? Taking a seat opposite the instructor, a device for the vitality test lay on the table between them. Aware that this was Anil's first assessment, the instructor kindly assisted him by retrieving a silver needle and pricking his right index finger to draw a drop of blood. However, the moment the needle penetrated Anil's fingertip, the instructor was taken aback to discover a slight resistance against the needle. The stronger a martial artist, the more formidable their physique, particularly those legendary masters whose bodies could withstand divine assaults and defy gunfire. Due to his profession, he had administered needles to numerous martial artists, and he was intimately familiar with the varying degrees of resistance encountered. Yet, the resistance he felt while pricking this fourth boy seemed to surpass that of an average second-tier martial artist. Could it be that this boy was indeed a second-tier martial artist? As this thought emerged, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. How could there be so many prodigies? Perhaps this boy simply possessed exceptional physical strength? Such individuals do exist, typically resulting from excessive training. Their vitality might not be high, yet their resilience surpasses that of their peers. With this contemplation, he continued his task, inserting the silver needle into the opening of the testing device. Before long, Anil's vitality value appeared on the display screen. Upon seeing the figure, the instructor abruptly sprang from his chair, his eyes nearly bulging. How could this be possible? What's wrong? The second boy and the middle-aged man, number 1, curiously glanced towards the screen, while another instructor, who had been stationed by the wall, approached. When the second boy glimpsed the figure on the display, disbelief escaped his lips. Is this real? 288. The middle-aged man, equally astonished, exclaimed, 288. That's over 60 points higher than my own. According to the established grading criteria, this child had already reached the status of a second-tier martial artist. How old could he possibly be? Old Lou, take a look. The instructor before the testing device gestured towards his colleague Lou, who approached to examine the screen. In the next moment, Lou's brows knitted together, brimming with confusion. What on earth? It took him a while to regain composure, and after whispering a few words to his colleague, he turned to Anil with a smile and said, I apologize, young man, but the machine may be malfunctioning. May we conduct another vitality test with a new device? Goodness, it seems I have become the cause of a machine failure. Although Anil felt somewhat speechless, he nevertheless nodded in agreement. All right. It was merely a matter of enduring a few additional needle pricks. After all, his own vitality had surged beyond the ordinary limits, much to his surprise. He recalled that during his last examination, his vitality was merely over 250. In just a few short days, it had increased by more than 30 points. Anil speculated that the intravenous fluids he received during his hospitalization might be the reason for this rapid escalation. However, while the fluids were indeed supplementary, the more peculiar aspect lay within his own body. It seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. The sheer volume of sustenance it required was astonishing. Regardless of how much energy he replenished, his body digested it without fail, as if there were no cap on absorption. This was rather outrageous. Not to mention, an ordinary person, even a beastly figure like Lu Meng, would likely perish if subjected to such frequent vitality replenishment. Yet, here he was, completely unscathed. One could only conclude that it was exceedingly difficult to meet one's demise. While Anil was lost in thought, the instructor, Mr. Liu, brought in a new vitality testing machine. The second male student, upon witnessing this, silently mused. As expected, how could I possibly encounter two individuals more extraordinary than myself? One girl at the pinnacle and one boy at the second tier. Isn't this absurd? After some deliberation, it became clear that the previous machine had malfunctioned, leading to inflated readings for both of them. The second male student entertained this thought, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. However, he suddenly realized a troubling notion. If their readings were inflated, then was his not the same? Could it be that his vitality had not improved at all this month? No, it must have been the machine that broke down after his turn. Yes, it had to be that way. With this revelation, the smile that had briefly vanished returned to his face. One could not deny his keen ability to discern the truth. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu, to ascertain that the new machine was functioning correctly, administered a test on himself first, checking his vitality levels. Once confirmed, he turned to Anil and said, All right, we shall retest you now. Anil nodded, and they proceeded with the needle and blood draw. The instant the blood-stained silver needle was inserted into the slot of the testing device, both instructors and the second male student tensed up, clearly anxious. Tick, A soft electronic sound resonated as Anil's vitality reading appeared on the new monitor. 288, neither more nor less. Exactly the same as before. At this moment, it dawned on everyone that the previous machine was indeed intact. This fourth male student's vitality was genuinely 288 points. A remarkable achievement for a young man, having attained a vitality score that many would strive for their entire lives without success. The female student, seated with a dazed expression and a vitality of 197, was already formidable in their eyes, but they were unprepared for the astonishing level of this fourth male student. His score surpassed hers by over 90 points. Had he been honing his skills since birth? He hardly appeared that powerful at first glance. Aside from his slightly shorter hair, he appeared remarkably handsome and exuded an exceptional charisma. Otherwise, he was rather unremarkable. Had it not been for the two detectors taking turns to assess him, confirming his vitality level at 288, who would dare believe that such a young man could be a second-tier martial arts master? At this moment, the one with the most complex feelings was the second young man. He felt both joy and sorrow. He was pleased that the machine was functioning properly, revealing that his vitality had genuinely increased by 4 points. Yet, he was disheartened by the same fact, though they shared the same gender and were of similar age. How could another's vitality be double his own? In that instant, he suddenly comprehended how those peers of lesser strength had regarded him during their own assessments. It was not the fear of being surpassed, but the anxiety of clustering with those who were indeed superior. The vitality assessment area fell into a brief silence, broken first by the instructor surnamed Liu. It appears we have made a mistake. May I inquire about your last vitality reading? Anil pondered for a moment. It was over 250, I believe. Liu's instructor smiled wryly, realizing that the other's vitality had long surpassed the 200 mark. While they had foolishly claimed the machine was malfunctioning, what a disgrace. He then continued, you may now proceed over there to have your physical strength evaluated. Previously, it was optional, but due to new regulations, testing for both physical strength and explosive power is now mandatory. Thank you. Anil expressed his gratitude and was about to walk over when he noticed he was the only one among the four who had moved. Aren't you all coming? He asked. You go first, the middle-aged man and the second young man urged repeatedly. I can't go first, I'm number 4. Ultimately, it was the girl with the expressionless demeanor who led the way to the physical strength assessment area, prompting the two boys to follow. Although the second young man intentionally kept his distance from Anil, he felt helpless, as he was the weakest among them, akin to a lamb among a pack of wolves. However, the two instructors from the vitality assessment area followed suit, eager to witness the extraordinary vitality of Anil and ascertain the extent of his physical strength. Unlike the compact machines used for vitality assessment, the apparatus for measuring physical strength was a massive metallic contraption resembling a room filled with wires. Upon their arrival, the instructor in charge of the physical strength assessment began to explain, the physical test is quite straightforward. You will soon enter the testing chamber, which will emit different waves that will deliver mild attacks based on your body's performance. The various conditions of your body during these attacks will be recorded as part of the final score. The intensity of the waves within the chamber is minimal, posing no threat to your health. However, should you find it overwhelming, feel free to call out, and I will halt the wave system from outside. As Anil and his companions gazed at the small metallic chamber, they found it rather intriguing, except for the middle-aged man, who, due to his age, had previously engaged in physical strength assessments out of curiosity. Thus, in the end, the middle-aged gentleman was the first to step into the metallic chamber. In Chapter 50, titled Testing the Physical Strength and Explosive Power, less than a minute after the middle-aged man entered the testing room, the instructor stationed at the door ceased the apparatus, opened the door, and called out, all done. That was quick. It seems testing physical strength is even simpler than assessing one's vitality, Anil remarked, somewhat surprised. He had assumed that the large apparatus would entail a complicated procedure, but it turned out he had overthought it. The middle-aged gentleman emerged from the testing room, appearing much the same as before, save for a slight dishevelment in his attire and a flush upon his face, indicative of the vitality coursing within him. Other than that, he exhibited no peculiarities. This was Anil's first encounter with the assessment of physical strength, and he was unaware of the principles behind the so-called fluctuation system. However, it appeared to align with the instructor's assertion that it posed no detriment to one's health. Upon the middle-aged man's exit, the instructor, holding a tablet, began to fiddle with the values displayed on the screen embedded in the wall of the testing chamber. Before addressing the gentleman, you possess the standard physical strength of a lower-tier martial artist. The middle-aged man nodded in gratitude. Thank you, instructor. The instructor then turned his attention to the remaining trio, inquiring, Number 2? I. A young man waved his hand eagerly and hurried over. The instructor regarded him and offered a caution. Be mindful. If you feel any pain, call out, and I will terminate the test promptly. Understood. I shall enter now. There's nothing to do but stand still inside. Excellent. The young man briskly entered the testing chamber, a sense of excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of his inaugural assessment of physical strength. The instructor shut the door and subsequently pressed a button positioned before it. Instantly, the various colored lights embedded in the chamber's walls illuminated, while the instructor remained vigilant at the door, intently observing the incomprehensible data appearing on the display screen. He needed to evaluate the program's progress and the health status of the martial artist undergoing the test. Should anything seem amiss, he would immediately halt the testing procedure to avert any unforeseen incidents. However, within less than half a minute, the instructor stationed at the door pressed the stop switch, calling out, You may come out now. The metallic door of the testing chamber retracted, and the second young man emerged. Anil noted that his attire was even more disheveled than that of the first middle-aged gentleman, his complexion a shade of red yet tinged with a hint of pallor. How did it go, instructor? The young man inquired, panting heavily as he approached the instructor with the tablet. The instructor furrowed his brow, regarding the young man solemnly. Your vitality level is somewhat below that of a standard middle-tier martial artist. You should make a concerted effort to exercise regularly, avoid staying up late, and refrain from activities that deplete your energy. Upon hearing the instructor's words, the young man was initially taken aback, then offered an awkward smile. Understood. Thank you, instructor. The guiding teacher nodded and said, Well, go rest over there for a moment. There are some benches. No need. I can stand, the young man replied, puffing out his chest as if brimming with vitality. He then discreetly moved to a position leaning against a pillar. Anil observed this scene and couldn't help but smile inwardly. This fellow is quite pretentious. Number 3? The guiding teacher called the next individual. The girl, upon hearing her name, walked over, but Anil found it peculiar that she maintained a blank expression throughout. Since the moment he laid eyes on her, she had not displayed a second emotion. The guiding teacher instructed, just like the others, if you feel unwell, speak up. The girl nodded and entered the testing room. Approximately a minute later, the guiding teacher halted the testing process, and the girl emerged. Her demeanor was akin to that of the middle-aged man from number 1. A flush appeared on her impassive face, likely a result of invigorated blood flow. A hint of admiration crossed the guiding teacher's features, the physical strength of a lower-tier martial artist. It seems your vitality must be commendable. The girl remained silent, simply walking to the side. However, the second young man leaning against the pillar shook his head in dismay. Here I am with a first-tier vitality, yet only a lower-tier physical strength. And she? With a first-tier vitality and lower-tier physical strength. How had I never realized my own shortcomings? At last, it was Anil's turn for the physical strength assessment. After the guiding teacher reiterated the precautions, he stepped into the testing room. Inside, there was nothing. No decorations, no chairs. Not even a light bulb. As the door closed, darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Evidently, such an environment was rather inhospitable for martial artists with claustrophobia. Anil stood quietly, intending to observe how the testing system measured physical strength. Suddenly, a low sound emanated from the pitch-black room, faint yet reminiscent of a swarm of bees buzzing simultaneously. However, it ceased after that single instance, and silence reigned once more. After what felt like an eternity, the door opened, and the guiding teacher's voice called out, You may come out now. Huh, is that all? Anil stepped out, puzzled, and found the 2 teachers responsible for measuring vitality and the 2 assessing physical strength huddled together, whispering. Upon seeing Anil emerge, the 2 strength testers hurried over to him, one even reaching out to touch his arm. Do you feel anything unusual? Anil glanced at him. If you remove your hand, I won't. The guiding teacher chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his hand. Based on our assessment, your physical strength should be equivalent to that of a lower-tier martial artist. Hearing this, the middle-aged man from number 1 and the second young man couldn't help but think to themselves, what a freak. Not only does Anil possess a remarkable vitality of 288 points at such a young age, but his physical strength has also reached the level of a third-tier martial artist. The third girl boasts an astonishing vitality score at the first rank, with her physical strength reaching the second rank, a fact that everyone can comprehend. After all, her vitality has already soared to 197, a mere 3 points shy of qualifying as a second-rank martial artist, just a step away from the threshold. However, Annel's vitality score is not merely 3 points away from the third-rank standard. It lags a significant 12 points behind. While the number 12 may seem trivial in other contexts, it represents a colossal gap when it pertains to vitality, even among exceptionally gifted martial artists. Improving by 12 points in vitality typically demands at least 1 to 2 years of rigorous training. Yet, Annel has managed to transcend this 12-point deficit, honing her physical capabilities to the level of a third-rank martial artist. Is this not a form of extraordinary prowess? Moreover, the extent of her exceptionalism defies their wildest imaginations. Third rank. Annel pondered aloud, but I felt nothing during the test. Could the machine be malfunctioning? Should we conduct another examination? No. The instructor hastily waved his hand. The fluctuations in the operational rules dictate that the stronger the martial artist's body, the lesser the impact felt. Hence, you experienced no sensations. Yes, precisely. Just like him. Another instructor interjected, pointing to the second-ranked individual leaning against a pillar, using him as a comparative example. The young man, startled, stood upright from his spot, patting his chest. No. My physique is fine. Ahem. Once the physical strength assessment concluded, only the final test of explosive power remained. The two instructors overseeing the explosive power test had been waiting patiently at their station. However, when they finally noticed the quartet of martial artists approaching, they were surprised to see their colleagues from the vitality and physical strength testing zones rushing over as well. What is going on here? The two instructors exchanged glances. And as the 4 martial artists arrived, the taller instructor stepped forward, softly instructing, "Please line up in order from 1 to 4 for the test." Meanwhile, the shorter instructor sauntered over to his colleagues from the other areas. "What brings you 4 here?" "Oh, we're just curious about that young man's explosive power." The shorter instructor replied, following the direction of his gaze to Annel. He chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "What is there to see? I already know without testing. He is undoubtedly between the first and mid-second ranks." The 4 shared knowing smiles, and then the instructor named Lou whispered, "You're mistaken. Among the 4 who showed up today, the 3 younger ones are increasingly formidable. That young man has a vitality score of 130, albeit with slightly lower physical strength. The girl has a vitality score of 197, her physical strength already at the second rank, and the last young man is even more astonishing, with a vitality score of 280. His physical strength has shattered the third rank." Upon hearing this, the shorter instructor's face contorted in disbelief. "Is that true? A vitality score of 280? Are you certain you mean that short-haired young man, not the middle-aged one?" The other replied, "I wouldn't deceive you without any gain. That middle-aged man has a vitality score of 223, which pales in comparison to his." The short instructor raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "How exaggerated. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Never mind. Once he completes the explosive power test, everything will be revealed." Meanwhile, the tall and lean instructor explained the rules of the explosive power test to Annel and his companions. Essentially, this test requires you to demonstrate the maximum force you can unleash. He turned and pointed at a sandbag affixed to the wall, adding, "You have 3 attempts to strike that sandbag, whether with your fists, feet, or even your head. The sole objective is to deliver the most powerful strike possible." After elaborating, he inquired if anyone had questions. The second male student raised his hand, asking, "Teacher, are the scores from the 3 attempts combined?" "No. We take the highest value from your 3 attempts. If you're confident enough, you could even strike the sandbag just once." The second male student continued, "What if all 3 attempts yield poor results? Will that affect the certification of a martial artist's rank?" The tall instructor replied, "No. The assessments of physical strength and explosive power are merely supplementary. As long as your vitality score is adequate, it doesn't matter if the other 2 tests yield 0. The student felt relieved, saying, "That's good to know. Thank you. Teacher, I have no further questions." The tall instructor nodded, gazing at everyone before stating, "If there are no more questions, let us commence the test. Number 1, you are first." A middle-aged man stepped forward, positioning himself half a meter in front of the sandbag. After receiving an affirming nod from the instructor, he bent his body, retracted his fists, and gathered his strength. Bang! His fist struck the sandbag, producing a heavy thud. However, the sandbag, made from an unknown material, merely trembled slightly before quickly returning to a state of rest. The second male student, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded. The middle-aged man was a second-tier martial artist, capable of delivering a punch strong enough to penetrate steel. Yet such formidable strength only caused the sandbag to quiver slightly? How absurd! Was the sandbag made of diamond? So resilient. He had earlier contemplated whether he would need to compensate if he were to burst the sandbag, but it seemed he had overthought it. The middle-aged man was not particularly surprised. He had previously undergone explosive power testing and had been astonished by the sandbag then. However, he felt that his foot positioning was somewhat off during the last strike, so he adjusted his stance, bent his body again, and threw another punch. Bang! Bang! 2 punches were unleashed, yet the sandbag, still standing at half a person's height, barely shifted, as if it had never been struck at all. The tall instructor glanced at the monitor embedded in the wall behind the sandbag and remarked to the middle-aged man, "Your explosive power for a second-tier martial artist is quite commendable." He then turned to the second male student, saying, "Number 2, it's your turn now." "Coming." The student replied eagerly, rushing to stand before the sandbag. He rubbed his fists on his clothing to increase friction. Bang! 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 With 3 powerful punches. The sandbag remained utterly still. The young man inwardly cursed, feeling humiliated. Just moments ago, an older gentleman had struck the bag with enough force to make it sway. Yet here he was, delivering 3 punches that barely elicited a tremor from the bag. At that moment, the lanky instructor beside him remarked, "Your explosive power is somewhat lacking. Remember to train diligently to refine your physique." The young man awkwardly smiled and replied, "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, sir." The instructor then called out, "Number 3, who is it?" The girl designated as number 3 said nothing, merely walking forward in silence. The instructor nodded and gently instructed, "Strike the sandbag with all your might. You have 3 attempts." The girl, with a blank expression, nodded and turned to face the bag, delivering an unexpected side kick. Chapter 51. Without comparison, there is no pain. Nanshan Fist of the Martial Arts Association. How swift. The girl's kick caught even the instructors off guard. They only heard a resounding crack from the sandbag. When they looked over, number 3 had already retracted her leg and stepped back. "Let me see." The lanky instructor rushed to the back of the sandbag, glanced at the force sensor on the wall, and concluded, "Lower second-tier explosive power." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, particularly among the middle-aged gentleman and the second young man, both martial artists themselves. The former felt a pang of embarrassment for being outperformed by a girl younger than him, while the latter felt chagrined at being overshadowed by his female peers. Even Anil cast a discerning gaze at number 3. Sensing that her strength likely surpassed that of Ruan Xiao, the only female martial artist he knew among his contemporaries. After the lanky instructor recorded number 3's explosive power data, it was finally Anil's turn to undergo the final test of striking the sandbag, or, as one might more eloquently term it, the explosive power assessment. The 2 instructors, one tall and one short, had learned from their 4 colleagues about Anil's dual victories in blood energy and physical strength tests. At that moment, all the instructors and fellow martial artists present shifted their attention to Anil. Strangely, despite it being Anil undergoing the assessment, a palpable tension filled the air. Perhaps they were all eager to witness the explosive power of this seemingly sudden prodigy. Anil approached the sandbag and commanded his body to cooperate fully for the impending strike, not for any other reason, but simply to gauge the extent of his full power. In support of their master's ambition, his organs rallied to the task. They began adjusting their breathing, sensory functions, blood circulation, and muscle coordination until all systems were optimized. Only then did the brain speak up. "Brain, Master, we are ready." In a moment of introspection, Anil assumed a distinctive stance, the beginning posture of the sun fist. This martial technique, characterized by its simplicity and direct explosiveness, is so straightforward that one could easily find its details online with a quick search. However, understanding the technique and executing its power are 2 vastly different matters. Despite its simplicity, very few can truly wield the sun fist. This martial art demands not only the practitioner's inherent strength, but also a refined technique for harnessing one's vital energy. The average person cannot replicate it, as mastery requires years of diligent practice and profound understanding. While others might chuckle at anyone attempting the sun fist, they would not dare mock Anil, a practitioner of the second tier of martial arts. With unwavering focus, Anil locked his gaze on the center of the sandbag and decisively propelled his right fist forward. Thud! The sandbag stood motionless, yet a deep, thunderous explosion resonated through the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, particularly the instructors, who immediately recognized the profundity of his strike. Unlike the punch delivered by the girl from Group 3, which produced a clear sound stemming from her foot's impact with the sandbag, Annel's punch emitted a sound that originated from within the sandbag itself. The exterior remained unperturbed, while the interior was ruptured by the force of his blow. Such a technique is typically reserved for masters well-versed in martial arts. Could it be that this young man had achieved such prowess? Was he not of this world? Just as the spectators were grappling with their astonishment, the sandbag suddenly burst open at its center, releasing a torrent of metallic particles the size of sand grains. Annel was taken aback, as were the others. Particularly, the boy from Group 2, who had exerted all his strength without even budging the sandbag, was left flabbergasted that Annel had obliterated it. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity. After a considerable moment, Annel turned to the instructors and inquired, "Will I be liable for this?" If it were merely a standard sandbag, it would be inconsequential. However, this particular bag, designed by the Martial Arts Association, possessed energy-absorbing capabilities, suggesting it was of significant value beyond that of ordinary sandbags. The instructors snapped back to reality, and the lanky instructor hurried over, assuring him, "No need for concern. We will simply transfer the material into a new bag." As he spoke, he approached the wall to record the force data displayed on the screen. Upon completing his calculations, he inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Remarkable! An explosive force of the upper third tier." "What? The upper third tier?" the other instructors exclaimed incredulously, rushing to the lanky instructor's side to seize his tablet and scrutinize the data displayed. Indeed, it confirmed an upper third tier force. Beside Annel, the three individuals accompanying him for the assessment were experiencing a profound upheaval in their worldview, save for the third girl whose expression remained inscrutable. Wasn't Annel a second-tier martial artist? How could he unleash the explosive power of a third-tier martial artist with a single strike? Moreover, he had transcended an entire realm, ascending to the upper echelon of third-tier martial artists. Was it not said that the chasms between the stages of martial arts were akin to mountains, and that ascending realms was as difficult as reaching the heavens? This principle seemed utterly inapplicable to him. How vexing! It defied all logic. A group of instructors huddled together, murmuring softly among themselves. Goodness! If his vitality were to increase even slightly, we could readily classify him as a third-tier martial artist. One mused, astonished. I never anticipated that our 9th division could yield such an extraordinary talent. Speaking of which, should we report this achievement? Absolutely. I shall notify the president at once. Before long, the instructors regained their composure, and one of them, with a smile, addressed Annel and the others. The tests have concluded. You three may accompany this instructor to the next room to update your martial artist credentials. Turning his gaze towards Annel, he continued, I must ask you to remain for a while longer, as your exceptional results necessitate a report to the president. Is it not concerning the punching bag? Annel inquired. No, it is not, came the reply. Then I have no objections. Subsequently, the other three individuals were escorted out of the testing room, leaving Annel behind. The instructors, eager to ensure Annel's comfort, offered him a chair and brewed tea for him, striving not to neglect his needs. After a brief interval, a tall, slender instructor returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a suit. This man sported a head of graying, short hair, and his piercing, luminous gaze resembled that of a sharp sword. Beneath his fitted black suit, the contours of robust muscles were unmistakable. Most striking, however, was his aura. It bore a remarkable resemblance to that of Director Wan Hung and Principal Jun. Annel's intuition suggested that this middle-aged gentleman possessed strength far surpassing that of Wan Hung and Principal Jun. It appeared he was indeed the president of the Jianyang Martial Arts Association. Regrettably, his phone was outside. Otherwise, he could have researched the man's background in advance. Upon seeing Annel, the middle-aged president broke into a delighted smile. So, you must be student in? Annel was taken aback. Did this man recognize him? The president approached Annel, exchanged knowing glances with the instructors, who promptly vacated the room. Once they were alone, the president began to elucidate. Let us introduce ourselves. I am the president of the Jianyang Martial Arts Association, named Ninshanquan. The reason I am familiar with you is that Wan Hung and your principal, Jun Xiaosa, have both spoken highly of you. They are dear friends of mine. As he spoke, the president moved towards the shattered punching bag, crouched down, and pinched a bit of fine sand from the ground. After inspecting it closely, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Anil, upon hearing the president's introduction, was left with a plethora of questions. Nin Shankwan, 3 rights? Mountain Spring? A bit sweet? He soon noticed that this President Shankwan was scrutinizing the punching bag he had obliterated. Could it be that they are truly here to seek compensation? Anil pondered over his meager savings and hesitantly inquired, President Nan, may I ask why you have requested my presence? President Nan of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association rose, casually seized a nearby stool, and approached Anil with a smile. Are we to engage in direct confrontation? Is there no negotiation regarding the terms? Anil had anticipated that his opponent intended to wield the stool against him. A president of a martial arts association striking himself would be a fate too dire to consider. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have frequented this place daily, demolishing all of the training bags within. However, to Anil's dismay, upon reaching him, President Nan merely set down the stool and sat across from him. To clarify, President Nan began to address Anil's earlier question. In order to encourage more individuals to pursue martial arts and to promote our discipline, we typically seek out exceptionally talented or formidable martial artists, and we publicize their prowess through the media. Naturally, we offer a substantial commission for their participation. The mention of monetary reward instantly piqued Anil's interest. Yet, President Nan continued, the instructors who spoke with you earlier requested your presence to discuss this matter. Oh, how lucrative! Anil thought excitedly, only to be interrupted by President Nan's sudden shift in tone. However, if it were an ordinary individual, I might agree, but you are not that. Is that why the commission is entirely absorbed by the training bags? Anil, bewildered, felt as though a cooked duck had flown away. Compensate for the training bags? President Nan paused momentarily, then turned to glance at the damaged training bag, quickly comprehending Anil's implication. He chuckled, you need not worry about compensating for the bag. Is that so? Anil inquired. It is because a few days ago, Wan Hung contacted me, stating that if you were to come here for testing before your college entrance examination, I should keep your abilities concealed from the public. Anil contemplated this and promptly grasped Director Ruan's intention, likely due to the affairs concerning the Jia brothers, to obscure his capabilities and identity, thus preventing any of their associates from seeking vengeance upon him. Anil nodded in acknowledgement. I understand the reasoning now. President Nan smiled. For so many years, this is the first time Ruan Hung has shown such concern for someone else. Your principal holds you in high regard as well. Initially, I thought they might be exaggerating, but it appears they were not mistaken. You truly are extraordinary. Anil chuckled inwardly at the term extraordinary. Was this how Uncle Ruan and Principal Jun described him? President Nan gestured toward the half-destroyed training bag on the floor. That bag, I have never managed to break, yet you have rendered it in tatters. Before meeting you, I was contemplating that this year's martial arts champion of Jianyang might belong to another, but now it seems the title is yours alone. In the waiting area of the Martial Arts Association, and Dahai and a man beside him continued their conversation. The man was quite loquacious. Through their dialogue, and Dahai learned that the man's son was also undergoing a strength assessment within. When speaking of his son, the man exhibited a profound sense of pride. Evidently, his son must possess remarkable capabilities. It is no surprise, for if his abilities were mediocre, he would not have come here for testing on multiple occasions. At that moment, a young man suddenly approached them from the staircase. Hadn't Lu been present, he would have instantly recognized him as the second male participant who had just undergone testing alongside him. The young man walked directly to the man conversing within Dahai and spoke. Dad, I've completed my testing. How did it go? Did my vitality increase? Upon seeing his son return, the father, filled with joy, immediately rose to inquire. As the young man was about to respond, he noticed a middle-aged man seated next to his father and paused, casting a discreet glance at his father. The father quickly understood, recognizing that the vitality score was a matter of privacy best kept from outsiders. He greeted Dahai, saying, Brotherin, may I take my son and leave? And Dahai nodded, softly replying, Of course, you may go. My son should be out shortly, and I will wait a bit longer. All right, goodbye, Brotherin, the man said as he departed with his son from the wuxia building. Once outside, he eagerly asked his son, So, how much did your vitality increase? The young man, recalling Lu, could only smile wryly and replied, It increased by 4 points, but don't even get me started. I encountered a freak during testing. A freak? Did you look in the mirror again? What do you mean, did I look in the mirror again? I'm not joking. There really is a freak. His talent and strength are terrifying. The young man sighed again. I must admit, I feel thoroughly defeated. Seeing his son in despair, the man chuckled and affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Enough of the lamentation. Let others be freaks. As long as we make progress ourselves, that's what matters. Come, let me treat you to a lavish meal to lighten your spirits. Chapter 52. The Life of a Little Person, the Bus Thief. Enlu walked out of the testing room with a sense of relief. He had not anticipated that the president of the Three-Fist Association would be such a conversationalist. He had engaged him in discussion for nearly half an hour, covering topics from national affairs to whether sugar should be added to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The conversation was a kaleidoscope of subjects. Nothing was off-limits. The remarkable aspect was that throughout this half hour, it was the president who spoke continuously from start to finish. As for Enlu, upon reflecting on his own contributions, he realized that his utterances had not exceeded 5 sentences in total, surely containing no more than 20 words. Had he not mentioned that his father was waiting outside, the president might have continued the conversation indefinitely. Regardless, after such an extensive exchange, Enlu had taken to heart 2 significant points. First, the president had invited him to seek him out after winning the title of champion in Jianyang. Second, he would reveal something of great importance once Enlu graduated from Longshan Academy or achieved a breakthrough to the Master Realm. Beyond emphasizing the importance of this revelation, the president had not disclosed any further details, which piqued Enlu's curiosity, prompting him to agree to everything. However, he dared not assure himself that he could accomplish the 2 tasks, for who knows when one might unexpectedly meet their demise. With a momentary internal jest regarding his eloquence, Enlu made his way to the adjacent records room. Once he printed the documents there, his assessment would be entirely concluded. Meanwhile, in the testing chamber, Nanshan Quan placed a call to Ruan Hong. Ruan Hong, the young man you mentioned has arrived. His talent is indeed remarkable, having shattered my testing sandbags. Indeed. And what do you think of his character? Quite commendable. He is patient, polite, and very conversational. I brought up that matter with him, though I did not elaborate. Understood. See you later. After nearly 15 minutes of form filling and waiting, Enlu finally received his martial artist certificate and a second-tier martial artist medal. The certificate succinctly detailed his name, age, identity information, residential address, and current power tier. The martial artist medal, a silver emblem, was intricately engraved with a profusion of flowers and the image of 3 crossed long swords. The emblematic motif for a second-tier martial artist is the long sword. A higher tier features 3 long swords, while a middle second tier bears 2 crossed long swords, and a lower second tier displays only a single long sword image. Enlu recalled that the emblem for a first-tier martial artist is a fist, while symbols for tiers above the second include shields, long spears, golden dragons, starlight, moons, and suns. In essence, each tier's martial artist medal differs not only in design, but also in craftsmanship, material, and embellishment. This medal serves as a representation of a martial artist's prowess, and on significant occasions, they typically don their medals, allowing others to easily discern their capabilities. After receiving his certificate and medal, Enlu returned to the security check at the entrance to reclaim his belongings, then hastened to the lobby, where his father was indeed waiting in the same spot. Father, it's done. How did it go? Was it smooth? And Dahai, seeing his son finally emerge, stood up in delight and inquired. Of course, look. Enlu smiled as he produced his newly acquired martial artist certificate and medal to present to his father. And Dahai's eyes brightened as he accepted the 2 items and opened the certificate. Second-tier martial artist, Enlu, his neat calligraphy caught his gaze. Good, good, good. Ha! And Dahai exclaimed with excitement, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. It took him a lifetime to attain the second tier, while his son, at merely 17, had reached the same level. He far surpassed him. If his son could also secure the top position in the martial arts examination, it would truly bring glory to their family, leaving him with no regrets in life. Returning to his senses, Dahai smiled at Enlu and said, Come. With this certificate, we can collect the subsidy. Your mother is just about to send us back with some groceries. We'll pick up the money and then head to the market. All right. Subsequently, Enlu and his father approached the front desk, where he handed the martial artist certificate to the young lady behind the counter. You wish to collect the martial artist subsidy, correct? The young lady received the certificate with a professional smile. Yes, Enlu affirmed. Very well. The young lady opened the martial artist certificate of Anil, and upon taking a closer look, a wave of astonishment washed over her face. In disbelief, she glanced at Anil and then back at the certificate in her hand. A second-tier master? At such a tender age? This document is authentic. The photograph bears the same likeness. My heavens, have I stumbled upon a prodigy? For a moment, she stood frozen in place, devoid of action. What is the matter? Is there an issue with the certificate? Anil inquired curiously. Please, hurry and withdraw my money. I'm eager to head to the market for groceries. The young lady quickly regained her composure. Her eyes filled with awe as she regarded Anil's martial artist certificate. Your rank is second tier, and according to regulations, you are entitled to a subsidy of 58,000 yuan. Anil leaned against the window and replied, Please withdraw the full amount. Thank you. The sum of 58,000 exceeded his expectations by 8,000, likely due to his status as a second-tier martial artist. A lower-tier martial artist would hardly qualify for such an amount. Certainly, please hold on. The young lady retrieved 58,000 yuan in cash for Anil, meticulously verifying the amount before handing over the bundled notes through the window. Anil unlocked his backpack, and without counting, he stuffed the cash inside in hefty piles. The regulation that martial artists must receive their subsidies in cash was rather inconvenient. 58,000, while a mere trifle in the realm of martial practitioners, took up considerable space when converted into tangible currency. It would have been far more convenient to facilitate a bank transfer. One could only wonder about the reasoning behind the association president's decisions. Yet, despite the complaints, this 58,000 was essentially a gift from the association. And Anil had not expended a single penny of his own. Not only did he incur no costs, but he even benefited from a small windfall. Such an advantageous arrangement, where one receives money without any investment, is a rarity indeed, and where else could one find such fortune outside of the martial association? With this thought in mind, Anil eagerly continued to pack the cash. If one feels weary at the prospect of receiving money, then they truly deserve to remain impoverished for a lifetime. After finishing his transaction, Anil expressed his gratitude to the young lady and then departed the martial association with his father. The young lady behind the glass window watched as Anil's figure receded and sighed. I wish I could have asked for his WeChat. Why didn't I muster the courage to speak up? At the Jianyang agricultural market, Hai and Lu began their shopping spree. With a multitude of items on their list, they even procured 2 small carts. As they pushed their carts, they collected various meats, seasonal vegetables and fruits, along with some spices and rice wine. The reason for such a large purchase was primarily due to Lu Xiaoru's instructions. This agricultural market was the largest in the city, showcasing a plethora of goods, yet it was located quite far from their home. If it weren't for Lu and his father passing by after their visit to the martial association, they would usually only come here to shop for food just before the new year. After approximately half an hour, having barely explored half of the market, their carts were already filled to capacity, prompting them to decide that they had gathered enough for now. As they were about to leave, the two passed by a butcher shop, and Hai inadvertently caught sight of the shop sign, prompting him to pause and say to Lu, Wait for me a moment, I shall procure some meat. Procure meat? Haven't you already done so? And Lu wondered aloud. However, as his gaze shifted, he fortuitously noticed the sign, which clumsily proclaimed authentic exotic beast meat. Authentic? Might there be something inauthentic? After a moment of contemplation, Lu surmised that the shop owner likely intended to convey genuine exotic beast meat. The flesh of these extraordinary creatures, in contrast to ordinary livestock, is indeed imbued with rich nutrients, and the essence contained within is particularly beneficial for martial artists seeking to replenish their energy. Having battled these exotic beasts for countless years, humanity has learned to maximize the utilization of their remains. The bones, blood, and marrow can be employed in alchemical concoctions. The meat and organs can be transformed into nourishing delicacies, while the teeth, horns, hides, and feathers are suitable for crafting armor and weaponry. However, the act of slaying these beasts and transporting them into human society has come at the cost of innumerable lives, which inherently elevates the value of genuine exotic beast meat. Moreover, these creatures are far from mere animals. Although certain companies or organizations are permitted to sell exotic beast meat, the regulation and oversight by the Martial Management Bureau remain exceedingly stringent. Thus, the likelihood of encountering authentic exotic beast meat in a bustling farmer's market, characterized by its affordability, is exceedingly low. In truth, even the larger corporations may not offer genuinely authentic exotic beast meat. What defines authenticity? Only carnivorous beasts can be deemed truly authentic. Yet, the prospect of consuming meat from such creatures is met with aversion by most. as it evokes the unsettling notion of indirectly partaking in human flesh. Presently, the exotic beast meat marketed by a few companies is predominantly hybrid meat or derived from docile young beasts raised akin to livestock. Before long, Enlu spotted his father emerging from the shop, a bag of fresh meat in hand. He approached and grasped the handle of his father's cart, exclaiming, "Dad, how can you buy this exotic beast meat without knowing its authenticity? It could very well be synthetic." "Nonsense," and Dahai chuckled, while others may struggle to discern. "I have spent years slaying exotic beasts in the depths. Do you think I cannot tell the genuine from the false? So it truly is exotic beast meat?" Enlu inquired, perplexed. "Indeed," and Dahai replied. "But isn't the Martial Management Bureau's oversight quite strict? Where did the owner acquire this?" And Dahai produced a thin cord from his pocket and proceeded to secure the freshly purchased exotic beast meat to the cart. With a smile, he remarked, "This is humanity. Regardless of stature, everyone finds their own way to survive." He quickly finished binding the cord and declared, "Let us return home." The two then pulled the cart away from the farmer's market and onto the sidewalk outside. Noticing the absence of any taxis, Enlu retrieved his phone, saying, "Shall I call for a ride?" And Dahai promptly interjected, pointing to a nearby intersection, "There is a bus stop over there. We shall take the bus." With that, he led the way northward. "Very well," Enlu acquiesced. Anil retrieved his phone and followed closely behind his father. For Anil, the cost of a taxi ride was negligible. However, for his father, who had endured a life of hardship, frugality had become second nature. Anil respected this habit of his father. Upon arriving at the bus station, they were greeted by a crowd, many of whom were carrying groceries, clearly akin to them, ordinary citizens returning home after shopping. As the bus arrived at the platform, Anil and his father, with a small cart in tow, squeezed inside. The bus was somewhat crowded, yet they did not vie for seats with the others. Instead, they moved towards the rear of the vehicle, finding a spot to settle. Suddenly, Anil felt his pocket vibrate. He pulled out his phone and discovered a missed call from Principal June. Alongside this, there were several messages from Lu Meng. "Lu Meng, have you seen the news? That Lin Yang has declared his intention to seize this year's martial arts champion in Jianyang." "Anil, I'm not sure. I haven't checked my phone until now." "Lu Meng, you should check Weibo or our school's group chat to find out." "Weibo?" Anil promptly opened the app and searched for posts concerning Lin Yang. Meanwhile, Dahai, realizing it would take some time to reach home, decided to find a spot near the handrail. Leaning back and feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At his age, his body was no longer as resilient. He needed to rest after a few steps. Lost in thought, a furtive hand suddenly caught Dahai's attention. There was a thief. Instantly alert, he discreetly observed the situation and quickly deduced that there were two thieves. One was poised to act while the other kept watch. The perpetrator had concealed a razor blade between his fingers, targeting a young woman beside him who was resting with her handbag on her lap. Such a sharp blade, if mishandled, could inflict severe harm on the unsuspecting girl. Dahai glanced around and noticed that several passengers had already recognized the thieves' nefarious intent, yet all feigned ignorance, likely wishing to avoid any trouble. Just then, the thief moved, stealthily extracting the blade and reaching towards the sleeping girl's handbag. Dahai resolved to alert her. Chapter 53, Murder in Broad Daylight. Fading Memories. Cough. As the blade neared the girl's bag, Dahai coughed loudly. The girl remained undisturbed, but the sound startled the two thieves. Particularly, the one with the blade recoiled in fright, turning towards the source of the cough. There, he met the fierce gaze of Dahai, whose eyes were filled with a menacing intensity, causing the thief to hesitate. However, upon observing Dahai, an ordinary middle-aged man engaged in grocery shopping, and noting his somewhat slender physique, the hostility of the two thieves surged anew. They shot him a fierce glare, their intent unmistakable. He was to mind his own business. The other passengers, witnessing this scene, did not rally in support. Rather, they shifted their feet, eager to distance themselves from the thieves and Dahai, especially given the weapon brandished by the assailant. In light of this, the two criminals exchanged smug smiles and directed their gaze at Dahai, seemingly mocking his naive intervention. Dahai sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. His intention was for the passengers aboard to unite, believing that even with a weapon, the thieves would not dare to act so brazenly. Unfortunately, not everyone possesses the courage to confront danger. One of the thieves continued his assault, while the other fixated a threatening stare on Dahai. Dahai remained silent, observing them without a response. The thieves presumed his silence indicated acquiescence, but just as the blade was poised to slice open the young woman's handbag, and Dahai suddenly exclaimed, "Stop right there." His voice resonated loudly, startling the young woman and alarming the other passengers, who turned to look at him in bewilderment. What was happening? The girl, nearly a victim of theft, rubbed her eyes, still unaware of the unfolding chaos. With their plans thwarted, the thieves could no longer contain their rage. They revealed their knives, glaring menacingly at Dahai. "Do you wish to die, old man? Mind your own business. We'll cut out your tongue and see how you scream." They advanced towards Dahai, knives drawn, prompting the surrounding passengers to hastily clear a path, too frightened to intervene. "You should have kept your mouth shut." The closest thief approached Dahai, reversing his grip on the knife, ready to stab him. He had not considered that Dahai was once a martial artist. Nor did he realize that Dahai's son was nearby, a skilled practitioner in his own right. After all, what martial artist would be found on such a dilapidated bus? As the knife lunged towards him, Dahai sidestepped the attack. Although he had lost his martial prowess, his instincts remained sharp. Yet, Enlu was quicker. In that split second, as the thief swung his knife, Enlu rushed to his father's side, delivering a powerful kick. The resounding crack echoed as his foot connected with the thief's groin, resulting in not only a devastating blow but also the shattering of bone. The thief collapsed to the ground, hands clutching his injury, emitting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. The pain was indescribable, leaving him speechless. Enlu, too, was uncertain of the extent of his actions. Yet, onlookers could only witness the thief, rendered mute by pain, his face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. Mouth agape, emitting only ragged gasps. No one anticipated that Enlu would intervene, let alone with such ferocity, swiftly incapacitating one of the assailants with a single kick. The remaining thief, witnessing the scene, immediately recognized that he had encountered formidable resistance. In that moment, brandishing a dagger, he shouted in panic, "Stay back, or I will stab you." "Do you believe I will?" Though his voice was fierce, anyone could discern that he was merely blustering, trembling with fear. The bus driver, seasoned in the chaos of life, recognized the situation escalating and promptly pulled the vehicle to the roadside, opening the rear door. Upon seeing the door ajar, the thief perceived a glimmer of hope and hastily fled the bus, disregarding his accomplice. "Dad, leave it to me," Enlu said with a grim expression, extending his left hand to lift the still screaming thief from the ground, much like one would pick up a small chick and walk towards the exit. As he did so, the driver quickly shut the door, and Dahai, concerned about Enlu's impulsive actions, hurriedly pulled two small carts and called out to the driver, "Sir, open the door. I need to get out too." Upon disembarking, Enlu spotted another thief dashing westward. He did not rush to pursue but instead retrieved a coin from his pocket, slightly bent his body, and aimed at the fleeing thief's left leg, forcefully flicking the coin away. The glint of the coin sliced through the air, akin to a bullet, striking the thief's leg bone with precision, shattering it through the denim and flesh. "Ah!" The thief cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, struggling to glance at his left leg, feeling an excruciating pain, yet seeing no visible injury. Confused, he attempted to rise and run again, but was met by the youth who had just dispatched his companion. Ignoring his pain, he hurriedly stood, brandishing the dagger at Enlu. Bystanders on the street were taken aback by this scene. What was happening? A public brawl? In an instant, some quickened their pace to leave, others curiously observed from a distance, while a few immediately called the police. The thief, in a state of panic, gazed at Enlu. Seeing the latter's darkened expression, filled with an insatiable hunger for vengeance, he grew increasingly fearful. Enlu was genuinely enraged this time. While he typically brushed off jokes and jests, one thing he could not tolerate was any insult towards his family. The two thieves had not only spoken disrespectfully to his father, but had also dared to threaten him with a blade. For that alone, Enlu was determined to show no mercy. Just then, realizing escape was futile, the thief, emboldened by desperation, lunged forward, thrusting the dagger at Enlu. He aimed to strike first and perhaps secure a chance of escape. Onlookers gasped, witnessing the proximity of the confrontation, certain the youth would be stabbed. Yet, in the face of the dagger, Enlu made no attempt to evade. He simply set down the incapacitated thief he had been holding and stood still. The opposing thief was stunned. Why was he not dodging? Not dodging. Not dodging would mean death. With newfound ferocity, the thief exerted all his strength into the dagger, stabbing towards Enlu's left chest. He had struck. The thief's eyes glimmered with surprise, but in an instant, that surprise morphed into sheer horror. The dagger's tip had barely pierced the opponent's clothing, and despite all his efforts, it could not penetrate the man's body. "You are a martial artist?" The thief gazed at Enlu with despair. Enlu glanced at the shredded garment, then looked back at the thief opposite him. "Congratulations on your correct guess. As a reward, I shall grant you a slap." With that, Enlu's right hand swiftly struck out. In the next moment, the thief was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. After twitching a few times, he lay utterly still. Was the man dead? "My goodness, he has killed someone. Call the police. Hurry, call the police." Upon witnessing what seemed to be a fatality, the crowd erupted into chaos. Yet, unaware of the circumstances or who was right or wrong, no one dared approach Enlu. Instead, many scattered, fearful of becoming entangled in the turmoil. At that moment, Ndahai hurried over, pulling 2 small carts behind him. Before he reached them, he saw the figure lying on the ground, and his heart sank. He rushed forward, bent down to check, and confirmed that the man was indeed dead. "Xiaolu, you were too impulsive," Ndahai sighed as he stood up. Enlu said, "Father, they intended to kill both you and me. If I were not a martial artist, I would have been stabbed to death. The main concern is that your martial examination is imminent. This murder case, could it affect your prospects?" Ndahai stood solemnly and spoke with profound meaning. "Alas, I, Ndahai, cannot even handle 2 petty thieves now. Had my strength remained, you would not have been caught in this trouble." Seeing his father's disappointment, Enlu comforted him. "Father, do not forget I just obtained my martial artist certificate. According to the law, these 2 thieves intended to harm a martial artist's family. Killing them is justifiable. Besides, one of them is still alive, isn't he?" Only then did Ndahai recall the other thief lying on the ground, clutching his groin and wailing in agony. Observing this, he chuckled. "Your kick was merciless. He must be in more pain than death. Yet, the fact he has endured this long, still conscious and crying out so loudly, is no ordinary feat." Enlu approached the groin-stricken thief and gave him a kick. "Quiet yourself. If you continue your howling here, I will give you another slap." Hearing this, the thief, despite his excruciating pain, clamped his mouth shut and forced himself into silence. Having witnessed the terror of Enlu's slap, enduring the pain was preferable to losing his life. Anil initially intended to leave no one alive, but upon the arrival of his father, he refrained from taking lethal action. He approached his father and spoke. "Father, once I enter Longshan Academy and descend into the underground, I shall seek a remedy to heal your wounds." As he understood, the reason for his father's loss of strength was not due to external injury, but rather the result of a mysterious beast's venom. Not only his father, but many from the same underground legion had unknowingly succumbed to this toxin. This poison was peculiar. It did not directly ravage the body. Yet whenever one attempted to harness their vital energy, the toxin would gradually deplete it. When this poison was first discovered, numerous martial doctors began to research an antidote. However, 6 or 7 years had passed, and no effective cure had yet been found. The power of a warrior is inherently tied to their vital energy. To lose this energy is to lose one's strength, a fate akin to becoming a mere shell of one's former self. Anil pondered that if he could retain the detailed memories of his past life, perhaps he could unravel the antidote for his father's affliction. Alas, the process of reincarnation tends to blur the memories of previous lives, serving as a protective mechanism. As the saying goes, memory is the root of suffering. If the memories were not obscured, the accumulation of painful recollections over countless lifetimes could lead to utter despair, madness, and chaos. Thus, even if profound healing knowledge lay hidden within the depths of his memory, it was beyond his reach. Despite knowing the hope was slender, Ndahai felt a surge of comfort upon hearing his son's words. He replied, "Haha, it matters little whether the outcome is good or bad. As long as you are here, I shall rely on you for protection henceforth." As a warrior, Ndahai naturally wished to dispel the beast's venom and resume his cultivation. Yet, as a father, his greater desire was to witness his son surpass him, to soar like a dragon or phoenix. To be continuously safeguarded by one's offspring is indeed a form of happiness. Onlookers were perplexed, unable to comprehend why the youth, who had taken a life, could engage in jovial conversation with the middle-aged man. Could he be a deranged killer? Speculation abounded. However, the father and son paid no heed to the murmurs. Anil remained fearless, while Ndahai understood that as long as his son had not broken the law, their conversation was merely a testament to the roughness of his methods. Yet, From the perspective of a warrior, Anil's actions were not excessively brutal, otherwise he would have departed long ago. Their presence here was merely to await the police's arrival, ensuring the onlookers understood that his son was not a villain. Soon, the wail of sirens pierced the air, and 2 police cars emerged from the opposite end of the street, coming to a halt before Indahai and Anil. As the vehicles ceased movement, 4 officers disembarked. A middle-aged man led the group, flanked by 3 younger individuals, 2 men and a woman, who appeared to be no older than 25. "Officer, I called the police." One shouted, "You're talking nonsense." "It was clearly me who called." Another retorted, "It was me who reported it, indeed." Upon the sudden appearance of 4 police officers, the onlookers instantly found their courage and began to shout, eager to take credit. "Silence," commanded the young female officer, her voice ringing out, and the crowd immediately fell silent. The middle-aged officer, who appeared to hold the rank of squad leader, glanced at the lifeless body, then at the thief writhing on the ground and clutching his groin, before addressing a younger officer beside him. "Call for an ambulance immediately." He then turned to Indahai and Enlu, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What transpired here?" Just as Indahai began to speak, Enlu interjected, stepping forward to elucidate the situation. Pointing at the corpse, Enlu explained, "These 2 vile thieves attacked a young girl on the bus with a blade, stealing her money and causing her great distress. Fortunately, I, a paragon of righteousness, intervened just in time to rescue her from their clutches. Initially, I intended to let them go after saving the poor girl, but they repaid my kindness with treachery. Look at the hole in my globally limited edition shirt. It was inflicted by one of them with a knife. I was compelled to defend myself, and in the fray, I accidentally knocked one unconscious. The other, seemingly deranged, charged at me with his belly, resulting in his current predicament." The thief on the ground was taken aback by Enli's words. He stared at Enlu, who wore an innocent expression, his face frozen in shock for a considerable time. Once he regained his composure, he clutched the middle-aged officer's leg and cried out, "No, officer, it's not as he says." Chapter 54. Good brother, have you eaten? If not, take a punch from me. The middle-aged officer was momentarily stunned by Enlu's account. He shook his leg and, pointing at the corpse, asked Enlu incredulously, "You call this being knocked out?" Feigning confusion, Enlu replied, "Isn't he unconscious?" The middle-aged officer took a deep breath, feeling his confidence waver. At that moment, a young officer approached him and reported, "Captain, the examination is complete. The deceased suffered a severe head injury." The middle-aged officer nodded in understanding. Then, while retrieving handcuffs, solemnly addressed Enlu. "You are suspected of." His voice trailed off as Enlu presented a black booklet, which bore 3 golden characters, "Martial Artist Certificate." A martial artist? At such a young age? The middle-aged officer received the certificate with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Upon opening it, he was met with the inscription indicating the rank of 2nd-tier martial artist, leaving him momentarily electrified. 2nd-tier martial artist? Is this for real? He meticulously examined the seal on the cover of the certificate and cross-checked the photograph within. There was no doubt. This was an authentic martial artist certificate. Furthermore, it had just been issued, as evidenced by the date, today. How astonishing. When did Jianyang City produce such a young 2nd-tier martial artist? This was news to him. However, if he were indeed a martial artist, the nature of this case would shift dramatically. Just as he pondered this, the middle-aged officer's attention was drawn to the name on the certificate, Enlu. An familiar name, Enlu. Wait, isn't that the name mentioned earlier? The middle-aged officer was suddenly taken aback, lifting his gaze towards Enlu. In the next instant, an image of a person emerged in his mind, perfectly overlapping with the figure of the young man before him. Just a few days prior, the chief had summoned all officers ranked at the level of 2nd-tier team leaders and above for a meeting. During this assembly, the chief summarized several recent homicide cases in Jianyang and, towards the conclusion, displayed the image of a young man via projector. That individual was none other than Enlu. The chief's sole intention was clear. Should any officer encounter this young man in Jianyang, they were to handle the situation with utmost discretion and care. Each team leader consciously extracted the critical information to act accordingly. At this realization, the middle-aged officer quietly acknowledged the serendipity of the moment, feeling the handcuffs in his grasp become somewhat uncomfortable. As his thoughts raced, a smile unexpectedly graced his face. "Please, take your warrior's certificate." The middle-aged officer first returned the certificate to Enlu with a benevolent demeanor, then turned to the ground where the petty thief lay, shaking the handcuffs in his hand. and kindly said, "Now, let us proceed with the handcuffing." The petty thief was taken aback. He acknowledged that he deserved to be restrained, but the suddenness of it all bewildered him. Not only him, but even the other officers were equally astonished. However, they understood that their captain's actions must have a purpose, so they stepped forward to assist in cuffing the thief. 10 minutes later, the police car departed with the thief aboard, while Enlu remained unscathed. "Dad, let us go home," Enlu said as he left with his father, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers who were left in a state of confusion. They could not fathom the extent of the young man's influence, having committed murder, yet leaving without even having to provide a statement. Among the crowd, someone recognized the small black booklet Enlu had handed to the middle-aged officer, exclaiming, "That's a warrior's certificate. He is a warrior. A warrior at such a young age? That's not merely a warrior's certificate. It's a license to kill." Inside the police vehicle, the petty thief lay handcuffed on the bench, groaning and whining as two young officers interrogated him. After the questioning, the thief could not help but ask, "Officer, what crime am I going to be charged with?" The officer replied, "According to legal statutes, you are suspected of harming a warrior's family member, which carries a minimum sentence of 10 years in prison, with severe cases potentially resulting in the death penalty. However, considering your attempted harm and your subsequent admission of regret, you may receive a sentence of less than 10 years. The petty thief felt like crying without tears. What the hell does attempted harm mean? You don't actually believe the ramblings of a killer. I merely bumped into his foot. Ugh, fine, 10 years it is. At least I've salvaged my life. It's better than old Wong, who was killed by a big thug. How unfortunate. Had I known I would encounter such a calamity, I would have rather taken my own life than board that bus." As the thief wallowed in regret, the middle-aged officer, seated behind a steel mesh, concluded a phone call with his superior. After hanging up the phone, he turned and shouted behind him, "Wong Ping, you have been sentenced to life imprisonment for assaulting a distinguished warrior, and you are to be taken immediately to the 3rd prison. Take care of yourself." The rogue Wong Ping appeared as if struck by lightning. "What? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 years? How did it change to life? And you should at least take me to the hospital first. I'm in excruciating pain." Meanwhile, in a milk tea shop, Ruan Xiao sat by the window, fiddling with her phone as she waited for quite some time. At last, a girl walked into the shop, surveyed the surroundings, and sat down opposite Ruan Xiao. Ruan Xiao's face lit up with surprise. "Tiao Tiao, how did the test go today?" Lu Tiao Tiao removed her large backpack, her expression blank as she nodded slightly. "Very smoothly. If all goes well, I should reach the 2nd grade before the martial arts exam." "That's wonderful." Ruan Xiao smiled, then stood up and said, "I'll go order 2 cups of milk tea. Do you want ice?" Lu Tiao Tiao, maintaining her impassive demeanor, replied, "With ice, thank you." "All right." Before long, Ruan Xiao returned to her seat with 2 cups of iced milk tea, handing one to Lu Tiao Tiao. "Thank you." Lu Tiao Tiao expressed her gratitude, her expression still devoid of emotion, as if her face were perpetually frozen in time. Ruan Xiao did not take offense, knowing her friend had always had a deadpan face, an affliction she had carried from childhood. Regardless of her emotions, be it joy or sorrow, her expression never changed. Even when consuming canned herring, her face remained unaltered. As the two sipped their milk tea and engaged in conversation, Ruan Xiao suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Tiao Tiao, I heard that your school has a transfer student named Lin Yiyang, who is also a big star." "Yes," Lu Tiao Tiao nodded. "Do you want an autograph?" Ruan Xiao chuckled and shook her head. "No, I just heard he is a 2nd-grade warrior." "Indeed, a 19-year-old 2nd-grade warrior. Rather pathetic, isn't it?" Though Lu Tiao Tiao's face remained expressionless, a hint of disdain was detectable in her tone. After speaking, Lu Tiao Tiao's gaze shifted, as if she had thought of something else. Ruan Xiao, oblivious, teased, Hey, do you think everyone is as talented as you? I still don't know if one can break through to the 2nd grade by 19. As long as you do not slack off, you will definitely reach the 2nd grade before 19, Lu Tiao Tiao retorted. Ruan Xiao did not deny it, merely smiling. Many from our school have already begun to criticize, arguing about who will claim the title of this year's martial arts champion, that big star or our Lin Fengtian. Coincidentally, both share the surname Lin and are quite formidable. Lin Fengtian. Lu Tiao Tiao pondered for a moment and said, "Isn't Lin Fengtian no match for Lin Yiyang?" "Why?" Ruan Xiao asked, puzzled. "If all goes as expected, Lin Fengtian should successfully break through to the 2nd grade upon his return." Lu Tiao Tiao replied monotonously, "Although Lin Yiyang is inferior in martial prowess, my father says he has hidden abilities, He is actually a psychic. A psychic? Ruan Xiao exclaimed, somewhat astonished. I hadn't heard of that before. I heard he just awakened recently, Lu Tiao Tiao explained. His psychic index isn't very high yet. Ruan Xiaodian remarked. The spiritual practitioners are inherently superior. Even if their mental strength index is not particularly high, in actual combat, their fighting capabilities far exceed those of ordinary martial artists of the same rank. I do not comprehend why he, being a spiritual practitioner, would compete for a spot in our Zhongyang city. Lu Taotao replied blandly. The master class selection is open to the top 10 martial examination candidates nationwide, among whom there are certainly awakened spiritual practitioners. Lin Yang has just awakened and holds little advantage against them. That is true, Wan Xia nodded, adding, nevertheless, even as a spiritual practitioner, I do not believe he can become this year's martial champion of Zhongyang City. She expressed this opinion because, in her view, both Lin Fengtian and Lin Yang were merely secondary contenders. Anil could already contend with third-tier martial artists, while the recently awakened Lin Yang may not be able to do so. Upon hearing Wan Xia's words, Lu Taotao suddenly recalled the boy she encountered during the assessment today. If he were also a candidate for this year's martial examination, it was likely that no other candidates would rival him. At the very least, he would certainly achieve the highest score. Yet, that alone suffices, as the martial examination is fundamentally about scores. Contemplating this, she spoke up. Agreed. But I fear the martial champion will not be from your school. Other high schools likely harbor their own hidden talents. Wan Xia chuckled, shaking her head. I beg to differ. I have a strong feeling that it will indeed be from our school. How about we make a wager? Lu Taotao took a sip of her milk tea and replied expressionlessly. Fine. If I win, you must treat me to half a year's worth of milk tea. Wan Xia nodded. I consent, but if I win. After pondering for a moment, Wan Xia suddenly smiled. If I win, you must smile at me. Lu Taotao set down her milk tea, looking at Wan Xia. You are putting me in a difficult position, Xiaodian. The turmoil caused by the school invasion incident gradually settled, and the lives of the students at Jianyang High School began to return to normalcy. On a particular morning, Anil, carrying his backpack, walked to school. Upon reaching a crossroads, two figures caught his attention. He spotted Lu Long and Wu Mu. He had previously heard from Lu Meng that they had been hospitalized, and the school had arranged for them to rest until next year. Although their participation in the martial examination would be delayed by a year, they were still young, and this would not significantly affect them. Furthermore, the resources provided by Director Ruan for their recovery and training would enhance their performance in next year's examination. However, Anil did not expect Lu Long and Wu Mu to be discharged so soon. Despite their release, both appeared to be still recovering. At that moment, Wu Mu sat in a wheelchair, while Lu Long, with his arms encased in plaster, pushed him forward. Judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading to school. Noticing this, Anil approached them and greeted, Wu Mu, Lu Long. Upon hearing his voice, Wu Mu and Lu Long turned to see Anil. Their expressions filled with surprise and delight. Anil, what a coincidence. Anil approached them and said, I often take this route to school. How is it that you two have been discharged so quickly? Lu Long nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Wu Mu mentioned that lying in a hospital bed serves no purpose. It is better to come to school. Although we cannot engage in strenuous activities, at the very least, we can absorb some theoretical knowledge from our teachers. Wu Mu then remarked. We have only now come to realize how naive we were in the past. Anil, we owe you our gratitude for your timely intervention, otherwise, we might have perished that day. Lu Long contemplated for a moment and added, yes. We have been in the hospital for several days and have yet to express our thanks to you. As direct participants in the incident, they were entitled to learn the truth from Ruan Hong. They both understood that it was Anil who had distracted the assassin, Jia Zhong, amidst the torrential rain that night. And it was also Anil who had ultimately dispatched Jia Zhong. In response to their gratitude, Anil simply smiled and said, we are all classmates. Wu Mu nodded, softly repeating, we are all classmates, and at that moment, he recalled Zhang Zi. After a while, Wu Mu inquired, for this year's martial arts examination, you must be aiming for the master class at Longshan Academy, correct? Yes, Anil replied candidly. Wu Mu continued, we had guessed as much. We heard that the second high school has hired a second-grade external expert in hopes of clinching this year's martial arts champion. They say he is quite formidable. But we know that this year's champion in Jianyang can only be you. Lu Long interjected, we have set our sights on Longshan Academy as well. But it seems we will only be able to attend next year. We will then find ourselves as juniors, and we will have to rely on you as our senior. Haha. Anil chuckled. All right, I will be waiting for both of you at Longshan Academy. The trio arrived at the school, and at the entrance, Lu Long and Wumu bid farewell to Anil, and the three separated into two groups, heading toward their respective classes. As Anil watched the backs of Wumu and Lu Long, he felt a surge of emotion. Having experienced life and death, Wumu and Lu Long had undergone significant transformations, evolving from ordinary students into true martial artists. Suddenly, Anil heard a rugged yet familiar voice call out from behind. Hey, brother, have you eaten? If not, take a punch from me. Chapter 55. Heart, are you serious? My dear boss. Turning around, Anil saw that it was none other than Lu Ming. He smiled and replied, I haven't eaten yet. Come on, give me a punch. Lu Ming grinned widely, and, like a hammer, quickly tapped Anil with his fist while mockingly exclaiming, Look at how the little fist pounds your chest. Ugh. Anil nearly retched and said, Please, don't do that. It makes me nauseous. The two ceased their playful banter and walked side by side toward the school. On the way, Anil complimented Lu Ming. You arrived quite early today. Indeed, Lu Ming had come in early. Typically, he would arrive just in time for school, often timing his entrance to the classroom with a stopwatch. There were instances when he would step into the classroom just as the bell rang, leaving others to wonder if he was the teacher. Upon hearing Anil's words, Lu Ming immediately wore a face akin to that of a bitter melon. Let's not discuss it. I had a truly tumultuous night. What happened? Anil inquired, his brows furrowing in confusion. Look at my dark circles, Lu Ming said, turning to Anil and gesturing towards his eyes. It was then that Anil noticed the pronounced shadows beneath Lu Ming's eyes, as if he had been struck. What is the situation? Anil asked. Lu Ming sighed. It's all because of Lin Yang. You were beaten by him? Anil queried, astonished. Lu Ming raised his head and pondered for a moment. Well, to some extent, I was mentally assaulted by him. Anil's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Mental assault? Is Lin Yang a psychic? Goodness, he is far more terrifying than a psychic. Lu Ming's expression was one of utter disgust. Then, he suddenly posed a question to Anil. Have you ever heard Lin Yang's songs? Not at all, Anil replied, perplexed by Lu Ming's inquiry. Don't listen. Under no circumstances should you listen, Lu Ming exclaimed. Last night, adhering to the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy to secure victory in 100 battles, I intended to investigate Lin Yang's true nature. Lu Ming continued, his tone grave. So, I decided to listen to what I shall temporarily refer to as his music. I braced myself and managed to endure half a song. But then I simply could not continue. It was horrendously off-key, akin to the sound of excrement. To liken it to excrement would be an affront to excrement itself. At this point, Lu Ming appeared utterly incensed. For the first time in my life, I was emotionally shattered, and it was Lin Yang's songs that brought about my downfall. I am filled with loathing. Is it truly that severe? Anil was incredulous. He recalled that Anshin had also remarked on Lin Yang's atrocious singing. But he had not anticipated such an exaggeration. Absolutely it is, Lu Ming asserted. After listening to his song, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of him leering at me. It was terrifying. Lu Ming shuddered as he spoke. Anil, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. His half a song has left you sleepless? That's a remarkable talent. Not really, Lu Ming continued. I did manage to fall asleep later in the night. However, after a brief slumber, the bed suddenly collapsed. Damn it. Huh, your bed collapsed again? Anil was now thoroughly unable to maintain his composure, laughing with glee. For this was the third time Lu Ming had experienced a bed collapse this year. He chuckled. I told you last time that you ought to get a bed frame made of alloy. You wouldn't listen. It's not that I refused. My mother said that iron beds can lead to rheumatism, or I would have replaced it long ago, Lu Ming sighed. Damn it, I weighed myself this morning. And I've gained another 10 pounds since last month. Anil jested. Well, that is splendid. You'll grow into a giant and be able to squash beasts with a mere slap. Lu Ming retorted, what a joke. At this rate, the earth will soon be unable to accommodate me. The morning classes were predominantly cultural studies, yet aside from history, both Anil and Lu Ming hardly paid attention, as the martial arts examination focused on physical prowess, not academics. These cultural lessons were merely embellishments. As for their preparations for the martial arts examination, both had nearly completed their preparations. During the break, Anil asked Lu Ming, which school do you plan to apply to for the martial arts examination? Lu Ming replied, Longshan. To be with you. Anil inquired further, do you intend to enter the master class? Lu Ming responded, As for the master class, I'll pass. Only the top 10 from each province are selected for the master class, and I would undoubtedly be eliminated. I'll just apply to an ordinary class. Anil nodded in agreement, suggesting that the regular class at Longshan Academy should not be underestimated. After all, they were the first institution to establish a master class. Even if the regular class lacked master-level instructors, their proximity to such expertise would undoubtedly provide them with numerous advantages. Upon hearing Anil's words, Lu Ming chuckled. Aren't you the one? Once you enter the master class and acquire those master combat techniques, do show me some of your skills. Anil cast him a knowing glance and inquired, Are you suggesting you wish to learn second-hand skills from me? Lu Ming nodded affirmatively. That could be one way to put it. Anil pondered for a moment before responding. That is indeed possible. But have you ever heard the saying, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father? Lu Ming slammed his hand on the table and looked at Anil. Then I shall directly address you as father. Just as Lu Ming made this humorous declaration, Anil burst into laughter, and the elder Lu was left in disbelief. At that moment, the class instructor unexpectedly entered the classroom and called out to the students, Those planning to take the martial arts examination, please proceed to the auditorium. What is going on in the auditorium? Lu Ming questioned, standing up and patting Anil on the shoulder with a grin. Let us go check it out. We can conveniently skip the next class. Let's go, Anil replied, along with Lu Ming and 2 other classmates eager to try their luck at the martial arts examination. They all departed the classroom, heading toward the school auditorium. Along the way, Anil noticed numerous students hurrying toward the auditorium, which piqued both his and Lu Ming's curiosity regarding the event at hand. Upon their arrival at the auditorium, they observed the principal, the vice principal, and several teachers from the elite classes seated at the podium. Meanwhile, the majority of the seats below were occupied by students, seemingly all those preparing for the martial arts examination this year. Seeing this, Anil and Lu Ming made their way to the back row and found 2 vacant seats. Settling down, Anil noticed Yuan Xiao not far away, who also recognized him and greeted him with a smile. Anil returned the gesture with a nod. Observing this interaction, Lu Ming displayed a look of suspicion. Something seems off. What do you mean? Anil asked. You 2 were exchanging glances. Isn't that unusual? Lu Ming retorted. Is that what you call exchanging glances? You should really consider getting your eyes checked. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and the students in the auditorium had nearly assembled. A teacher then closed the auditorium doors. At this point, Principal Jun Xiaosa adjusted the microphone, ensuring it was functional before addressing the audience. The purpose of gathering you all today is primarily to discuss the martial arts examination. The date is less than 10 days away. However, we have just received news from the Martial Education Department regarding 2 significant changes to this year's examination. The first change is the introduction of simulated combat. This concept should not be unfamiliar to you, as in previous years, only Daying Province and Tianqing Province implemented such a novel examination format. Starting this year, however, simulated combat will be gradually promoted nationwide, and Zhanyang City is among the selected regions. As for the specific operational methods of the simulated combat, I will elaborate on them shortly. But for now, let me emphasize the second change. The mental strength index will now be a major contributing factor for additional points in the martial arts examination. Additional points? Upon hearing those 2 words, the students in the auditorium instantly perked up. However, when they realized it pertained to the mental strength index, their spirits quickly plummeted. Wasn't the mental strength index a concept exclusive to mentalists? It bore no relevance to them, mere martial arts examinees. Moreover, mentalists were exceedingly rare, akin to the elusive giant panda. Observing the students' reactions, Jun Xiaosa continued, I understand that you may think the mental strength index has little to do with you. However, taking a moment to test it won't cost you anything, right? What if you discover you possess mental strength? That would undoubtedly be a valuable addition to your score. Even a single point could mean the difference between a second-tier university and a first-tier university, or between a first-tier and an elite university. Upon hearing this, the students found a semblance of logic in his words. Though the likelihood of discovering oneself to be a mentalist seemed slim, it was akin to buying a lottery ticket. One could always hope for a stroke of luck. If one failed to detect any mental strength, the worst outcome would be a bit of mockery for daydreaming. But should one succeed, it would be akin to soaring into the skies. With this thought, many students began to genuinely envy those born as mentalists. The prowess of a mentalist inherently surpassed that of their peers, and now they were to receive additional points? How utterly infuriating. Jun Xiaosa went on, therefore. Remember to test your mental strength index before the deadline for the martial arts examination. Time is of the essence, so the sooner you do it, the better. The students responded in unison, acknowledging his words. Except for Wan Xiao, who was preoccupied with a particular thought. Lin Yuanyang was a mentalist, and with the change in policy, wouldn't he now garner even more points in the martial arts examination? It seemed that Enlil might truly encounter a formidable opponent. After discussing the additional points for mentalists, Jun Xiaosa began to introduce the simulated combat. In essence, simulated combat involved wearing a helmet and battling virtual characters. This assessment method, while perhaps more rigid than real-life combat, possessed a more stringent and scientific scoring system. This was the first time the martial arts examinees learned that this year's examination would transition to virtual combat, a game-like evaluation that filled them with excitement. However, at that moment, the organs within Enlu's body began to converse amongst themselves. Heart. So, why hasn't the master awakened his mental strength? Lungs. I'm not sure. Shouldn't that be the boss's responsibility? Heart. Boss, what say you? Shouldn't you reflect on why the master hasn't awakened his mental strength? Brain. How would I know? The master was simply not born with it. Heart. Alas, how embarrassing. Why can others awaken their mental strength while he cannot? I'm not talking about you, boss. I'm speaking of those students. Heart. Always boasting, yet faltering at the critical moment. So disgraceful. Boss, I assure you, I am solely referring to those students, not you. In the stillness of the night, beneath a sky speckled with stars, a collection of organs resumed their clandestine activities after their host, Anil, had fallen into a deep slumber. They seized control of Anil's body through the mysterious phenomenon of sleepwalking. Cautiously, Anil, under their influence, ventured into the kitchen before swiftly departing from home. However, this time, the body did not traverse far to the Luoyan River. Instead, it sought refuge in a nearby park. The park was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any presence. Anil approached a long pavilion and settled upon a bench fashioned from stone. From his pocket, he produced a metal spoon and placed it upon the stone table. Previously, the master watched on television that if one could bend the spoon without the use of hands, it would signify the awakening of mental powers. The brain remarked, "Goodness, if it were that simple, why didn't you mention it sooner? Just have the cripple step on it." The heart retorted, "Are you lacking in wit, heart? If the hands are unusable, the feet would naturally be as well." The brain countered, "Then how about using the knee?" The heart suggested, "That won't work. What about the shoulder blade?" "Absolutely not." "Then what about bending it with sheer will?" The heart proposed. "That is indeed a possibility worth considering," the brain acknowledged. "Are you serious, my dear master?" The heart inquired. Chapter 56, Awakening of Mental Powers, the Third Persona. The brain commenced its endeavor to bend the spoon without any physical contact. "Come on. Why isn't it bending? Why won't you bend?" The heart, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, interjected, "Master, may I ask, are you perhaps constipated? I am merely attempting something here." The brain responded, "Attempting constipation? When did you develop such peculiar tastes?" The heart quipped, with a heavy sigh, "Ah, liver, quickly assist heart with its toxicity. Its tongue is quite venomous." "Ha. Consider it a trivial matter." The liver replied, Wait, I was only joking. But truly, master, I am trying to help you alleviate your troubles. Identifying problems is the first step toward resolution. This is merely forthright advice." The heart defended, "Fear not, heart, I shall be gentle." The liver assured, "Gentle, my foot. Just leave me be, you old pervert." The heart exclaimed, "The more you resist, the stronger I become." The liver taunted, "Help, I'm being tormented. Kidneys, lungs, spleen, brethren, come to my rescue." Just as the situation grew dire, the lungs intervened. "Enough of this commotion. Master, does not the pocket contain the owner's phone? Perhaps we can search the internet for information regarding the awakening of mental powers. Indeed, consulting the web is certainly more reliable than my chaotic attempts. How did I not think of that?" The brain reflected. Upon hearing this, the heart yearned to retort. Yet, noticing the liver's watchful gaze, it restrained its tongue, swallowing back its words. The brain retrieved a mobile device and searched for the phrase awakening mental power. The lungs interjected, "Do not forget to clear the search history later." The brain reassured, "Rest assured, I have found an intriguing post." The post's author inquired, "I wish to awaken my mental power. Is there a method to do so without effort?" The first reply, "I wish to lose weight." Does the author have a method that requires neither exercise nor dieting? The second reply, I wish to end my life. Is there a way to do so without actually dying? The third reply, of course. When the time comes for your awakening, it will happen naturally. The fourth reply, indeed, I shall share my secret with you. As fate has brought us together today, read more books, consume fewer snacks, and ensure ample sleep. The fifth reply, to translate the fourth response, go to sleep. Dreams encompass everything. The sixth reply, 3. The seventh reply, surely, no one genuinely believes mental power can be awakened at will? The eighth reply, nope, next. The ninth reply, one is terribly bored alone at night. Click here for everything you desire. The brain lamented, what nonsense is this? None of it is credible. The eyes pondered, is mental power solely reliant on innate talent? The brain decided to scroll further, spotting a response that appeared earnest. The key to cultivating mental power lies in concentration and a mind free from distractions. Consider the classic example of bending a spoon. The act of bending does not depend on whether the spoon is genuinely manipulated by thought, but rather on your intention to bend it. The outcome is irrelevant. The process is what matters. For instance, if you aspire to move a stationary glass ball with your mind, the ball's actual movement is inconsequential. What matters is your genuine endeavor to influence it, with the ball's movement manifesting in your mental realm. This technique was imparted to me by a friend who is a mentalist. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I certainly do not. As I have practiced his method for over a decade without success, the brain reflected, how can one speak so earnestly while lacking belief in their own words? The heart chuckled, indeed. The eye suggested, let us give it a try, as he appears to be the most credible among the myriad of methods. The brain conceded, well, there are no other options. The heart cautioned, boss, you do not intend to practice for another decade, do you? If you achieve nothing after 10 years, it would be a futile endeavor. The brain retorted, how absurd. I am not one to be compared to the ordinary. The heart replied, all right, you are remarkable. The brain demanded, enough idle chatter, do not disturb my focus. I must concentrate with a clear mind. Thus, the brain ceased its banter, sitting on a stone bench, wholly absorbed in the task of envisioning the spoon being moved and bent through sheer will. The brain, the outcome is not paramount. What truly matters is the journey. The brain, I am guiding you. The brain, the outcome is not paramount. What truly matters is the journey. The brain, with a tranquil mind, focused and undistracted. Other organs observed quietly. Only the heart, after gazing for quite some time, could no longer contain its remarks. The heart, boss. Is your concentration devoted to bending spoons, or merely to repeating the phrases of focus and clarity? Interrupting the brain's train of thought, the heart's comment provoked a surge of irritation. The brain, you raise a valid point. Before the brain could finish its retort, it suddenly realized that it had indeed strayed from its purpose. The brain, alas, was I not supposed to bend the spoon? How did I get caught up in idioms? No, I must concentrate. I must clear my mind. I must bend the spoon. With that, the brain resumed its intense gaze upon the spoon. It endeavored to empty its thoughts, allowing nothing but the spoon to occupy its mind. This time, the brain began to find its rhythm. It felt as though the spoon was not the only object before it. Even the stone table transformed into a grand spoon. The wooden pavilion, the corridor, the rockery, the small lake, each morphed into spoons. At last, it sensed that even the stars in the sky had turned into spoons, and then the moon transformed as well. Ultimately, the entire cosmos seemed to consist of two colossal, opposing spoons. In that moment, the brain felt as though it had glimpsed the secrets of the universe. The origin of existence, it appeared, was the spoon. The spoon, it is art. The spoon, it is truth. The way that can be told is not the eternal way. The spoon that can be spooned is not the eternal spoon. Spoon upon spoon, the gateway to myriad wonders. Immersed in this revelation, the other organs grew curious as the boss remained unresponsive for quite some time. The eyes, why has the boss gone still? Is he asleep? The heart, no, he must be dead. Just then, the spoon on the stone table stirred slightly. The eyes, it moved. The heart, no, you must be imagining things. The spoon on the stone table shifted again. The lungs, it truly seems to have moved. The heart, it must be the wind. Suddenly, the small steel spoon atop the stone table emitted a crisp, resonant hum. To their astonishment, it began to levitate, floating half a meter above the stone table, motionless. The kidneys, goodness, is this truly the wind? Can the wind do such things? The heart, this is extraordinary. The heart could hardly believe that their boss had awakened his mental prowess in such a brief span. The brain, nonsense. The brain emerged from its reverie, uttering a curse before rising to circle the spoon around the stone table. The spoon continued to hover unsupported in the air, yet the brain felt as though it had grasped the spoon, wielding it with invisible hands, cradled within its palm. The brain, I am indeed a genius. The brain, filled with pride, thought to itself, is it not merely mental strength? Who isn't he that? The lungs, boss, have you truly succeeded? The brain, I believe so. As the brain spoke, it extended its hand toward the spoon, reaching out in an attempt to grasp it from afar. With a sharp crack, the spoon shattered into two halves, each floating motionless in the air. Then, with a mere gesture from the brain, the severed pieces soared into his palm. Heart, boss is impressive. I just told them it was you who moved the spoon, and they wouldn't believe me. Stomach, heart, can you have a little dignity? The boss is indeed impressive. Kidneys, what does it matter if one heart has dignity? By the way, the boss is impressive. Spleen, can you all stop flattering? It's nauseating to listen to. Isn't it universally acknowledged that the boss is impressive? The brain, buoyed by the compliments, floated in delight. After savoring the moment for a while, it finally regained its composure. Brain, all right, enough of that. Am I the kind of brain that enjoys flattery? Heart, absolutely not. I assure you, the boss is a humble individual. Stomach, the gentlemanly demeanor refers to the boss. Kidneys, the boss is our eternal role model. Spleen, I've never understood what flattery is. I merely speak the truth. The brain once again succumbed to the elation of praise for a considerable time before awakening. Brain, let us know our limits. Excessive flattery can be harmful. We still need to return. If you keep this up, we want to make it back by dawn. With that, the brain began to move, preparing to depart. However, after stepping forward with the left leg, it found the right leg seemingly nailed to the ground, immovable. Brain, what's wrong, cripple? We need to leave. Legs, I'm not sure. The right leg suddenly lost control. Brain, what? Heart, you, brain, have ruined the master's body. Prepare to apologize. Brain, you cripple, hurry and check what's wrong. Legs, I've checked. Everything seems normal. Brain, everything normal? The brain attempted to lift the right leg, but no matter how much effort it exerted, the leg felt as if it were welded to the earth, immovable. Brain, is this what you call normal? Heart, laughing, the brain is gone. I, the heart, shall take charge until the master awakens. Then it will be my turn to lead. Ha ha ha. The amusing spectacle of a talking body was interrupted by a sudden voice that startled the laughing heart, nearly causing it to choke. The other organs, upon hearing the voice, were equally stunned. Who is speaking? What is my current state? What kind of world is this? The voice echoed again, and the brain realized that the body had somehow slipped from its control. The speaker was none other than the master himself. The brain was taken aback. Was this the master's second persona? No, that wasn't he it. The eyes were black. At that moment, Anil scrutinized his own body. Young, robust, vibrant, and clad in eccentric attire. Have I finally perished? A significant, bittersweet smile graced Anil's face. His eyes swirling with mist that danced in the wind, shimmering with a crystalline blue reminiscent of the sea. Each organ felt as though struck by lightning. Frozen in place. It's over. It's over. Another one has emerged. Moreover, this one was even more absurd, as they could hear it speak. Boss, what do we do? This one seems even less controllable. Brain, heart, you handle it. Weren't you aspiring to be the boss? I hereby relinquish my position to you. No need for thanks. Heart, nonsense. Do you take me for a heart that seizes the moment? Once a boss, you remain my boss for life. Lung, since he can hear us, should we try to communicate with him? Upon hearing the lung's suggestion, the brain mustered its courage and timidly inquired, who are you? Why have you taken over our master's body? Antonio Cole is my name. If it sounds cumbersome, you may call me the Origin Mage, came the gentle reply from Antonio. Brain, Origin Mage? Heart, whispering, does anyone know what a mage is? Lung, never heard of it. Stomach, no idea. Antonio approached the edge of the water basin, extending his right hand, his fingers gliding through the air, leaving behind trails of crystalline blue light. The light formed a mysterious rune, which then gently descended into the water. In the next moment, the water in the basin flowed upwards, coalescing into a smooth, glimmering mirror before Antonio. With graceful movements, he turned, observing his reflection while explaining to the organs, A mage is one who harnesses forces beyond oneself. And the origin mage is one who wields the power of origins. Brain. So where do you come from? Antonio, I am afraid I cannot answer that, as I am not even certain of what I am. I only know that when you defined that spoon universe, I was inadvertently awakened by you. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intent. Easter egg. Title: Origin Mage, Chaos Mage. Dark Mage name: Antonio Cole. Reincarnation number: 498. Reincarnation ability: Origin magic, the most powerful mage of the 498th world, controlling the most primal magic of existence. Favored by the goddess, he possesses the power of sacrifice. The fusion of powerful energy sources, origin magic, and sacrificial power enables him to accomplish anything he desires. It seems I can send images. Let me share one. Chapter 57. The Dragon in the Starry Sky. Incredibly, could the power of my spoon universe be so vast? The brain was momentarily at a loss for emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. The words of the origin mage almost implicated it as the mastermind behind his emergence. How could it engage in arguments with the master now? How could it make the heart take the blame? Heart, hey, everyone heard that. This has nothing to do with us. It's all the brain's fault. The other organs remained silent. Until clarity was achieved, they would not take sides. In response, the brain could only helplessly utter, "Brain, I have no words. Heaven bears witness. I genuinely wish to assist my master in awakening his spiritual powers. Yet who could have anticipated such a significant blunder? If my master were to discover that he had inadvertently summoned perhaps one or even two personalities to inhabit his body, he would surely be driven to madness as a form of self-punishment. What a calamity! While the brain contemplated this predicament, the origin mage Antonio gazed at his reflection in the water mirror for a moment, then subtly moved his fingers. Light swirled, and a runic mark, resembling a butterfly, descended upon him. The instant the rune touched his body, it transformed into countless radiant specks of light that danced around him, ephemeral yet brilliant. In the midst of this luminous display, Antonio underwent a metamorphosis. His visage, hair color, and attire no longer resembled those of the placid individual he once was. Instead, he became a golden-haired youth clad in a blue and gold embroidered robe, adorned with white flowers edged in silver thread. The surrounding fabric sparkled with myriad golden accents, akin to stars twinkling in a blue night sky. His features were no longer Eastern. Rather, he possessed a refined young Western face, with golden locks and azure eyes. His fair skin complemented by a round, transparent monocle perched over his left eye. He exuded an air of gentle elegance, reminiscent of a noble prince. Startled by this unexpected transformation, the brain exclaimed, "Brain, why have you altered my master's face? Change it back at once. Do you not realize that AI face swapping is illegal?" Antonio lifted his gaze, and the water mirror before him morphed back into a tranquil lake, cascading into the pool below. He smiled softly and gently recited to his reflection, "There is no need for alarm. It is merely a simple illusion spell. The body remains unchanged. It is only our perception that has shifted. However, the magic will soon dissipate." Relieved, the brain hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "So, is this truly your original form?" "It is the most precious gift bestowed upon me by my parents," Antonio replied, nodding with a smile, though his expression soon turned wistful. The blue haze in his eyes gradually settled, losing its lively flicker. The atmosphere grew quiet, and the brain began to sense something amiss with Antonio's emotions. Eager to divert the conversation, it stammered, "So what do you intend to do next? If there's nothing pressing, could you please return control of the body to us? We are rather busy." "What to do?" Antonio mused as he gazed at the starry sky, contemplating before softly stating, "I once had two lifelong aspirations. One was knowledge, and the other, which I have now achieved. Heart, cheese. Lungs, it's knowledge, the kind that embodies power. Stomach, I concur, cheese indeed represents strength. Lungs, you too can stop now, as long as you're happy." The brain pressed on. "So what are your plans?" "I must insist, we are short on time. Please be expedient, complete your task, and depart swiftly. I implore you." "I would even bow in reverence if necessary." Antonio smiled slightly. Soon. With that, he adeptly maneuvered his hands, forming a series of peculiar gestures. As he moved his hands, radiant streaks of light materialized in the surrounding space, coalescing into countless mysterious origin runes that flickered incessantly. At last, with a sweeping gesture, Antonio connected all the origin runes with a golden beam, transforming them into a spherical web of runes that tightly enveloped him. The spherical web of runes spun rapidly, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire pond. The organs within were utterly astonished. The terrifying roar generated by the spinning web left them trembling in fear. What on earth was happening? Was this fellow about to obliterate the planet? The brain could hardly contain itself. Brain, what are you doing? Why not postpone this until another day? Yet, no sooner had the brain spoken than the rune web at the pond's edge, along with Antonio, vanished from sight. They had inexplicably disappeared from this world. Heart, good heavens! Amidst the endless sea of stars, the heart let out a shriek. It could scarcely believe its eyes, and the other organs felt the same. All the organs stood in stunned silence, realizing one undeniable truth. They had transcended dimensions. This place was unequivocally not Earth. They found themselves amidst an infinite and resplendent starry expanse, surrounded by countless meteors and stars shimmering with vibrant colors. In the distance, within their line of sight, there were numerous orbs of varying sizes, each radiating a red glow. These were blazing stars. Heart, oh my goodness, are we still on Earth? I remember that no two stars in the Milky Way are ever so close together, right? Brain, indeed, it's a disaster. Even if I were on a rocket, there's no way I could return before dawn. Eyes, goodness, look at those 3 stars. They are so vast they seem boundless. Utterly unlike any other stars in the universe. Stomach, wasn't he supposed to be eating cheese? What on earth are we doing here? Observing the panicked organs, Antonio quickly reassured them. This is another realm. There is no need for concern, for magic governs all. Just as his voice wavered, the boundless starry sky suddenly trembled violently. Countless stars shook, and the stars roared. Suddenly, before Antonio, a black line appeared, dividing the 3 colossal blazing stars. In the next moment, the flames of the 3 stars dimmed rapidly, then turned dark and profound. Following this, concentric circles of purple halos emerged from the centers of the 3 stellar bodies. In that instant, the organ's worldview was irrevocably shattered. For those 3 celestial bodies, larger than all other stars, were not stars at all, but 3 immense eyes. 3 eyes, infinitely vast and profound. The organs were rendered speechless in their astonishment, but soon, a sight even more terrifying unfolded before them. Behind the 3 eyes, a silhouette began to materialize, occupying the cosmos. Gradually becoming clearer, it was the head of a black dragon, and the 3 eyes were none other than the eyes of this colossal celestial dragon. The dragon cast a fierce gaze upon Antonio, revealing its menacing fangs, while a furious violet flame ignited within its 3 eyes. Accursed origin mage, release the prison. The dragon's roar sent sonic waves cascading outward, stirring ripples throughout the cosmos. The sound waves churned the endless rivers of stars, extinguishing countless celestial bodies in an instant. As innumerable stars shattered at that very moment, the dragon's sonic onslaught surged toward Antonio, causing his internal organs to cry out in terror. Heart, good heavens! Run, run! Brain, mage, where is your light orb? Release it quickly. Eyes, it's over. It's coming. In the face of a sound wave capable of effortlessly obliterating the universe, Antonio exhibited no sign of panic. He gazed calmly at the dragon. Intricate, golden origin runes appeared around him, dancing in chaotic harmony. Antonio extended his hand. Magic governs all, and I govern magic. Upon his words, all runes surged forth, transforming into a magnificent golden rainbow. The rainbow tore through space, effortlessly shattering the dragon's sonic wave, ultimately striking the dragon's cheek with great force. A drop of violet dragon blood trickled down, only to be enveloped by the runes, which then vanished. In the next moment, it reappeared in the palm of Antonio's hand. As he gazed at his palm, he concentrated his thoughts, dispersing the runes, revealing the true form of the dragon's blood. It was the size of a raindrop, emanating a gentle violet glow, quietly suspended in his palm, devoid of the ferocity of its owner, as tranquil as a child. Antonio smiled. We can leave now. Brain, leave? But that colossal dragon, good heavens! When Antonio's organs refocused on the immense dragon, they were met with a scene of unimaginable astonishment. The dragon had fully emerged from the darkest depths of the universe, roaring as its sonic waves indiscriminately destroyed everything around it, while flapping its enormous wings, which seemed boundless. In a desperate struggle, With each beat of its wings, it shattered fragments of time and space, tearing open black holes. It sought to escape. However, dozens of golden rune-forged chains ensnared the dragon's wings, for limbs, body, and neck, binding it tightly within the endless river of stars, rendering escape impossible. Meanwhile, Antonio inscribed another sphere of runes, enveloping himself within. The sphere spun rapidly, causing the surrounding space-time to shift. Through the increasingly blurred sphere of runes, the organs witnessed the dragon emit one final roar toward Antonio. You cannot confine chaos forever. I shall eventually escape and shatter your magic. Following the thunderous sound, everything fell silent. When the sphere of runes dissipated, the organs found themselves back beside the park pond. Reflecting on the events of the previous moment, they were unable to find tranquility. It was utterly absurd. They had just departed from Earth. They had ventured into another world and encountered a dragon larger than stars. Heart, were we just dreaming? The brain had barely formed its thoughts when it witnessed Antonio extend his palm. With a chime, a violet light emerged within his hand. The brain realized that the drop of dragon blood was indeed real. Antonio suspended the dragon blood in midair, then began to dance his hands around it, leaving trails of light in his wake. These luminous trails intertwined, gradually coalescing into a radiant, intricate magical array. The brain gazed at the drop of dragon blood, as if envisioning the colossal dragon capable of annihilating worlds with a mere flick of its tail. Unable to restrain itself, it inquired, "Did you imprison that mighty dragon solely for its blood?" While arranging the magical array, Antonio replied, "The primordial magic has bestowed upon me the method, and potent energy serves as the means to realize that method. Dragon blood embodies that formidable energy, yet it is not pure. I must sacrifice it to harness the energy I require. Is one drop sufficient?" The brain asked. "That is ample. The essence of blood lies not in quantity, but in its origin," Antonio mused. The progenitor dragon, born from the realm of chaos, is the first life to emerge from that primordial void. The first dragon among countless universes, the very source of all dragons. It was birthed from chaos and reigns over it. It sounds impressive, but do you truly confine it to exploit it? The brain questioned. Exploit? Antonio echoed, a chuckle escaping his lips. He patiently elucidated. Before I encountered the progenitor dragon, it had already perished. What you see is merely the corpse controlled by the wrathful fire of the progenitor dragon. When I discovered it, it lay desolate amidst chaos, disrupting time and space, wreaking havoc. Rather than allowing a corpse to spiral into madness, I chose to repurpose it, making it my resource. If it must be dead, let it serve a purpose. The organs were left in awe by Antonio's revelation. A dragon of such terrifying stature was, in fact, a lifeless husk? Did a corpse still possess the capacity for menace? As Antonio completed the sacrificial array, he glanced at the purple dragon blood at its center, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment of reflection, he spoke wistfully. This is not merely its blood, it is also mine. The organs were taken aback, bewildered. You may find it hard to believe, but upon finding the progenitor dragon, I employed primordial magic to probe its essence, unearthing a rather amusing truth, a farcical revelation. A tear slipped from the corner of Antonio's eye, yet his voice remained steady. The progenitor dragon is my past life. Its demise heralded my existence. The source of energy I so desperately sought turned out to be my nemesis, my own decaying corpse, a maddened shell that ravaged my world, my kingdom, seizing my loved ones and subjects. It took everything from me. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering, indeed. The notion that Antonio's previous incarnation was that of a dragon, and that he had been reborn from its death, was utterly transformative. Moreover, did the corpse go mad after death? Did the insane corpse obliterate the world into which he was reincarnated, including his dear relatives? Even more absurdly, his very own corpse had just issued a fierce threat to tear him apart. Pain. Excruciating pain. The organs could not comprehend how such a rebellious body could exist in this world. Though there might be a slight distinction between the body of a dragon and that of a human, surely it must obey its master's commands? Yet this primordial dragon, in its defiance, not only disregards orders, but even seeks to oppose its master? Does it aspire to rebel? We, representing the entirety of the universe, the whole world, and all living beings, scorn it. The brain pondered for a while, trying to formulate comforting words, but ultimately remained silent. Antonio's sacrificial ritual was finally complete. The purple blood at the center of the magic circle had transformed into a radiant orb shimmering with 7 hues. He pointed his hand, and the brilliance surged skyward. Upon reaching the heavens, the light suddenly exploded, morphing into hundreds of stars sparkling with colorful glimmers. In the next moment, those multicolored stars began to revolve around their own central point in a clockwise manner, leaving trails of vibrant colors in their wake. The rotation accelerated, and the myriad trails coalesced into a massive vortex spinning at great speed. The vortex expanded, stirring the night sky of Jianyang City. At that moment, the entire night sky was transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a vast ocean of 7 hues, with the center dominated by a mysterious and resplendent whirlpool. Under this illumination, Jianyang City itself became a vibrant city of the night. Alas, during this late hour, countless slumbering souls missed this extraordinary spectacle. Yet, some night owls or early risers witnessed this magnificent scene unfold. In a bedroom, a boy nestled in his blanket, clutching his phone with headphones perched on his ears. Crystal, Crystal, the jungler is back to defend the base. Defeat? What the hell? Idiot jungler. Idiot mid lane. Idiot top lane. All of you are fools. Haha. How could the dim-witted Guan Yu buy 6 pairs of shoes? Are those 4 pairs for your mother? Oh, Guan Yu is on the opposing side? Then it's fine. Foolish teammates. Guan Yu with 6 pairs of shoes can still secure a pentakill? I'm done. You worthless players truly excel at throwing games. Honestly, you should quit gaming and find a prison to sit in. The boy grumbled as he threw off the blanket and turned on the bedside lamp. How could a gaming session make his voice hoarse? Quite strange. He quickly grabbed a glass of water to soothe his throat. As he approached the window, he picked up the cool water jug from the table and poured a glass. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the water he poured had transformed into a spectrum of colors. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Holy cow, is this not a water jug but Aladdin's lamp? With that thought, the boy hastily shouted at the jug, "Lamp, lamp. I wish for those fools who just gifted a pentakill to forever find themselves in the restroom without toilet paper, and for the water to always run out halfway through their showers. And when they raise their hands to ask questions in class, may the teacher always call their names." After a series of fervent wishes, the young man finally opened his eyes. It was at that moment he noticed a radiant beam of colorful light streaming through the window, perfectly illuminating his water cup. Intrigued, he drew back the curtains. And in the next instant, he beheld a breathtaking starry sky, a magnificent sight. A couple stood before the fountain outside the hotel, gazing tenderly into each other's eyes. Suddenly, the young man pulled a red box from his pocket, knelt partially on the ground, and presented the box to the young woman, gently asking, "Elian, will you marry me?" The young woman gasped, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes sparkling with disbelief and joy. "Marry me, Elian. I promise my love for you is sincere," he reiterated. She had long anticipated this moment, yet, shy as she was, she softly inquired, "Will you always treat me well?" "I will always cherish you," he replied resolutely. "I will stand by your side, protect you, and bring you happiness. Even the end of the world cannot deter my love for you." His heartfelt declarations enchanted the innocent girl, leaving her utterly captivated. In a surge of excitement, she responded, "I do." With immense joy, the young man hastened to place the ring upon her finger. Just then, they both noticed a sudden burst of colorful light above them. They looked up to witness a dazzling array of stars, which began to swirl, transforming into a colossal vortex that seemed to engulf the sky. They stood frozen in place. Suddenly, the young man screamed in terror, "The apocalypse! The apocalypse! It is upon us! Help! Mommy!" As he frantically fled, leaving only the astonished girl staring at his retreating figure, she was left bewildered. At that very moment, similar occurrences unfolded all around. Some stood stunned and bewildered, others fled in panic. Some captured the moment in photographs and videos, sharing them in hopes of good fortune. Yet, countless others remained fast asleep. Regardless of their identities, the people of Jianyang City gazed up at the sky, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, by the park's pond, Antonio's actions had left a lingering confusion in his mind. "Mind, I cannot comprehend. Must you create such a grand spectacle? Mind, are you so concerned with appearances?" There was a question it dared not voice. Would a quieter approach prove fatal? Antonio offered an apologetic explanation. "I'm sorry. The origin magic operates under its own set of rules, which I cannot alter. Moreover, This is the smallest scale of the array I currently possess. Though the mind felt disgruntled, it could only ask, Mind, when will you finish this? Antonio glanced up at the swirling stars above and replied, Very soon. Antonio casually summoned a wish rune, uttering an incantation that caused the vibrant celestial stars above to gradually fade away. With each star that vanished from the sky, a thick stack of intricately inscribed golden paper materialized in his palm. As the colorful stars dwindled, the pile of paper in his hand grew ever thicker. By the time the last star disappeared from the heavens, he held a substantial collection of golden sheets, nearly half a meter in thickness. Completed. Brain, is this the knowledge you seek? Indeed, it is knowledge of this world. Antonio gazed at the towering stack of golden paper in his hands, and two golden runes ignited in his eyes. The runes flickered and vanished, and in the next moment, the papers compressed into the size of a standard book. Knowledge is boundless, yet at this moment, all the knowledge of this world has been encapsulated within this tome. I have ample time to decipher it. Farewell. I shall no longer intrude upon you. With that, Antonio fell silent, and the brain realized that control of the body had returned to its rightful owner. Brain, Mr. Mage? Brain, are you there? Brain, has he really left? Lungs, it seems he has truly departed. Phew, I was quite tense. He is indeed a formidable individual, yet thankfully very amiable. Brain, indeed, I will not forget this evening, but since matters have concluded, we must address serious business. I say, Heart, you seemed to be quite the salesman just now, didn't you? Heart. Brain, heart. Heart. Brain, don't play dead with me. Bring back that fervor you had while selling me. You wanted to be the boss, right? Come, let us have a serious discussion. Heart. Oh dear. Working overtime is simply delightful. Brain. Come, let us talk. Heart. Talk about what, dear boss? I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying. Brain. Didn't you say you wanted to take the lead? Show me what you've got. Heart. What lead? I've been diligently working overtime today. Not uttering a single word. You must be hallucinating. Boss, I know you're hardworking and dedicated, but you must also take care of your health. What would I do if something happened to you? Brain, still pretending, are we? Lungs, boss, time is of the essence. We must hurry back. Brain, yes, let us return first. Heart, you wait. I will come back to settle the score. With that, the brain hurriedly departed the park, while the heart secretly exhaled in relief. Heart, damn, I'm quite clever. Anil, rise and have your meal. The voice of his mother, Lu Xiaoru, echoed from outside the bedroom door. Anil was roused from his slumber, groggily sitting up and yawning widely. That sleep was profoundly deep. He donned his clothes and, still in a daze, shuffled into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet to splash water on his face, yet remained somewhat lethargic. As he turned to retrieve his toothbrush and toothpaste from the cabinet, they suddenly flew into his hand. With a playful tone, Anil squinted his eyes and mumbled to himself, then squeezed out some toothpaste before turning on the faucet to fill a cup with water to begin brushing his teeth. Halfway through, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Staring at the toothbrush and toothpaste in his hand, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Had he really just walked to the cabinet? He turned to look at it, attempting to recall the motions of retrieving the toothpaste, but his mind drew a blank. Goodness, I'm only 17. Is this the onset of dementia? This precocity seems a tad excessive. With a mouth full of foamy toothpaste, Anil fixated on the toothbrush, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Yet, before he could process it, a sudden pop erupted, and the upper half of the toothbrush exploded, scattering a shower of plastic debris and toothpaste foam across the sink. Anil was filled with questions. What on earth was happening? Gazing at the remnants of the toothbrush floating in the water, he was astonished to see those plastic fragments bizarrely ascend into the air. In that instant, Anil seemed to sense something awakening within him. With a mere thought, the debris floated upwards towards the trash can. As he retracted his focus, it obediently fell into the bin. At that moment, he comprehended that his psychic abilities had suddenly awakened. Awakened after a single nap? Surely this is absurd. Anil pondered, attributing the strange occurrence to the peculiarities of his own body. Come forth, is this your doing? Brain, apologies, master, we were just resting. What are you referring to? Did you orchestrate the awakening of my psychic abilities? Brain, feigning ignorance. What do you mean by awakening of psychic abilities? Heart, yes, master. We don't comprehend that term. You don't understand? With a wave of his hand, the remaining half of the toothbrush levitated, hovering above his palm. This is the awakening of psychic abilities. Heart, Wow, Master, that's impressive. How did you achieve that? Stomach. Agreed. Master is amazing. Kidney. Incredible. When did you learn this skill? Spleen. Can you all stop flattering him? It's nauseating. Master's brilliance is already widely recognized. Anal. Is your flattery a bit too forced? Am I someone who enjoys such praise? Brain. Heart. Absolutely not. I assure you. Master is a harmonious blend of talent and humility. Stomach. The term humble gentleman is precisely about Master. Kidney. Master will always be our role model. Spleen. I, spleen, have never understood flattery. I simply speak the truth. Brain. Brain. This bunch seems to follow a script for flattery. How foolish I was to be deceived by them. Anal sighed. Enough of this. Perhaps my genius is simply bursting forth. The life of a prodigy is invariably so dull and tiresome. He splashed some water on his face and strode out of the bathroom, exuding an air of invincibility. Just as he stepped out, he heard Anshin in the living room exclaiming loudly, "Oh no." Anal turned and took a couple of steps, playfully addressing Anshin in the living room. "Isn't it a bit late for you to be crowing now?" Anshin shot her brother a glare, but curiously refrained from retorting. Instead, she hurried towards Anal, questioning, "Did you even sleep last night? Wasn't that an obvious question? Am I supposed to destroy the world if I don't sleep?" Anshin suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, it seems you missed it. That makes me feel so much better, ho ho ho. What on earth?" Anal was perplexed by her sister's odd behavior. "Just take a look for yourself." Anshin handed her phone to Anal. Accepting the device, Anal glanced at the screen, where a series of news clips flashed. Jianyang City witnessed an unprecedented celestial phenomenon last night. A rainbow sea, omen of fortune or disaster. The bizarre atmospheric occurrence in Jianyang City may foreshadow calamities for humankind. What makes Jianyang City so special? The origin of this strange phenomenon. Could it be a result of humanity's moral decay or a distortion of character? Chapter 59. I don't want to discourage you. Just add more money. Anal casually tapped on a video, featuring a girl exclaiming in astonishment while directing her camera towards the night sky. The footage revealed a celestial expanse transformed into a riot of colors, a magnificent vortex enveloping the heavens, vast and resplendent. "Is this the sky from last night?" Anal asked incredulously. "It can't be special effects, can it? Use your brain, my foolish Onii-chan. With so many people capturing it, how could it possibly be fake?" Anshin shook her head in exasperation. Besides, even the experts from the Astronomical Research Bureau have issued statements. It can't be false. As soon as Anshin finished speaking, Anal spotted a video released by the official account of the Astronomical Research Bureau and clicked on it. The video featured an elegant-looking elderly professor, seated at the podium. He spoke confidently. "Hello, friends. I am Ma Chi-sha from the Astronomical Bureau. Many of you reached out to me last night, asking, 'Professor Ma, what is happening?' Upon receiving several videos, I realized that last night, in Jianyang City, a rainbow-colored vortex appeared at an altitude of 300,000 kilometers, spanning 360 kilometers in length and 420 kilometers in width. Some were alarmed, suggesting that this unprecedented phenomenon might herald the end of the world and urged for evacuation. I assured them that this is merely a normal astronomical occurrence, devoid of any danger. However, one persistent individual insisted on providing evidence to prove me wrong. I told him to go ahead and search. As soon as I finished speaking, he promptly sent me an image, quite swiftly. Then he bombarded me with documents, videos, and images. I reviewed them all. I said to him, "Young man, if you are going to present so many documents, at least label them for clarity." He replied, "Professor Ma, I apologize for my ignorance of the rules. I was just looking around." However, he wasn't aimlessly searching. The documents, videos, and images were rich in content and clearly came from a reliable source. I advised the young man to reflect deeply and refrain from repeating such mistakes. After all, it is quite inappropriate to send emails in the dead of night, especially with a plethora of materials directed at a venerable 96-year-old. This is not acceptable. Nevertheless, I patiently elucidated the distinctions between the rare celestial phenomena observed in Jianyang and the marvels contained within his documents, leading the young man to feel quite embarrassed. He admitted, "Mr. Ma, my knowledge is indeed limited." I reassured him that it was perfectly acceptable, for the courage to question is a commendable quality. Furthermore, I have included the explanatory materials in the link provided. Any students still harboring doubts may download and peruse them. Lastly, I must represent the Astronomical Research Bureau in stating that the anomalies witnessed in Jianyang pose no danger, and the citizens of Jianyang need not be alarmed. Nonsense. Upon the conclusion of the video, Anil offered a blunt assessment, his intuition informing him that this Mr. Ma was merely spouting drivel. He was aware of his own fabrications. Yet many others were convinced, finding solace in the elder's words. Anshin inquired, "How do you know he is lying?" To which Anil replied, "Intuition. He is an expert. After all, does your intuition carry more weight?" Indeed, the utterances of experts often possess greater persuasive power. Anshin found herself at a loss for words and could only ask, "Then, according to your intuition, what does today hold for my fortune?" Anil pondered for a moment and declared, "Not much, for if you do not go to eat soon, you shall be late." "What?" Anshin seized her phone, glanced at the time, and realized it was already 6:40. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" she exclaimed, rushing to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. Anil sighed, lamenting, what a pity to have missed such a rare spectacle. Although Mr. Ma's words may not be credible, the celestial phenomena in Jianyang last night were likely genuine. As for whether these extraordinary occurrences are perilous, I suspect they are not. Otherwise, my intuition would have alerted me by now. How frustrating it is to have slept so soundly. At that moment, Desai entered the living room, carrying a plate from the kitchen, casually stating, "What is destined to be a blessing cannot be a curse. If it is a misfortune, there is no escaping it. Regardless of whether this is the end of the world, those in authority will investigate, and we shall simply focus on our meals." He inquired further, "By the way, I heard your senior class has been suspended." "Yes, we need to pick up our examination permits on the 5th, and the martial arts exam is on the 10th. Anshin replied, and Desai pondered, "Originally, I thought we could travel as a family once your college entrance examination concludes. But you may need to participate in the selection for the master class, which is of utmost importance. Thus, our travel plans must be postponed." He added, "Since you have decided to pursue the master class, do not neglect your training in these days leading up to the competition for those limited slots against the province's top talents. Competition will surely be fierce." After concluding his remarks, he advised, "Oh, and your mother and I believe it is time for you to undergo a medical checkup. The exams can wait." In the eyes of the elderly couple, although Anil appeared to be in no significant distress on the surface, the injuries sustained recently raised concerns about potential underlying issues. Regular checkups were deemed essential, especially with the impending college entrance examinations looming. "Rest assured, Dad, I will go to the hospital today," Anil replied, seizing the opportunity to also have his mental prowess evaluated in the city, as it could serve as an advantageous addition to his college application. "Very well, arrange it as you see fit, and let me know if you need any money," and Dahai generously remarked. In reality, however, all of his finances were under the control of Lu Xiaoru, and even the purchase of soy sauce required prior approval, with indulgences such as smoking or drinking being virtually impossible. Yet, Lu Xiaoru was quite liberal when it came to spending on their children. So whenever Dahai requested funds for them, she would readily comply. At that moment, Dahai seized the rare opportunity to display an air of affluence and the authority of the family patriarch in front of his two children. Xian, having completed her morning routine, brought her meal into the living room and began to devour it with fervor. To her surprise, she noticed her brother, seemingly unfazed, leisurely tending to a potted plant. "Aren't you in a hurry to eat and get to school?" Xian inquired, puzzled. "School? I'm on break now," he replied. "On break? You mean high school is over, and I won't have to attend classes for the next month or two?" Xian exclaimed in disbelief, followed by a wail. "Does that mean I'll be the only one left in this confinement? I don't want to go to school." Dahai lightly tapped her with his chopsticks. "No school? Do you wish to toil away in a factory tightening screws? Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, I'll take you to school." Once breakfast was finished, Lu departed from home and took a taxi to the Jianyang Central Hospital. He considered himself somewhat of a regular patron of this establishment, having visited 3 times for various reasons, including hospital stays and checkups. He recalled the emergency department head, Chung Ying-xiong, whose name might lead one to assume he was a soldier. Nonetheless, doctors could be seen as warriors battling against ailments. However, this visit was merely for a routine examination, and Lu preferred not to disturb the doctor, knowing full well that he didn't truly require it. Yet, undergoing the checkup would surely ease his parents' minds. In the hospital lobby, Lu proceeded with the registration as usual. Perhaps due to his early arrival, there were not many people in line. After waiting nearly 2 minutes, it was his turn. "Hello, I am here for a health checkup, he stated. Do you have your ID? The attendant asked. Yes, and Lu replied, producing his identification and handing it over through the window. At that moment, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Lu? He turned around to find a doctor clad in a white coat, none other than Director Chung. What a coincidence, Director Chung. And Lu exclaimed. Director Chung approached him, inquiring, have you run into trouble again? If I weren't in trouble, who would come to the hospital every day without reason, apart from doctors? And Lu jested. No, I'm just here for a health check, he clarified. A checkup? I recall you just had one not long ago, and you were in excellent health, Director Chung responded. Not only healthy, but perhaps overly so, and Lu chuckled. I did have a minor incident recently, and spent a few days in the military hospital. Upon hearing Anil's words, Director Chung displayed an expression of understanding. He could not fathom whether Anil possessed an inherent tendency towards sarcasm, for how else could he consistently find himself in perilous situations? After a moment of contemplation, Director Chung inquired, would you like to obtain a membership card? The discounts for medical consultations are quite substantial, particularly suitable for someone with your frequent visits. Once the membership card was secured, Anil proceeded to undergo a medical examination, but Director Chung insisted on accompanying him. Anil initially declined, yet Director Chung, with unabashed persistence, insisted on trailing behind. With no alternative, Anil acquiesced to his presence. However, he was curious as to why a head of emergency care would have the leisure to observe his own medical examination. In response, Chung explained, the hospital does not experience a constant influx of emergency cases. Subsequently, Anil navigated through various floors, gradually completing the medical tests until he reached the final item. At which point he paused. What's the matter? Aren't you going to do the blood and chi test? Director Chung queried. His curiosity piqued regarding the extent of Anil's blood and chi enhancement, especially considering how astonishingly high his last test results had been. I think I will pass, Anil replied. Director Chung, perplexed, asked why. Are you afraid of your results being disclosed? Rest assured, our hospital has stringent confidentiality measures. If you are truly concerned, I can assist you. Anil responded, I am mainly worried about discouraging you. Realizing that Anil had seen through his thoughts, Director Chung smiled awkwardly. You underestimate me. I have lived over 40 years and encountered numerous experts. Can I truly be disheartened by you? Observing the confidence radiating from Chung, Anil nodded. All right. But this is your assertion. Thus, under Director Chung's guidance, Anil completed the final blood and chi test. Are you really keen on seeing the results? Anil suddenly covered the display screen of the testing device. Do not worry. I am more resilient than you might think. Director Chung's smile abruptly vanished as Anil released his hand, revealing the reading on the screen. 280. Director Chung could scarcely believe his eyes. How was it possible that Anil's chi value had surged by over 30 points in such a short span? Had he ingested a rocket? What was even more astonishing was that this was the outcome post-hospitalization. Leaning against a bench, Chung felt profoundly disheartened. Was it truly necessary for today's youth to be so extraordinary? In comparison, he, a man in his 40s still struggling at the second-tier martial artist level, felt utterly inferior, indeed, irredeemably so. Didn't you claim you wouldn't be disheartened by me? Anil teased. Director Chung replied, I overestimated my resilience and underestimated your extraordinary capabilities. Alas, times have changed. Anil patted Chung's shoulder, offering comfort. Do not fret, Director Chung. I shall endeavor to dishearten you more often, and in time, you shall grow accustomed to it. Chung looked up in disbelief, his eyes sparkling with joy. Then I truly thank you. After receiving his medical report, Anil departed from the central hospital, not intending to head home directly. Instead, he decided to first assess his mental strength before returning. However, when he reached the roadside and was about to hail a taxi, he suddenly realized that he had no idea where to undergo such an assessment. Anil promptly called Lu Meng, asking, Lu Meng, do you know where I can evaluate my mental strength? I have no idea, Lu Meng replied. What would a muscle-bound man like me need to assess that for? Besides, isn't that something only serious individuals do? Goodbye. Anil decisively hung up the phone. Was Lu Meng, who could not even provide assistance in evaluating mental strength, now considered insincere? With Lu Meng proving unreliable, Anil had no choice but to call the principal to obtain the address of the mental strength assessment department. He then took a taxi and soon arrived at his destination. Through the car window, he noticed that the location was in a remote suburb, far from urban life. With few buildings in sight, but an abundance of tall trees and various flowers lining the roadside. The scenery was quite lovely. and the air was exceptionally fresh, a perfect place for training, far more comfortable than the city. Upon reaching a crossroads, he found that further ahead lay a cobblestone path, impassable by vehicles. Thus, Anil had to disembark and prepare to walk the rest of the way. "Driver, could you wait for me here for a while?" Anil inquired, considering the seclusion of the area and the difficulty of hailing a ride later. After some hesitation, the driver responded, "That LL cost extra." Anil nodded in agreement. "What do you want for an addition?" The driver pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about 20 yuan for an hour? I won't charge you if it's less than an hour." "That sounds acceptable," Anil agreed. "Please wait here. I will return as soon as possible." The driver quickly added, "Actually, you don't need to rush. I have no pressing matters. If necessary, I have a tent and snacks in my car. Spending a day or two here wouldn't be a problem at all." Chapter 60. Zhangyang Mentalist Association. Anil contemplated for a moment before turning to the driver with a serious expression. "Then I shall take my time?" Of course. The driver beamed. Anil chuckled. "Hee hee." The driver laughed heartily. "Ha." Anil joined in. "Hee hee." The driver continued to laugh. "Ha." However, just as the driver was enjoying the moment, a sudden explosion echoed from outside the car, and he saw Anil perform a backflip, soaring into the air. Anil arched through the sky like a great goose, landing gracefully over 20 meters away. The driver was left stunned. Meanwhile, Anil, laughing from a distance, called out, "Was that too fast? Should I go slower?" With that, he leaped northward again, this time jumping even higher than the treetops. Yet, as he descended, he had already moved so far that the driver could no longer spot him. Inside the car, the driver gaped in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. After a moment, he exclaimed in shock, "Holy cow! A martial artist! How powerful must he be to jump that high? I've just encountered a legend." In the forest, Anil landed heavily from the sky, and upon impact, the cobblestone path shattered beneath him, sending up a cloud of dust. Anil emerged from the haze of dust, brushing off the remnants from his attire before turning to survey the ground behind him. There, he noticed that the cobblestone path bore 2 deep impressions in the shape of his feet. The surrounding pavement lay in disarray. After ensuring that no cameras were present along the path, Anil feigned nonchalance while making his way towards a distant edifice, his expression seething with indignation as he muttered, "Who left these pits? Such a lack of public spirit." Before long, the indignant Anil arrived at the entrance of the building. He glanced around and beheld a 4-story structure, surrounded by a lawn that stretched across the yard, encircled by a metallic fence. The entrance to the south featured a simple iron gate, adorned with a sign reading Zhangyang Spiritual Mentoring Association. There were no security booths or guards, only a wooden doghouse situated behind the gate, which was conspicuously empty. "Where's the dog?" Anil pondered, when suddenly, a robust yet aged voice reverberated nearby. "The dog is right here." Turning his head, Anil was met with the sight of a frail old man, beaming at him with a broad smile. Anil stood momentarily stunned, glancing between the old man and the empty doghouse, before nodding repeatedly in admiration. My apologies. It seems that the spiritual mentors indulge in such extravagance. No wonder Lu Meng speaks of them so irreverently." The little old man chuckled, but then abruptly sensed something amiss, glancing down at either side of him before pivoting sharply. It was then that Anil noticed a large golden retriever squatting behind him. The old man extended his hand and playfully smacked the dog's head a couple of times, exclaiming, "You rascal! Why are you standing behind me?" Hearing this, Anil discreetly stepped aside. After receiving a couple of playful slaps, the golden retriever, sporting a goofy grin, scampered off, prompting the old man to turn back to Anil. "So, are you here for a psychic strength assessment?" Anil nodded in affirmation. The old man grinned. "All right then, follow me." He led Anil into the building. Midway through their journey, the old man suddenly inquired, "By the way, have you already awakened your psychic strength? Or are you here to check if you have?" Anil replied, "I have already awakened my psychic strength." "Is that so?" "Oh my!" the old man exclaimed. "Are you a local from Zhangyang?" "Indeed," Anil responded. "Not someone who moved here from elsewhere?" Anil, puzzled by the question, replied, "No, I am a native." The old man's eyes widened in surprise and delight as he eagerly grasped Anil's arm, urging him forward. "Quickly, let's get you assessed." Anil, somewhat bewildered, was ushered into the lobby on the first floor. Upon entering, he noticed a wooden table positioned a few meters from the main entrance, laden with an assortment of snacks. Behind the table, a girl, only slightly older than Anil, sat in a chair, cheerfully engrossed in her phone. It seemed that the girl had sensed someone entering, as she stared at her phone and spoke without lifting her head. Just leave the newspaper on the table, Anil. The elderly gentleman beside Anil offered an awkward smile, then called out to the internet-addicted girl. All you do is play. Can't you see someone has come for an inspection? If you keep playing on your phone, you'll lose your entire salary for the month. Upon hearing his voice, the girl immediately tucked her phone into her pocket and glanced up, meeting Anil's unfamiliar face. She quickly stood up and apologized. I'm so sorry. I thought it was Xiao Zhang delivering the newspapers. Ha ha ha. President, you must have had trouble with your eyesight just now. You saw nothing, and I did nothing. Anil was somewhat astonished. The frail old man beside him was actually the president of the Jiangyang City Mental Energy Practitioners Association? Surely, he couldn't be the head of the security team? The old president retorted indignantly. Me, with poor eyesight? What about the surveillance cameras in this building? The internet-addicted girl pondered for a moment before nodding. That's a valid point. I'll delete the footage later. You rascal. The old president displayed a face full of exasperation and scolded. Hurry up and tidy the table, and register the newcomer. You're either playing on your phone or munching snacks all day. What will people think if they see you? As the girl cleaned up the table, she replied nonchalantly. Aren't you just walking your dog all day? At this remark, the old president became displeased. Am I just walking my dog? Da Huang is the only surveillance system outside our association building. I have to maintain it regularly. What will you do if one day it decides to quit working and you're left guarding the entrance? Seeing that she was taking too long to clean up, the old president turned to Anil and said, Come, let me familiarize you with our association. Our association? Anil inquired. Of course. Once you finish your assessment, you can directly fill out the membership paperwork. I consider it fate that I'm giving you this opportunity. Many would-be members would envy your good fortune. Is that so? Anil's intuition flared up once more, clearly indicating that the president was spouting nonsense. This inept fellow is not worth mentioning. He is just a level 1 mental energy practitioner. What a disgrace. The old president glanced at the internet-addicted girl and quickly added to Anil, Don't get me wrong. I'm not discriminating against level 1 mental energy practitioners. After all, everyone starts at level 1 upon awakening their mental powers, right? The key is to be willing to work hard and delve deep. Anil was somewhat acquainted with the hierarchy of mental energy practitioners. Their strength classification was quite similar to that of martial artists, ranging from level 1 to level 2, and so forth. In terms of combat capability, a level 1 mental energy practitioner would certainly surpass a level 1 martial artist, leaving aside the peculiar offensive methods employed by mental energy practitioners. Some of them practiced both martial arts and mental energy. As those familiar with novels would know, dual practitioners tend to be quite formidable. However, from the old president's tone, Anil surmised that he must have a close relationship with the internet-addicted girl, given their mutual teasing. It was likely they were a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Certainly, a mere mouse cannot spoil the excellent broth of our association. The organization is teeming with talent, each member diligent and resilient. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to consult them. The old president remarked as he proceeded into the hall, with Anil trailing behind him. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Ren Xinghai, the president of our association. However, the title is merely nominal. I have always held little interest in such superficial distinctions. At most, I am a president of the Spiritual Thought Association for a decade, the foremost in Jiangyang in terms of mental strength index, renowned as the individual with the purest spiritual energy in Jiangyang, and listed among the top 10 legends of Jiangyang as a rather unremarkable 4th-level spiritual thought master. All these are mere titles, and I do not relish the labels others bestow upon me, Ren Xinghai declared, his tone earnest, yet he chuckled at his own words, perhaps amused by his own jest. Anil remained speechless for a while before finally responding, I am Anil. Ren Xinghai replied, What a splendid name. It unmistakably suggests you are destined to become a spiritual thought master. Anil inquired, How did you deduce that? As they took a few steps, they spotted a short-haired man in his 30s, wearing glasses, seated on a bench immersed in a book. The old president chuckled. There are numerous methods for cultivating mental strength, yet they all ultimately fall under the umbrella of meditation. Generally, whether reading or practicing calligraphy, both serve as forms of meditation. As long as one maintains focus, the intensity of mental strength can be enhanced. His name is Lu Yang. He enjoys reading as a means to hone his mental prowess. Look at his dedication. Otherwise, he wouldn't be afflicted with severe myopia. Come, Lu Yang, meet our association's new member, Anil. Anil internally scoffed. pondering how he could already be considered a new member before even undergoing any assessment. Was there truly such urgency? Lu Yang? Lu Yang. Noticing Lu Yang's lack of response, the old president gently nudged him. However, the next moment rendered both the old president and Anil speechless. The diligent Lu Yang, engrossed in his reading, was snoring with his eyes wide open. The old president hesitated before explaining to Anil, meditation is an incredibly mentally taxing endeavor. When one becomes fatigued from cultivation, a brief respite is entirely acceptable. You believe me, don't you? Anil affirmed. Yes, I believe you. The old president continued. That is good to hear. Anil queried. But is it acceptable for him to sleep with his eyes open? The old president chuckled. Oh, it poses no issue. His severe myopia renders him unable to discern anything beyond 5 meters. Beyond 10 meters, he cannot distinguish between humans and animals. Whether his eyes are open or closed makes little difference, as he cannot see regardless. Anil pondered this as the old president led him onward, traversing the corridor until they arrived at a small courtyard within the building. A young man in his 20s stood in the courtyard, his gaze sharp and focused on them. At that moment, Anil noticed a wooden fence before them, upon which lay a metallic blanket, filled with numerous iron spoons. The spoons quivered as if drawn by an unseen force, trembling towards the young man. The former president, beaming with pride, introduced Anil. This is Meng Nan, who favors traditional methods of mental training and excels particularly in the manipulation of objects. No sooner had the old president spoken than 2 spoons from the cup shot out, deftly caught by the young man, Meng Nan. To everyone's astonishment, Meng Nan then retrieved a watermelon from a bucket behind him and asked the old president, President, would you care for a slice? If not, I shall partake myself. Oh my, this watermelon is truly sweet. After a prolonged silence, the old president suddenly smiled and said to Anil, in fact, integrating mental training into daily life is something I have always taught them. For instance, when you're bathing and cannot reach your back, what do? Exactly, we can control the bath towel to fly to our back for a thorough scrub. And when you're enjoying a watermelon and the spoon is just out of reach, but you wish not to move, what then? Precisely. We can employ our mental prowess to retrieve the spoon from afar. This application of mental energy in everyday life exponentially enhances our training efficiency. You believe me, don't you? Anil replied, I do. The old president chuckled. That is splendid, splendid indeed. He then led Anil to the doorway of a room, exuding pride as he said, next, allow me to introduce you to an important member of our association, Chen Huxia. He was the first to join after I assumed the presidency and can be considered my foremost disciple. He has absorbed nearly all of my teachings. So should you have any inquiries regarding mental training, consulting him would be most advisable. With that, the old president pushed open the door. As the door swung ajar, the explosive sounds of fists striking a sandbag filled the air. Anil peered inside to witness a muscular man, bare-chested and robust, vigorously pummeling a massive sandbag suspended from the rafters. From the friction sounds emanating from the bag, Anil deduced it must be filled with iron sand. This muscular figure struck with remarkable speed and power, clearly a martial arts expert. Judging by the aura he exuded, his strength appeared to rival that of the assassin, Jia Zheng, who had infiltrated the school. Anil, perplexed, inquired, are you certain I should seek his guidance on mental training? The old president, taken aback by his esteemed disciple's clandestine sandbag workout, thought quickly for an excuse. Well, you must understand that mental practitioners have quite fragile bodies, so, oh dear, I can't continue this charade. As he spoke, the old president seized a discarded steel pipe leaning against the wall, rushed into the room, and began to strike his disciple while berating him. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! How many times have I told you not to bring the sandbag to the association? If you wish to practice martial arts, go to a gym. This is an association for mental practitioners. If the martial arts association next door sees this, where will my dignity go? Not a single one of you focuses on mental prowess. Even the dog guarding the door works harder than you lot. You scoundrel. Master, please stop. I understand my mistake. Chapter 61. Sister Run, the Golden Afterglow of Goda. After receiving a thorough scolding, the disciple Chen Huxia was introduced to Anil by the old president. It is time for the young lady to tidy up the hall. I shall find her to register, and then we can proceed with the examination. After the old president spoke to Anil, he turned his ire towards Chen Huxia, reprimanding him. You should have come along as well. Are you not aware that we have guests? Do you not bear the semblance of a senior disciple? Subsequently, the 3 of them made their way towards the hall together. The old president led the way, with Anil and Chun Huxiao walking side by side behind him. Along the way, Anil observed that despite Chun Huxiao appearing to have suffered a beating, he bore no injuries and seemed quite vigorous, suggesting that his previous display of pain was merely an act. Noticing Anil's expression, Chun Huxiao grinned and whispered, "The steel pipe was my doing. Otherwise, if the teacher came empty-handed, I would have fared even worse." Anil's expression shifted to one of understanding. It seemed this older brother had endured his fair share of beatings and had thus gained experience. Upon arriving at the front hall, Anil noticed Lu Yang, who was sleeping with his eyes open, Meng Nan, the bystander, the internet-addicted girl, and Da Huang, who was diligently guarding, all gathered together. It dawned on Anil that after wandering around, this association appeared to consist solely of these few individuals and one dog. The old president stepped forward and addressed the group. "Allow me to introduce you all. This is Anil, who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, shall soon become a member of our association family. Come, greet him." Lu Yang was the first to approach, squinting as he extended his hand to shake Anil's. "Hello. I am Lu Yang. Your name is Anil, correct? A splendid name. It clearly suggests a potential spirit mentor. Did you hear it from the old president?" Anil, maintaining his politeness, replied, "Greetings, it is an honor to meet you." Next came Meng Nan. "I am Meng Nan. If you wish to indulge in gossip, seek me out. Whether from the fields or the internet, I have it all." Anil, "Greetings, it is an honor to meet you." Then, the internet-addicted girl introduced herself. "Hello. I am Sister Ren. You may call me Sister." Anil, "Greetings, The old president interjected. "Do not pay attention to her nonsense. Her name is Ren Xiaomei." The internet-addicted girl immediately became displeased. "I refuse to be called Xiaomei. Everyone takes advantage of me." The old president scolded. "Have I taken advantage of you? If I call you Xiaomei, it is you who benefits. I do not care. I want to change my name. Suit yourself. If you can convince your parents, you may change it to Ren Grandma, and no one will mind." The old president turned to Anil. "Pay her no heed. Let me introduce you to the backbone of our association, Go Da Huang, the guardian of our external security and surveillance." The golden-haired Go Da Huang sat before Anil and extended a paw. Anil took hold of the paw. "Greetings, it is an honor to meet you." Go Da Huang responded with a satisfied howl. Meng Nan translated. "Da Huang says that if you wish for something warm to eat in the future, you should seek it out." "Ha ha ha, just a jest." After a simple registration, Anil was led to a spacious hall in the north building, where various small objects were arranged, presumably the tools for testing spiritual strength. Accompanying him were the former president, Chun Huxiao, and Lu Yang. As for the others, Ren Xiaomei was at the front desk and generally would not leave the hall of the south building easily. Meng Nan mentioned he needed to water the melon vines outside, leaving him no time to spare. Meanwhile, the security captain and team member, Go Da Huang, was busy monitoring the surroundings as the sole overseer. Before the assessment commenced, the former president explained to Anil, the mental strength evaluation typically measures two parameters, the mental strength index and the purity of mental strength. The mental strength index is akin to a warrior's vitality. Generally, the higher the index, the stronger you are as a mentalist. The purity of mental strength, in simpler terms, can be viewed as your innate talent in this domain. The purer your mental strength, the higher your potential for enhancement, and your nuanced control over it becomes more precise. In a certain sense, this is even more crucial than the mental strength index. Nevertheless, do not be disheartened if your mental strength purity is somewhat low, for it can be elevated through meditation. Although the process may be gradual, it is certainly preferable to remaining stagnant. Indeed, the purity of our teacher's mental strength was not exceptionally high. Upon hearing this, Chun Huxiao began to speak, but as he uttered half a sentence, he noticed the teacher's piercing gaze and promptly adjusted his statement. However, the teacher, through sheer willpower, has managed to elevate his mental strength purity to an extraordinary level. He even earned the title of the highest mental strength purity in Jianyang, serving as an exemplary figure for us all. The former president quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Huxia, how many times have I told you? These are merely hollow titles." Hollow titles. No matter how formidable we appear in the eyes of others, it is ultimately illusory. True strength lies within our inner resilience. Just as I have served as the president of the Mentalist Association for a decade and have been lauded as the top mental strength index holder in Jianyang, and the foremost in mental purity, alongside being recognized as one of Jianyang's 10 legendary figures, why do I refrain from discussing these accolades? simply because I understand that they are but empty names. I, Rin Xinghai, have ascended to this point through diligent cultivation. When have I ever concerned myself with such trifles? Huxia, have I ever cared? Chen Huxia. Cough, cough. The former president cleared his throat and turned to Lu Yang. Lu Yang, do you think I have ever cared? Lu Yang remained silent for a moment before suddenly displaying a look of astonishment, declaring, certainly not. My goodness, how foolish one must be to question your character. Teacher, in all of Jiangyang, from fertilized eggs to urns, who does not know of your humility? As the saying goes, without the teacher, the path of humility would be a long, dark night. Each time I see you, I am filled with shame. You truly move me to tears. The former president listened with great satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, Lu Yang, after so many years of learning from me, your efforts have not been in vain. You truly understand me, haha. Then the former president turned to Anil. I trust you now comprehend the significance of humility in the cultivation of mental strength. Let us commence the evaluation. Shortly, Hu Xia will demonstrate for you, and you shall mirror his actions. Very well. Anil nodded. In accordance with the procedure, let us first assess the purity of your mental fortitude. Chen Huxiao approached a square iron pillar, measuring over 1 meter in height and half a meter in width. He placed his palm upon a handprint depicted on the side of the pillar. A sudden metallic grinding sound emanated from within the pillar, and as this noise resonated, a concealed mechanism was triggered, slowly revealing a cylindrical tray from its center. Upon this tray lay a transparent, diamond-shaped crystal, roughly the size of a fist. Chun Huxia elucidated. This is the crystal core of a psychic beast, highly sensitive to mental energy. Once mental power enters it, the core will emit a spectrum of colors, varying from low to high purity, typically green, blue, purple, and red. The knowledge of these crystal cores had been studied in school, where it was learned that they are crystalline structures found in the brains of psychic beasts, with only third-tier beasts capable of nurturing such cores within their minds. It is precisely these cores that endow the diverse species of psychic beasts with unique abilities, such as breathing fire, emitting chilling breaths, discharging electricity, creating illusions, enhancing states, and exerting mental control. The higher the tier of the beast from which the core originates, the more potent its special abilities become. Countless psychic beasts possess a myriad of crystal cores, each exhibiting astonishing powers, which have posed significant challenges to humanity in their encounters. Yet, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and benefits coexist with drawbacks. Through their confrontations with psychic beasts, humanity gradually learned to utilize the remains of these creatures and the minerals found in the depths of the earth to forge weapons and armors collectively known as beast armaments. Such armaments enable warriors to breach the defenses of psychic beasts more effectively and withstand their assaults. Consequently, a new profession emerged within human society, the forger. As humanity's understanding of psychic beasts deepened, the skills of forgers in crafting beast armaments matured. 3 centuries ago, a legendary figure arose among the forgers, Master Lu Qianji. In his later years, he pioneered a groundbreaking forging technique known as the fusion method, which allowed for the amalgamation of the crystal core with beast armaments, thereby bestowing the armaments with the unique abilities of their respective beasts. This advancement directly elevated beast armaments to the status of crystal armaments. Warriors clad in crystal armaments could temporarily harness the special powers of the cores. Although the abilities conferred by crystal armaments are diminished compared to those of the original beasts, the advent of such armaments undoubtedly doubled humanity's combat capabilities. For the first time, warriors donned in crystal armaments faced off against previously evenly matched armies of psychic beasts, achieving a resounding victory. As a result, humanity amassed a vast wealth of resources from the depths. This influx of resources catalyzed a remarkable surge in the development of martial arts, propelling human combat prowess to unprecedented heights, and prompting a wave of martial arts masters to emerge. Master Lu Qianji, therefore, secured his place in the annals of history across nations, becoming a forger of great renown, worthy of remembrance by all of humanity. The old president spoke with a hint of pride. This crystal core is from a level 51 extraordinary beast, the 9-patterned Cyclops dragon. Its combat prowess is equivalent to that of a level 5 psychic master. Such a high-grade crystal core is a rare treasure, unique to the entirety of Jiangyang City. It will certainly suffice for your test of mental purity. Anil felt a surge of understanding. A crystal core from a beast over level 50, is undeniably invaluable, hence its placement within this intricate metallic pillar. The old president casually remarked, "Huxia, demonstrate to Anil how to operate it." Of course, Chen Huxia nodded. Then began his demonstration while explaining to Anil, "The method of detection is quite simple. You merely need to channel your mental energy into this crystal core. As for how to project your mental energy, just envision it as a hand, a tentacle, or a leg, any form that suits your fancy. Once you have materialized your mental energy, simply use your will, or rather, your imagination, to extend the manifested energy into the core." After finishing his explanation, Chen Huxia fell silent, his gaze fixated on the crystal core. In less than 5 seconds, the core indeed emitted a faint blue glow. He then withdrew his mental energy and said to Anil, "And that's it. Quite simple, isn't it? My mental purity is not particularly refined. It only reaches the blue stage." Upon hearing this from his most esteemed disciple, the old president scolded, "You fool. If only you spent less time building muscle and more on meditation, your mental purity wouldn't be stuck at blue." Chen Huxia quickly nodded, accepting the reprimand. Yes. You are right, master. I promise to change my ways. I aspire to reach your level within my lifetime." Curious, Anil inquired, "President, to what level have you refined your mental purity?" "Oh, just average," the old president began, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Yang, who exclaimed, "Master's mental purity has been refined to purple. He is the only person in Jianyang City to achieve such a level." As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, old President Ren Xinghai reprimanded him. "Lu Yang, how many times must I tell you? These are mere titles. What does it matter if my mental purity is purple? What significance does it hold that I have served as president of the Psychic Master Association for a decade? Or that I am revered as Jianyang City's foremost psychic index? One of its 10 legendary figures? All of it is just superficial acclaim. You must learn humility. Even kindergarten children understand this principle. Why can't you?" Lu Yang nodded fervently. "You are right, master. I have been foolish." Sighing deeply, the old president said, Once you learn the humility I embody, you shall be closer to becoming masters of mental energy." He then turned to Anil. "Enough of them, Anil. It is your turn to conduct the test." "All right." Chen Huxia stepped back, while Anil approached the iron pillar, holding the crystal core. He focused his mind and, following Chen Huxia's instructions, projected his mental energy into the extraordinary beast's crystal core. In no time, the core began to glow. However, the color of the light left the old president Ren Xinghai, Chen Huxia, and Lu Yang utterly astounded. Due to the luminous radiance of the alien beast's crystal nucleus, it was neither blue, nor purple, nor red, but rather a resplendent gold, a dazzling, captivating gold. By heavens! The venerable President Ren Xinghai murmured in disbelief. Can the human spirit's mental power truly achieve a purity of 100%? In that moment of astonishment, as the mental energy entered the tranquil core of the alien beast, a series of rapid images flashed before their eyes. The first image revealed a magnificent starry sky, where a golden parchment inscribed with enigmatic symbols floated gracefully. From this parchment, a symbol emerged, transforming into a single-eyed dragon adorned with 9 black stripes. Chapter 62, Third Level Mental Master. The late arriving Lu Meng upon the appearance of the 9-striped dragon. The surrounding scenery instantaneously shifted from the boundless cosmos to desolate mountain ridges devoid of flora. The perspective swiftly zoomed in, penetrating into a colossal cave within one of the mountains. Inside, a young male and female dragon became acquainted, grew fond of one another, mated, and laid eggs. As the dragon eggs hatched, a tiny dragon emerged from within. In the next moment, the scene transformed once more. A flock of 9-striped dragons soared and darted between the ridges. Gradually, the wings and scales of these dragons became transparent. Through the translucent scales, Anil could observe their internal organs, blood vessels, and the rhythm of their breath, discerning any minute injuries upon their bodies. He sensed that this group of dragons was unconsciously directing their attention to the area between their hind limbs. At that instant, a wealth of information regarding these dragons flooded Anil's mind. Single-eyed dragon, 9-striped dragon, social behavior, oviparous, migration, subspecies evolution, bloodline, racial abilities, scales, crystal nucleus, racial weaknesses, preferences. An overwhelming array of fragmented, yet comprehensive knowledge enveloped him. Anil even gleaned that if the incubation temperature of a 9-striped dragon's egg exceeded 40 degrees Celsius, a male dragon would hatch. Conversely, If it fell below 40 degrees, a female dragon would emerge. If the temperature soared to 100 degrees, the egg would bypass the incubation phase entirely and mature directly. As Anil absorbed this knowledge, all the scenes suddenly shattered, resembling a broken mirror, its fragments reflecting a dazzling array of colors under an unknown light, ultimately reverting back to the boundless starry sky. Floating amidst the stars was a golden parchment, the symbols upon it shimmering brightly. The next moment, Anil's consciousness abruptly returned to reality, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting reverie. He then noticed the venerable president, Chun Huxia, and Lu Yang gathered around him, gazing eagerly with expressions of intense anticipation. "What are you doing?" Anil exclaimed in surprise. "Why did these three look so lecherous?" "Oh, it's nothing," the venerable president hastily replied, his face beaming with ingratiating smiles. "Anil, when did you awaken your mental powers?" "It was probably this morning, or perhaps last night," Anil responded, affirming that it was not prior to his slumber, for everything had seemed normal while he brushed his teeth before bed. All right. Ren Xinghai repeatedly expressed his approval, then unexpectedly produced a sheet of paper and a pen from somewhere, presenting them to Enlu with a courteous smile. "My dear An, come now, sign this." "What?" Enlu asked, perplexed. "Absolutely a fantastic opportunity," Lu Yang chimed in from the side. "A plethora of benefits awaits." "Is that so?" Enlu scrutinized the paper in his hand, which bore the words application for Jianyang's Spiritual Master Association. Enlu was taken aback. "Sign it now? Wasn't it said that we should sign after the assessment?" "What assessment?" "This is a special opportunity I've arranged for you, a rare chance." The old president appeared quite animated. "Once you sign, you will become a member of our Jianyang Spiritual Master Association family. The benefits we offer will far exceed your expectations. Your fixed monthly salary alone will exceed 100,000. Coupled with various bonuses and holiday perks, you'll have a guaranteed income of over 200,000 each month. That amounts to more than 2 million in a year. The best part is, you won't have to do anything. You don't even need to come every day. Just drop by occasionally when you feel like it. If you can't make it, just give me a call. 200,000 for a phone call. Where else can you find such a deal aside from our association?" Chun Huxia added in agreement. "Indeed, and Lu, you're being offered an A-level contract. After all these years in the association, we've only managed to secure B-level contracts. Your benefits are truly unparalleled. Signing would be a decision you'll never regret." "The benefits are impressive, but I haven't completed my assessment," and Lu hesitated, feeling that their enthusiasm resembled that of a multi-level marketing scheme. Noticing Enli's reluctance, the old president hurriedly said, "Are you dissatisfied with the benefits? Not to worry. I'll personally head to the city, or even the province, to secure additional perks for you, if that is still insufficient." The old president paced a few steps, then pointed at Chun Huxia. "Your senior brother Chun Huxia is not only a level 3 spiritual master, but also a third-rank martial artist. Should you join our association, feel free to consult him on anything related to martial arts or spiritual power. If you have younger siblings, bring them along. He will teach them for free." Chun Huxia nodded vigorously. Absolutely. And throughout the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, whenever you crave melons, just come to the association and take as many as you wish from Mengnan. From now on, the melons from the An family will be entirely covered by our association. Are you perhaps interested in my younger sister? No problem. Once you sign this contract, you can take her with you. And as for De Huang, he can also guard your home. Rest assured, I can guarantee De Huang's professional guarding skills. Within a radius of 5 miles, he can hear even a fly buzzing. Since you've put it that way, I shall sign it." With that, Enlu swiftly signed his name on the application. Upon receiving the signed application, the old president's face broke into a broad smile, his joy evident as he could hardly contain it. Their association had languished for so long, but today, it was finally on the brink of resurgence. The golden spiritual energy he had only witnessed in exotic beasts was now embodied in Enlu, a rarity among humans. If reported, Enlu could even be classified as a rare and protected species. The former president joyfully proclaimed, "Today, our association welcomes a new member. I propose we celebrate by dining out together." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang eagerly exclaimed, "I'll drive." The former president quickly interjected, No, let Huxia take the wheel." "Very well," Chun Huxia replied, ready to drive, but Enlu promptly stopped him, saying, "Wait, I haven't finished my assessment yet." Chun Huxia remarked, "You are already part of our association. What further assessment do you need?" Lu clarified, I need proof for my application to become a mental energy practitioner. It can't be done without proper testing, can it? You can't just issue a certificate casually. The others suddenly understood that Lu had not come to join the association, but to obtain a certification for the martial arts examination. Rin Xinghai spoke up. The proof for the martial arts exam requires a mental energy index, and the higher the index, the more points you earn. We must indeed conduct this assessment. Chun Huxia nodded and directed Lu. All right, for the mental energy index assessment, come this way. Chun Huxia led Lu into an adjacent spacious room. The room was divided by a thick chain, creating 2 sections, with the northern half housing 3 metal spheres of varying sizes. Chun Huxia explained. The mental energy index assessment involves controlling those 3 metal spheres to strike the target on the opposite wall. I will score you based on the force and accuracy of the impact. The 3 spheres weighed 20 kilograms, 40 kilograms, and 80 kilograms, respectively. As a novice mental energy practitioner, you only need to control the smallest one, the 20 kilogram sphere, like this. With a flick of his hand, Chun Huxia made the 20 kilogram sphere soar into the air. You can also maneuver the sphere to circle within the designated area to demonstrate your control, which will earn you extra points. As he spoke, he effortlessly guided the sphere around the room, akin to controlling a balloon. The former president advised Lu. A novice certainly cannot achieve the ease of Huxia. Just focus on striking the target with the sphere, no need for the circling. Lu nodded. And at that moment, Chun Huxia directed the sphere to collide with the red target on the wall, with a resounding impact. A small speaker hanging from the ceiling suddenly announced in an electronic voice, Impact force, 100 points, impact accuracy, 100 points, average score, 100 points. Chun Huxia set down the sphere and turned to Lu. It's that simple, now it's your turn to try. Lu stepped forward and locked his gaze on the 20 kilogram sphere. With a mere thought, the sphere floated into the air. 20 kilograms? That seems hardly heavier than a toothbrush, Lu mused, simultaneously focusing his mind on the 40 kilogram sphere, which also took flight. What on earth? Level 2. Chun Huxia was taken aback. Having never witnessed such a feat, he glanced back at the instructor, who was equally astonished. The 3 spheres were prepared specifically for practitioners ranging from levels 1 to 3. If an individual possesses the capacity to levitate a 40 kilogram steel ball, it can be reasonably concluded that their mental prowess has reached the level of a secondary psychic master. Furthermore, Anil's ability to simultaneously manipulate 2 steel balls serves as evidence of his adept control over psychic energy. Chun Huxia took over 4 years to achieve this milestone, while Lu Yang, only last month, managed to master the 40 kilogram steel ball. As Anil mentioned earlier, he awakened his psychic abilities only this morning, or, at the earliest, last night. To exhibit such extraordinary control immediately after awakening is a testament to the remarkable purity of his golden psychic energy, far exceeding conventional human understanding. As Anil controlled the 40 kilogram steel ball, he sensed a modicum of weight, yet it remained comfortably within his grasp. He simultaneously manipulated both the 20 kilogram and 40 kilogram steel balls, casting his gaze upon the 80 kilogram steel ball. In that moment, Anil felt a vigorous vibration at his brow chakra. Chun Huxia, closest to him, wore an expression of disbelief. Was Anil truly attempting to control the 80 kilogram steel ball while simultaneously managing 2 others? This was utterly astonishing. Chun Huxia gasped in shock. Even the elder chairman was rendered speechless, for the 80 kilogram steel ball began to quiver and lift into the air. The 3 steel balls collectively weighed 140 kilograms. To elevate them all at once required the expertise of a seasoned tertiary psychic master. Had Anil awakened as a tertiary psychic master? Was his golden talent truly so formidable? Lu Yang hastily removed his glasses and donned a pair with thicker lenses, peering ahead in disbelief. Am I seeing things? 3 balls floating simultaneously. As Anil balanced the 3 steel balls in the same horizontal plane, he finally felt the weight of the challenge. If the balls had been of equal weight, it would have been manageable. However, the disparity in their weights necessitated that he divide his psychic energy into 3 distinct streams, each exerting varying degrees of force, which proved somewhat daunting. Indeed, having just awakened to his psychic abilities without prior training, his control remained rather unrefined. Carefully, Anil guided the 3 steel balls to orbit steadily around the room before fixing his gaze upon the red target on the wall, commanding each ball to strike in succession. The 20 kilogram ball struck the target squarely, falling to the ground. Following closely, the 40 kilogram ball crashed into the target, producing a louder sound upon impact, before also landing heavily. As soon as it touched down, the 80-kilogram steel ball rocketed toward the target with tremendous force. To Annel's astonishment, this strike fractured the wall. The 80-kilogram steel ball, propelled by its inertia, burst through the wall and flew outward. Annel swiftly extended the recently severed tendrils of his mental energy, entwining the iron ball that yearned for freedom layer upon layer, forcefully pulling it back. The iron ball was indeed retrieved. However, the walls crumbled entirely, with chunks of concrete collapsing downwards. In truth, Ren Xinghai possessed the capacity to stabilize the walls with his mental prowess, preventing their collapse. Yet, Annel's earlier display left him momentarily stunned, rendering him unable to react in time. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of the wall crashing to the ground echoed from outside, one after another, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking and splintering. Soon, Mingnan's sharp scream pierced the air from below. "Oh no! My melon shed! My melons! How many points can I get for this, President? Deduct a point, lest you become too proud." In the lobby of Nanda Building, Annel, clutching a cup of milk tea handed to him by Ren Xiaomei, prepared to depart. The old president attempted to persuade him. "Aren't you joining us for dinner?" Annel replied. "No, my family is unaware of my presence here. They just urged me to return for a meal." The old president nodded. "Then let Huxiao drive you home." "Farewell." Annel waved his hand. "I instructed the driver to wait for me on the street. He is likely still waiting for my return. It would be inappropriate for me to take another vehicle." "Very well." The old president suddenly recalled something and turned to Chen Huxia. "Go fetch my secret manual and present it to Annel." "Oh." Chen Huxia instantly understood and dashed off, returning shortly with 2 books in hand. He handed one to Annel. "This is the teacher's secret manual." Accepting the manual, Annel noticed the cover bore the title Fanyuan Meditation Technique. Upon opening it, he discovered it was handwritten, the script a chaotic scrawl reminiscent of a doctor's handwriting. Ren Xinghai remarked to Annel, "This book contains the insights I've accumulated over years of mental cultivation, along with some fundamental techniques for mental offense and defense, including my original creations. You may find it beneficial to peruse it at your leisure." "Why is it handwritten?" Annel inquired. "Handwritten adds a certain prestige, if you struggle to comprehend it. I possess a printed version as well." Upon this, Ren Xinghai gestured, and Chen Huxia presented Annel with another copy of Fanyuan Meditation Technique, this time in neatly printed characters. "This is more legible," Annel acknowledged. "Thank you, teacher. I shall read it diligently. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now." "Indeed. Do remember to visit often." After bidding farewell to everyone, Annel departed from the Mentalist Association, retracing his steps along the pebbled path through the woods. Along the way, he perused the printed edition of Fanyuan Meditation Technique. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Were the images he had witnessed during the purity test merely figments of his imagination? Or could any mentalist conducting the assessment perceive them? He intended to inquire with the old president, but was so sidetracked by their conversation that he completely forgot. The dragon depicted in the image must be the 9-patterned one-eyed dragon. Therefore, is it possible for the mentalist to discern the weaknesses and behavioral patterns of these extraordinary beasts through their crystal cores? Shouldn't humanity have already descended into chaos and slaughter? Perhaps I shall inquire later. Annel pondered for a moment before deciding to let it go for now, intending to revisit the question later. As he was lost in thought, Annel suddenly spotted a young man riding an electric bike leisurely approaching him. In the basket of his bike lay a stack of newspapers. Could this be the legendary Xiao Zhang? As they drew closer, Annel noticed that the rearview mirror of the electric bike was oddly reversed, and there were several patches of sand on the young man's clothing. A twinge of concern struck Annel's heart, prompting him to ask, "What happened to you?" Xiao Zhang glanced at Annel, realizing he did not recognize this stranger, yet he replied, "There are 2 pits in the south, created by someone unknown. I stumbled upon them and nearly flew off. It's my fault for riding too quickly." "Ah, is your injury severe?" Annel inquired. "It's nothing. Just the rearview mirror of my bike," Xiao Zhang said as he forcefully adjusted the reversed mirror back to its proper position, assuring Annel that everything was now fine. Annel nodded and offered him a cup of milk tea, asking, "Would you like to have a cup to refresh yourself?" "No, thank you. I have some herbal tea I made myself." Xiao Zhang promptly declined, retrieving a teapot from the compartment of his bike, taking a couple of sips, and then sealing it again. He remarked, "There aren't many warm-hearted individuals like you anymore. When you head south later, be careful not to trip." "Thank you for the reminder." Annel replied, "Well then, I must deliver my newspapers." After saying this, Xiao Zhang placed the teapot back into the compartment and leisurely rode away. Goodbye. Anil smiled as he watched him leave. Once Xiao Zhang's figure was completely out of sight, Anil quickly turned and ran south. Darn it. Before long, he found the 2 pits he had created. Gazing at them, he contemplated how to fill them. At that moment, he noticed several massive stones embedded in the earth nearby, covered in moss, indicating they had been there for quite some time. An idea sparked in his mind, and he approached, selecting 2 appropriately sized boulders. He pried them from the ground. With 1 stone cradled in his arms, he returned to the gravel path and placed each stone into the respective pits. Utilizing the telekinetic attack technique he had recently studied in the art of meditative visualization, he exerted his mental energy to compress the stones. Instantly, the boulders were crushed into powder by the force of the mental pressure from all sides. Thanks to Anil's mental energy enveloping the dust, it did not scatter everywhere. He meticulously controlled the crushed stone to gently fill the pits, stepping on it several times to ensure the ground was solid before departing. At this moment, the driver was still waiting in place. Anil boarded the vehicle, glanced at his phone, and remarked, "It's been just over an hour, not quite 2. When we reach our destination, I'll give you an additional 20 yuan along with the fare." "There's no need for that." The driver turned his head, smiling at Anil, and said, "I won't charge you the 20 yuan for the fare. How about we take a photo together when we arrive? It would be even better if you could sign it." Anil chuckled. "Do you think my signed photo is worth 80 yuan? I spent 50 getting here from the central hospital, and with the 20 yuan for my return home, it adds up to about 80. I am certain it will be worth that much." The driver asserted with conviction. "In the future, it could even multiply 1,000-fold. Of course, I wouldn't sell it. It's rare to meet such a young and formidable warrior like you. I want to keep it as a memento." Merely taking a photo wasn't a big deal for Anil, so he nodded in agreement. "Sure, let us take it here. The scenery is far better than in the city." "Excellent." The driver, pleasantly surprised by Anil's willingness, hurriedly exited the vehicle, beaming as he retrieved his phone. Anil followed suit and stood beside the driver in front of the car, with a beautiful blue sky and verdant trees as the backdrop. They took several photos together, and after finishing, Anil signed his name in the driver's notebook. The driver, thoroughly satisfied, exclaimed, "All right, you can hop back in. Just tell me where to go. My car is famously fast. To Ping Garden." "Got it. Fasten your seatbelt. I'll have you there in half an hour." The taxi sped away, while on the other side, Xiao Zhang had just completed his delivery of newspapers. Riding cautiously on his electric bike, he headed south and was astonished to find the 2 potholes filled in as he passed them again. He immediately thought of Anil and sighed. There are still good people in the world. As the vehicle raced down the deserted road, the driver inquired, "Young man, you seem quite youthful. You must still be in high school, right?" Anil replied softly, "Yes, I'm about to graduate this year, preparing for the martial arts examination." "Really?" The driver chuckled. "Then I truly captured the right photo. You must be this year's top student in the martial arts exam. I'll do my best, otherwise. Wouldn't that make your photo worthless? Haha, once you become the martial arts champion, I'll show your photo to my son and let him take you as a role model." "Is your son preparing for the martial arts exam as well?" "Not yet. He's in the 3rd year of junior high, about to enter high school, but I doubt he'll make it. That little rascal has been held back in the 3rd year for 2 years now. If he fails again this year, I might just have to give him a good thrashing." Upon returning home, Anil's family was eagerly waiting for him to have dinner. However, Hai and Lu Xiaoru did not rush to start the meal. They wanted to first review Anil's health examination report. Anil retrieved the report for them to examine. After scrutinizing it carefully, Hai and Lu Xiaoru felt relieved. Yet, Lu Xiaoru still remarked, "You must remember to go for regular checkups every month, especially when you go to college and we aren't around. You need to be more vigilant." "I understand. Now let us eat. I'm starving." "All right, you both go wash your hands, and we can have dinner." Lu Xiaoru and Hai headed to the kitchen to serve the dishes, while Anil and Xian, the elder and the younger, went to the restroom to wash up. As Xian washed her hands, she asked Anil, "Why did your health check take so long this time? Could it be that you were mingling with Lu Ming?" "Nonsense." Anil tossed the soap to her. "After the physical examination, I went to the Mind Master Association, and I just finished up. Don't forget to use the soap." "The Mind Master Association? What business do you have there?" Anshin looked at her brother with suspicion. "To test my spiritual power, what else could it be?" "You have awakened your spiritual power?" "Yes." "What level?" "Level 3. Anshin suddenly chuckled. "Ha! Tone down your bragging a bit. Perhaps I might believe you." With that, Anshin dried her hands, shook her head, and walked out. Nowadays, the younger generation certainly enjoys lying more as they grow up. Perhaps it's time to include boasting in the penal code. At the dining table, Anil pondered how to explain his spiritual power to his parents while eating. After all, they would surely find out during the martial arts examination, so it would be better to inform them in advance. While lost in thought, his phone on the table suddenly chimed. Payment received. 200,000 yuan. And hi, Lu Xiaoru, and xin, Lo. Anil picked up his phone and discovered it was a transfer from his senior, Lu Yang. At that moment, a message from Lu Yang popped up. Qian Lian Lu Yang. Anil, this is your salary and bonus from the association for this month. Anil was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to receive money so soon after joining the association. Truly, one could earn money effortlessly every month. Anil promptly replied. Anil, received? Thank you, senior. It must be an alarm. I'll set mine to that sound later. Anshin stated confidently from across the table, continuing to eat her rice. And Dahai and Lu Xiaoru nodded in agreement. At that moment, Anil said to his mother, Mom, that was money from the Mine Master Association. I'm transferring it to you for household expenses. Lu Xiaoru, and Dahai and xin. Just as the three of them were puzzled, Lu Xiaoru's phone on the sofa rang. Payment received. 200,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoru. And Dahai? Anshin abruptly halted her eating, choking on a grain of rice. Cough? Cough, cough. Anil looked at Anshin and said, Anshin is about to have her summer vacation. It's just right to spend some money to buy her dozens of supplementary materials and enroll her in various interest classes like math, swimming, art, and music. She must not fall behind from the starting line. Anshin, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Anil pushed the large glass of water towards Anshin, who eagerly embraced the cup and drank it down. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoru quickly stood up and walked to the sofa to grab her phone. Upon opening it, she found that her son's transfer was indeed real. Lu Xiaoru, unable to believe it, asked, Anil, where did you get so much money? Anil replied, Didn't I say? It's from the Mine Master Association, my salary and bonus for this month. And Dahai questioned, When did you join the Mine Master Association? Just today, after the physical examination. Otherwise, how could I possibly be home so late? At that moment, Anshin finally regained her composure. She widened her eyes and gazed at her brother. Have you truly awakened your psychic abilities? Indeed. Directly to level 3? Do you not believe me? If you were in my position, would you believe it? Anil smiled at Anshin, and with a flicker of his mind, Anshin began to levitate slowly from her seat. Grasping her chopsticks, she exclaimed in a flurry, What is happening? Help! Someone pull me down! And Dahai and Lu Xiaoru stared in stunned silence at their daughter, hovering in midair. It was needless to say. They could surmise that this was the doing of their son. Their son had become a psychic master. Now do you believe? Anil inquired. As Anshin's back pressed against the ceiling, Anshin hastily called out, I believe. Please let me down. This is too high. Too high. With a mere thought, Anil guided the psychic tendrils to gently lower Anshin back to her original position. Anshin sat back down, panting as she calmed her racing heart. How does it feel? Anil asked his sister. Phew. Anshin remained silent for a moment before exhaling deeply and declaring, I absolutely refuse to attend any supplementary classes or tutoring sessions. July 6th, the day when all third-year students in Jianyang receive their examination permits for the college entrance exams. These students are divided into two groups. The first group consists of regular examinees, who only take academic subjects and collect their permits from their respective schools. The second group is the martial arts examinees, who must take both academic and martial subjects. However, martial arts students do not retrieve their permits from schools, but, on the same day, go to a designated location set by the Martial Arts Association to collect their permits. This year, the martial arts examination method for Jianyang students involves simulated combat. Thus, specialized examination permits are required, which is why they are distributed by the association. On Xiaoshui Street, at the intersection, Anil stood by the roadside awaiting Lu Meng. They had arranged to collect their examination permits together. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Lu Meng's imposing figure finally appeared. As he ran, he shouted, Sorry. My bicycle broke down halfway, which delayed me a bit. Did you take the bus? The buses are packed with students, and all the drivers in my area have blacklisted me. Never mind, let's go now. By the way, stand to my south. To the south? Why? To shield me from the sun. I took a sick day today, so I have time to write a couple more chapters. I'm currently seeing stars, and And don't ask why I'm writing 2 more chapters, as it appears to be just 1 chapter due to the lack of segmentation. This is also for your reading experience. Without divisions, you can avoid reading 2 chapter endings. Additionally, there have been some critics claiming my writing is shallow. Is that really the case? It is clearly an ocean. I have entered the realm of the sea, merely a step away from the infinite, aspiring towards the decline. With my true energy, I shall exchange for the transformations of the world. May the Dragon King assist me. So, let us refrain from calling it shallow. Instead, shout, it's too oceanic. Ocean, ocean, ocean. Repeat after me. It's too oceanic. You're my 8th. I'm your 8th. We're one family in the restroom. You're my 8th. I'm your 8th. We laugh together in the comments section. Ocean, ocean, ocean. In the realm of literary pursuits, one might seek a gentle nudge for updates, as a child longs to behold the visage of 20,000 reminders, albeit of little utility, yet sufficient to impress fellow authors. Chapter 63. The Morning Star. Lin Fengtian's recurrent fainting the venue for the issuance of examination permits by the Martial Arts Association is not within its own precincts, but resides in the Qiming building located in the Eastern District. This edifice is affiliated with the high-tech enterprise, Qiming Star, a company engaged in a broad spectrum of research projects. Operating as a semi-public entity frequently collaborating with the Martial Arts Association. What sets this company apart is its focus not on terrestrial technologies, but rather on the science of extraordinary beasts. Perhaps due to the long-standing ineffectiveness of Earth's technologies in the subterranean realms, the founder redirected their ambitions towards these mythical creatures, aspiring to develop technologies applicable within the depths, hoping to harness scientific means to counteract the extraordinary beasts. However, this company was once regarded as a laughingstock, having failed to produce any effective technology in the subterranean environment for a decade following its inception. That was until 4 years ago, when Qiming Star unexpectedly unveiled a sonic technology capable of maintaining communication functions for mobile phones within the underground. This innovation allowed individuals in the depths to engage in long-distance communication using their phones, albeit exclusively those manufactured by Qiming Star. Other devices would be rendered as mere scrap metal. Prior to this technological breakthrough, martial artist teams in the subterranean world could only rely on verbal communication or the telepathic exchanges facilitated by mentalists, both of which were exceedingly unreliable means of information transfer. Frequent incidents occurred where scout teams, attempting to relay messages to another unit, were annihilated en route by swarms of extraordinary beasts. Similarly, during telepathic exchanges, 2 mentalists could be discovered by psychic beasts, resulting in catastrophic mental interference and, tragically, the obliteration of their minds. Thus, upon the advent of this unique sonic technology, the state swiftly acquired its rights, while the production of mobile devices remained under Qiming Star's purview. Subsequently, these phones were disseminated to other nations, naturally not without a cost. Furthermore, Qiming Star utilized this technology to incite a global fervor for the study of extraordinary beast sciences. Nations invested heavily in researching these technologies. Yet recent news suggests that progress has been rather lackluster, including that of the pioneering company, Qiming Star. It appears that countries have once again shifted their primary focus back to the pursuit of martial divinity. When Anil and Lu Ming arrived at the Qiming building, it was already thronged with individuals, creating a veritable blockade. The crowd predominantly consisted of youthful students, alongside several officer teams from the Martial Administration Bureau ensuring order. If one were to consider a single class, the number of martial examination candidates might be limited to a few, at most a dozen. However, across the entirety of Jianyang City, the total number of candidates soared into the thousands. Fortunately, the distribution of examination permits was scheduled over 3 days, in batches. Otherwise, the two could have found themselves queuing from dawn till dusk without securing their permits. Thus, Anil and Lu Ming stood in line outside the building for over an hour, and once inside, they endured yet another hour of waiting before finally reaching their turn. At this moment, both of them were drenched in sweat, their faces flushed from the heat. Upon arriving at the entrance of the examination room, Lu Ming could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "Damn, it's unbearably hot. I feel like I'm about to be roasted like a shrimp." Anil, glancing at the instructions posted on the door, replied nonchalantly, "Well, that's not so bad. It might just burn off some of your fat, and you could end up losing a couple of pounds. I'm not saying this to offend you, but you should have agreed to Wan Zhao's suggestion yesterday. She could have helped us obtain our examination permits in advance, which would have been quite beneficial, Lu Ming remarked. Looking at Anil, there's no need to trouble that young lady just for a permit. Aren't you embarrassed? Anil retorted, moreover. How many opportunities do you get in your lifetime to come here for an examination permit? Shouldn't you seize the moment? How am I supposed to respond to that? Lu Ming sighed. All right, I'm going in now. Let us meet outside afterward. With that, Anil pushed open the door to the examination room and stepped inside. Observing this, Lu Ming quickly glanced at the notice on his own door before pushing the door open and entering the room. As Anil entered, he closed and locked the door behind him. He turned to face a 2-meter-tall machine in the room, reminiscent of an automatic ticket dispenser at a train station. This was the only piece of equipment in the room. There wasn't even a single chair. Anil approached the machine and noticed a piece of paper affixed to its side, identical to the one at the entrance, detailing the instructions for obtaining the examination permit and the operation of the machine. Having already read it at the door, he proceeded to take out his ID card and placed it on the machine's sensor screen. Welcome to the Qixing Star Martial Examination Ticket Machine. Identity verification for Anil. Please confirm your ID number is correct and proceed with facial recognition. Upon hearing the machine's prompt, Anil posed in what he believed to be a charming manner in front of the camera above the machine. Identity verification successful. Please continue according to the prompts. After the facial recognition, the machine required Anil to select his household registration, school, and the subject for the martial examination. Anil was already familiar with the examination subjects. Although they were all martial examination candidates, the content of the exams varied for each student, including the grading criteria post-examination. The specific classification for the examination was determined by the subject selection. The machine presented Anil with 4 subject options, each accompanied by explanatory notes. The Blood Qi warrior was inclined towards those who had undergone Blood Qi training and aimed to develop in that direction. The Mind Master favored those with prior mental energy training, aspiring to become Mind Masters. The Dual Cultivation warrior balanced Blood Qi and mental energy training, with a future goal of dual cultivation in both areas. The Auxiliary warrior was oriented towards those with a certain level of Blood Qi or mental energy training, but aimed to develop in fields such as alchemy, forging, or scientific research. Selecting a subject carelessly could lead to disastrous results. For instance, a pure Blood Qi warrior attempting to register for a Mind Master subject would inevitably score 0. After careful consideration, Anil chose the third option, the Dual Cultivation warrior. At present, my mental fortitude undoubtedly surpasses my physical vitality, though my vitality is not to be underestimated, standing at the pinnacle of the second tier. Opting for a Dual Cultivation warrior should pose no issue. Following the selection of martial examination subjects, the screen presented an array of cultural course choices: politics, history, geography, language, mathematics, foreign languages, exotic beasts, pharmacology, and the like. I casually selected 3 of these, as they hold little significance for the martial examination. Once all selections were finalized, the machine dispensed a card. It felt quite sturdy, with my portrait, name, school, and examination venue printed on the front. The reverse bore the examination schedule. This card serves as my admission ticket, essential for activating the simulated combat machine. My examination location is the Honghua Street Examination District, Building 6, Room 404. With the admission ticket in hand, I retrieved my identification card and stepped out of the machine room, where a long queue awaited for grilled prawns. I squeezed my way past the grilled prawns and oil-braised shrimp, navigating through braised pig trotters and sweet and sour ribs until I reached the entrance of the building. A quick glance around revealed no sign of Lu Ming. He was likely still inside. After waiting for about a minute, Lu Ming emerged. Upon seeing me, Lu Ming inquired, "Which examination room are you in?" "Honghua Street," I replied. Lu Ming expressed envy. "You're better off. At least you're in the city. I've been assigned to Anling. It's in the suburbs, so far and remote." "Anling. I recall the scenery is quite lovely. Taking the exam there should be enjoyable," I responded. "What a load of nonsense. Right next to the examination venue is the Anling Cemetery. How unlucky," Lu Ming lamented, a sorrowful expression on his face. I chuckled. No wonder I remembered the scenery fondly. I must have been there for a tomb visit. Haha. Stop gloating. I'm cursed. I need to visit a temple tomorrow to seek out a master and dispel this bad luck. Lu Ming exclaimed. "All right, stop sulking like a widow. Come on, I'll treat you to a soda," I said. Lu Ming's face brightened instantly. "I want a sugar-free one." Subsequently, we retraced our steps, searching for a less crowded area to exit. Yet the entire street was bustling with people. Left with no choice, we continued to push through the throng. Hey, who touched me? Hey. I just bought these Adidas sneakers. Don't you dare scuff them. Wait, where's my phone? Li Xiaoyi. Who is Li Xiaoyi? Why is your ID in my pocket? Oh my, where did this black bear spirit come from? Can you stop shoving from behind? Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? The crowd was a cacophony of chaos, with various cries echoing around us. If it weren't for the presence of the martial management personnel nearby, I would have little doubt that a brawl would ensue. However, I felt considerably safer with Lu Ming leading the way. His towering stature of over 2 meters and his formidable presence made him resemble a fierce deity, instilling fear in those around him. As he glared, the crowd instinctively parted, with some even exclaiming, "Black bear spirit," stealing the cassock. Upon reaching the corner of a crossroad, we suddenly overheard a group of people in the west murmuring quietly. We turned to look and spotted 2 familiar groups in the distance. Leading the way is the renowned star Lin Yiyang, accompanied by his manager and a student from No. 2 high school. A mere 10 meters behind him, however, is the exceptional student Lin Fengtian, flanked by Cheng Feng and several other elite students from the same class. Over the past few days, Lu has indulged in much gossip surrounding these 2 figures. He never anticipated that these prominent personalities from their respective schools would coincidentally arrive at the same place. Traversing the same path, students from both schools have been fervently exchanging insults lately. One faction proclaims Lin Fengtian as the martial arts champion, while the other insists that Lin Yiyang holds that title. What appears to be a rivalry between the two is, in fact, a manifestation of the disdain held by the students of each school towards the other. Regardless, these 2 have become the most talked about subjects within the high school circles recently. As they cross paths, onlookers are intrigued by the possibility of a confrontation. Even if a fight does not ensue, a few sharp exchanges would certainly provide some entertainment. However, upon catching sight of Lin Yiyang, Lu Ming immediately urged, "We should leave quickly. I knew today would be unlucky, and encountering Lin Yiyang confirms it." The traumatic nightmare from earlier has left Lu Ming with a psychological scar that makes him feel queasy at the mere sight of Lin Yiyang. And Lu casually inquired, "Aren't you curious to see if they'll fight?" Lu Ming shot him a glance and replied, "With the Martial Management Bureau present, how could a fight possibly occur? Let us hurry. I truly do not wish to lay eyes on that colossal dimwit." "What if I want to see?" And Lu retorted, "Is that truly your desire? I want to expose your intentions. Fine then. I'll treat you to soda. How many bottles do you want?" And Lu chuckled, "Had you said so earlier, I would have left already. Let us go now." Naturally, Lin Yiyang and Lin Fengtian, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, would not engage in a scuffle, as it serves no purpose. For Lin Yiyang, street brawls are a detriment to his carefully crafted image. Only a fool would engage in such behavior. Moreover, until he secures a spot in the masterclass selection, it is in his best interest to keep his identity as a mentalist a closely guarded secret. As for the martial arts prodigy Lin Fengtian, since nearly being killed by Lu, his competitive spirit has waned significantly, transforming him from a martial maniac into a sullen figure. He spends his days immersed in training, seldom uttering a word. However, Cheng Feng, who understands Lin Fengtian's disposition, knows that his friend has never been one for conversation, preferring the solitude of practice, which makes Cheng Feng's more talkative nature quite uncomfortable. The 2 groups advance forward, one behind the other, maintaining a respectful distance, creating an oddly vacant space between them. No one dares to intrude, regardless of how tightly packed the crowd becomes. As Lin Fengtian walks, he suddenly raises his gaze and spots a familiar figure in the distance, a visage that brings back memories of a haunting night. That person is here. His heart races wildly, thumping against his chest with increasing intensity. Then, an overwhelming wave of dizziness washes over him, his vision blurring, and the world spins around him. He collapses forward. "Lin Fengtian!" Cheng Feng exclaims, rushing to catch him. Upon flipping Lin Fengtian over, he realizes that his friend has fainted. The people around were startled by the sudden turn of events, and soon they witnessed Cheng Feng pleading for help from the officers on duty by the roadside. In a short while, an ambulance arrived, and Lin Fengtian was lifted onto the vehicle, with Cheng Feng accompanying him to the hospital. The bystanders were still trying to comprehend what had transpired. Had Lin Fengtian fainted, or worse? Although the heat was somewhat oppressive, it hardly seemed sufficient to cause heat stroke. This strongest contender appeared rather unreliable. Observing this scene, Lin Yiyang sneered inwardly. A frail individual like him? How could he be deemed my rival? At the hospital, After receiving oxygen, Lin Fengtian remained in a stupor for over 20 minutes before finally regaining consciousness. Cheng Feng, who had been waiting in the ward, upon seeing Lin Fengtian awake, remarked, "The doctor said you experienced asphyxiation and nearly suffocated, yet the examination results indicate that your body is entirely normal. What could possibly explain this?" Determined to suppress thoughts of Annel's visage, Lin Fengtian muttered, "I saw that person, the one who defeated me." "Who is that individual?" Cheng Feng inquired. "I do not know," Lin Fengtian replied, staring at the patterns on the ceiling to divert his tumultuous thoughts, and quickly added, "I saw him with Lu Ming." As a formidable martial arts student within the school, Lin Fengtian had encountered Lu Ming several times in the training hall. Thus he remembered him distinctly. Lu Ming? Cheng Feng had not anticipated that this matter would be linked to Lu Ming. After pondering the implications, he retrieved his phone, located a photograph of Annel, and presented it to Lin Fengtian. "Is this the person?" At the moment Lin Fengtian laid eyes on the photo displayed on Cheng Feng's phone, his heart raced once more, and the scene before him began to blur. Casting a reproachful glance at Cheng Feng, he uttered a single word, "Yes." With that, Lin Fengtian closed his eyes again and fainted once more. Cheng Feng, witnessing this, urgently called out, "What the hell? Doctor! Doctor! Hurry, he has fainted again." As I prepared to write, the outline only extended to the martial arts examination, and the detailed outline concluded with Zhang Zi's sacrifice. Therefore, after finishing the plot concerning the martial arts examination, I must summarize the outline. I have always had ideas for the subsequent plot, albeit somewhat vague, particularly regarding the underground realm, the Masters, Antonio, and the Morning Star. Today, a novel concept for the underground realm suddenly struck me, necessitating careful design. In retrospect, the short-term and long-term foreshadowing has been adequately laid, and all that remains is for everyone to await the unfolding of events. Lastly, I extend my gratitude for the 20,000 urges for updates. It seems we have reached the pinnacle of this narrative.